been arrested. New details just ahead.
Our Richard Engel reporting from inside Ukraine on the latest Russian deadly missile attacks and President Zelensky's emergency meeting with G7 leaders.
An out-of-this-world success for NASA. New data shows the impact that smashing our rocket into an asteroid had on altering its trajectory.
Our NBC News exclusive interview with Pennsylvania Senate candidate John Fetterman on his battle with Dr. Oz in his first one-on-one since suffering a stroke.
In to try to close it on a Tuesday. Alvarez launches deep right field, and this one is gone!
October baseball in all its glory. Early today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. We begin with breaking news this morning. The former San Antonio officer who shot a teen in a McDonald's parking lot has turned himself into authorities. James Brennan has been arrested and now facing 2 counts of aggravated assault because a passenger was in the car. He was fired from the force 2 days after October 2nd in that shooting of Eric Cantu. And we do want to warn you, the video is disturbing. The 17-year-old was sitting in his car eating when James Barron opened his door and ordered him out of the car. The teen started to reverse the car, and that's when the officer opened fire 5 times. Brennan says he was responding to an unrelated disturbance call when he saw the teen's car and believed the car was stolen. The teen is in the hospital in critical condition. If he dies, Brennan's charges could change.
Turning now to Ukraine, where a fresh round of Russian missiles struck several parts of the country, including where civilians live. G7 leaders holding an emergency meeting, vowing to continue to help the war-torn nation as long as it takes. During the meeting, Ukrainian President Zelensky renewing his pleas for more air defense systems to thwart the attacks. NBC's Richard Engel is on the ground with more.
For a second straight day, Russia escalated its war to conquer Ukraine with new missile strikes, including on this building in Zaporizhia. It came just hours before the emergency meeting of the G7, where Ukraine's President Zelensky had one main request: more air defenses. Zelensky saying if Ukraine gets them, Russian missile strikes will cease to work. It follows Russia's strikes on Monday, hitting civilian areas with dozens of long-range cruise missiles and drones on a scale not seen since the initial invasion nearly a year ago. A college student was filming a video message in a park in Kyiv when first she heard the sound of incoming. Then a missile exploded nearby. In Lviv, a dash camera caught a Russian missile striking a power station, causing blackouts in parts of the city. Russia attacked at least 12 districts, according to Ukrainian officials, several for the first time in months. Moscow says its latest barrage is retaliation after this weekend's attack on the only bridge linking the Russian mainland to occupied Crimea. Russian media say Ukrainian intelligence detonated a truck bomb and damaged the bridge. Without directly claiming credit, Ukrainians are reveling in the attack, issuing a stamp within hours of the blast, which soon became street art, celebrating President Putin's beloved bridge in flames.
Thanks to Richard for that report.
Now to a horrifying scene at a Pennsylvania daycare where 27 children and 5 teachers had to be hospitalized following a carbon monoxide leak. The staff called 911 after a child mysteriously became unconscious. Allentown emergency crews found out what was wrong when they arrived.
They got the meters and quickly realized we had high levels of CO in the atmosphere. Immediately evacuated everyone from the structure.
The utility company says the leak was caused by a malfunctioning heating unit and blocked venting system. Officials say the daycare, which will be closed at least for the rest of the week, did not have a carbon monoxide detector. Allentown's mayor confirmed everyone is in stable condition.
A new twist in the fight over classified documents seized from former President Trump's home in Florida. The Justice Department is asking the Supreme Court to reject Mr. Trump's request that the court clear the way for the documents to be turned over to his lawyers and a special master for review. The Justice Department says Mr. Trump cannot make any personal claim to the papers and has offered no evidence he declassified them.
The trial of the Russian analyst accused of lying to the FBI about information he gave to the now debunked Steele dossier is underway. Ken Delanian has the details.
What may be the final legal battle in the saga over the infamous Steele dossier. Igor Danchenko, flanked by his legal team, for the trial accusing him of lying to the FBI. He was a key source for private intelligence reports alleging that then presidential candidate Donald Trump conspired with Russia's election interference operation in 2016. Trump used those charges as a rallying cry to fire up his base throughout the campaign.
But I think it's a disgrace. It's just really it's a very sad commentary on politics in this country.
Named after Christopher Steele, the former British spy who compiled it, the dossier has been exposed as largely the product of third-hand gossip. That includes the dossier's most salacious claim, that Trump cavorted with prostitutes at Moscow's Ritz-Carlton Hotel. The indictment says Danchenko lied about how and where he heard that story, a story Trump has always denied.
It turned out to be a concocted fairy tale made up by crooked Hillary Clinton, the Democrats, a sleazeball writer named Christopher Steele.
The Clinton campaign was fined more than $100,000 earlier this year for failing to properly disclose payments that went to Fusion GPS, an intelligence firm that hired Steele and completed the dossier. The Clinton campaign had no role in writing the document.
It was made up, and I understand they paid a tremendous amount of money. And Hillary Clinton always denied it. The Democrats always denied it. And now only because it's going to come out in a court case, they said, yes, they did it, they admitted it, and they're embarrassed by it.
Special counsel John Durham was appointed in 2019 by then Attorney General William Barr to look into whether the FBI and the CIA overreached while investigating whether Trump was conspiring with Russia. But the 3-year investigation has resulted in only one conviction. And in the Danchenko trial, the judge threw out Durham's request to use much of the dossier as evidence, including the prostitution story.
And our thanks to Ken for that report.
The experts at NASA are more confident this morning that they can protect Earth from meteors. That is good news for all of us because the results are in from the DART mission, and it was a smashing success. The spacecraft that crashed into an asteroid last month was able to change the path of the space rock. NASA had hoped the collision would slow the asteroid's orbit by about 10 minutes, but it actually shortened it by 32 minutes. NASA hopes this method could one day be used to divert a meteor on a collision course with Earth, but there's no imminent threats being tracked right now.
The Labor Department has released a plan that could change what it means to be a gig worker. Shares of Uber and Lyft dropped by more than 10% after the release of the new proposal. It would pave the way for people who work for companies like those to be classified as employees instead of independent contractors. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from Washington, D.C. And Bree, this plan is seen as a major threat to some of these companies. Explain why.
It is. Good morning, Francis. Well, this proposal essentially lowers the bar when it comes to determining whether or not a gig worker should be classified as an employee. Companies are required to provide benefits and protections to employees that they don't have to give to independent contractors. The Labor Department says misclassification deprives workers of basic rights, including minimum wage and overtime pay. And it's a problem that spans many industries like home care, construction, and delivery services. Uber and Lyft have fought similar efforts at the state level, arguing that these rules might force them to change their business models. Uber reacted to this new proposal by saying it's crucial the Biden administration continues to hear from the more than 50 million people who have found an earning opportunity with companies like ours. And Lyft said a similar approach was taken during the Obama administration and did not result in a reclassification of drivers. Now, the plan will now go through a review process, including a 45-day window for public comments. Francis?
Okay, Bree, thank you.
Umbrella weather for some and hot temperatures for others. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here with our national forecast. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we have a strong cold front that's going to bring showers and storms. And then ahead of this cold front, we're looking at warm temperatures. Back behind it, it's chilly, it's blustery, and we're looking at temperatures about 30 degrees cooler than yesterday. So taking a look at where we're seeing showers this morning, portions of Kansas into Iowa, Missouri, even seeing some heavy rain. That's where you see the brighter colors, seeing some lightning as well. This cold front's going to move off to the east as we go through throughout this Wednesday into Thursday. So the Northeast, we're looking at some heavy rain by tomorrow. Again, could see some strong to severe storms. Anywhere from 2 to 4 inches. Where you see those brighter colors, the darker colors, that's where we're going to see the heaviest amounts of rain, and that could lead to some flash flooding. So as we go throughout the day, we do have the risk for strong to severe weather, especially where you see this yellow. Memphis, Florence, and also Greenville could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we are looking much cooler in the plains, also in the Midwest. We have a gusty northwesterly wind that's going to cool us down. It's chilly there. Also warm in the south. We're feeling very summer-like in portions of Texas. 92 today in Dallas. All right, the temperatures extremes continue. We're chilly in the Midwest. We are warm ahead of the cold front that's moving through today. We'll talk more about that coming up.
All right, Michelle, thanks. That is October, and that means it is playoff baseball. The Padres and Dodgers capped off an exciting day. Trey Turner, he put LA on the board with a first-inning home run. The Dodgers would survive a fifth-inning rally by the Padres. They held on for the Game 1 win, 5-3. In the Bronx, Harrison Bader's first home run as Yankee could not come at a better time. New York wins it over the Guardians 4-1. And down in Houston, Yordan Alvarez, he hit a game-winning home run, and the Astros topped the Mariners 8-7. We'll be right back.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
This is it. We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Senate race in Pennsylvania is now considered a toss-up. In an NBC News exclusive, our Dasha Burns spoke with Democrat John Fetterman in his first in-person sit-down interview since he suffered a stroke.
Because of his stroke, Fetterman's campaign required closed captioning technology for this interview to essentially read our questions as we asked them. In small talk before the interview, without captioning, it wasn't clear he was understanding our conversation. Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job on day one?
Yeah, of course.
This is Pennsylvania Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman's first in-person sit-down interview since a stroke sidelined him from the campaign trail for months.
That auditory processing where I'll hear someone speaking, but sometimes I'll be able to be precise on what exactly that they're saying. I use captioning.
His campaign required that he be allowed to use a transcription program on his computer during our interview.
I always thought I was pretty empathetic, emphatic. I think I was very, empathetic. That's an example of the stroke, empathetic. I always thought I was very empathetic before having a stroke. But now after having that stroke, I really understand, much more kind of the challenges that Americans have day in and day out.
So you say you're on the road to full recovery,
But right now, voters really have to take your word for it. We've asked for your medical records. We've asked to have a conversation with someone from your medical team, to interview your physician. You've declined those requests. Why?
Well, I feel like we have been very transparent in a lot of different ways. When our doctor has already given a letter saying that I'm able to serve and to be running.
I mean, respectfully, that letter from your physician, that was 6 months ago. Don't voters deserve to know your status now?
Being in front of thousands and thousands of people and having interviews and getting around all across Pennsylvania, that gives everybody and the voters decide, if they think that it's really the issue.
Polls show Fetterman's lead is shrinking against Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz. It's now a toss-up race that could determine control of the Senate. Republicans focusing on crime. In particular, Fetterman's votes on the parole board.
Fetterman says he's trying to get as many criminals out of prison as he can,
including votes in favor of paroling convicted murderers.
Are you soft on crime?
Of course not. I'm actually effective on crime, and I believe in second chances, and I've run on that record.
Meanwhile, Fetterman going after Dr. Oz on abortion rights.
Dr. Oz likes to make fun of me that I might miss a word, but he's missed 2 words, and that is a yes or no on the national abortion ban. If you're going to be our next senator, you have to give the answer.
Fetterman told us he is committed to debating Dr. Oz on October 25th, where he will also be using closed captioning.
And you can see more of Dasha's interview coming up on Today.
They're missing you. Blink 182 is getting the band back together for the first time in 7 years.
And past the kids the syrup, well, you hit the sauce. Eggo unveils a boozy new side to waffles.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. Love you too.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off, carry
After 7 years, Blink-182 is saying I miss you and getting the band back together. Tom DeLonge, Mark Hoppus, and Travis Barker are reuniting for a world tour kicking off this spring. The punk rockers also revealed that they will be releasing a new single from their comeback album this Friday. Talk about what's my age again, right? Gosh, 23, 25 years since they blew up.
They are just babies in that video. That says it all, too.
Wow.
All right, it looks like we have the official drink of the fall season thanks to these two stars from HBO's House of the Dragon.
What's your drink of choice?
A Negroni.
I was going to say the same thing.
Spagliato. With Prosecco in it.
Oh, stunning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually really fond, as in my old age, a martini, a gin martini with a twist. I think it's very elegant. Gets me really pissed. I only did 2, then I feel sick.
Cheers to that. Forget about the Aperol Spritz or the espresso martinis. This video has blown up on TikTok with over 1 million likes and nearly 20,000 users reposting their own versions. So it's the same as a regular Negroni. 1.5 ounces sweet vermouth, 1.5 ounce of Campari, but you swap it out for gin and use Prosecco instead. That's the Spagliato. So cheers to all of it. You can't go wrong. I'm not a gin person either, so I'm all about switching it out to some Prosecco and vodka.
And that was just a public service announcement there showing the recipe. Let go my Eggnog. Kellogg's has teamed up with Tennessee's Sugarlands Distilling Company to bring a new spin on the holiday drink. The Eggnog Appalachian Sipping Cream is 40 proof. It has flavors of churned cream, rum, cinnamon, and nutmeg. Sugarland suggests pairing it with a perfectly toasted Eggo waffle.
Yeah, here's bottoms up in that segment right there.
Cheers.
Michelle is next, tracking a wicked October cold front.
And the fur flies as the winner of the Fat Bear Week is announced. Who tipped the scales this year?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back on this Wednesday. The temperature extremes continue out ahead of the cold front. We are looking at temperatures in the 80s in some spots near 90 degrees. In Little Rock, that's 11 degrees above normal for this time of year. In the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, you are warm. Back behind this front, a big difference from yesterday. It's cold, it's blustery. We're looking at temperatures in the 40s in spots. We'll be right back.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Look, if Eden, Oregon is anything like Cabot Cove, Maine, people don't have much to say to strangers. But a bereaved sister, Mary Rose, if they had reason to try it once, they might try it again. And we can't have that now, can we?
The iconic Angela Lansbury died Tuesday, 5 days before her 97th birthday. She's best known for her starring role on Murder, She Wrote, but she also leaves behind a legendary legacy in Hollywood and on Broadway. Lansbury won 5 Tony Awards for various roles in plays and musicals. And in addition to the 12 seasons of Murder, She Wrote, she also voiced Mrs. Potts in Disney's Beauty and the Beast. Star of stage and screen, Angela Lansbury was 96 years old.
There is a new champion stomping among us this morning, weighing in at about 1,400 pounds. 747 is the winner of Explore.org's Fat Bear Week. Yasmin Vasogian takes us behind the scenes of the competition.
2,200 brown bears live in Alaska's Katmai National Park, many spending their summers gorging on salmon. Thanks to well-placed webcams, park rangers and bear lovers can watch the bears catching their dinner. While studying the bears in 2014, Katmai Park Ranger Mike Fitz had an idea.
I thought, hey, wouldn't it be fun to host an event where people get to choose who they thought was the fattest and most successful bear of the year.
And Fat Bear Week was born. It's a bracket-style competition where anyone can vote online for the bear they think's the biggest.
Bears need to get fat to survive.
They really balloon in size, doubling their body weight, preparing to hibernate for the winter. Many of the bears come back to Brooks River year after year. The salmon there are a reliable and crucial food source.
We get to see them raising their cubs. We get to see those bears eventually growing up and having their own cubs.
And participation in Fat Bear Week has grown almost as fast as the bears. Only 1,700 votes were cast in 2014, and just last year, 800,000. But it's not just about picking a winner. The competition increases awareness about preserving the bear's habitat and food source.
More people are aware of Katmai National Park. They're aware of the brown bears. They're aware of the salmon that the brown bears depend upon.
Thanks to Yasmin for that report. It's so cool to see the whole story behind it, how it happened.
Yeah, it sure is. Those images, too, incredible. Continuing our celebration of the biggest, a rookie farmer in West Virginia is putting his big gourd pants on after breaking several state records for his giant crops. Ryan Cook carved out the world record for growing the most number of large varieties at a time, 36 produce. He said his next goal is to harvest 3 pumpkins totaling over 4,000 pounds. Thanks for waking up with us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Chaos in the city of Angels as crowd demands resignations from the Los Angeles City Council in the wake of leaked recordings of racist remarks.
This morning, Ukraine's president is requesting more air defenses from the G7 after Russia increased missile strikes across multiple cities.
An NBC News exclusive report on human trafficking and operations that sell marijuana and a major crackdown.
We will look back at the incredible life of Hollywood legend Angela Lansbury, who died at the age of 96.
And gamers, this is for you. Would you pay $1,500 for Meta's new Quest Pro VR headset? Early today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Breaking overnight, an outraged crowd interrupted a meeting at a Los Angeles City Hall demanding the immediate resignations of 3 Latino city council members after audio of racist remarks surfaced earlier this week. The raucous group delayed the beginning of the meeting, chanting "Resign now" and "Not one more day." This is all directed at Nuri Martinez, Kevin De Leon, and Gil Cedillo. They have all apologized for their roles in the audio that was secretly recorded at a meeting last year.
Martinez has resigned as council president and announced she's taking a leave of absence from the council, according to NBC Los Angeles. In the leaked comments, Martinez likened the black son of council member Mike Bonin, who was 2 at the time, to an animal, among other racist remarks. During Tuesday's meeting, Mike Bonin expressed his anger.
That makes my soul bleed, and it makes my temper burn. Asking for forgiveness is a good first step, but, well, it's a second step, because first you must resign and then ask for forgiveness.
The White House press secretary said President Biden thinks they all should resign, adding that the language used and tolerated is unacceptable and appalling.
Also breaking, the former San Antonio officer who shot a teenager in a McDonald's parking lot has turned himself into authorities. James Brennan has been arrested and now faces 2 counts of aggravated assault because a passenger was in the car. He was fired from the force 2 days after the October 2nd shooting of Eric Cantu. We do want to warn you, the video is disturbing. The 17-year-old was sitting in his car eating when James Brennan opened his door and ordered him out of the car. The teen started to reverse the car, and that's when the officer opened fire 5 times. Brennan says he was responding to an unrelated disturbance call when he saw the teen's car and believed that the car was stolen. The teen is in the hospital in critical condition. If he dies, Brennan's charges could change.
Now to a daycare scare in Pennsylvania, where over 24 children and 5 teachers were hospitalized after being exposed to carbon monoxide. NBC's Emily Akeda has the details.
Wrapped in blankets and wheeled on stretchers, this was the scene at a Pennsylvania daycare.
We have a CO issue in this building.
Staff at Happy Smiles Learning Center in Allentown first called 911 when a child mysteriously became unconscious.
All of a sudden, he just collapsed. They tried to bring him back, but he was just not responding.
Emergency crews arrived a short time later.
They got the meters and quickly realized we had high levels of CO in the atmosphere. Immediately evacuated everyone from the structure.
27 children and 5 adults were taken to hospitals with carbon monoxide poisoning, according to officials. The utility company says the leak was caused by a malfunctioning heating unit and blocked venting system. The daycare did not have carbon monoxide detectors. The director says she had started to make calls about installing them to comply with a city ordinance going into effect later this month, requiring such monitors in daycares.
It's shocking that its timing is like this.
Allentown's mayor says he's grateful this reminder to get or check your carbon monoxide detector didn't come at a steeper cost, confirming everyone is in stable condition.
Our thanks to Emily for that report.
Turning now to Ukraine, where a fresh round of Russian missiles struck several parts of the country, including where civilians live. G7 leaders holding an emergency meeting, vowing to continue to help the war-torn nation as long as it takes. During the meeting, Ukrainian President Zelensky renewing his pleas for more air defense systems to thwart the attacks. NBC's Richard Engel is on the ground with more.
For a second straight day, Russia escalated its war to conquer Ukraine with new missile strikes, including on this building in Zaporizhia. It came just hours before the emergency meeting of the G7, where Ukraine's President Zelensky had one main request: more air defenses. Zelensky saying if Ukraine gets them, Russian missile strikes will cease to work. It follows Russia's strikes on Monday, hitting civilian areas with dozens of long-range cruise missiles and drones on a scale not seen since the initial invasion nearly a year ago. A college student was filming a video message in a park in Kyiv when first she heard the sound of incoming. Then a missile exploded nearby. In Lviv, a dash camera caught a Russian missile striking a power station, causing blackouts in parts of the city. Russia attacked at least 12 districts, according to Ukrainian officials, several for the first time in months. Moscow says its latest barrage is retaliation after this weekend's attack on the only bridge linking the Russian mainland to occupied Crimea. Russian media say Ukrainian intelligence detonated a truck bomb and damaged the bridge. Without directly claiming credit, Ukrainians are reveling in the attack, issuing a stamp within hours of the blast, which soon became street art, celebrating President Putin's beloved bridge in flames.
Thanks to Richard for that report.
The Labor Department has released a plan that could change what it means to be a gig worker. Shares of Uber and Lyft dropped by more than 10% after the release of the new proposal. It would pave the way for people who work for companies like those to be classified as employees instead of independent contractors. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from Washington, D.C. And Bree, this plan is seen as a major threat to some of these companies. Explain why.
Well, good morning, Francis. Well, this proposal essentially lowers the bar on when it comes to determining whether or not a gig worker should be classified as an employee. Now, companies are required to provide benefits and protections to employees that they don't have to give to independent contractors. The Labor Department says misclassification deprives workers of basic rights, including minimum wage and overtime pay. And it's a problem that spans many industries like home care, construction, and delivery services. Uber and Lyft have fought similar efforts at the state level, arguing that these rules might force them to change their business models. Uber reacted to this new proposal by saying it's crucial the Biden administration continues to hear from the more than 50 million people who have found an earning opportunity with companies like ours. And Lyft said a similar approach was taken during the Obama administration and did not result in a reclassification of drivers. Now, the plan will now go through a review process, including a 45-day window for public comments. Francis?
Okay, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
Let's turn now to a major win for NASA, and frankly, a major win for all of us living on planet Earth. The results are in from the DART mission, and it was a smashing success. The spacecraft that crashed into an asteroid last month was able to change the path of the space rock. NASA had hoped the collision would slow the asteroid's orbit by about 10 minutes, but it actually slowed it by 32 minutes. NASA hopes this method could one day be used to divert a meteor on a collision course with Earth. But thankfully, there are no imminent threats being tracked right now.
The acting world is remembering the iconic Angela Lansbury, who died days before her 97th birthday.
Look, if Eden, Oregon is anything like Cabot Cove, Maine, people don't have much to say to strangers. But a bereaved sister, Mary Rose, if they had reason to try it once, they might try it again. And we can't have that now, can we? This drug case of yours.
She may be best known for her starring role in Murder, She Wrote, but she leaves behind a legendary legacy in Hollywood and on Broadway. Lansbury won 5 Tony Awards for various roles in plays and musicals. And in addition to 12 seasons of Murder, She Wrote, she voiced Mrs. Potts in Disney's Beauty and the Beast. The beloved Angela Lansbury was 96 years old.
All right, let's turn now to our midweek weather with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. We are watching a strong cold front today that's bringing showers and storms. Some could be strong and severe throughout portions of the Midwest into the Ohio Valley. We're seeing that this morning. Some heavy rain falling in portions of Kansas, Iowa, into Missouri, even into Wisconsin and Minnesota as well. Where you see these brighter colors, that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain falling. Seeing some lightning too, hearing the thunder out there this morning. This cold front's going to advance to the east as we head throughout this Wednesday Wednesday and then into the Northeast by Thursday. So we're in for a couple stormy days as we head throughout the next couple of days. Also looking at the chance for some flash flooding in spots, especially throughout New England tomorrow, where you see those darker colors once again. Those would be the highest amounts. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, big difference from yesterday in portions of the northern plains, the Midwest, about 20, 30 degrees warmer, cooler in some spots. It's windy, too. Feeling still summer-like in the south. Temperatures in the 90s in Texas, 92 in Dallas, 93 in San Antonio. All right, big temperature extremes today. Feeling like summer-like in some spots, feeling very chilly in others. We'll talk more about that coming up.
What a swing. All right, Michelle, thank you. When it comes to the battle of the sexes, women may have a new edge. According to a new study, men are aging faster than women. Researchers found that men in their 50s are biologically 4 years older than their female counterparts. Scientists tracked the ages of over 2,200 twins, including 150 who were brother and sister. And they found that the age gap widens as you get older. In the U.S., the life expectancy for women is 81, while for men, it's 77.
Oh, that sounds about right. Baseball playoffs swing into action with the biggest hit of the postseason so far.
And we're back in a minute with our exclusive interview on California's big crackdown on human trafficking in the marijuana market.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Now to an update on an NBC News exclusive we brought you last month on human trafficking in the marijuana market. California's Attorney General announced that he is launching a major crackdown, and he spoke exclusively with Jacob Soboroff.
A major policy shift from California State Attorney General Rob Bonta, announcing he'll now be pursuing the eradication of illegal marijuana grows year-round, with an emphasis on investigating and prosecuting human trafficking cases and bringing justice to victims. It's a reflection, Bonta says, of the new realities his office is confronting.
Right now, the illicit marketplace is bigger than the regulated marketplace. We are hearing from our local law enforcement partners, and our own intelligence tells us that human trafficking is a significant part of the illicit marketplace for cannabis in California.
Sheriff's Department search warrant! And that's exactly what we've seen firsthand. NBC News met 9 Chinese workers during a raid of an illegal cannabis farm in San Bernardino, California, who, by all indications, were trafficking victims. Despite, they say, being promised a lucrative opportunity, they told us they'd not been paid and were living in squalor.
The person or people who brought you here, did they tell you the truth about what you were coming to do?
No, they didn't tell her that. If they told her it would be like this, she wouldn't have come.
As you know, it's extraordinarily difficult to get victims of human trafficking to come forward. Is this policy change going to help victims of human trafficking who are exploited at marijuana grows to come forward?
Absolutely. It's a focal point of our new initiative. We know how to support victims, how to liberate them from their abusers, how to provide them with justice.
This more sophisticated approach, which will also target environmental crime at grow sites, aims to open investigations to take down the international criminal organizations responsible.
These illicit cannabis grows often do have a transnational component, whether it be of Chinese influence or other countries.
But the challenge of getting victims to cooperate remains.
I wonder if you have a message to the victims of human trafficking who we met in San Bernardino, who were afraid to come forward.
It's simple. We care about you. We support you. The human traffickers who violated the law and committed crimes and abused you and turned you into victims, that they're held accountable and brought to justice under the full extent of the law and the full authority of my office.
An acknowledgement by California's top cop of an evolving illicit marketplace with workers toiling in the shadows. And now, a new push for justice. Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
Step up to the plate for your playoff highlights as the MLB postseason heats up.
And our sky-high prices starting to let up. The key inflation numbers to watch for today.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay? We have this circle of women that love each other. I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
In to try to close it on a Tuesday.
Alvarez launches deep right field, and this one is gone.
That is Air Jordan Alvarez with a walk-off home run to the upper deck with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. The biggest hit of the postseason so far. Down by 4 runs late, the Astros come all the way back to beat the Mariners 8-7. Over in L.A., Trey Turner put the Dodgers on the board with a first-inning home run. That would set the tone for L.A. They survived a 5th-inning rally by the Padres. They hold on to a 5-3 win. In the Bronx, Harrison Bader's first home run as a Yankee could not have come at a better time. He tied up the game, and then Anthony Rizzo's two-run blast in the sixth gave New York some breathing room. The Yankees knock off the Guardians 4-1. And the Braves' quest to repeat as champions hit a roadblock as the Phillies rattled Max Fried early and then withstood a late comeback by Atlanta to stun the defending champs 7-6.
Now to Wall Street, where investors are closely watching today's new inflation report and some guidance from the Fed on what they'll do next regarding interest rates. Joining us now is CNBC's Aribe Gumide. Good morning, Aribe.
Yeah, good morning then, Francis. So certainly markets are heading a little bit lower than this morning. So yeah, a bit of a downbeat day. Futures do look to be headed low. We saw 5 days of negative markets then, particularly out in Wall Street. We saw that going down for a 5th day in a row, even though we saw some gains initially. That had filtered down, and all of this coming ahead of that inflation number, the PPI data we are expecting later today. According to the Dow Jones, we are expecting that number to hit around 0.2%, interestingly enough, and that will, of course, set the sentiments around where inflation for producers certainly is and will be. Interesting to note, of course, we have heard from Joe Biden saying that we don't necessarily see a recession happening, and if it does, it'll be very slight at this time. We also expect the Fed minutes, so the last meeting that they had and what the minutes of that will be. Jay Powell indeed saying that they would continue to hike even though it may hurt. On the other side, Facebook has also released their new VR headset. It is called the Meta Quest Pro. Interestingly enough, Microsoft has decided to team up with them, and they will give VR users the ability to access Microsoft Teams with regards to these headsets. It is costing $1,500 though, so that's going to still hurt. That's about $1,100 more than the previous headset.
Start saving up for those holiday presents if that's what you want on your list. Thank you.
Wow, virtual business meetings though, huh?
I appreciate it.
All right, Michelle, she's keeping an eye on the frigid fall temperatures next.
And still to come, the Dodger baseball legend going out in style after this playoff run, the broadcast legacy he's leaving behind.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Wednesday. We're looking really warm weather ahead of a cold front that's moving through. So temperatures in the 70s and 80s. Little Rock today near 90 degrees. That's 11 degrees above normal for this time of year. Blustery and chilly back behind this front. Yesterday, Minneapolis, you are 80 degrees. Today, 50 degrees. We'll be right back.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For countless fans, he's the voice of Dodger baseball. Jaime Jarrín is hanging up his headset after 64 seasons. Gary Schwartz has more.
Watson no tiene hits en 4 turnos al bate. Steve Howe está listo.
Imagine listening to the excitement of a baseball game in another language, not understanding all the words.
Está sacando batazo elevado al jardín central.
But feeling its electricity.
Espera, 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 y los Dodgers son campeones mundiales.
And that is exactly what Jaime Jarrín felt when he moved here from Ecuador and went to his first Dodgers game in 1958.
And I have never seen 80,000 people in one place. And the roar of the people really shook me up. And I said, my goodness, this is baseball.
And over the next 64 years, listeners all over grew to love the sound of Jaime Jarrín's voice explaining America's favorite pastime to a Spanish-speaking audience when the Dodgers offered him a job calling games above home plate.
Jaime, what kind of change have you seen when it comes to the fans from when you started to today?
At the beginning, you know, most Latinos will go to the bleachers there, right field or left field. But now I see Latinos everywhere.
In fact, when he first started, only 8% of Dodger fans were Latino. And now every other fan that comes into Dodger Stadium is Hispanic. And then came the season when the man with the golden voice met a pitcher from Mexico with a screwball for the ages, Fernando Valenzuela.
He was the magic arm, but you were the magic voice.
Well, I helped him, and also he helped me.
Suddenly, Fernando Mania swept the country, and they would find themselves bringing Spanish and the MLB closer than ever before.
And we saw so many extra Latinos coming to the ballpark.
This month, familiar faces like Valenzuela, Yasiel Puig, and Hollywood icons like Edward James Olmos paid tribute to Jarrín.
Y vamos a despedirlo con un beso.
And while his last day was set to be October 5th, the Dodgers could be headed to the World Series.
You were supposed to retire this weekend. It looks like the Dodgers want to keep you around a little bit longer.
I am like a Rocky Marciano. I am in my corner waiting for the bell to sound for the last round.
He says after that, he'll hang up his headset and focus on raising funds for his foundation.
Oh, yes. It will be work. It will be work, but not baseball. I say that stopping baseball is like closing 64 years of vacation.
A decades-long vacation that so many Spanish-speaking Dodgers fans will surely grow to miss. Gary Schwartz, NBC News.
Like you speak English, you listen to Vince Scully. You speak Spanish, it's Jaime Jarin. Every other Dodger fan is Latino. How about that? Thanks for starting your Wednesday with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Wednesday. See you tomorrow.
Good morning. I'm Gary Schwartz in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, Russia's revenge. Developing news this morning, Ukraine bracing for more attacks after 2 straight days of heavy bombardment by Russia. Now, President Biden is joining other world leaders in renewing a pledge to support Ukraine and condemning threats of nuclear warfare by Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Once you use a nuclear weapon, the mistakes that can be made, the miscalculations, who knows what would happen. It could end in Armageddon.
Plus, breaking overnight, Russia announcing several arrests in connection with this explosion that damaged a strategic bridge in Crimea. We have full coverage this morning. Life or death. This morning, deliberations set to begin in the sentencing phase for the convicted Parkland school shooter. Now, a Florida jury must decide between a life sentence or the death penalty. We'll break down the closing arguments. Dangerous games, a startling new study that might have parents pressing pause on video games. This warning from researchers about the serious side effects on some children's hearts. Finally, a smashing success this morning. NASA celebrating a real mission accomplished. Test results now show that a spacecraft they intentionally crashed into an asteroid successfully shifted its orbit. What scientists are saying about that test mission and why they're confident they're now ready for whatever the universe throws at us. Well, that's a relief.
Yeah. Oof, that was a close one, right?
Yeah. We're so happy to have you with us this morning. I'm happy to have you, even though you're not wearing pink. I'll let you stay.
Excuse me. I mean, I got the memo. I stole this from your desk. It's a little
It's all
purplish.
right. You had to
but
pack. Yeah, whatever. All right, we begin our show this morning with the war in Ukraine. New developments are emerging about Saturday's Crimea bridge explosion, which Russia blames on Ukraine.
Yeah, Russia's security service says 8 people have been detained in connection with the explosion, which it describes as a terrorist attack. Russian investigators say the blast was organized by the main intelligence directorate of Ukraine's Ministry of Defense. A senior Ukrainian official dismissed the findings as, quote, nonsense. That explosion sparked waves of Russian strikes across Ukraine, including the capital of Kyiv, where people there woke up to a 3rd straight day of air raid sirens. At the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, concerns are rising again after the head of the UN nuclear watchdog said the facility lost all external power, which is vital for safety systems. All of that comes as President Biden downplayed the threat of nuclear Armageddon after bringing it up last week. Here's his response on CNN when he was asked if he thought Putin would use nuclear weapons in Ukraine.
Well, I don't think he will, but I think it's irresponsible for him to talk about it. The idea that a world leader of one of the largest nuclear powers in the world says he may use a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine, and the whole point I was making was it could lead to just a horrible outcome. And not because anybody intends to turn it into a world war or anything, but it just, once you use a nuclear weapon, the mistakes that can be made, the miscalculations, who knows what would happen.
NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is with us from Kyiv, and we're also joined by retired Lieutenant General Steph Twitty. Good morning to you both. I want to start off with you, Cal. Let's just kick things off with the Russia investigation into the Crimea bridge attack. What else is Russia alleging here, and what's been the response from Ukraine?
So the top line is 8 people in custody in Russia, 5 Russian citizens, 3 Ukrainian citizens, according to the Kremlin, which points to what Ukrainians would hope for, which is that this was partly an inside job. Keep in mind, Ukraine has not claimed responsibility for this attack. They have only mocked the Russians for their basically lackluster security around this bridge. It is a tacit, possibly admission that they were involved. This was an obvious target. This is a target that is very important to Vladimir Putin, and it is believed that this is partly what triggered triggered that response of this massive rocket barrage that we've seen in the last 48 hours. The Ukrainian government has called this nonsense. As you said on morning TV, we pushed our team here to reach out directly to the Ukrainian government. They responded to us by saying we're not going to comment on the comments of a terrorist group. That is, they're calling the Russians terrorists. So they are not commenting on this investigation, and they believe that it is a sham investigation, Gotti.
Lieutenant General Twitty, let me bring you in here. We just played some of that CNN interview with the president. I want to bring up something else that was said there. The president called Putin a, quote, rational actor who has miscalculated. What do you make of those comments? Do you agree? And what have you made of Russia's response to that Crimea bridge blast?
Well, we don't know whether he's rational or irrational, but here's what we do know, that President Putin on several occasions have saber-rattling his nuclear capability. So it should be cause for concern. Anytime someone saber-rattles nuclear attack should be cause for concern, not only from a U.S. perspective, but from around the world. And so we should be concerned about it, but we should not be deterred in supporting the Ukrainians and supporting this fight.
Now, Cal, what's the situation like on the ground where you're at right now? Just a couple of days after those strikes, I know you've been seeing those throughout the night. So what are the latest reports coming in from other parts of the country, particularly Zaporizhia? All eyes are on that nuclear power plant right now.
Absolutely. So we can start with the plant, and we've had comments from the IAEA in just the last couple of hours, the Director General tweeting that they are deeply concerned about the situation. Basically, the power lines running to the plant have been cut off. You have to have power running to this plant, or you cannot cool the nuclear rods. If you can't cool those nuclear rods, you can have a meltdown. So what's happened is the power is now being provided by generators. The generators can last for 10 days. They run on diesel fuel. The problem is the Russians are stopping any more diesel from getting to that plant, so you're basically on a countdown to which the battery power would kick in. It is of concern here to everybody around the country because you have this nuclear saber rattling from Putin about a possible nuclear weapon, but you also have this, which is basically the same kind of saber rattling. If this plant melts down, it would cause obvious death and destruction across the country. Very quickly, also in this area of the country to the south, in and around Kherson, the Ukrainian military is making more gains. This is of major concern, obviously, to the Russian military as they're being pushed back, and would help explain again why we have this incoming rocket fire in the rest of the country, guys.
So, Lieutenant General Twitty, if this is to continue, this air attack from Russia, I want to ask you about what could potentially help here. Now, the G7 says generally it will support Ukraine for as long as it takes. We did hear yesterday President Zelensky calling on the West to provide specifically more air defense capabilities. And we know in the first part of this attack, they said about half of what was sent their way was stopped by this air help, this air defense capability, which it looks like the U.S. and Germany are providing more. Do you think these systems, are they different to anything that's been supplied before? Are they different to what Ukraine has and what we saw in effect a couple days ago? How effective are they also in defending against these types of attacks?
Absolutely. I have a lot of experience with the air defense systems. The Germans are sending in what's called the IRIS-T system. It's a highly capable system. It, in fact, one system can pretty much protect the city of Kyiv. And the U.S., they're getting behind sending more Stinger missiles and other capability to support the Ukrainians as well. And I think, there's going to be a meeting between Secretary Austin and other contributor nations here in the coming days, where they will pledge also additional air defense systems. But what they really need is what's called an air defense umbrella around the entire country of Kyiv to stop most of these missiles from coming in. And so they're going to need significant amount of air defense systems in order to protect the entire country of Ukraine. And I think the nations will get behind that.
A lot to look out for. Cal, Lieutenant General, thank you to both.
And now to the legal battle unfolding over the search of Mar-a-Lago. The Justice Department has responded to former President Trump's petition for the Supreme Court to weigh in on the documents seized during the federal search of the estate. The Department of Justice has asked the Supreme Court to reject Trump's request to allow a special master to review those classified documents. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now from Washington with the latest. Hey, Ryan, always great to see you. So walk us through here what the response has been from the Justice Department. What's their argument?
Sure. So the Justice Department is essentially pointing out that these documents, there's no plausible claim that these documents that Donald Trump has any interest in these documents as his own documents. They're just basically plainly on the face, not his documents. They have the illegal classifications up top. So because of those illegal classifications, those legal markings, those classification markings, there's no way that these documents belong to Donald Trump. They are plainly government documents, and that they're basically asking the Supreme Court not to step in on Trump's behalf here, as Trump has requested.
So what happens next in this case? I mean, how does this play out in the Supreme Court?
So the Supreme Court could come back at any time and give an answer on this. You know, it would be unusual for them to step into this matter just because of how plainly the 11th Circuit decision came down. It was 2 Trump appointees on that case, and it was a pretty strong opinion that came out and basically laid out the idea that there is no plausible reason to hold back the investigation into these limited set of classified documents because there just wasn't any purported really claim of personal property ownership from Trump because they had these classification markings on there. There's no question these are government documents, unlike some of the other documents that were seized, which maybe Donald Trump has some personal claims to because there were so many documents seized, more than 11,000 in total from Mar-a-Lago. But in terms of this more narrow set of documents, which is what the Justice Department had focused on in its request for a stay in the matter of the special master. They had focused on these 100 classified documents that amounted to more than hundreds of pages of classified materials, and said that that's what they really need to be able to focus on for national security purposes to keep this investigation running, while still appealing more broadly the questions about the more than 11,000 documents that were seized from Mar-a-Lago altogether.
So, Ryan, let's talk about how a decision from the court could impact the Justice Department's investigation. I mean, will they still have access to these 11,000 records seized by the FBI if the court does rule for Trump?
So the 11,000 documents are actually sort of a matter. The Justice Department is still appealing the ruling on that, saying that there doesn't really need to be a special master to review those 11,000 documents, but they really wanted to prioritize these 100 classified documents, which amounted to hundreds of pages, because they were essential to the ongoing investigation, and they were essential to the national security review that the Justice Department was engaged in to determine whether or not there was any national security risk because those documents had been held at Mar-a-Lago. Although the Justice Department disagrees with the ruling appointing a special master in this matter, they said that that broader question could be appealed on sort of a slower basis. The priority that they wanted to set in place was making sure that they had access to those 100 classified records, which as of now they do.
Ryan Riley, as always, thanks for your reporting here.
And turning now to the latest from the campaign trail, and this one's a little counterintuitive. This morning, we're taking a closer look at the Americans who are choosing not to vote this year and how they could ultimately decide the outcome of some of the most important midterm races. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Milwaukee with more on the power this group could have in November. Shaq, good morning.
Good morning, Gotti. Well, we often talk about elections in terms of those voting blocks. We've heard the terms of 4: working class white voters, suburban women voters, for example. But this election, we likely already know the largest and potentially most powerful voting block of 2022. It's those who came out 2 years ago in the presidential and are deciding to stay home this time around. We look into the power of the midterm election non-voter.
23-year-old Jake Hart will likely join the largest voting block of 2022.
Honestly, I didn't realize the midterm elections were coming up.
A mechanic and registered voter in Battleground, Wisconsin, 2 years ago casting his very first ballot only after seeing protests outside of a Biden campaign event in his small rural city. But in this year's midterm elections, he might stay home.
Do you plan on voting in November?
I would like to, but I can't guarantee that answer right now. I would like to learn a little bit more, but I really don't have the time.
Since 2000, 60% of eligible Americans cast a presidential ballot on average. During congressional midterm years, average turnout drops dramatically to just 42%. A majority, about 150 million Americans, remaining silent in our representative democracy.
Do you plan on voting in November? No. Why not? I don't want to.
I want to be an informed voter, and I don't always feel like I am, because the commercials don't help with that.
A 2020 Knight Foundation study of some 12,000 so-called chronic non-voters shows the group tilts only slightly toward Democrats, but includes more women and minorities, is younger, and has lower income levels than active voters.
Do you plan on voting in November?
Not necessarily. I don't see the direct effect that it has on the community that I live in.
Mujahid Green says he participates in presidential races to please his mother and grandparents who fought for his right, but he usually skips midterm years.
So my sister gave me the sign to promote.
His sister Tynetta recently helped lead a car parade through Milwaukee to register and activate voters.
It's harder now for me to convince people that it's important to vote when they see the decline in our community.
It's definitely easy to vote, you know. It's just when you check that box, man, it's just you really walk away feeling like nothing is going to change.
Non-voting citizens, a group that's large and powerful but not immovable. Our latest NBC News poll showing voter enthusiasm 2 months ahead of the midterms is at an all-time high.
You said you didn't vote in 2020,
No.
but you plan to vote this time around.
Yes.
What has shifted?
Being older, seeing how everything really impacts me.
Now, going back to that study, that Knight Foundation study that was mentioned in the report, potentially alarming note that they have is that the emerging electorate, the Generation Z, they are even less informed and less engaged, according to the study, than traditional voters. So there's something that has to give at this point where you want to have people participating, but so many people saying they just want to stay out of the electoral process, guys.
Fascinating. Shaq, thanks so much.
Yeah, great report, Shaq. Thank you. Now, this morning, there is growing pressure for 3 members of the Los Angeles City Council to resign. Council President Nury Martinez and council members Gil Cedillo and Kevin De Leon were caught in a recorded conversation that included racist comments about a colleague's 2-year-old adopted black son. A White House spokesperson says President Biden believes they should step down, joining a growing chorus of officials calling for their resignations. Yesterday, protesters flooded a city council meeting just hours after Martinez stepped down from her role as city council president and took a leave of absence.
And now to a smashing success for NASA and a first for mankind. The space agency announced Tuesday that it had successfully changed an asteroid's orbit by intentionally crashing a spacecraft onto it last month.
Yeah, NASA said data obtained over the past 2 weeks showed that the DART probe's collision with a what we're calling a small, harmless space rock known as Dimorphos altered its trajectory. But we have NASA astronaut and senior advisor for space programs at the Intrepid Museum, Mike Massimino, with us, who let us know that's actually about the size of a football field.
It's a small football field. A football field is a football field. Doesn't sound so small and harmless
to me, but Mike says so. Okay, this
it's all relative.
Like a really big deal. Walk us through this and put it in context for it. Is it a big deal? Could it keep us safe? What's this mean?
Oh, yeah, it certainly is. Right now, it appears to be a success, right? So the data that first came in was that they were able to change the orbit of this rock, this asteroid, about the size of, you said, about this football field. So this is the kind of thing that wouldn't take out the whole planet, but certainly could do a lot of damage and hurt a lot of people and cost a lot of money, and this is not a good thing. But it's not coming toward us. This was this is far enough away from us. It's not going to, nothing is heading our direction. And they were able to alter the trajectory, the orbit of this thing. They wanted to change the orbit by about 10 minutes at least, and they changed it by about 32 minutes. So and that part of it is a success, so it's a success for sure. But now they're trying to understand why and what else happened to it. And there's a lot of other interesting things to look at here.
So we're talking about, it would not just miss us by a mile, it'd miss us by a long shot, right? If something was headed our way.
Yeah, if something was headed our way, they would have to look into what they would do exactly, and that's why they're still studying this. They were able to change the timing of it, and they changed its orbit. That's great. They're also looking into how that happened. It wasn't just the impact of this, say, golf cart-sized spacecraft hitting this football stadium-sized object. Wow. It was, that gave it a good nudge at 14,000 miles an hour, but also the ejecta that came out of it. So a lot of rocks and dust was kicked up when it smashed into this thing, and that also helped propel it. And so they were able to see the timing change with optical telescopes, that they could actually see it from the ground, and also radar telescopes so they could collect data. And now they're using the Hubble Space Telescope and other methods to look at this ejecta blanket, this comet tail. It looks like a comet tail coming out of it. That is 6,000 miles long.
Wow.
Right? So that's a long tail, and it's split in two. So they're studying that right now as well.
So here's a question. Doomsday scenario. Somehow it's coming from a blind spot. We've got like a day, 2 days, 3 days to respond right now. Do we have anything up there that's similar to what we crashed onto this last asteroid?
Yeah, can we stop that?
To be able to nudge something else?
Okay, so hopefully that doesn't happen. So then one of the next things they're going to try to do is try to detect these objects a little bit better. Even though that sounds really big, relatively speaking, space is really large, and that's kind of small for an object to find it. So they want to detect these things more than these 2 days, right? So way in the future, they can predict these things. Hopefully they have to get better at detection. But I always think, to answer your question, maybe not, for anything that we might have headed our way, I think that we would definitely try to do something. Right. So I think, but it's not. Oh, we've got 2 days left. That's not good. Exactly. But I think we would try to do something. We would go down swinging, right? I think that would definitely happen. Because that's not a good scenario. I think what we're trying to do here. I would love
to see a bunch of these things up in space, like just ready to go in case.
Yeah. Well, that might. That's what they're trying to figure out. I think we are ahead of the game on this. I think we're ahead of the game on this one, though. I think it's really, now, the things are headed our way, then nothing that we're looking at this, something it's very interesting. Plus, asteroids are very interesting to study them, what they're made of. There's a whole movement to look at how we could mine them, use their resources, understand them better. So it's not just saving us from them, but it also might be using them for good, for betterment of the world. So it's a very interesting topic.
Taking us to a more peaceful place.
We're in no danger, folks.
Okay.
Don't worry about that. Hopefully we'll find anything headed our way well in advance.
Okay, we will.
All right.
Thank you.
Happy anniversary.
Thanks.
Is that public knowledge?
It is. We haven't gotten to it quite yet this morning.
Oh, sorry.
2 years of Morning News Now today. So we'll get
Congratulations.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Our breaking news reporter in addition to astronaut. All right, now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Michelle, talking about looking up here. What's the weather looking like?
Hi there, guys. Well, we are looking at some showers and some storms. We have a big cold front that's moving through the middle of the nation. It's going to be advancing to the east. So by tomorrow, the Northeast in on some showers and some storms as well. So we're seeing some heavy rain falling right now, seeing some lightning too throughout portions of Missouri, also Kansas, hearing that thunder this morning. Where you see the brighter colors, that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain, and that's going to advance towards the east. So we have two kind of dreary days from the Midwest to the Ohio Valley into the Northeast tomorrow. So the wider view here showing us where that cold front is. It's going to head to the east, and we're looking at 2 to 4 inches of rain tomorrow into portions of the Northeast. Today into tonight, we're looking at the chance for severe weather. That means strong to severe storms, meaning we could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some small hail also. The chance of a few tornadoes. Where you see the yellow here, that's the likeliest spot. So Memphis, Greenville, Florence, but really the green, you could see those strong storms as well. So it's anywhere from portions of the southern plains into the Ohio Valley. Then as we look towards tomorrow, again, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, where you see this green. Small hail once again. We could see a few brief spin-ups as well. We're going to see some winds clashing as we go throughout tomorrow. That includes Scranton, Philadelphia, D.C., down to Richmond, and we're going to see that as we go throughout the afternoon hours. Rainfall, that's going to be a problem too. The grounds are still really wet. We're going to add to that. High rainfall rates could lead to some flash flooding, especially where you see these darker colors, so portions of New York, northern New Jersey into Pennsylvania, Vermont, New Hampshire, parts of New England. We could see some really heavy rain. This is to set up the cold front advancing to the east. It's moving through some really warm, humid air. So temperatures in the 70s out ahead of this front. Behind it, such a different story. Minneapolis yesterday, 80 degrees into the low 50s today. So it's a blustery breeze behind this cold front. Downpours tomorrow into the Northeast. Localized flash flooding is possible. And then we're going to see this front kind of getting hung up in the New England area. So we could see the greatest amounts there up to 4 inches in some spots as we head towards Friday. Back to you guys.
All right, love, when we're talking about Friday on Wednesday. Michelle, thank you so much. We'll see you in just a little bit. And coming up on Morning News Now, Deliberation Day. We have the latest as a Florida jury set to decide the fate of convicted Parkland shooter Nicholas Cruz.
Plus, charges dropped in the high-profile murder case of Anad Syed, officially a free man. We'll be right back.
indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Morning, Al. Morning, Al. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us. We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. Deliberations will begin this morning in the sentencing phase of the convicted Parkland shooter. In court arguments yesterday, prosecutors recommended the death penalty. NBC News correspondent Kerry Sanders has more.
Gotti, Savannah, it will require a majority for the jury today when they begin deliberating to determine whether there is going to be a death sentence here for Nicholas Cruz, or if just one person believes it should be life in prison, then it'll be that. Nicholas Cruz, 4 years ago on Valentine's Day, according to prosecutors, premeditated, planned, and with a depraved indifference for life, went to that school and began shooting. The carnage left 17 students and faculty dead, as well as 17 others attempted murder. And of course, victims by, well, even those who were just at the campus that day running for their lives. This is what the prosecution had to say as to why there should be a death sentence.
He murdered 17. He wounded another 17, and he was trying for more. So there's no question that that aggravating factor has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt.
The defense believes otherwise.
Sentencing Nicholas Cruz to life is the right thing to do. So I now put in your hands his life.
And then there are the victims, those who lost loved ones, those who were shot themselves, who believe that there is only one sense of justice here, but there will never be complete justice because their loved ones are gone.
Why in the world would you want to have this kid among us? I mean, why? It doesn't do me any good, doesn't do anybody any good. He's not remorseful. He has nothing to contribute to this world. So You should leave it.
We have to remember the full measure of the cruelty that was shown to the victims that day. And remember that he wasn't content to stop at the 17.
If the jury comes back with a death sentence in Florida, there is lethal injection, but there is also another method of execution here. If the inmate decides they would like to be put in the electric chair, that option remains today. Gotti, Savannah?
Thank you so much.
Meanwhile, prosecutors in Baltimore are dropping murder charges against Adnan Syed. His case was the focus of the popular podcast Serial. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
Less than a month after Adnan Syed was released from prison, Baltimore prosecutors officially dropped charges against the 41-year-old, who spent more than half his life behind bars for a murder DNA evidence shows he never committed.
I instructed my office to dismiss the criminal case against Adnan Syed following the completion of a second round of touch DNA testing of items that were never tested before.
Officially a free man, Syed was sentenced to life in prison for the 1999 murder of his high school girlfriend, Hae Min Lee. The trial and its now well-documented errors chronicled in the podcast Serial and an HBO documentary. After serving 23 years, last month, a judge approved Syed's release from prison, citing a failure to turn over evidence that could have changed the outcome of his trial. Baltimore prosecutors say the DNA evidence excludes him from the murder and a retrial.
There have been so many ups and downs over the past 23 years, so he is really just taking it all in.
With the case reopened into Lee's murder, her family says there was a rush to dismiss criminal charges, saying in part, all this family ever wanted was answers and a voice.
Syed's attorneys say he's elated and grateful, spending his first full day of freedom with loved ones. He's also pursuing a law degree as his attorneys consider litigation against the county. Back to you.
Miguel, thanks so much.
And now let's get to some international headlines, starting with new details on the official coronation of King Charles.
Yeah, Claudia Lavonga joins us now from Rome for this and more. Good morning, Claudia.
Good morning, guys. Yes, Buckingham Palace has announced that the coronation of King Charles III will take place next year on the 6th of May in Westminster Abbey in London. Now, Charles has automatically essentially become king the moment his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, died. But the coronation is still a very important symbolic celebration of the start of the new reign. Now, Camilla, the Queen Consort, will be by his side and will also be crowned during that celebration. Now, let's go to Japan, where today the country's space agency said a rocket carrying 8 satellites said to be aborted by a self-destruction command 7 minutes after liftoff. The agency said they aborted the flight after they realized the rocket was not able to fly safely and enter a planned orbit. This was the first failed rocket launch in Japan in nearly 20 years. And let's finally head to Australia, where a government agency responsible for promoting tourism revealed their new brand ambassador, a computer-generated kangaroo named Ruby the Roo. The unofficial mascot is part of a global campaign aimed at attracting international travelers to Australia now that it has finally opened up to tourists after being off limit for 2 years due to the pandemic. Now, I said 2 years since the pandemic. Guess also who turns 2 today? You guys. So,
Yes, so many people wishing us happy birthday. Thank you, Claudia. Maybe we should all take a trip to Australia to celebrate.
That is a very
never
good
been.
birthday.
Yeah.
You need to hop to Australia.
Coming up, a new warning for parents about children and anxiety, why experts now say kids as young as 8 should go through mental health screenings.
Also, some new mothers facing a crisis of care, why maternity wards are closing at an alarming rate in rural communities. Next on Morning News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It's time for your weekly checkup. We have new updates on anxiety screenings for all children aged 8 and over.
Yeah, plus why some researchers are saying some video games could trigger potentially lethal heart problems in certain kids.
Yeah, NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now for more on these headlines that you might have missed, and they are important ones. Let's start with these mental health screenings for children. What do parents need to know? Why is this happening? What is it helping find? Read us in.
So this is big, right? We have guidelines now that children as young as 8 should be screened for anxiety, and kids as young as 12 should be screened for depression. And I think this is really coming up because we're seeing that there's rising visits and ER visits for kids for mental health purposes, and there's the whole pandemic making kids' mental health. Being out of school and being out of sports, away from friends, kids have taken a hit in more ways than one. So I think this is important, and all this is really saying is that if you are somebody who's going for a yearly checkup, even if you don't have any symptoms, they are going to screen you for anxiety and depression if you are at that age, or at least they should. And what that really looks like is they're asking you questions. Are you not eating as much? Are you feeling a sense of hopelessness? And they ask you, how often are you having those over the past 2 weeks to really separate kids who may be going through a quick rough patch versus actually having mental health problems.
And those types of questions help them determine that.
Exactly.
Now, one thing a lot of parents are saying today is this headline that some video games may affect some kids and may be dangerous. Is there more to that study? What's at play here?
So it was a study that looked at, kids who had, heart arrhythmias that may have been triggered by video games. Now, to be clear, this is not something that's common. Video games have been around for a while. This is a study of about 22 patients. What they found was that people who have higher risk for congenital issues, meaning they have family history of heart disease or family history of arrhythmias, were more likely to suffer these dangerous events. So the doctor's orders really here are, monitor your kids' gameplay, and remember, it's just a game. It's something I have to remind myself something too when I'm playing. It's just a game. It's going to be okay.
Yeah. So this is kind of a adrenaline or just the high energy, high excitement with somebody that already has a possible pre-existing condition?
That's the hypothesis that the authors put apart, the adrenaline, the rush, everything, all the hormones get released at the same time, just kind of everything mixed together.
Yeah, absolutely. Something to keep an eye on, I suppose, if you know that your child has one of those underlying conditions and they like to play games. Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you so much. Always great to have you on set with us.
Thanks, Doc. And rural communities are struggling to keep the doors open on maternity wards. In one Connecticut town, women now have to drive at least 45 minutes for care. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has more.
I had woken up at around 11:30, and I stood up and I was bleeding very heavily.
During her second pregnancy, Rachel Tuberville's condition became harrowing in just a matter of minutes.
I was experiencing a placental abruption, and my baby was having heart decelerations.
Within an hour of arriving at Sharon Hospital in rural Connecticut, Rachel had an emergency C-section to deliver her son Colin.
I think that being so close to a hospital made it possible for everything to work out the way that it did.
But that care might not be available much longer for expecting mothers in Sharon. The hospital's owner, Nuvance Health, is currently seeking regulatory approval to close the maternity ward. In a statement to NBC News, Nuvance said it has faced continuous financial challenges and low patient volume in the labor and delivery unit. But for most people, that would mean a 45-minute drive to the nearest hospital at least.
Time is of the essence.
Dr. Howard Mortman delivers babies at Sharon Hospital and has a private OB/GYN practice. He was part of Rachel's care team after her pregnancy.
She's another example of if Sharon Hospital isn't there in that proximity, I don't know that Rachel's around. I certainly don't know that her baby's around.
Dr. Mortman also has a more personal connection.
My sister, Gail, she is disabled because of delay in care at her birth. And I said, I'm going to become an obstetrician. I'm going to dedicate myself to preventing what happened to my sister, Gail.
But maternal care has been disappearing from rural communities for more than a decade. In 2004, 898 rural counties did not have hospital obstetrics units. By 2018, an additional 200 rural hospitals were without labor and delivery services, according to researchers.
We're in the midst of a maternal health crisis. The CDC tells us that about 60% of pregnancy-related deaths are preventable.
Experts say rural hospitals in America are more prone to staffing and financial challenges because they serve a higher proportion of low-income families in areas with fewer births.
These vital resources are leaving communities that often need them most.
Back in Connecticut, Sharon Hospital must first get approval from the state to end birthing services. But Connecticut's Office of Health Strategy confirmed to NBC News that they're actively investigating whether Sharon Hospital illegally terminated its birthing services without a state-required certificate of need. In a statement, Nuvance Health said that Sharon Hospital was committed to working with OHS and that they have closely followed the process required. But as we await a decision from OHS, the labor and delivery unit remains fully open and operational. 4 years later, Rachel says she and her son are both perfectly healthy.
To me, it's scary to think about what could have happened with that extra hour added onto an already very scary situation. I don't really know what would have happened.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. And we should also mention that the U.S. has the highest rate of maternal mortality among all high-income countries. In regard to Sharon Hospital, the next step in the process is a public hearing scheduled to take place in October. And coming up, she is blazing a trail in the marijuana industry.
Up next in our latest edition of Women Mean Business, I'll introduce you to the woman behind the first woman-owned and operated medical marijuana company in New York. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back. And today in our Women Mean Business series, we're introducing you to Amy Peckham.
That's right. She runs the only women-owned and operated medical marijuana company in New York. And this business is truly a family affair. Here's her story.
As a former paralegal and a stay-at-home mom, Amy Peckham never gave medical marijuana a second thought until a doctor recommended it as a way to help ease her mother's symptoms from ALS, or Lou Gehrig's disease. Her mother ultimately chose other forms of treatment, but after her passing, Peckham became invested in improving patients' quality of life. In 2015, together with her daughters, Peckham launched Etain, New York's only family-run, women-owned and operated medical cannabis company. Named after a heroine in Irish mythology who persevered, Peckham hopes the company shows the same spirit. Now Peckham and her daughters are set to embark on a new chapter in their business, forging a path for women in the male-dominated recreational cannabis industry. Amy Peckham is a woman who means business.
And Amy joins us now. Amy, great to have you with us. Thanks so much for joining us early this morning. So first, I just want to start with the fact that you started this company with your two daughters. Talk about how important it was to kind of keep this all in the family.
Oh, it's essential, and our brand represents not just wellness, but inclusion and as you said, perseverance. We began this mission and started into the research after my mother had died, and it just came together that both Keely and Hillary graduated in 2014, and Hillary challenged me after graduation to do something I believed in, and every day we fought to figure out how could we be part of changing the world and bringing really safe product to New Yorkers.
Isn't that nice? Your daughter gave you the little push you needed. That's just so sweet.
Every day.
The other thing that you've done that I think is pretty neat, I mean, no matter what industry, just to do this, is that the majority of your company's employees are women. Why was it important to you? Was that a specific thing that you purposely were trying to hire for? Because, you know, this is a predominantly male field. What was this like to have this predominantly female workforce?
Well, that was one of the first parts of the mission, is when Hillary challenged me, how are you going to do this? It's a great idea, but how are you going to execute? And it was important to me, having been a stay-at-home mom for 20 years, that there was a path for other women, and to demonstrate that there would be a path for other women, that just because you were in one business, childcare in my instance, didn't mean you couldn't reform yourself into a new business. So we took that challenge, and I found a group called Women Grow. And with Hillary, we helped found the New York chapter of Women Grow. And we found the support of other women, and it just came organically into a very strong platform, and we've become known for supporting all minority businesses in the industry.
Hillary sounds like a smart cookie, so isn't that fun that you get to work with her? As viewers might have heard in that little story that ran right before this, so you are entering this new chapter, recreational. I'm wondering, just tell me about some of the challenges there, because, you know, obviously there's not federal legislation for marijuana, which makes it sort of difficult. I've done a lot of stories about what these businesses are like across the country, female-founded or not. What's that been like?
Right. The medical programs, one of the things I got behind with the New York program was it demanded the highest quality. And I have to say, not just in the country, but like in the world, absolutely clean, sterile product. And the time from 2015 to today has been transformative. I think what my girls put together was one of the very first vape pens that had nothing but just cannabis, no additives, a very clean product. And making those changes has been really transformative for the public and for public safety.
Mm-hmm. All right, before I let you go, we like to ask our women who mean business for just a little piece of advice. A young woman maybe who wants to start a company, maybe sees what you're doing in a field that might be tough to kind of get into, especially, as I mentioned, with such confusing laws, this patchwork across the country. What would your career advice be to a young woman watching right now?
You need to find a support network, and it's up to you to make that support network. And you have to do your research into your industry. And the more people you ask to help and get advice from, the better your chances.
There you go. That is great, great advice to better your chances. Amy Peckham, thank you so much, and good luck. And Sony, tell your daughters also congrats and good luck. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah. Okay. Bye now.
Bye.
Mother-daughter duos.
I know.
I mean, unstoppable.
That's so sweet how many times she said her daughter's name, too, Hillary. It's awesome. All right, that's very neat. She's a woman who means business.
And coming up, it is a very special day here on Morning News Now.
That's right. The show turns 2 years old today. There's our first day. When we come back, we'll celebrate by sharing some of our favorite moments with you who's been with us. Stick with us.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too. This is it.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
This is it. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
And welcome back now to a story we've been following very, very closely for the past few days, maybe even too closely. But now, drum roll, please. Fat Bear Week finally has a winner. Bear 747. Yes, as the plane takes the crown as the Fat Bear, weighing in at a hefty 1,400 pounds and receiving over 68,000 votes. But it is 2022. That win did not come without controversy. An online cheating scandal disrupted the competition briefly during the semifinals. But despite that hiccup, Bear 747 came out on top for the second time, previously winning the competition back in 2020. So congratulations to a true Fat Bear champion. And Savannah, I don't know what's better, to be a fat bear or to be a stinky bear.
Yeah. My God, you're so annoying. That was a nickname I had as a child.
Shout out to your dad
decided
for,
to throw in
best,
here. Yeah.
the best nickname ever.
Yeah, gonna kill you later. Thanks, Scotty, so much. It's been fabulous. All right, we want to take some time now to celebrate a special birthday, our own. 2 years ago, on October 12th, 2020, Joe and I, look, we missed Joe. There's Joe. Joe and I came on the air or the internet or the stream, however you watch us, with the very first episode of Morning News Now. And we're so grateful you've stayed with us through some of the toughest news stories and laughed with us through all these fun moments, too. It's been an honor for us to have had space in your home each morning, and we hope you continue to stay with us and our show as it only continues to grow. Here's a look back on what we've done together in our second year on the air. We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding in Eastern Europe, the Russian attack on Ukraine.
I'm currently with my friend Andre, who is going to a recruitment center to sign up to fight.
If we all do within our capabilities, within our limits, everything for the country we dearly love, we're going to have victory.
19 young children and 2 adults killed when a gunman opened fire inside the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas.
My heart was broken today. Well, we need your prayers to get us through this.
Nowhere else do little kids go to school thinking that they might be shot that day.
The heartbreak and devastation is equal to the amount of anger that I have.
The moving story of one woman who battled to save her brothers during Hurricane Ian.
I just had to last night put my brother in a group home, and it was the hardest thing I had to do. But I can't care for him now, and I have no place to put him.
This morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health.
We are remembering Queen Elizabeth II, Britain's longest reigning monarch, who died yesterday at the age of 96. The end of constitutional abortion rights in America.
Now people are seeing the need for this beautiful language. They're seeing how it can make one family feel seen.
Do you believe this bill breaks the law? Where do you think we're at?
One parent, Jennifer, said it best: stop using my child as a political pawn.
What does the reinvented Anna look like?
Hopefully, I'll be given a chance to focus all my energy into something legal.
How difficult was it to pull out, knowing that's what you needed to do for yourself?
Hasn't been an easy journey, but it's definitely been worth it. And I'm so happy to be a voice for the voiceless and to kind of put not so much of a stigma on mental health.
I don't honestly regret anything that happened in 2018. It really helped me get to where I am now, and I learned, again, very valuable lessons from that experience, and just really happy that I got another shot at dealing with it.
That being said, how does it feel to know that we are never going to ask you about 2018 ever again after this?
And of course, we're no Olympians, but one of us definitely had some raw talent. Take a look.
Oh,
Whoa! Woo! Yeah, Joe!
Let that go.
Don't do anything yet.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, yes! No! Joe did it! You did it! Oh, my God!
They made history this year by becoming the first all-woman, all-black news team in America.
We are now starting to reflect the community that we give the news to every day.
One day I was creating the sauce in my kitchen for a pop-up shop, and I woke up to 1 million views.
The Atlantic puffin, they are really iconic. They're on hats, very popular as Tufts toys, and yes, even on shirts.
Carrie, I liked your little Superman move to expose the puffins.
The song might say love don't cost a thing, but in this economy, it does, because we're not all married to Ben Affleck.
That was good.
Crazy cannot hide for more than 10 minutes.
All right, crazy can't hide for more than 10 minutes.
There's some people out there who could test that.
Yes.
Something called slugging. Is that what I think it is?
Yes, slugging is absolutely what you think it is. It's applying a liberal Vaseline on the face because it makes you look like a slug. The good thing about
it isn't what I think it is.
You're gonna slug?
Yes, I actually thought it involved leeches or something, so I'm actually relieved that it's right today.
Balloons are my opposite. What are you doing?
We have another surprise for you, too. Happy birthday.
But thankfully
Let's have Alex read this part. Come on.
Wait.
In time for a very special day, NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has the story.
That does it for this hour.
And that does it for this hour
of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Wasn't that
I know, and it would not be
Joe's
a birthday without Joe. I mean,
take a picture
look at that beard. It's just so beautiful.
There's the beard.
Joe, you are here in spirit.
We miss you, Joe. We love you,
birthday.
Joe. Also, though, really, for those of you at home, thank you so much for watching us for 2 years. To come into your home at this particular time of day, it's really just an honor, and we love sharing it with you. We love telling you the news. We love having fun with you. Hopefully, you're laughing when we're laughing, because we have some fun.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Gotti Schwartz in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, calls for help. Ukraine is pushing for more assistance from Western allies as Russia launches more attacks far from the front lines, the latest on the ground in Ukraine. Plus, why some Western officials believe Russia's new attacks are actually a sign of weakness from Vladimir Putin. NBC News exclusive. Pennsylvania Senate candidate John Fetterman sits down for his first interview since suffering a stroke, telling our Dasha Burns about his recovery and his fight to defeat GOP candidate Dr. Oz.
I feel like we have been very transparent in a lot of different ways. When our doctor has already given a letter saying that I'm able to serve and to be running.
Why Fetterman says his health would not get in the way of his ability to serve on Capitol Hill. Finding the signs. Experts are now calling on pediatricians to start screening kids for anxiety and depression as early as 8 years old. Why experts say early intervention is key and the reason some doctors aren't on board with that idea. Plus, remembering Angela Lansbury, the actress who entertained generations in movies, on TV, and on the stage. She's died at the age of 96. We're taking a look back at her legacy this morning, from her roles as a murderous baker to a novelist turned detective to a singing teapot. She will be so missed.
Absolutely, and that's a little legacy we're going to hear about from Harry Smith. So, of course, it's going to be a good one.
Looking forward to it.
Later this hour.
But we're going to begin this hour with the war in Ukraine. This morning, NATO defense ministers are gathering for the first time since Russia annexed 4 regions and announced a partial military mobilization.
Now, the meeting comes after President Biden appeared to downplay concerns of nuclear war, telling CNN he doesn't think President Putin will use nuclear weapons in Ukraine. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from southern Ukraine.
We're now in the southern city of Mykolaiv, and this was the region's administrative headquarters, destroyed by a Russian cruise missile earlier in the conflict. Earlier today, I spoke with the region's most senior Ukrainian official, and he said that after increased Russian nuclear threats, that they are now dusting off old Soviet-era, Cold War-era nuclear preparation plans for evacuations and shelters. And this all comes after harsh comments by President Biden overnight against Vladimir Putin. As Russia widens its assault against Ukraine, firing missiles far from the front lines at cities including Zaporizhia, Kyiv, and Lviv, President Biden, speaking to CNN, accused President Vladimir Putin of putting the world at risk by threatening to use nuclear weapons.
I don't think he will, but I think it's irresponsible of him to talk about it.
U.S. and NATO officials say they do not see evidence Russia has deployed or plans to use nuclear weapons. The president calling Putin a rational actor, saying he'd misjudged Ukrainian resistance to Russia before the invasion.
I think he is a rational actor who's miscalculated significantly.
But President Biden accused Putin of playing with fire on a level not seen since the Cuban Missile Crisis 60 years ago this month.
He, in fact, cannot continue with impunity to talk about the use of a tactical nuclear weapon as if that's a rational thing to do. The mistakes get made, and the miscalculation could occur. No one can be sure what would happen, and it could end in Armageddon.
Russia is arguably at its weakest point in the war. Low on troops, it has implemented a partial draft and is even offering pardons to convicted prisoners in exchange for combat tours. Low on weapons, Russia is increasingly reliant on Iranian drones, with Russian arms production squeezed by sanctions. In rare public statements, the head of the British intelligence service, GCHQ, says Russia's military position is increasingly desperate.
Russia's forces are exhausted. The use of prisoners as reinforcements and now the mobilization of tens of thousands of inexperienced conscripts speaks of a really desperate situation.
And little can be more dangerous than a desperate nuclear power led by an unchecked leader who promised a quick victory, but may be facing a slow and humiliating defeat. In addition to updating and modernizing those Soviet-era nuclear preparation plans, Ukrainian officials say they urgently need from the United States and other allies air defense systems, primarily to counter those Iranian-made drones that Russia is increasingly using.
Richard Engel, thanks so much.
Let's now bring in our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, for the latest out of Moscow. Keir, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. So President Putin was addressing the Russian Energy Week conference just earlier this morning. What were some of the biggest takeaways from his speech?
Yeah. You know, Savannah, I think the biggest takeaway is not what President Putin said, but what he didn't say. So he was speaking just a short distance away from me here in central Moscow. He spoke for about 30 minutes. Now, that's very unusual at a forum like this. Folks will remember that President Putin is kind of famous for talking for hours, and he didn't take any questions. Normally, there would be a moderator. He would be questioned. He would be prepared to talk about anything in international politics, in geopolitics, and in Russian domestic affairs. He didn't do that. He came on the stage. There was a lot of rhetoric, a lot of accusations. He he said that the explosion at the Nord Stream 2 pipeline was terrorism. He said the bridge explosion, that bridge between Russia and Crimea was terrorism. So he had a lot of bombastic things to say, if you like, but didn't speak for very long. And in a sense, I think that reflects something about his state of mind.
Absolutely. Keir, Russia's security service has also released some details from their investigation into that bridge explosion in Crimea on Saturday. What are Russian investigators alleging?
Well, this is the FSB, the successor to the KGB, and just in the past few hours, they've put out this extraordinarily detailed statement talking about explosives wrapped in plastic in a truck that went from Crimea around the Black Sea through various countries into Russia. The FSB saying that it has arrested 8 people, including 5 Russians, and as well as Ukrainians and Armenians before that were involved in getting that truck, if you like, they say, to the bridge. Now, a Ukrainian official on Ukrainian television is describing that description by Russian security services as a nonsense. And Ukraine, Savannah, has not taken responsibility for that explosion. I think it's notable that Russian intelligence have come to this conclusion so quickly, and there may be questions about the conclusions they've reached so fast.
Definitely. Keir, many Russian nationalist commentators and pro-Kremlin pundits have been praising Moscow's response over the last few days to that bridge blast, this air raid that we've seen since then. Is President Putin under pressure to maintain that level of intensity going forward? Could we see that as a new military strategy from Russia?
I think it's a good question, in that I think that what we have seen from Russia is a response by President Putin, not just to what he says are terrorist attacks, but also to the hardliners here in Russia who've been calling for that kind of a response, that kind of a push, if you like. There are certainly questions by Western commentators about whether or not Russia can sustain that kind of level of air bombardment, if you like, missile bombardment. Richard Engel was talking about that. Well, of course, here here, the Kremlin would not accept any of those kinds of questions. But, you know, in the end, some of the facts on the ground, not in the air, really are the ones that speak most volumes about exactly what is happening. The trouble is, Savannah, I mean, and I've asked Russian officials what their plan is if their strategy doesn't work throughout this conflict, going back to February. They haven't had an answer, and they still don't seem to have an answer.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you so much for your reporting. And turning now to the latest on the high-stakes Senate race in Pennsylvania, NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns sat down with the Democratic candidate John Fetterman for his first in-person interview since his stroke back in May.
Now, NBC News agreed to let Fetterman use transcription technology during the interview since he's still experiencing side effects from his stroke, but he says it won't prevent him from doing the job if elected. And NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Pittsburgh with more. Dasha, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, Gotti, good morning. Our exclusive with Fetterman comes at a crucial time for the candidate. His lead against his Republican opponent, Dr. Mehmet Oz, is shrinking, and it's just 1 month until Election Day in a pivotal race that could determine the balance of power in the Senate.
Everything about it has changed. Basically having a conversation with your wife to having a conversation with your children.
Pennsylvania Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman explaining how he's coping with the after effects of the stroke he suffered in May, just days before the primary. NBC News agreed to Fetterman's request to use a transcription program during this interview because he's still experiencing auditory processing issues from the stroke, meaning he can't always understand what he's hearing. Walk me through why we need the closed captioning, how it works.
Yeah, it's really just how things happen, because I sometimes will hear things in a way that's not perfectly clear. So I use captioning. So I'm able to see what you're saying in captioning.
Stroke experts say it's not a cognitive issue, and Fetterman says he's still fit to serve if elected.
I always thought I was pretty emphatic. I think I was empathetic. You know, that's an example of the stroke, empathetic. I always thought I was very empathetic before having a stroke. But now, after having that stroke, I really understand, you know, much more kind of the challenges that Americans have day in and day out.
I mean, when you have moments like you had just now, what's that experience like of just not quite being able to get the words out in the way that you want them to?
No, I don't think it was hard. It was just about having to be thinking more slower to just understand. And sometimes that's kind of the processing that happens.
Aside from releasing a letter from his cardiologist on June 3rd, the campaign has denied requests for his medical records. Don't voters deserve to know your status now?
As I said, you know, being in front of thousands and thousands of people and having interviews and getting around all across Pennsylvania, that gives everybody and the voters decide, you know, if they think that it's really the issue.
Fetterman's opponent, Trump-endorsed celebrity Dr. Mehmet Oz, has called his health into question.
John Fetterman is either healthy, and he's dodging the debates because he does not want to answer for his radical left positions, or he's too sick.
But Fetterman hoping it's another health issue that will turn voters out in his favor.
Dr. Oz likes to make fun of me that I might miss a word, but, you know, he's missed, you know, 2 words, and that is a yes or no on the national abortion ban.
While Oz is focusing on crime, hitting Fetterman on his record as head of Pennsylvania's Board of Pardons, where he advocated for the early release of some convicted murderers. For voters who say, I'd rather prioritize the safety of me and of my kids in and around Philadelphia than prioritizing clemency or lower sentences for criminals. What do you say to those voters?
Well, I actually have a record in fighting crime. As mayor of Braddock here during 4 terms.
And guys, our team did find that in small talk before the interview, without the captioning, it wasn't clear that Fetterman was understanding our conversation. But to be clear, we did speak with stroke experts who say this is not a cognitive issue. It doesn't mean that he has an impaired memory or impaired decision-making skills, and this is something that he can recover from. Once the captioning was fully up and running, he could understand my questions for the entirety of the 25-minute interview that is now up online if folks want to watch the entire thing, guys.
Dasha Burns, such a strong exclusive interview in such an important race. Thank you so much.
And now to the critical midterm election and a closer look at that key Senate race in Georgia. Republican candidate Herschel Walker is on defense, again denying claims that he paid for an ex-girlfriend's abortion. The story, which was first reported by the Daily Beast, has not been independently verified by NBC News. Walker has campaigned as being staunchly opposed to abortion rights, and in an interview with ABC News, once again denied the accusations against him. And for more, we're going to bring in NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber in Atlanta. Ellison, good morning.
Hey, Gotti. This interview was an interesting one, in part because we have previously heard Herschel Walker very early on, when those allegations about him allegedly funding an abortion first were reported by the Daily Beast. He immediately denied them, calling them a flat-out lie. But in this interview, we heard him not only deny them, but aggressively so. He repeatedly said that there is no truth to this. He also said the woman who he acknowledged is the mother of one of his children is lying. He said that not once, but multiple times throughout this interview. He was asked at one point by the anchor here whether or not there was any chance that he could have forgotten this instance. In the past, he's talked about his mental health issues and how at times he had kind of lost time and had periodic blackouts where he didn't remember things that he had done in the past. He said, no, that was 20 plus years ago. I haven't had anything like that recently. This, he says, never happened. Here's more of that interview.
Are you saying a flat-out denial to any knowledge of an abortion, or is it possible it happened and you don't remember?
Flat-out denial, lie. Lie. And you know what's sad about it? He had, what was it, a receipt and had a check and had all that. He hadn't shown anything. He hadn't shown me saying something about an abortion, and that's what's terrible.
Earlier in the campaign, Walker had said he supported an all-out ban on abortion, no exceptions in the case of rape, incest, or in the life of the mother. He walked that back a little bit last night, saying that he supports Georgia's heartbeat bill that does include some provisions for exceptions in those particular cases. Gotti?
And Ellison, you touched briefly on this, but Walker has been open about his past struggles with dissociative identity disorder, right? So how is he addressing those concerns?
Yeah, I mean, he wrote a book about this years ago, a book that I recently just finished reading, actually, where he goes through and talks about his struggles with this, how he came to realize he had these mental health issues, and some of the steps he said he took to address it. One of the questions that has been sort of outstanding throughout this campaign is what type of treatment does he receive now to deal with it? And in the past, he has said that this is something that he dealt with previously, that it is dealt with, and it is a part of his history, not his present. But last night, he acknowledged that mental health issues like this one in particular are something that you deal with throughout your life. He said that he is not cured in that sense, but he says, and was adamant on this, that he no longer has any symptoms related to it. It's been brought up in something that he has talked about in reference to previous instances of violence, allegations of domestic abuse, that he has at times talked openly about and has attributed to his struggle with mental health issues. But it is something that was an issue early in the Republican primary, and it remains one now as we head towards the general election, and a big day for the Georgia Senate race, the debate on Friday between Herschel Walker and incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock. Gotti?
And now, in Georgia, I imagine this is all over the headlines every single day, this controversy. Does it appear to be making a difference in the voters? Have you talked to independent voters or Republican voters, and is this swaying how they're looking at the midterms?
Yeah, I mean, look, time will always tell when it comes to this. In the past, there's been this idea discussed in Georgia of maybe there being sort of an independent split voter, somebody that plans to vote for Governor Brian Kemp in the gubernatorial race, a Republican, but then is maybe not entirely comfortable with voting for Herschel Walker and is leaning towards someone like Senator Raphael Warnock. I've spoken to one or two people who identify as that. They never want to talk about that, at least publicly. So this is something that is making headlines, I think, on party lines. It divides where you think it would divide, but in terms of kind of those at times seemingly elusive independent voters. This is stuff that people are paying attention to. They're talking about whether or not they feel like Herschel Walker has adequately answered for some of these questions in his past. I think the debate will maybe tell us a whole lot more, but it's certainly something that people are paying attention to, talking about and watching, but we are seeing it divide a lot of people along the standard party lines. Gotti.
Allison Barber in Atlanta for us. Thank you so much.
Yeah, great reporting. And look at her, such a pro, battling those wind gusts, which is the perfect time to get to our morning news now weather.
And she looks so good.
I know. She always, I mean, she's
Totally
beautiful.
does, yeah.
Michelle Grosson's back in studio with us. Michelle, who's wearing pink.
Pink. Look, I mean, I've got my pin.
This is what he's saying.
And I know it looks purple, but it writes in pink. So it's Wednesday.
What's going on?
Close enough. Joe has to have a tie back there in his office.
I know. Yeah, you should have looked. Yeah.
Right? All right. Well, we are tracking some showers today, some storms, some gusty winds throughout the northern plains. We saw 80 degrees yesterday in Minneapolis. Today, only around 50, 51 with the winds blowing. It's going to feel really chilly there. So here's that cold front. Along this cold front, we're going to see showers and storms. Some could be strong to severe with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. This is going to take its time moving to the east, and we're going to see this into the northeast tomorrow. So back behind it, we do have a fire risk. I mentioned those winds, really gusty winds. It's dry in the northern plains, so we do have a fire risk. A few record highs in the northwest. Otherwise, we're quiet in portions of Southern California. Above average and ahead of this cold front, temperatures into the 70s once again. That's one last day before we start to cool it down. Back behind this front, there's that cold blast, and we're going to see those warmer temperatures be swept out of here over the next 2 days. But today, near 90 degrees in Little Rock. That is 11 degrees above normal for this time of year. 73 in Detroit, 73 in Annapolis, 84 degrees in Nashville. It is warm also in Boston and D.C. We're looking at 73 degrees. And then we're going to have this cold front come through. That's going to bring us back to more seasonal temperatures. But look at the temperatures as we go throughout today in Minneapolis, 50 degrees. The wind's blowing. It's going to feel colder than that. In the 40s in Marquette, 59 in Des Moines, Chicago, 55 degrees, and Cincinnati, you're 3 degrees below normal at 66. So more seasonal to the northeast, but not bad this weekend. We're looking at temperatures in the 60s. There's October crisp. Would you say, Savannah?
I love that.
She loves it.
Yeah,
Chicago, we're looking at
October
temperatures. I know. Last weekend was great. We're going to see another good weekend. Chicago, we're looking at temperatures in the 50s. Cincinnati, 64 on Thursday, into the 70s on Friday. So there's that cold front. The setup is moving into warm, humid air. That's where we do have this chance for strong to severe storms. Gusty winds from Ohio to Texas. But I do want to mention this because tomorrow we do have the chance for a few brief spin-ups in the northeast. It's going to be a wet day, a dreary day in the northeast before we clear it out Friday. It'll pick a quick tornado is possible.
Well, that's my cue to go back to L.A., which I'm leaving. See you guys later.
Tonight?
Yeah, tonight. Yeah, right in front of this cold front. I'll be flying right through it.
Just a quick one. Okay. All right, Michelle, thanks. Take that back. Let's get back to the good news. October crisp. All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Michelle. And coming up on Morning News Now, mission accomplished.
Yeah, NASA now says they were able to knock an asteroid out of orbit by crashing a small spacecraft into it. What they're learning from this and how this could help prevent a real-life Armageddon. Not to alarm you. That's next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us. We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. An out of this world celebration is underway at NASA and Johns Hopkins University this morning.
Yeah, it's all because new data shows the small spacecraft they slammed into an asteroid worked better than they could have ever hoped, knocking it right off course. We've got NBC's Tom Costello, who's been covering this story for months. And Tom, does this mean we actually have a planet-saving plan that will work in real life?
Yeah, at least that's the hope. I mean, listen, this was a proof of concept test, and it worked, right? This asteroid never posed a risk. It was minding its own business, orbiting another asteroid up there. NASA wanted to see if it could push it off course so it might one day use that same strategy when an asteroid is heading our way. It all worked perfectly. Look closely. You're seeing the moment of impact 7 million miles away when NASA's DART spacecraft slammed into a harmless asteroid named Dimorphos orbiting an even bigger asteroid, kicking up a massive plume of dirt and rock stretching thousands of miles in space. Okay, here's the nose camera video taken from DART as it went into its fatal dive at 14,000 miles per hour. Scientists at Johns Hopkins and NASA celebrated the bullseye, but now they know their mission into the darkness of space worked. DART's shove cut the tiny asteroid's orbit time around the bigger asteroid by 32 minutes. NASA had hoped to cut it by just 10 minutes. And yes, that is a big deal.
Now, this is a watershed moment for planetary defense and a watershed moment for humanity.
Here's why. If NASA can push an asteroid off course, then it may be able to deflect big asteroids that one day do pose a risk to all of us here on planet Earth. For proof that we need some kind of defense, just look at all the dinosaur fossils sitting in the world's museums. They rule the Earth until they were wiped out by a massive meteor crashing into the planet 65 million years ago. Fast forward to today.
For the first time ever, humanity has changed the orbit of a planetary body.
And just maybe humanity has its first planetary defense system from a future mega meteor, if we get enough warning.
NASA and other space agencies can have decades of warning time, can track these things reliably for 100+ years.
A 100-year warning would hopefully be enough. The good news, so far NASA says it doesn't see any planet killers headed our way.
I believe that NASA has proven that we are serious as a defender of the planet.
All right, now, ideally, if NASA can push an asteroid off its course long before it gets to Earth, it would be the best option, right? Blowing up an asteroid or targeting it with a nuclear device, those are still options, but they would create massive debris fields and potentially even radiation issues in space. So again, this kind of a push really seen as the best option. But of course, the bigger the asteroid, the bigger the shove, and Earth's telescopes need to spot the asteroid in time to launch that kind of a coordinated defense. You guys, they're talking about the possibility of the United States and Russia and China and all of the countries that have those types of capabilities joining forces to deflect a mega asteroid at some point down the road. Let's hope that we have better relations with Russia by then.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We've got the nudge down.
Yeah, Tom.
Now we just have to worry about the warning system.
Tom, last hour we had Mike Massimino, former NASA astronaut, I'm sure you know, on with us, and he said, well, if that were to happen, we will go down swinging.
Go down swinging.
Well,
exactly.
That's good to hear.
I was watching. I saw that. I thought he was absolutely right. You know, listen, we could ask the dinosaurs what it was like, and don't they wish that they had some kind of a warning system? But
some
you know,
planetary
they're all
defense.
dead.
Yeah. Tom
They
Costello,
might have,
you're awesome.
it just clearly didn't work. You know?
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
All right, now, experts have said children as young as 8 years old should be screened for anxiety by pediatricians.
Yeah, those recommendations coming as healthcare workers warn of a growing mental health crisis among our young people. Board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma joins us now for more on this. Now, Doctor, let's start with the basics. Does this child need to be showing symptoms of anxiety or possibly depression to be screened?
No. So this is very interesting because this is going to be a routine screening. So age 8 and up for anxiety screening and age 12 and up for depression. And the idea is that if we can catch things early, we can prevent some of the adulthood anxiety, depression, substance abuse, and chronic medical illnesses like diabetes and obesity that are often the result of untreated childhood mental health problems.
I mean, this just seems amazing to me in the sense that, you know, we screen for so many health issues and we keep on saying mental health is health. So, but let's talk through kind of some of the details, or if parents might have questions. It's not meant, the task force says, to diagnose children, but just to identify if somebody needs extra support. What does it mean if they are identified as that? Is that care then going to be provided?
Yeah, so these are the pros and cons. We want to be able to identify symptoms if the grades are slipping, if people are getting, children are getting unexplained headaches or stomach aches, or they're socially withdrawing, or their hygiene isn't good, and their mood is low, or they become more irritable. So we want to be able to pick this up, but the screening basically just says you're at risk. Then you need to see, hopefully, a behavioral health specialist. The problem is that there aren't that many available. So there's long waiting lists, and oftentimes kids end up in the emergency room. But that's what we are hoping to prevent, is that they don't need to go to the emergency room if they're screened. And if you can't get an appointment with a behavioral health specialist soon enough, I would recommend asking the pediatrician, can I come back just for my mental health visit for my child? A lot of times the pediatricians are screening in their annual health visit everything else, like hearing and vision and all of that. So just say, can we book a 10-minute appointment just for me to further discuss this anxiety or this depression that you might be picking up?
Now, as parents know, you know, childhood is hard when they're looking at their kids, and sometimes a kid's going through a rough patch. What's the difference between going through a rough patch and maybe dealing with a school bully in a isolated incident, as opposed to something that is a little bit more clinical and long-term, like anxiety or depression?
Absolutely. Great question. And it's always important to understand what is the root cause, because a lot of times transitions, new school, new town, you've moved someplace, any of these medical illnesses in the family, shifts, a divorce or separation. So stress can manifest a lot of these symptoms. So you really want to keep an eye on it, try to understand the underlying cause, try to rule out any medical causes if they're having unexplained headaches or things like that, and get them help early. So even if they were to see a specialist, a behavioral health specialist for therapy, it basically just introduces you to the system, it decreases the stigma, and it says, hey, I have a place to go to should I not feel well again.
Decreasing this stigma is so important.
Dr. Varma, thank you. Just your vibe and your soothing voice. It helps me just in general. We're so happy to have you for these segments.
Varma,
really important conversation. Thank you so much. And coming up, early voting begins today in one critical swing state.
Yeah, we're going to take you to Arizona next and show you how the decisions voters make there could impact the rest of the country.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
to look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're still weeks away from the November midterm elections, but in one part of the country, voting actually starts today.
That's right. Early voting has begun in Arizona, a key state in the control of Congress. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from Phoenix. Vaughn, good morning. You look like you're in some sort of giant warehouse there. Where are you? What are you doing? And what does it have to do with today's early voting?
Yeah, good morning, guys. This is go time in the state of Arizona. Well, Election Day may be 27 days away. Early voting begins. And to put into context here, in 2020, in the first 12 days of mail ballots going out to voters, 1/3 of Maricopa County voters had already sent their ballots back. That's why this is so significant. And it's this morning that these ballots are leaving this very warehouse. And that's where I want to introduce everybody to Jeff Ellington. You're the CEO of Runback Election Services. You're the heart and soul of this. You're sending out mail ballots from here to 9 of the 15 counties, which represents 96% of voters here. Can you kind of walk me through the process?
Yeah, so we're kind of at the tail end of the process. Everything it gets inserted. So the ballot, the envelope, the return envelope, the I voted sticker, all gets inserted at this point, and then it comes over here to be sorted. It'll get sorted here for the post office. We'll take a picture of the envelope. We'll make sure that it's the right dimensions, everything, nothing is double inserted, no 2 I voted stickers, anything like that. But this is where it all gets sorted down to zip code for the post office.
And then we come over here.
Yeah, this is just being trayed up. So as it goes through the sorter, it's getting the barcode's being read for the zip code, being checked to make sure that voter is accounted for. It gets sorted into the mail trays, and then it's trayed up and it's put on skids to get ready to go out to the post office.
Could you tell me real fast the imaging that takes place?
Yeah, so every one of these envelopes, we take an image of it, we check the barcodes, we validate it against the database to make sure that it is accounted for, that those voters are accounted for from the list.
So you would be able to go back theoretically and confirm that a voter did in fact have a ballot, an envelope sent out to them.
Correct.
And then you come over this way here, and then this is where...
Yeah, so at this point, once it's done being sorted for zip code, we put the skids on it. We put a postal sleeve around the tray to keep everything secure. We put tray tags in them to know what zip code they're going to. They're banded, they're scanned for the post office, and then they'll go out over here, and the post office will start picking those up at about sunrise today.
It's only about 5:30 a.m. here in Phoenix, and sunrise we're looking at about an hour from now. So voters here in Arizona can expect their ballots to be received today or tomorrow. It's go time here in Arizona.
Correct.
Jeff, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gotti?
All right, Vaughn. Hey, Vaughn, it's Savannah. Thank you, Vaughn. I mean, fascinating look there, walking through that. Okay, I do want to ask you, though, something you've been covering a lot, race for governor. There was supposed to be a debate tonight. Now it's not happening. You know all the ins and outs of this. What's happening there?
Right, this was supposed to be the sole debate here, the one debate, and it was going to be happening on October 12th, the day that mail ballots go out. But Katie Hobbs, the Democrat in this race, she has declined to appear on stage with Kari Lake at any forum or debate here, and so Kari Lake is going to take the stage all by herself. And there's been a lot of pushback to the Democrats' decision not to partake. Kari Lake has been an election denier who has espoused several conspiracy theories. And Katie Hobbs, I had the chance to talk to her over the weekend, and she told me that she doesn't want to be part of the spectacle that Kari Lake presents. At the same time, there's been a lot of frustration in conversations with Democrats that feel that she's missing out on an opportunity to go before voters and push back against Kari Lake. polling indicates that this is neck and neck. This is a major race here in the final month.
Sure is Vaughn's home state, and we know you'll keep bringing it to us. Vaughn, thank you, as always. Fabulous reporting.
There may not be a debate, but we've got Vaughn there pressing and asking questions.
We will have news. All right, this morning we're remembering Angela Lansbury. She died yesterday, just days before her 97th birthday.
Yeah, Hollywood icon Lansbury was best known for the range of roles she played on TV, Broadway, and the big screen. We've got NBC News correspondent Harry Smith joining us now with a look back at her 8-decade career. Harry?
Talk about chops. I mean, this woman really could do anything. She had incredible range from Broadway to Murder, She Wrote to the beloved Mrs. Potts in Beauty and the Beast. Beauty and the Beast. And though she made a name for herself early as a talented character actress, Lansbury was just getting started on a remarkable journey.
Hello.
For years, she owned Sunday nights on CBS. Angela Lansbury as Jessica Fletcher, amateur sleuth on Murder, She Wrote.
Could she take the books with her and just report back to you?
From supporting star to leading lady, Angela Lansbury had a specialty, reinventing herself on screen and on stage. Born in England in 1925, Lansbury and her family left for the United States during World War II. She quickly shot to fame as a teenager in Hollywood. Oscar nominations followed 2 early supporting roles in Gaslight and The Picture of Dorian Gray.
I was a young character actress, and these days that word is a dirty word in our business.
A 3rd nomination for her unapologetically evil Eleanor Island in 1962's The Manchurian Candidate.
I want the nominee to be dead about 2 minutes after he begins his acceptance speech.
But the powerful performance also showed the typecasting Lansbury was already facing. She played the mother of Lawrence Harvey, though she was just 3 years older than he was.
Light the candle.
Lansbury next conquered the Broadway stage, starring in the musical Mame.
I'm not like Mame at all, but I love playing her, because for the first time in my life, I was admired as a woman.
The role earned her the first of 6 Tony Awards. More followed for roles in Gypsy and Stephen Sondheim's Sweeney Todd.
Did you come in for a pie, sir?
Then came television. Murder, She Wrote ran for a dozen years.
What happened?
Earning Lansbury 12 Emmy nominations for each of the years it aired, though like the Oscars, never a win. In 2013, her career was celebrated with an honorary Academy Award for creating, quote, some of cinema's most memorable characters. She was made a dame by Queen Elizabeth in 2014. We especially enjoyed Angela Lansbury as Mrs. Potts in Beauty and the Beast.
True as it can be.
Lansbury, a beloved Today Show guest, told us in 2011 she was hesitant to take the role.
Because we think we're moving out of our comfort range.
Yes.
And I thought, well, I'm not that kind of singer. Tale as old as time, true as it can be.
But we were smitten yet again by the actor who said, I was primarily an actress, not a pretty face. And oh, what an actress she was.
Song as old as rhyme, Beauty and the Beast.
Just a fantastic career. Mame on Broadway, she owned this city. I mean, just owned every single soul there was. The part was supposed to go to Mary Martin. Mary Martin said, nah, maybe I don't want to do this. She gets the part, becomes this major, major star. There are all these twists and turns in her story where, so she does Mame. Hollywood says, let's make it into a movie. Do they cast her? They don't.
Wow. But she was the impetus behind it.
But when the movie comes out, it wasn't her. Movie goes like this, tanks. But I just think it's a great example of somebody with spine. She said, I am going to continue, and I'm going to be great, and despite what you don't like or what you don't like, Just watch me.
Spine and a voice, right?
Yeah,
Just like his
and
voice.
by the way, a beautiful face, but what a line there.
Yeah.
I'm just an actress, not a pretty face.
Not a pretty
Ding.
Oh my gosh. Harry Smith, as always, thank you.
Thanks for the serenade.
As always. All right, coming up, new data just out this morning about the state of our economy.
Yeah, we're going to break down what we're learning this morning and what it means for inflation and your wallet. Coming up next.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big. When we're talking about November, how many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was
you
trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're back now with breaking news on the fight against inflation.
Yeah, the Producer Price Index, which measures inflation based on the prices companies and producers pay for goods and services, rose 0.4% in the month of September. That is double what the experts were expecting, and that's up 8.5% year over year. So joining us now to break down those numbers and what they mean for you is Caleb Silver. He's the editor-in-chief of Investopia. Caleb, good morning. What is your take on this report? Is this a sign that inflation hasn't yet peaked?
Yeah, it hasn't, apparently. This is persistently high. We're looking at producer prices. This is like looking in the rearview mirror because we're looking at September numbers. The thing about producer prices, guys, is that they forecast consumer prices because this is demand at the wholesale level, which then retailers and stores pass on to us as consumers. So this shows that it's persistently high. When you strip out food and energy, like you need to do sometimes because those prices are volatile, it rose at a 5.4% annual rate, but not cooling enough to change the Fed's mind about what it's going to do with interest rates.
Caleb, always good to see you at Savannah. So tomorrow we're going to get another important read on this, on inflation, where we're at. Consumer Price Index. That measures the cost regular consumers have to pay for those services and goods. As Scotty just said, we're talking more companies, producers, that kind of thing. But now, just what does it mean for our wallet? So give us some insight on what we could see tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to get the consumer price index. That does measure what we pay on the consumer level for the past month. And we're at a 40-year high still at about 8.1%. I don't expect we're going to come down too far from that. That said, if you look what's happening inside the commodity complex, I'm talking about oil prices, which have drifted a little bit higher lately, but look at copper. Look at timber, look at lumber, some of these other commodities. They've come way down. Oil prices are starting to peak again, and they did for the past few weeks. So you're going to feel that in the consumer price index. We're definitely continuing to pay more. Now folks are worried about gas prices drifting a little bit higher, and they have been. But look at those other prices. What about food? What about rent? What about utilities? All of those have been very high for the past several months, and that is starting to make consumers pull back a little bit.
And what about rate hikes, right? So Caleb, how important are these numbers to the Federal Reserve as they're trying to ease inflation? What's it going to take to convince the Fed to maybe slow down some of those rate hikes?
Yeah, well, consider this. The Fed's target rate for inflation is around 2%. We're looking at about 8.1% right now, so we're very far away from that. And until the Fed sees that number come down, consumer inflation and the PCE, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, come down closer to 2%, they're going to keep hiking rates. So expect another rate hike in November, expect another rate hike in December to end out the year. The Fed wants that prime rate, that federal funds rate, to be around 4.5%. We're at about 3.25% right now. So we got a ways to go, and none of these reports are going to change its mind.
Yeah. All right, Caleb, quickly, also, what about Wall Street? What impact is this going to have, especially with the weakness we've seen in the stock market in the past few days?
Yeah, the stock market has been back and forth on this. It's really listening closely to earnings. Investors are listening to what companies are saying. We're in that report card period of the year. PepsiCo reported this morning pretty robust results, but when companies are missing or taking their guidance lower for the rest of the year, that continues to scare off investors. That's the drumbeat we've heard so far. We're going to see choppiness in the stock market for the rest of the year at least.
Caleb Silver over at Investopedia. Thanks so very much.
Thanks, Caleb. Now let's stay on financial news and your money. And Twitter's user banning policies are under review.
Yeah, CNBC's Sylvia Henao joins us now for this and more financial headlines. Good morning, Sylvia.
Hi, good morning, guys. Well, Twitter is reviewing its policies around permanently banning users that would potentially bring its content moderation more in line with Elon Musk's vision for the platform, whether or not he buys the company. The Financial Times reports Twitter has been considering other tools that could replace a permanent ban for violating certain rules, such as repeatedly spreading misinformation. However, removing a ban for inciting violence is not being considered, so it's unlikely former President Trump's lifetime ban will be lifted. Intel reportedly plans to cut thousands of jobs as the chip maker faces a slowdown in the PC market. Bloomberg reports the layoffs will be announced as soon as this month, and some of Intel's divisions, including sales and marketing, could see cuts of up to 20%. Intel had more than 113,000 employees as of this summer. High inflation and the reopening of offices and schools have led consumers to spend less on computers than they did during COVID lockdowns. And Snapchat has launched a new set of lenses to help you find the perfect Halloween costume. The augmented reality lenses will let you virtually try on costumes from popular shows and movies such as Squid Game, Stranger Things, and Hocus Pocus, and buy them from within the app. You only need to take a full body photo, and Snapchat will overlay the product image. Snapchat says a study found shopping is the top reason why people use AR. I know that's what I would use it for. Yeah. I avoid dressing rooms at all costs.
Me too. Oh, it's miserable waiting in the line.
Yes.
How many use it to put you in a Squid Game?
And then what I do is I buy the clothes and then I don't return them when even if I try, it's just horrible.
I end up having to give it away because it stays there. Yeah.
Silvana, thanks as always.
You got it.
All right, coming up, coronation plans are in the works for King Charles.
Yeah, we now know when it's going to happen and what it could look like, and we're going to look at everything we know about it this morning, including the traditions the king plans on keeping and the ones he's going to modernize. That's coming up next.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We've got some massive news for all you pop punk fans out there. Blink-182 is back with their classic lineup, The Legends of Lude, return with a bang, announcing a highly anticipated world tour and a new album on social media yesterday, with original frontman Tom DeLonge reuniting with his bandmates, bassist Mark Hoppus and drummer Travis Barker for the first time in 7 years. Fans can expect their first taste of new music this Friday already, and their world tour's first date is on March 11th of next year in Tijuana, Mexico. That's pretty exciting. You a fan?
It ain't so, I will not go.
I guess that's
Turn
a yes.
the lights off. Carry me home. Yeah, right? See you in
Okay, yeah,
Tijuana?
that sounds fun. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, there we go. All right, Buckingham Palace has announced that the coronation of King Charles III will take place on May 6th next year.
Yeah, the palace said the ceremony will be, quote, rooted in long-standing traditions, but will reflect the monarch's role today and look towards the future. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Westminster Abbey with more. Molly, good morning. What does this mean?
Hey, Gotti, Savannah, good morning to you guys. So coronations have been happening at Westminster Abbey for 900 years. There are going to be some new things, and some things will stay the same. Now, Queen Elizabeth in 1953 had more than 8,000 guests at hers. We're expecting, something a little bit more scaled back for King Charles. Take a look.
With his reign already officially underway, a date has now been set for the symbolic start of the King Charles era. The palace announcing that his coronation will reflect the monarch's role today and look towards the future. The date, Saturday, May 6th, a departure from tradition. Queen Elizabeth's coronation was held on a weekday, a Tuesday back in 1953. The first televised coronation in history, and Charles, just 4 years old at the time, was among the thousands of guests watching his mother crowned queen. Her presence will be strongly felt. Last month, Charles's first public address as king paid tribute to his beloved mother.
Throughout her life, Her Majesty the Queen, my beloved mother, was an inspiration, an example to me and to all my family.
The Archbishop of Canterbury will preside over the anointing, blessing, and consecration of King Charles, but there are likely to be a few changes. For example, Queen Elizabeth's coronation was nearly 3 hours long. Charles is expected to be smaller and simpler. Queen Elizabeth had some 8,000 guests inside the Abbey, but the capacity is only about 2,000, and guests may have a slightly more relaxed dress code compared to 70 years ago. Queen consort Camilla will also be crowned as part of the ceremony, reportedly wearing a crown created for the Queen Mother for the 1937 coronation of King George VI, featuring the famous 105-carat Koh-i-Noor diamond.
Now, I am excited to see that crown on the Queen Consort's head, but a lot of questions like what roles will King Charles's children play? We don't know if the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, Harry and Meghan, of course, will be involved. We know that the Prince and Princess of Wales, Kate and Will, of course, will have prominent roles, but lots more details, all of those coming in the next few months. Scotty, Savannah.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much. We'll be watching. Now, we end this hour with an emotional goodbye for thousands of Dodgers fans in Los Angeles.
Yeah, Jaime Jarrín announcing he will be retiring after 64 seasons of baseball. I took a look back at the Hall of Fame broadcaster's legacy and his lasting impact on the sport.
Watson no tiene hits en 4 turnos al bate. Steve Howe está listo.
Imagine listening to the excitement of a baseball game in another language, not understanding all the words.
Está sacando batazo elevado al jardín central.
But feeling its electricity.
Espera, 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 y los Dodgers son campeones mundiales.
And that is exactly what Jaime Jarrín felt when he moved here from Ecuador and went to his first Dodgers game in 1958.
And I have never seen 80,000 people in one place. And the roar of the people really shook me up. And I said, my goodness, this is baseball.
And over the next 64 years, listeners all over grew to love the sound of Jaime Jarrín's voice explaining America's favorite pastime to a Spanish-speaking audience when the Dodgers offered him a job calling games above home plate.
Jaime, what kind of change have you seen when it comes to the fans from when you started to today?
At the beginning, you know, most of Latinos will go to the bleachers there, right field or left field. But now I see Latinos everywhere.
In fact, when he first started, only 8% of Dodger fans were Latino. And now every other fan that comes into Dodger Stadium is Hispanic.
Dad and I, we grew up watching baseball. Baseball was our lives. And the translator between that, him and I, was Jaime Jarrín.
And then came the season when the man with the golden voice met a pitcher from Mexico with a screwball for the ages, Fernando Valenzuela.
He was the magic arm, but you were the magic voice.
Well, I helped him, and also he helped me.
Suddenly, Fernando Mania swept the country, and they would find themselves bringing Spanish and the MLB closer than ever before.
And we saw so many extra Latinos coming to the ballpark.
This month, familiar faces like Valenzuela, Yasiel Puig, and Hollywood icons like Edward James Olmos paid tribute to Jarrín.
Y vamos a despedirlo con un beso.
And while his last day was set to be October 5th, the Dodgers could be headed to the World Series.
You were supposed to retire this weekend. It looks like the Dodgers want to keep you around a little bit longer.
I am like a Rocky Marciano. I am in my corner waiting for the bell to sound for the last round.
He says after that, he'll hang up his headset and focus on raising funds for his foundation.
My goal will be to give 30, 40, 50 scholarships every year.
That doesn't sound like retirement. It sounds like you're going to work to help the community.
Oh, yes. It will be work. It will be work, but not baseball. I say that stopping baseball is like closing 64 years of vacation.
A decades-long vacation that so many Spanish-speaking Dodgers fans will surely grow to miss.
I mean,
right? Yeah.
That golden
what a
voice, I can listen to
yeah.
it forever. And the Dodgers got off to a pretty good start last night on their journey to the World Series, taking Game 1 against the San Diego Padres. Sorry about that. By a score of 5-3. So what do you think about that?
Not really a sports fan, but I do have San Diego pride.
Yeah, San Diego, Los Angeles, yeah. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us.
Good morning. I'm Gotti Schwartz in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, Russia's revenge. Developing news this morning, Ukraine bracing for more attacks after 2 straight days of heavy bombardment by Russia. Now, President Biden is joining other world leaders in renewing a pledge to support Ukraine and condemning threats of nuclear warfare by Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Once you use a nuclear weapon, the mistakes that can be made, the miscalculations, who knows what would happen. It could end in Armageddon.
Plus, breaking overnight, Russia announcing several arrests in connection with this explosion that damaged a strategic bridge in Crimea. We have full coverage this morning. Life or death. This morning, deliberations set to begin in the sentencing phase for the convicted Parkland school shooter. Now, a Florida jury must decide between a life sentence or the death penalty. We'll break down the closing arguments. Dangerous games, a startling new study that might have parents pressing pause on video games. This warning from researchers about the serious side effects on some children's hearts. Finally, a smashing success this morning. NASA celebrating a real mission accomplished. Test results now show that a spacecraft they intentionally crashed into an asteroid successfully shifted its orbit. What scientists are saying about that test mission and why they're confident they're now ready for whatever the universe throws at us. Well, that's a relief.
Yeah. Oof, that was a close one, right?
Yeah. We're so happy to have you with us this morning. I'm happy to have you, even though you're not wearing pink. I'll let you stay.
Wait, excuse me. I mean, I got the memo. I stole this from your desk. It's a little purplish.
All right. You had to pack.
Yeah,
Whatever. All right. We begin our show this morning with the war in Ukraine. New developments are emerging about Saturday's Crimea bridge explosion, which Russia blames on Ukraine.
Yeah, Russia's security service says 8 people have been detained in connection with the explosion, which it describes as a terrorist attack. Russian investigators say the blast was organized by the main intelligence directorate of Ukraine's Ministry of Defense. A senior Ukrainian official dismissed the findings as, quote, nonsense. That explosion sparked waves of Russian strikes across Ukraine, including the capital of Kyiv, where people there woke up to a third straight day of air raid sirens. At the Zaporizhia nuclear plant, concerns are rising again after the head of the UN nuclear watchdog said the facility lost all external power, which is vital for safety systems. All of that comes as President Biden downplayed the threat of nuclear Armageddon after bringing it up last week. Here's his response on CNN when he was asked if he thought Putin would use nuclear weapons in Ukraine.
Well, I don't think he will, but I think it's irresponsible for him to talk about it. The idea that a world leader of one of the largest nuclear powers in the world says he may use a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine, and the whole point I was making was it could lead to just a horrible outcome. And not because anybody intends to turn it into a world war or anything, but it just, once you use a nuclear weapon, the mistakes that can be made, the miscalculations, who knows what would happen.
NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is with us from Kyiv, and we're also joined by retired Lieutenant General Steph Twitty. Good morning to you both. I want to start off with you, Cal. Let's just kick things off with the Russia investigation into the Crimea bridge attack. What else is Russia alleging here, and what's been the response from Ukraine?
So the top line is 8 people in custody in Russia, 5 Russian citizens, 3 Ukrainian citizens, according to the Kremlin, which points to what Ukrainians would hope for, which is that this was partly an inside job. Keep in mind, Ukraine has not claimed responsibility for this attack. They have only mocked the Russians for their basically lackluster security around this bridge. It is a tacit, possibly admission that they were involved. This was an obvious target. This is a target that is very important to Vladimir Putin, and it is believed that this is partly what triggered that response of this massive rocket barrage that we've seen in the last 48 hours. The Ukrainian government has called this nonsense. As you said on morning TV, we pushed our team here to reach out directly to the Ukrainian government. They responded to us by saying we're not going to comment on the comments of a terrorist group. That is, they're calling the Russians terrorists. So they are not commenting on this investigation, and they believe that it is a sham investigation, Gotti.
Lieutenant General Twitty, let me bring you in here. We just played some of that CNN interview with the president. I want to bring up something else that was said there. The president called Putin a, quote, rational actor who has miscalculated. What do you make of those comments? Do you agree? And what have you made of Russia's response to that Crimea bridge blast?
Well, we don't know whether he's rational or irrational, but here's what we do know, that President Putin on several occasions have saber-rattles his nuclear capability. So it should be cause for concern. Anytime someone saber-rattles nuclear attack should be cause for concern, not only from a U.S. perspective, but from around the world. And so we should be concerned about it, but we should not be deterred in supporting the Ukrainians and supporting this fight.
Now, Cal, what's the situation like on the ground where you're at right now? Just a couple of days after those strikes, I know you've been seeing those throughout the night. So what are the latest reports coming in from other parts of the country, particularly Zaporizhia? All eyes are on that nuclear power plant right now.
Absolutely. So we can start with the plant, and we've had comments from the IAEA in just the last couple of hours, the Director General tweeting that they are deeply concerned about the situation. Basically, the power lines running to the plant have been cut off. You have to have power running to this plant, or you cannot cool the nuclear rods. If you can't cool those nuclear rods, you can have a meltdown. So what's happened is the power is now being provided by generators. The generators can last for 10 days. They run on diesel fuel. The problem is the Russians are stopping any more diesel from getting to that plant, so you're basically on a countdown to which the battery power would kick in. It is of concern here to everybody around the country because you have this nuclear saber rattling from Putin about a possible nuclear weapon, but you also have this, which is basically the same kind of saber rattling. If this plant melts down, it would cause obvious death and destruction across the country. Very quickly, also in this area of the country to the south, in and around Kherson, the Ukrainian military is making more gains. This is of major concern, obviously, to the Russian military as they're being pushed back, and would help explain again why we have this incoming rocket fire in the rest of the country, guys.
So, Lieutenant General Twitty, if this is to continue, this air attack from Russia, I want to ask you about what could potentially help here. Now, the G7 says generally it will support Ukraine for as long as it takes. We did hear yesterday President Zelensky calling on the West to provide specifically more air defense capabilities. And we know in the first part of this attack, they said about half of what was sent their way was stopped by this air help, this air defense capability, which it looks like the U.S. and Germany are providing more. Do you think these systems, are they different to anything that's been supplied before? Are they different to what Ukraine has and what we saw in effect a couple days ago? How effective are they also in defending against these types of attacks?
Absolutely. I have a lot of experience with the air defense systems. The Germans are sending in what's called the IRIS-T system. It's a highly capable system. It, in fact, one system can pretty much protect the city of Kyiv. And the U.S., they're getting behind sending more Stinger missiles and other capability to support the Ukrainians as well. And I think, there's going to be a meeting between Secretary Austin and other contributor nations here in the coming days, where they will pledge also additional air defense systems. But what they really need is what's called an air defense umbrella around the entire country of Kyiv to stop most of these missiles from coming in. And so they're going to need significant amount of air defense systems in order to protect the entire country of Ukraine. And I think the nations will get behind that.
A lot to look out for. Cal, Lieutenant General, thank you to both.
And now to the legal battle unfolding over the search of Mar-a-Lago. The Justice Department has responded to former President Trump's petition for the Supreme Court to weigh in on the documents seized during the federal search of the estate. The Department of Justice has asked the Supreme Court to reject Trump's request to allow a special master to review those classified documents. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now from Washington with the latest. Hey, Ryan, always great to see you. So walk us through here what the response has been from the Justice Department. What's their argument?
Sure. So the Justice Department is essentially pointing out that these documents, there's no plausible claim that these documents that Donald Trump has any interest in these documents as his own documents. They're just basically plainly on the face, not his documents. They have the illegal classifications up top. So because of those illegal classifications, those legal markings, those classification markings, there's no way that these documents belong to Donald Trump. They are plainly government documents, and that they're basically asking the Supreme Court not to step in on Trump's behalf here, as Trump has requested.
So what happens next in this case? I mean, how does this play out in the Supreme Court?
So the Supreme Court could come back at any time and give an answer on this. It would be unusual for them to step into this matter just because of how plainly the 11th Circuit decision came down. It was two Trump appointees on that case, and it was a pretty strong opinion that came out and basically laid out the idea that there is no plausible reason to hold back the investigation into these limited set of classified documents because there just wasn't any purported really claim of personal property ownership from Trump because they had these classification markings on there. There's no question these are government documents, unlike some of the other documents that were seized, which maybe Donald Trump has some personal claims to because there were so many documents seized, more than 11,000 in total from Mar-a-Lago. But in terms of this more narrow set of documents, which is what the Justice Department had focused on in its request for a stay in the matter of the special master. They had focused on these 100 classified documents that amounted to more than hundreds of pages of classified materials, and said that that's what they really need to be able to focus on for national security purposes to keep this investigation running, while still appealing more broadly the questions about the more than 11,000 documents that were seized from Mar-a-Lago altogether.
So, Ryan, let's talk about how a decision from the court could impact the Justice Department's investigation. I mean, will it? Will they still have access to these 11,000 records seized by the FBI if the court does rule for Trump?
So the 11,000 documents are actually sort of a matter. The Justice Department is still appealing the ruling on that, saying that there doesn't really need to be a special master to review those 11,000 documents, but they really wanted to prioritize these 100 classified documents, which amounted to hundreds of pages, because they were essential to the ongoing investigation, and they were essential to the national security review that the Justice Department was engaged in to determine whether or not there was any national security risk because those documents had been held at Mar-a-Lago. Although the Justice Department disagrees with the ruling appointing a special master in this matter, they said that that broader question could be appealed on sort of a slower basis. The priority that they wanted to set in place was making sure that they had access to those 100 classified records, which as of now they do.
Ryan Riley, as always, thanks for your reporting here.
And turning now to the latest from the campaign trail, and this one's a little counterintuitive. This morning, we're taking a closer look at the Americans who are choosing not to vote this year and how they could ultimately decide the outcome of some of the most important midterm races. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Milwaukee with more on the power this group could have in November. Shaq, good morning.
Good morning, Gotti. Well, we often talk about elections in terms of those voting blocks. We've heard the terms before: working class white voters, suburban women voters, for example. But this election, we likely already know the largest and potentially most powerful voting block of 2022. It's those who came out 2 years ago in the presidential and are deciding to stay home this time around. We look into the power of the midterm election non-voter.
23-year-old Jake Hart will likely join the largest voting bloc of 2022.
Honestly, I didn't realize the midterm elections were coming up.
A mechanic and registered voter in Battleground, Wisconsin, 2 years ago casting his very first ballot only after seeing protests outside of a Biden campaign event in his small rural city. But in this year's midterm elections, he might stay home.
Do you plan on voting in November?
I would like to, but I can't guarantee that answer right now. I would like to learn a little bit more, but I really don't have the time.
Since 2000, 60% of eligible Americans cast a presidential ballot on average. During congressional midterm years, average turnout drops dramatically to just 42%. A majority, about 150 million Americans, remaining silent in our representative democracy.
Do you plan on voting in November? No. Why not? I don't want to.
I want to be an informed voter, and I don't always feel like I am, because the commercials don't help with that.
A 2020 Knight Foundation study of some 12,000 so-called chronic non-voters shows the group tilts only slightly toward Democrats, but includes more women and minorities, is younger, and has lower income levels than active voters.
Do you plan on voting in November?
Not necessarily. I don't see the direct effect that it has on the community that I live in.
Mujahid Green says he participates in presidential races to please his mother and grandparents who fought for his right. But he usually skips midterm years.
So my sister gave me the sign to promote.
His sister Tynetta recently helped lead a car parade through Milwaukee to register and activate voters.
It's harder now for me to convince people that it's important to vote when they see the decline in our community.
It's definitely easy to vote, you know. It's just when you check that box, man, it's just you really walk away feeling like nothing is going to change.
Non-voting citizens, a group that's large and powerful but not immovable. Our latest NBC News poll showing voter enthusiasm 2 months ahead of the midterms is at an all-time high.
You said you didn't vote in 2020,
no.
But you plan to vote this time around.
Yes.
What has shifted?
Being older, seeing how everything really impacts me.
Now, going back to that study, that Knight Foundation study that was mentioned in the report, potentially alarming note that they have is that the emerging electorate, the Generation Z, they are even less informed and less engaged, according to the study, than traditional voters. So there's something that has to give at this point, where you want to have people participating, but so many people saying they just want to stay out of the electoral process, guys.
Fascinating. Shaq, thanks so much.
Yeah, great report, Shaq. Thank you. Now, this morning, there is growing pressure for 3 members of the Los Angeles City Council to resign. Council President Nury Martinez and council members Gil Cedillo and Kevin De Leon were caught in a recorded conversation that included racist comments about a colleague's 2-year-old adopted black son. A White House spokesperson says President Biden believes they should step down, joining a growing chorus of officials calling for their resignations. Yesterday, protesters flooded a city council meeting just hours after Martinez stepped down from her role as city council president and took a leave of absence.
And now to a smashing success for NASA and a first for mankind. The space agency announced Tuesday that it had successfully changed an asteroid's orbit by intentionally crashing a spacecraft onto it last month.
Yeah, NASA said data obtained over the past 2 weeks showed that the DART probe's collision with a what we're calling a small, harmless space rock known as Dimorphos altered its trajectory. But we have NASA astronaut and senior advisor for space programs at the Intrepid Museum, Mike Massimino, with us, who let us know that's actually about the size of a football field.
It's a small football field. A football field is a football
so small
field.
and harmless to me, but Mike says so. Okay, this
it's all relative.
Like a really big deal. Walk us through this and put it in context for it. Is it a big deal? Could it keep us safe? What's this mean?
Oh, yeah, it certainly is. Right now, it appears to be a success, right? So the data that first came in was that they were able to change the orbit of this rock, this asteroid, about the size of, you said, about this football field. So this is the kind of thing that wouldn't take out the whole planet, but certainly could do a lot of damage and hurt a lot of people and cost a lot of money, and this is not a good thing. But it's not coming toward us. This was this is far enough away from us. It's not going to, nothing is heading our direction. And they were able to alter the trajectory, the orbit of this thing. They wanted to change the orbit by about 10 minutes at least, and they changed it by about 32 minutes. So and that part of it is a success, so it's a success for sure. But now they're trying to understand why and what else happened to it. And there's a lot of other interesting things to look at here.
So we're talking about, it would not just miss us by a mile, it'd miss us by a long shot, right? If something was headed our way.
Yeah, if something was headed our way, they would have to look into what they would do exactly, and that's why they're still studying this. They were able to change the timing of it, and they changed its orbit. That's great. They're also looking into how that happened. It wasn't just the impact of this, say, golf cart-sized spacecraft hitting this football stadium-sized object. Wow. It was, that gave it a good nudge at 14,000 miles an hour, but also the ejecta that came out of it. So a lot of rocks and dust was kicked up when it smashed into this thing, and that also helped propel it. And so they were able to see the timing change with optical telescopes, that they could actually see it from the ground, and also radar telescopes so they could collect data. And now they're using the Hubble Space Telescope and other methods to look at this ejecta blanket, this comet tail. It looks like a comet tail coming out of it. That is 6,000 miles long. Wow. Right? So that's a long tail, and it's split in two. So they're studying that right now as well.
So here's a question. Doomsday scenario. Somehow it's coming from a blind spot. We've got like a day, 2 days, 3 days to respond right now. Do we have anything up there that's similar to what we crashed onto this last asteroid?
Yeah, can we stop that?
To be able to nudge something else?
Okay, so hopefully that doesn't happen. So then one of the next things they're going to try to do is try to detect these objects a little bit better, even though that sounds really big. Relatively speaking, space is really large, and that's kind of small for an object to find it. So they want to detect these things more than these 2 days, right? So way in the future, they can predict these things. Hopefully they have to get better at detection. But I always think, to answer your question, maybe not, for anything that we might have headed our way, I think that we would definitely try to do something. Right. So I think, but it's not. We've got 2 days left. That's not good. Exactly. But I think we would try to do something. We would go down swinging, right? I think that would definitely happen. Because that's not a good scenario. I think what we're trying to do here. I would love
to see a bunch of these things up in space, like just ready to go in case.
Yeah. Well, that's what they're trying to figure out. I think we are ahead of the game on this.
Golf cart satellite.
I think we're ahead of the game on this one, though. think it's really, you know, now, the things are headed our way, you know, then nothing that we're looking at this, something that's very interesting. Plus, asteroids are very interesting to study them, what they're made of. There's a whole movement to look at how we could mine them, use their resources, understand them better. So it's not just saving us from them, but it also might be using them for good, for betterment of the world. So it's a very interesting topic.
Taking us to a more peaceful place.
We're in no danger, folks.
Okay,
Don't worry about that. And hopefully we'll find anything headed our way well in advance.
Okay, we will.
All right.
Thank you.
Happy anniversary.
Thanks.
Is that public knowledge? You spread that word?
We haven't gotten to it quite yet this morning.
Oh,
But
sorry.
2 years of Morning News Now today. So we'll get through it.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Our breaking news reporter in addition to astronaut. All right, now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Michelle, talking about looking up here. What's the weather looking like?
Hi there, guys. Well, we are looking at some showers and some storms. We have a big cold front that's moving through the middle of the nation. It's going to be advancing to the east. So by tomorrow, the Northeast in on some showers and some storms as well. So we're seeing some heavy rain falling right now, seeing some lightning too throughout portions of Missouri, also Kansas, hearing that thunder this morning. Where you see the brighter colors, that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain, and that's going to advance towards the east. So we have two kind of dreary days from the Midwest to the Ohio Valley into the Northeast tomorrow. So the wider view here showing us where that cold front is. It's going to head to the east, and we're looking at 2 to 4 inches of rain tomorrow into portions of the Northeast. Today into tonight, we're looking at the chance for severe weather. That means strong to severe storms, meaning we could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some small hail also. The chance of a few tornadoes. Where you see the yellow here, that's the likeliest spot. So Memphis, Greenville, Florence, but really the green, you could see those strong storms as well. So it's anywhere from portions of the southern plains into the Ohio Valley. Then as we look towards tomorrow, again, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, where you see this green. Small hail winds again. We could see a few brief spin-ups as well. We're going to see some winds clashing as we go throughout tomorrow. That includes Scranton, Philadelphia, D.C., down to Richmond, and we're going to see that as we go throughout the afternoon hours. Rainfall, that's going to be a problem too. The grounds are still really wet. We're going to add to that. High rainfall rates could lead to some flash flooding, especially where you see these darker colors, so portions of New York, northern New Jersey into Pennsylvania, Vermont, New Hampshire, parts of New England. We could see some really heavy rain. This is to set up the cold front advancing to the east. It's moving through some really warm, humid air. So temperatures in the 70s out ahead of this front. Behind it, such a different story. Minneapolis yesterday, 80 degrees into the low 50s today. So it's a blustery breeze behind this cold front. Downpours tomorrow into the Northeast. Localized flash flooding is possible. And then we're going to see this front kind of getting hung up in the New England area. So we could see the greatest amounts there up to 4 inches in some spots as we head towards Friday. Back to you guys.
All right, love when we're talking about Friday on Wednesday. Michelle, thank you so much. We'll see you in just a little bit. And coming up on Morning News Now, Deliberation Day. We have the latest as a Florida jury set to decide the fate of convicted Parkland shooter Nicholas Cruz.
Plus, charges dropped in the high-profile murder case of Anad Syed, officially a free man. We'll be right back.
Right now on NBC News Now, as we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas.
From Mayfield, Kentucky.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one?
You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Deliberations will begin this morning in the sentencing phase of the convicted Parkland shooter. In court arguments yesterday, prosecutors recommended the death penalty. NBC News correspondent Kerry Sanders has more.
Gotti, Savannah, it will require a majority for the jury today when they begin deliberating to determine whether there is going to be a death sentence here for Nicholas Cruz, or if just one person believes it should be life in prison, then it'll be that. Nicholas Cruz, 4 years ago on Valentine's Day, according to prosecutors, premeditated, planned, and with a depraved indifference for life, went to that school and began shooting. The carnage left 17 students and faculty dead, as well as 17 others attempted murder. And of course, victims by, well, even those who were just at the campus that day running for their lives. This is what the prosecution had to say as to why there should be a death sentence.
He murdered 17. He wounded another 17, and he was trying for more. So there's no question that that aggravating factor has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt.
The defense believes otherwise.
Sentencing Nicholas Cruz to life is the right thing to do. So I now put in your hands his life.
And then there are the victims, those who lost loved ones, those who were shot themselves, who believe that there is only one sense of justice here, but there will never be complete justice because their loved ones are gone.
Why in the world would you want to have this kid among us? I mean, why? It doesn't do me any good, doesn't do anybody any good. He's not remorseful. He has nothing to contribute to this world, so you should leave it.
We have to remember the full measure of the cruelty that was shown to the victims that day. And remember that he wasn't content to stop at the 17.
If the jury comes back with a death sentence in Florida, there is lethal injection, but there is also another method of execution here. If the inmate decides they would like to be put in the electric chair, that option remains today. Gotti, Savannah?
Thank you so much.
Meanwhile, prosecutors in Baltimore are dropping murder charges against Adnan Syed. His case was the focus of the popular podcast Serial. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
Less than a month after Adnan Syed was released from prison, Baltimore prosecutors officially dropped charges against the 41-year-old, who spent more than half his life behind bars for a murder DNA evidence shows he never committed.
I instructed my office to dismiss the criminal case against Adnan Syed following the completion of a second round of touch DNA testing of items that were never tested before.
Officially a free man, Syed was sentenced to life in prison for the 1999 murder of his high school girlfriend, Hae Min Lee. The trial and its now well-documented errors chronicled in the podcast Serial and an HBO documentary. After serving 23 years, last month, a judge approved Syed's release from prison, citing a failure to turn over evidence that could have changed the outcome of his trial. Baltimore prosecutors say the DNA evidence excludes him from the murder and a retrial.
There have been so many ups and downs over the past 23 years, so he is really just taking it all in.
With the case reopened into Lee's murder, her family says there was a rush to dismiss criminal charges, saying in part, all this family ever wanted was answers and a voice.
Syed's attorneys say he's elated and grateful, spending his first full day of freedom with loved ones. He's also pursuing a law degree as his attorneys consider litigation against the county. Back to you.
Miguel, thanks so much.
And now let's get to some international headlines, starting with new details on the official coronation of King Charles.
Yeah, Claudia Lavonga joins us now from Rome for this and more. Good morning, Claudia.
Good morning, guys. Yes, Buckingham Palace has announced that the coronation of King Charles III will take place next year on the 6th of May in Westminster Abbey in London. Now, Charles has automatically essentially become king the moment his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, died. But the coronation is still a very important symbolic celebration of the start of the new reign. Now, Camilla, the Queen Consort, will be by his side and will also be crowned during that celebration. Now, let's go to Japan, where today the country's space agency said a rocket carrying 8 satellites said to be aborted by a self-destruction command 7 minutes after liftoff. The agency said they aborted the flight after they realized the rocket was not able to fly safely and enter a planned orbit. This was the first failed rocket launch in Japan in nearly 20 years. And let's finally head to Australia, where a government agency responsible for promoting tourism revealed their new brand ambassador, a computer-generated kangaroo named Ruby the Roo. The unofficial mascot is part of a global campaign aimed at attracting international travelers to Australia now that it has finally opened up to tourists after being off limit for 2 years due to the pandemic. Now, I said 2 years since the pandemic. Guess also who turns 2 today? You guys. So,
happy birthday. Happy people wishing us happy birthday. Thank you, Claudia. Maybe we should all take a trip to Australia to celebrate.
That is a very
never
good
been.
birthday.
Yeah.
You need to hop to Australia.
Coming up, a new warning for parents about children and anxiety, why experts now say kids as young as 8 should go through mental health screenings.
Also, some new mothers facing a crisis of care, why maternity wards are closing at an alarming rate in rural communities. Next on Morning News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big. When we're talking about November, how many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now. Allie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It's time for your weekly checkup. We have new updates on anxiety screenings for all children aged 8 and over.
Yeah, plus why some researchers are saying some video games could trigger potentially lethal heart problems in certain kids.
Yeah, NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now for more on these headlines that you might have missed, and they are important ones. Let's start with these mental health screenings for children. What do parents need to know? Why is this happening? What is it helping find? Read us in.
So this is big, right? We have guidelines now that children as young as 8 should be screened for anxiety, and kids as young as 12 should be screened for depression. And I think this is really coming up because we're seeing that there's rising visits and ER visits for kids for mental health purposes, and there's the whole pandemic making kids' mental health. Being out of school and being out of sports, away from friends, kids have taken a hit in more ways than one. So I think this is important, and all this is really saying is that if you are somebody who's going for a yearly checkup, even if you don't have any symptoms, they are going to screen you for anxiety and depression if you are at that age, or at least they should. And what that really looks like is they're asking you questions. Are you not eating as much? Are you feeling a sense of hopelessness? And they ask you, how often are you having those over the past 2 weeks to really separate kids who may be going through a quick rough patch versus actually having mental health problems.
And those types of questions help them determine that.
Exactly.
Now, one thing a lot of parents are saying today is this headline that some video games may affect some kids and may be dangerous. Is there more to that study? What's at play here?
So it was a study that looked at, kids who had, heart arrhythmias that may have been triggered by video games. Now, to be clear, this is not something that's common. Video games have been around for a while. This is a study of about 22 patients. What they found was that people who have high risk for congenital issues, meaning they have family history of heart disease or family history of arrhythmias, were more likely to suffer these dangerous events. So the doctor's orders really here are, monitor your kids' gameplay, and remember, it's just a game. It's something I have to remind myself something too when I'm playing. It's just a game. It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
So this is kind of a adrenaline or just the high energy, high excitement with somebody that already has a possible pre-existing condition?
That's the hypothesis that the authors put apart, the adrenaline, the rush, everything, all the hormones get released at the same time, just kind of everything mixed together.
Yeah, absolutely. Something to keep an eye on, I suppose, if you know that your child has one of those underlying conditions and they like to play games. Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you so much. Always great to have you on set with us.
Thanks, Doc. And rural communities are struggling to keep the doors open on maternity wards. In one Connecticut town, women now have to drive at least 45 minutes for care. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has more.
I had woken up at around 11:30, and I stood up and I was bleeding very heavily.
During her second pregnancy, Rachel Tuberville's condition became harrowing in just a matter of minutes.
I was experiencing a placental abruption, and my baby was having heart decelerations.
Within an hour of arriving at Sharon Hospital in rural Connecticut, Rachel had an emergency C-section to deliver her son, Colin.
I think that being so close to a hospital made it possible for everything to work out the way that it did.
But that care might not be available much longer for expecting mothers in Sharon. The hospital's owner, Nuvance Health, is currently seeking regulatory approval to close the maternity ward. In a statement to NBC News, Nuvance said it has faced continuous financial challenges and low patient volume in the labor and delivery unit. But for most people, that would mean a 45-minute drive to the nearest hospital at least.
Time is of the essence.
Dr. Howard Mortman delivers babies at Sharon Hospital and has a private OB/GYN practice. He was part of Rachel's care team after her pregnancy.
She's another example of if Sharon Hospital isn't there in that proximity, I don't know that Rachel's around. I certainly don't know that her baby's around.
Dr. Mortman also has a more personal connection.
My sister, Gail, she is disabled because of delay in care at her birth. And I said, I'm going to become an obstetrician. I'm going to dedicate myself to preventing what happened to my sister, Gail.
But maternal care has been disappearing from rural communities for more than a decade. In 2004, 898 rural counties did not have hospital obstetrics units. By 2018, an additional 200 rural hospitals were without labor and delivery services, according to researchers.
We're in the midst of a maternal health crisis. The CDC tells us that
About 60% of pregnancy-related deaths are preventable.
Experts say rural hospitals in America are more prone to staffing and financial challenges because they serve a higher proportion of low-income families in areas with fewer births.
These vital resources are leaving communities that often need them most.
Back in Connecticut, Sharon Hospital must first get approval from the state to end birthing services. But Connecticut's Office of Health Strategy confirms to NBC News that they're actively investigating whether Sharon Hospital illegally terminated its birthing services without a state-required certificate of need. In a statement, Nuvance Health said that Sharon Hospital was committed to working with OHS and that they have closely followed the process required. But as we await a decision from OHS, the labor and delivery unit remains fully open and operational. 4 years later, Rachel says she and her son are both perfectly healthy.
To me, it's scary to think about what could have happened with that extra hour added onto an already very scary situation. I don't really know what would have happened.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. And we should also mention that the U.S. has the highest rate of maternal mortality among all high-income countries. In regard to Sharon Hospital, the next step in the process is a public hearing scheduled to take place in October. And coming up, she is blazing a trail in the marijuana industry.
Up next in our latest edition of Women Mean Business, I'll introduce you to the woman behind the first woman-owned and operated medical marijuana company in New York. You're watching Morning News Now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big. When we're talking about November,
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. And today in our Women Mean Business series, we're introducing you to Amy Peckham.
That's right. She runs the only women-owned and operated medical marijuana company in New York. And this business is truly a family affair. Here's her story.
As a former paralegal and a stay-at-home mom, Amy Peckham never gave medical marijuana a second thought until a doctor recommended it as a way to help ease her mother's symptoms from ALS, or Lou Gehrig's disease. Her mother ultimately chose other forms of treatment, but after her passing, Peckham became invested in improving patients' quality of life. In 2015, together with her daughters, Peckham launched Etain, New York's only family-run, women-owned and operated medical cannabis company. Named after a heroine in Irish mythology who persevered, Peckham hopes the company shows the same spirit. Now Peckham and her daughters are set to embark on a new chapter in their business, forging a path for women in the male-dominated recreational cannabis industry. Amy Peckham is a woman who means business.
And Amy joins us now. Amy, great to have you with us. Thanks so much for joining us early this morning. So first, I just want to start with the fact that you started this company with your 2 daughters. Talk about how important it was to kind of keep this all in the family.
Oh, it's essential, and our brand represents not just wellness, but inclusion and as you said, perseverance. We began this mission and started into the research after my mother had died, and it just came together that both Keely and Hillary graduated in 2014, and Hillary challenged me after graduation to do something I believed in, and every day we fought to figure out how could we be part of changing the world and bringing really safe product to New Yorkers.
Isn't that nice? Your daughter gave you the little push you needed. That's just so sweet.
Every day.
The other thing that you've done that I think is pretty neat, I mean, no matter what industry, just to do this, is that the majority of your company's employees are women. Why was it important to you? Was that a specific thing that you purposely were trying to hire for? Because, you know, this is a predominantly male field. What was this like to have this predominantly female workforce?
Well, that was one of the first parts of the mission, is when Hillary challenged me, how are you going to do this? It's a great idea, but how are you going to execute? And it was important to me, having been a stay-at-home mom for 20 years, that there was a path for other women, and to demonstrate that there would be a path for other women, that just because you were in one business, childcare in my instance, didn't mean you couldn't reform yourself into a new business. So we took that challenge, and I found a group called Women Grow. And with Hillary, we helped found the New York chapter of Women Grow. And we found the support of other women, and it just came organically into a very strong platform. And we've become known for supporting all minority businesses in the industry.
Hillary sounds like a smart cookie, so isn't that fun that you get to work with her? Also, as viewers might have heard in that little story that ran right before this, so you are entering this new chapter, recreational. I'm wondering, just tell me about some of the challenges there, because, you know, obviously there's not federal legislation for marijuana, which makes it sort of difficult. I've done a lot of stories about what these businesses are like across the country, female founded or not. What's that been like?
Right. The medical programs, one of the things I got behind with the New York program was it demanded the highest quality. And I have to say, not just in the country, but like in the world, absolutely clean, sterile product. And the time from 2015 to today has been transformative. I think what my girls put together was one of the very first vape pens that had nothing but just cannabis, no additives, a very clean product. And making those changes has been really transformative for the public and for public safety.
All right, before I let you go, we like to ask our women who mean business for just a little piece of advice. A young woman maybe who wants to start a company, maybe sees what you're doing in a field that might be tough to kind of get into, especially, as I mentioned, with such confusing laws, this patchwork across the country. What would your career advice be to a young woman watching right now?
You need to find a support network, and it's up to you to make that support network. And you have to do your research into your industry. And the more people you ask to help and get advice from, the better your chances.
There you go. That is great, great advice. The better your chances. Amy Peckham, thank you so much, and good luck. And Sony, tell your daughters also congrats and good luck. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Bye now.
Bye.
Mother-daughter duos.
I know.
I mean, unstoppable.
That's so sweet how many times she said her daughter's name, too. Hillary. It's awesome. All right, that's very neat. She's a woman who means business.
And coming up, it is a very special day here on Morning News Now.
That's right. The show turns 2 years old today. There's our first day. When we come back, we'll celebrate by sharing some of our favorite moments with you who's been with us. Stick with us.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah, I love you too.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
And welcome back now to a story we've been following very, very closely for the past few days, maybe even too closely. But now, drum roll, please. Fat Bear Week finally has a winner. Bear 747. Yes, as the plane takes the crown as the Fat Bear, weighing in at a hefty 1,400 pounds and receiving over 68,000 votes. But it is 2022. That win did not come without controversy. An online cheating scandal disrupted the competition briefly during the semifinals. But despite that hiccup, Bear 747 came out on top for the second time, previously winning the competition back in 2020. So congratulations to a true Fat Bear champion. And Samantha, I don't know what's better, to be a fat bear or to be a stinky bear.
Yeah, my God, you're so annoying. That was a nickname I had as a
Shout
child
out to your
that
dad
he's just decided
for,
to throw in
best,
here. Yeah.
The best nickname ever.
Yeah, gonna kill you later. Thanks, Scotty, so much. It's been fabulous. All right, we want to take some time now to celebrate a special birthday, our own. 2 years ago, on October 12th, 2020, Joe and I, look, we missed Joe. There's Joe. Joe and I came on the air or the internet or the stream, however you watch us, with the very first episode of Morning News Now. And we're so grateful you've stayed with us through some of the toughest news stories and laughed with us through all these fun moments, too. It's been an honor for us to have had space in your home each morning, and we hope you continue to stay with us and our show as it only continues to grow. Here's a look back on what we've done together in our second year on the air.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding in Eastern Europe, the Russian attack on Ukraine.
I'm currently with my friend Andre, who is going to a recruitment center to sign up to fight.
If we all do within our capabilities, within our limits, everything for the country we dearly love, we're going to have victory.
19 young children and 2 adults killed when a gunman opened fire inside the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas.
My heart was broken today. Well, we need your prayers to get us through this. Nowhere else do little kids go to school thinking that they might be shot that day.
The heartbreak and devastation is equal to the amount of anger that I have.
The moving
stunning story of one woman who battled to save her brothers during Hurricane Ian.
I just had to last night put my brother in a group home, and it's the hardest thing I had to do. But I can't care for him now, and I have no place to put him.
This morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health.
We are remembering Queen Elizabeth II, Britain's longest reigning monarch, who died yesterday at the age of 96. The end of constitutional abortion rights in America.
Now people are seeing the need for this beautiful language. They're seeing how it can make one family feel seen.
Do you believe this bill breaks the law? Where do you think we're at?
One parent, Jennifer, said it best: stop using my child as a political pawn.
What does the reinvented Anna look like?
Hopefully, I'll be given a chance to focus all my energy into something legal.
How difficult was it to pull out, knowing that's what you needed to do for yourself?
Hasn't been an easy journey, but it's definitely been worth it. And I'm so happy to be a voice for the voiceless and to kind of put not so much of a stigma on mental health.
I don't honestly regret anything that happened in 2018. It really helped me get to where I am now, and I learned, again, very valuable lessons from that experience, and just really happy that I got another shot at dealing with it.
That being said, how does it feel to know that we are never going to ask you about 2018 ever again after this?
And of course, we're no Olympians, but one of us definitely had some raw talent. Take a look.
Oh,
yeah, Joe!
That go.
Don't do anything yet.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, yes! No! Joe did it! You did it! Oh, my God!
They made history this year by becoming the first all-woman, all-black news team in America.
We are now starting to reflect the community that we give the news to every day.
One day I was creating the sauce in my kitchen for a pop-up shop, and I woke up to 1 million views.
The Atlantic puffin, they are really iconic. They're on hats, very popular as Tufts toys, and yes, even on shirts.
Carrie, I liked your little Superman move to expose the puffins.
The song might say love don't cost a thing, but in this economy, it does, because we're not all married to Ben Affleck.
That was good.
Crazy cannot hide for more than 10 minutes.
All right, crazy can't hide for more than 10 minutes.
No. There's some people out there who could test that.
Yes.
Something called slugging. Is that what I think it is?
Yes, slugging is absolutely what you think it is. It is applying a liberal Vaseline on the face because it makes you look like a slug. The good thing about
it isn't what I think it is. Okay.
You're gonna slug?
Yes, I actually thought it involved leeches or something, so I'm actually relieved that it's not.
Didn't influencer my opposite. What are you doing?
We have another surprise for you too. Happy birthday!
But thankfully that's.
Let's have Alex read this part. Come on.
Wait.
In time for a very special day, NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has the story.
That does it for this hour.
And that does it for this hour
of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Wasn't that
I know, and it would not be
Joe's
a birthday without Joe. I mean,
take a picture
look at that beard. It's just so beautiful.
Just the beard.
Joe, you were here in spirit.
We miss you, Joe. We love you,
birthday.
Joe. Also, though, really, for those of you at home, thank you so much for watching us for 2 years. To come into your home at this particular time of day, it's really just an honor, and we love sharing it with you. We love telling you the news. We love having fun with you. Hopefully, you're laughing when we're laughing. We have some fun.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Gotti Schwartz in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, calls for help. Ukraine is pushing for more assistance from Western allies as Russia launches more attacks far from the front lines, the latest on the ground in Ukraine. Plus, why some Western officials believe Russia's new attacks are actually a sign of weakness from Vladimir Putin. NBC News exclusive. Pennsylvania Senate candidate John Fetterman sits down for his first interview since suffering a stroke, telling our Dasha Burns about his recovery and his fight to defeat GOP candidate Dr. Oz.
I feel like we have been very transparent in a lot of different ways. When our doctor has already given a letter saying that I'm able to serve and to be running.
Why Fetterman says his health would not get in the way of his ability to serve on Capitol Hill. finding the signs. Experts are now calling on pediatricians to start screening kids for anxiety and depression as early as 8 years old. Why experts say early intervention is key and the reason some doctors aren't on board with that idea. Plus, remembering Angela Lansbury, the actress who entertained generations in movies, on TV, and on the stage. She's died at the age of 96. We're taking a look back at her legacy this morning, from her roles as a murderous baker to a novelist turned detective to a singing teapot. She will be so missed.
Absolutely, and that's a little legacy we're going to hear about from Harry Smith. So, of course, it's going to be a good one.
Looking forward to it.
Later this hour.
We're going to begin this hour with the war in Ukraine. This morning, NATO defense ministers are gathering for the first time since Russia annexed 4 regions and announced a partial military mobilization.
And the meeting comes after President Biden appeared to downplay concerns of nuclear war, telling CNN he doesn't think President Putin will use nuclear weapons in Ukraine. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from southern Ukraine.
We're now in the southern city of Mykolaiv, and this was the region's administrative headquarters, destroyed by a Russian cruise missile earlier in the conflict. Earlier today, I spoke with the region's most senior Ukrainian official, and he said that after increased Russian nuclear threats, that they are now dusting off old Soviet-era, Cold War-era nuclear preparation plans for evacuations and shelters. And this all comes after harsh comments by President Biden overnight against Vladimir Putin. As Russia widens its assault against Ukraine, firing missiles far from the front lines at cities including Zaporizhia, Kyiv, and Lviv, President Biden, speaking to CNN, accused President Vladimir Putin of putting the world at risk by threatening to use nuclear weapons.
I don't think he will, but I think it's irresponsible for him to talk about it.
U.S. and NATO officials say they do not see evidence Russia has deployed or plans to use nuclear weapons. The president calling Putin a rational actor, saying he'd misjudged Ukrainian resistance to Russia before the invasion.
I think he is a rational actor who's miscalculated significantly.
But President Biden accused Putin of playing with fire on a level not seen since the Cuban Missile Crisis 60 years ago this month.
He, in fact, cannot continue with impunity to talk about the use of a tactical nuclear weapon as if that's a rational thing to do. The mistakes get made, and the miscalculation could occur. No one can be sure what would happen, and it could end in Armageddon.
Russia is arguably at its weakest point in the war. Low on troops, it has implemented a partial draft and is even offering pardons to convicted prisoners in exchange for combat tours. Low on weapons, Russia is increasingly reliant on Iranian drones, with Russian arms production squeezed by sanctions. In rare public statements, the head of the British intelligence service, GCHQ, says Russia's military position is increasingly desperate.
Russia's forces are exhausted. The use of prisoners as reinforcements and now the mobilization of tens of thousands of inexperienced conscripts speaks of a really desperate situation.
And little can be more dangerous than a desperate nuclear power led by an unchecked leader who promised a quick victory, but may be facing a slow and humiliating defeat. In addition to updating and modernizing those Soviet-era nuclear preparation plans, Ukrainian officials say they urgently need from the United States and other allies air defense systems, primarily to counter those Iranian-made drones that Russia is increasingly using.
Richard Engel, thanks so much.
Let's now bring in our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, for the latest out of Moscow. Keir, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. So President Putin was addressing the Russian Energy Week conference just earlier this morning. What were some of the biggest takeaways from his speech?
Yeah. You know, Savannah, I think the biggest takeaway is not what President Putin said, but what he didn't say. So he was speaking just a short distance away from me here in central Moscow. He spoke for about 30 minutes. Now, that's very unusual at a forum like this. Folks will remember that President Putin is kind of famous for talking for hours, and he didn't take any questions. Normally, there would be a moderator, he would be questioned, he would be prepared to talk about anything in international politics, in geopolitics, and in Russian domestic affairs. He didn't do that. He came on the stage, there was a lot of rhetoric rhetoric, a lot of accusations. He he said that the explosion at the Nord Stream 2 pipeline was terrorism. He said the bridge explosion, that bridge between Russia and Crimea was terrorism. So he had a lot of bombastic things to say, if you like, but didn't speak for very long. And in a sense, I think that reflects something about his state of mind.
Absolutely. Keir, Russia's security service has also released some details from their investigation into that bridge explosion in Crimea on Saturday. What are Russian investigators alleging?
Well, this is the FSB, the successor to the KGB, and just in the past few hours, they've put out this extraordinarily detailed statement talking about explosives wrapped in plastic in a truck that went from Crimea around the Black Sea through various countries into Russia. The FSB saying that it has arrested 8 people, including 5 Russians, and as well as Ukrainians and Armenians before that were involved in getting that truck, if you like, they say, to the bridge. Now, a Ukrainian official on Ukrainian television is describing that description by Russian security services as a nonsense, and Ukraine, Savannah, has not taken responsibility for that explosion. I think it's notable that Russian intelligence have come to this conclusion so quickly, and there may be questions about the conclusions they've reached so fast.
Definitely. Keir, many Russian nationalist commentators and pro-Kremlin pundits have been praising Moscow's response over the last few days to that bridge blast, this air raid that we've seen since then. Is President Putin under pressure to maintain that level of intensity going forward? Could we see that as a new military strategy from Russia?
I think it's a good question, in that I think that what we have seen from Russia is a response by President Putin, not just to what he says are terrorist attacks, but also to the hardliners here in Russia who've been calling for that kind of a response, that kind of a push, if you like. There are certainly questions by Western commentators about whether or not Russia can sustain that kind of level of air bombardment, if you like, missile bombardment. Richard Engel was talking about that. Well, of course, here, the Kremlin would not accept any of those kinds of questions. But, in the end, some of the facts on the ground, not in the air, really are the ones that speak most volumes about exactly what is happening. The trouble is, Savannah, and I've asked Russian officials what their plan is if their strategy doesn't work throughout this conflict, going back to February. They haven't had an answer, and they still don't seem to have an answer.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you so much for your reporting. And turning now to the latest on the high-stakes Senate race in Pennsylvania, NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns sat down with the Democratic candidate John Fetterman for his first in-person interview since his stroke back in May.
Now, NBC News agreed to let Fetterman use transcription technology during the interview since he's still experiencing side effects from his stroke, but he says it won't prevent him from doing the job if elected. And NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Pittsburgh with more. Dasha, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, Gotti, good morning. Our exclusive with Fetterman comes at a crucial time for the candidate. His lead against his Republican opponent, Dr. Mehmet Oz, is shrinking, and it's just 1 month until Election Day in a pivotal race that could determine the balance of power in the Senate.
Everything about it has changed. Basically having a conversation with your wife to having a conversation with your children.
Pennsylvania Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman explaining how he's coping with the after effects of the stroke he suffered in May, just days before the primary. NBC News agreed to Fetterman's request to use a transcription program during this interview because he's still experiencing auditory processing issues from the stroke, meaning he can't always understand what he's hearing. Walk me through why we need the closed captioning, how it works.
It's really just how things happen, because I sometimes will hear things in a way that's not perfectly clear. So I use captioning, so I'm able to see what you're saying in captioning.
Stroke experts say it's not a cognitive issue, and Fetterman says he's still fit to serve if elected.
I always thought I was pretty emphatic. I think I was very, empathetic. That's an example of the stroke, empathetic. I always thought I was very empathetic before having a stroke. But now, after having that stroke, I really understand, much more kind of the challenges that Americans have day in and day out.
I mean, when you have moments like you had just now, what's that experience like of just not quite being able to get the words out in the way that you want them to?
No, I don't think it was hard. It was just about having to be thinking more slower to just understand. And sometimes that's kind of the processing that happens.
Aside from releasing a letter from his cardiologist on June 3rd, the campaign has denied requests for his medical records. Don't voters deserve to know your status now?
As I said, being in front of thousands and thousands of people and having interviews and getting around all across Pennsylvania, that gives everybody and the voters decide, if they think that it's really the issue.
Fetterman's opponent, Trump-endorsed celebrity Dr. Mehmet Oz, has called his health into question.
John Fetterman is either healthy, and he's dodging the debates because he does not want to answer for his radical left positions, or he's too sick.
But Fetterman hoping it's another health issue that will turn voters out in his favor.
Dr. Oz likes to make fun of me that I might miss a word, but he's missed 2 words, and that is a yes or no on the national abortion ban.
While Oz is focusing on crime, hitting Fetterman on his record as head of Pennsylvania's Board of Pardons, where he advocated for the early release of some convicted murderers. For voters who say, I'd rather prioritize the safety of me and of my kids in and around Philadelphia than prioritizing clemency or lower sentences for criminals. What do you say to those voters?
Well, I actually have a record in fighting crime. As mayor of Braddock here during 4 terms.
And guys, our team did find that in small talk before the interview, without the captioning, it wasn't clear that Fetterman was understanding our conversation. But to be clear, we did speak with stroke experts who say this is not a cognitive issue. It doesn't mean that he has an impaired memory or impaired decision-making skills, and this is something that he can recover from. Once the captioning was fully up and running, he could understand my questions for the entirety of the 25-minute interview that is now up online if folks want to watch the entire thing, guys.
Dasha Burns, such a strong exclusive interview in such an important race. Thank you so much.
And now to the critical midterm election and a closer look at that key Senate race in Georgia. Republican candidate Herschel Walker is on defense, again denying claims that he paid for an ex-girlfriend's abortion. The story, which was first reported by the Daily Beast, has not been independently verified by NBC News. Walker has campaigned as being staunchly opposed to abortion rights, and in an interview with ABC News, once again denied the accusations against him. And for more, we're going to bring in NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber in Atlanta. Ellison, good morning.
Hey, Gotti. This interview was an interesting one, in part because we have previously heard Herschel Walker very early on when those allegations about him allegedly funding an abortion first were reported by the Daily Beast. He immediately denied them, calling them a flat-out lie. But in this interview, we heard him not only deny them, but aggressively so. He repeatedly said that there is no truth to this. He also said the woman who he acknowledged is the mother of one of his children is lying. He said that not once, but multiple times throughout this interview. He was asked at one point by the anchor here whether or not there was any chance that he could have forgotten this instance. In the past, he's talked about his mental health issues and how at times he had kind of lost time and had periodic blackouts where he didn't remember things that he had done in the past. He said, no, that was 20 plus years ago. I haven't had anything like that recently. This, he says, never happened. Here's more of that interview.
Are you saying a flat-out denial to any knowledge of an abortion, or is it possible it happened and you don't remember?
Flat-out denial, lie. And what's sad about it, he had, a receipt and had a check and had all that. He hadn't shown anything. He hadn't shown me saying something about an abortion, and that's what's terrible.
Earlier in the campaign, Walker had said he supported an all-out ban on abortion, no exceptions in the case of rape, incest, or in the life of the mother. He walked that back a little bit last night, saying that he supports Georgia's heartbeat bill that does include some provisions for exceptions in those particular cases. Gotti?
And Ellison, you touched briefly on this, but Walker has been open about his past struggles with dissociative identity disorder, right? So how is he addressing those concerns?
Yeah, I mean, he wrote a book about this years ago, a book that I recently just finished reading, actually, where he goes through and talks about his struggles with this, how he came to realize he had these mental health issues, and some of the steps he said he took to address it. One of the questions that has been sort of outstanding throughout this campaign is what type of treatment does he receive now to deal with it? And in the past, he has said that this is something that he dealt with previously, that it is dealt with, and it is a part of his history, not his present. But last night, he acknowledged that mental health issues like this one in particular are something that you deal with throughout your life. He said that he is not cured in that sense, but he says, and was adamant on this, that he no longer has any symptoms related to it. It's been brought up in something that he has talked about in reference to previous instances of violence, allegations of domestic abuse that he has at times talked openly about and has attributed to his struggle with mental health issues. But it is something that was an issue early in the Republican primary, and it remains one now as we head towards the general election, and a big day for the Georgia Senate race, the debate on Friday between Herschel Walker and incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock. Gotti?
And now, in Georgia, I imagine this is all over the headlines every single day, this controversy. Does it appear to be making a difference in the voters? Have you talked to independent voters or Republican voters, and is this swaying how they're looking at the midterms?
Yeah, I mean, look, time will always tell when it comes to this. In the past, there's been this idea discussed in Georgia of maybe there being sort of an independent split voter, somebody that plans to vote for Governor Brian Kemp in the gubernatorial race, a Republican, but then is maybe not entirely comfortable with voting for Herschel Walker and is leaning towards someone like Senator Raphael Warnock. I've spoken to one or two people who identify as that. They never want to talk about that, at least publicly. So this is something that is making headlines, I think, on party lines. It divides where you think it would divide, but in terms of kind of those times seemingly elusive independent voters, this is stuff that people are paying attention to. They're talking about whether or not they feel like Herschel Walker has adequately answered for some of these questions in his past. I think the debate will maybe tell us a whole lot more, but it's certainly something that people are paying attention to, talking about and watching, but we are seeing it divide a lot of people along the standard party lines. Gotti?
Allison Barber in Atlanta for us. Thank you so much.
Yeah, great reporting. And look at her, such a pro, battling those wind gusts, which is the perfect time to get to our morning news now weather.
And she looks so good.
I know. She always, I mean, she's
Totally
beautiful.
does, yeah.
Michelle Grosson's back in studio with us. Michelle, who's wearing pink?
Pink. Look, I mean, I've got my pen.
This is what he's saying.
And I know it looks purple, but it writes in pink. So it's Wednesday.
What's going on?
Close enough. Joe has to have a tie back there in his office.
I know. That's you should have looked. Yeah.
Right? All right. Well, we are tracking some showers today, some storms, some gusty winds throughout the northern plains. We saw 80 degrees yesterday in Minneapolis. Today, only around 50, 51 with the winds blowing. It's going to feel really chilly there. So here's that cold front. Along this cold front, we're going to see showers and storms. Some could be strong to severe with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. This is going to take its time moving to the east, and we're going to see this into the northeast tomorrow. So back behind it, we do have a fire risk. I mentioned those winds, really gusty winds. It's dry in the northern plains, so we do have a fire risk. A few record highs in the northwest. Otherwise, we're quiet in portions of Southern California. Above average and ahead of this cold front, temperatures into the 70s once again. That's one last day before we start to cool it down. Back behind this front, there's that cold blast, and we're going to see those warmer temperatures to be swept out of here over the next 2 days. But today, near 90 degrees in Little Rock. That is 11 degrees above normal for this time of year. 73 in Detroit, 73 in Annapolis, 84 degrees in Nashville. It is warm also in Boston and D.C. We're looking at 73 degrees. And then we're going to have this cold front come through. That's going to bring us back to more seasonal temperatures. But look at the temperatures as we go throughout today in Minneapolis, 50 degrees. The wind's blowing. It's going to feel colder than that. In the 40s in Marquette, 59 in Des Moines, Chicago, 55 degrees, and Cincinnati, you're 3 degrees below normal at 66. So more seasonal into the northeast, but not bad this weekend. We're looking at temperatures in the 60s. There's that October crisp. What'd you say, Savannah?
I love that.
She loves it.
Yeah,
Chicago, we're looking at temperatures. I know. Last weekend was great. We're going to see another good weekend. Chicago, we're looking at temperatures in the 50s. Cincinnati, 64 on Thursday, into the 70s on Friday. So there's that cold front. The setup is moving into warm, humid air. That's why we do have this chance for strong to severe storms. Gusty winds from Ohio to Texas. But I do want to mention this because tomorrow we do have the chance for a few brief spin-ups in the northeast. It's going to be a wet day, a dreary day in the northeast. northeast before it cleared out Friday.
It'll
pick a quick tornado. It's possible.
A quick tornado. That's my cue to go back to LA, which I'm leaving. See you guys later.
Tonight.
Yeah, tonight. Yeah, right in front of this cold front. I'll be flying right
Just
through
a quick
it.
one. Okay. All right, Michelle, thanks.
Let's take that back.
Let's get back to the good news. October crisp. All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Michelle. And coming up on Morning News Now, mission accomplished.
Yeah, NASA now says they were able to knock an asteroid out of orbit by crashing a small spacecraft into it. What they're learning from this and how this could help prevent a real-life Armageddon. Not to alarm you. That's next.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods, flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big. When we're talking about November, how many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. An out of this world celebration is underway at NASA and Johns Hopkins University this morning.
Yeah, it's all because new data shows the small spacecraft they slammed into an asteroid worked better than they could have ever hoped, knocking it right off course. We've got NBC's Tom Costello, who's been covering this story for months. And Tom, does this mean we actually have a planet-saving plan that will work in real life?
Yeah, at least that's the hope. I mean, listen, this was a proof of concept test, and it worked, right? This asteroid never posed a risk. It was minding its own business, orbiting another asteroid up there. NASA wanted to see if it could push it off course so it might one day use that same strategy when an asteroid is heading our way. It all worked perfectly. Look closely. You're seeing the moment of impact 7 million miles away when NASA's DART spacecraft slammed into a harmless asteroid named Dimorphos orbiting an even bigger asteroid, kicking up a massive plume of dirt and rock stretching thousands of miles in space. Okay, here's the nose camera video taken from DART as it went into its fatal dive at 14,000 miles per hour. Scientists at Johns Hopkins and NASA celebrated the bullseye, but now they know their mission into the darkness of space worked. DART's shove cut the tiny asteroid's orbit time around the bigger asteroid by 32 minutes. NASA had hoped to cut it by just 10 minutes. And yes, that is a big deal.
Now, this is a watershed moment for planetary defense and a watershed moment for humanity.
Here's why. If NASA can push an asteroid off course, then it may be able to deflect big asteroids that one day do pose a risk to all of us here on planet Earth. For proof that we need some kind of defense, just look at all the dinosaur fossils sitting in the world's museums. They ruled the Earth until they were wiped out by a massive meteor crashing into the planet 65 million years ago. Fast forward to today.
For the first time ever, humanity has changed the orbit of a planetary body.
And just maybe humanity has its first planetary defense system from a future mega meteor, if we get enough warning.
NASA and other space agencies can have decades of warning time, can track these things reliably for 100+ years.
A 100-year warning would hopefully be enough. The good news, so far NASA says it doesn't see any planet killers headed our way.
I believe that NASA has proven that we are serious as a defender of the planet.
All right, now, ideally, if NASA can push an asteroid off its course long before it gets to Earth, it would be the best option, right? Blowing up an asteroid or targeting it with a nuclear device, those are still options, but they would create massive debris fields and potentially even radiation issues in space. So again, this kind of a push really seen as the best option. But of course, the bigger the asteroid, the bigger the shove, and Earth's telescopes need to spot the asteroid in time to launch that kind of a coordinated defense. You guys, they're talking about the possibility of the United States and Russia and China and all of the countries that have those types of capabilities joining forces to deflect a mega asteroid at some point down the road. Let's hope that we have better relations with Russia by then.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We've got the nudge down.
Yeah, Tom.
Now we just have to worry about the warning system.
Tom, last hour we had Mike Massimino, former NASA astronaut, I'm sure you know, on with us, and he said, well, if that were to happen, we will go down swinging.
Go down swinging,
well,
exactly.
That's good to hear.
I was watching. I saw that. I thought he was absolutely right. You know, listen, we could ask the dinosaurs what it was like, and don't they wish that they had some kind of a warning system, but you know,
planetary
they're all
defense.
dead.
Yeah.
They might have. Awesome. It just clearly didn't work, you know.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
All right. Now, experts have said children as young as 8 years old should be screened for anxiety by pediatricians.
Yeah, those recommendations coming as healthcare workers warn of a growing mental health crisis among our young people. Board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma joins us now for more on this. Now Doctor, let's start with the basics. Does this child need to be showing symptoms of anxiety or possibly depression to be screened?
No. So this is very interesting because this is going to be a routine screening. So age 8 and up for anxiety screening and age 12 and up for depression. And the idea is that if we can catch things early, we can prevent some of the adulthood anxiety, depression, substance abuse, and chronic medical illnesses like diabetes and obesity that are often the result of untreated childhood mental health problems.
I mean, this just seems amazing to me in the sense that, you know, we screen for so many health issues and we keep on saying mental health is health. So, but let's talk through kind of some of the details, or if parents might have questions. It's not meant, the task force says, to diagnose children, but just to identify if somebody needs extra support. What does it mean if they are identified as that? Is that care then going to be provided?
Yeah, so this here, look, these are the pros and cons. We want to be able to identify symptoms if the grades are slipping, if people are getting, children are getting unexplained headaches or stomach aches, or they're socially withdrawing, or their hygiene isn't good, and their mood is low, or they become more irritable. So we want to be able to pick this up, but the screening basically just says you're at risk. Then you need to see, hopefully, a behavioral health specialist. The problem is that there aren't that many available. So there's long waiting lists, and oftentimes kids end up in the emergency room. But that's what we are hoping to prevent, is that they don't need to go to the emergency room if they're screened. And if you can't get an appointment with a behavioral health specialist soon enough, I would recommend asking the pediatrician, can I come back just for my mental health visit for my child? A lot of times the pediatricians are screening in their annual health visit everything else, like hearing and vision and all of that. So just say, can we book a 10-minute appointment just for me to further discuss this anxiety or this depression that you might be picking up?
Now, as parents know, Childhood is hard when they're looking at their kids, and sometimes a kid's going through a rough patch. What's the difference between going through a rough patch and maybe dealing with a school bully in a isolated incident, as opposed to something that is a little bit more clinical and long-term, like anxiety or depression?
Absolutely. Great question. And it's always important to understand what is the root cause, because a lot of times transitions, new school, new town, you've moved someplace, any of these medical illnesses in the family, shifts, a divorce or separation. So stress can manifest a lot of these symptoms. So you really want to keep an eye on it. Try to understand the underlying cause. Try to rule out any medical causes if they're having unexplained headaches or things like that, and get them help early. So even if they were to see a specialist, a behavioral health specialist for therapy, it basically just introduces you to the system, it decreases the stigma, and it says, hey, I have a place to go to should I not feel well again.
Decreasing this stigma is so important.
Dr. Zuvarma, thank you. Just your vibe and your soothing voice, it makes it helps me just in general. We're so happy to have you for these segments. Really important conversation. Thank you so much. And coming up, early voting begins today in one critical swing state.
Yeah, we're going to take you to Arizona next and show you how the decisions voters make there could impact the rest of the country.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Welcome back. We're still weeks away from the November midterm elections, but in one part of the country, voting actually starts today.
That's right. Early voting has begun in Arizona, a key state in the control of Congress. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from Phoenix. Vaughn, good morning. You look like you're in some sort of giant warehouse there. Where are you? What are you doing? And what does it have to do with today's early voting?
Yeah, good morning, guys. This is go time in the state of Arizona. Well, Election Day may be 27 days away. Early voting begins. And to put into context here, in 2020, in the first 12 days of mail ballots going out to voters, 1/3 of Maricopa County voters had already sent their ballots back. That's why this is so significant. And it's this morning that these ballots are leaving this very warehouse. And that's where I want to introduce everybody to Jeff Ellington. You're the CEO of Runback Election Services. You're the heart and soul of this. You're sending out mail ballots from here to 9 of the 15 counties, which represents 96% of voters here. Can you kind of walk me through the process?
Yeah, so we're kind of at the tail end of the process. Everything it gets inserted. So the ballot, the envelope, the return envelope, the I voted sticker, all gets inserted at this point, and then it comes over here to be sorted. It'll get sorted here for the post office. We'll take a picture of the envelope. We'll make sure that it's the right dimensions, everything, nothing is double inserted, no 2 I voted stickers, anything like that. But this is where it all gets sorted down to zip code for the post office.
And then we come over here.
Yeah, this is just being trayed up. So as it goes through the sorter, it's getting the barcode's being read for the zip code, being checked to make sure that voter is accounted for. It gets sorted into the mail trays, and then it's trayed up and it's put on skids to get ready to go out to the post office.
Could you tell me real fast the imaging that takes place?
Yeah, so every one of these envelopes, we take an image of it, we check the barcodes, we validate it against the database to make sure that it is accounted for, that those voters are accounted for from the list.
So you would be able to go back theoretically and confirm that a voter did in fact have a ballot, an envelope sent out to them?
Correct.
And then you come over this way here, and then this is where...
Yeah, so at this point, once it's done being sorted for zip code, we put the skids on it, we put a postal sleeve around the tray to keep everything secure. We put tray tags in them to know what zip code they're going to. They're banded, they're scanned for the post office, and then they'll go out over here, and the post office will start picking those up at about sunrise today.
It's only about 5:30 a.m. here in Phoenix, and sunrise we're looking at about an hour from now. So voters here in Arizona can expect their ballots to be received today or tomorrow. It's go time here in Arizona.
Correct.
Jeff, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gotti?
All right, Vaughn. Hey, Vaughn, it's Savannah. Thank you, Vaughn. I mean, fascinating look there, walking through that. Okay, I do want to ask you, though, something you've been covering a lot, race for governor. There was supposed to be a debate tonight. Now it's not happening. You know all the ins and outs of this. What's happening there?
Right, this was supposed to be the sole debate here, the one debate, and it was going to be happening on October 12th, the day that mail ballots go out. But Katie Hobbs, the Democrat in this race, she has declined to appear on stage with Kari Lake at any forum or debate here, and so Kari Lake is going to take the stage all by herself. And there's been a lot of pushback to the Democrats' decision not to partake. Kari Lake has been an election denier who has espoused several conspiracy theories. And Katie Hobbs, I had the chance to talk to her over the weekend, and she told me that she doesn't want to be part of the spectacle that Kari Lake presents. At the same time, there's been a lot of frustration in conversations with Democrats that feel that she's missing out on an opportunity to go before voters and push back against Kari Lake. Polling indicates that this is neck and neck. This is a major race here in the final month.
Sure is Vaughn's home state, and we know you'll keep bringing it to us. Vaughn, thank you, as always. Fabulous reporting.
There may not be a debate, but we've got Vaughn there pressing and asking questions.
We will have news. All right, this morning we're remembering Angela Lansbury. She died yesterday, just days before her 97th birthday.
Yeah, Hollywood icon Lansbury was best known for the range of roles she played on TV, Broadway, and the big screen. We've got NBC News correspondent Harry Smith joining us now with a look back at her 8-decade career. Harry?
Talk about chops. I mean, this woman really could do anything. She had incredible range from Broadway to Murder, She Wrote to the beloved Mrs. Potts in Beauty and the Beast. Beauty and the Beast. And though she made a name for herself early as a talented character actress, Lansbury was just getting started on a remarkable journey.
Hello.
For years, she owned Sunday nights on CBS. Angela Lansbury as Jessica Fletcher, amateur sleuth on Murder, She Wrote.
Could she take the books with her and just report back to you?
From supporting star to leading lady, Angela Lansbury had a specialty, reinventing herself on screen and on stage. Born in England in 1925, Lansbury and her family left for the United States during World War II. She quickly shot to fame as a teenager in Hollywood. Oscar nominations followed 2 early supporting roles in Gaslight and The Picture of Dorian Gray.
I was a young character actress, and these days that word is a dirty word in our business.
A third nomination for her unapologetically evil Eleanor Island in 1962's The Manchurian Candidate.
I want the nominee to be dead about 2 minutes after he begins his acceptance speech.
But the powerful performance also showed the typecasting Lansbury was already facing. She played the mother of Lawrence Harvey, though she was just 3 years older than he was.
Light the candle.
Lansbury next conquered the Broadway stage, starring in the musical Mame.
I'm not like Mame at all, but I love playing her, because for the first time in my life, I was admired as a woman.
The role earned her the first of 6 Tony Awards. More followed for roles in Gypsy and Stephen Sondheim's Sweeney Todd.
Did you come in for a pie, sir?
Then came television. Murder, She Wrote ran for a dozen years.
What happened?
earning Lansbury 12 Emmy nominations for each of the years it aired, though like the Oscars, never a win. In 2013, her career was celebrated with an honorary Academy Award for creating, quote, some of cinema's most memorable characters. She was made a dame by Queen Elizabeth in 2014. We especially enjoyed Angela Lansbury as Mrs. Potts in Beauty and the Beast.
True as it can be.
Lansbury, a beloved Today Show guest, told us in 2011 she was hesitant to take the role.
Because we think we're moving out of our comfort range.
Yes.
And I thought, well, I'm not that kind of singer.
Tale as old as time. True as it can be.
But we were smitten yet again by the actor who said, I was primarily an actress, not a pretty face. And oh, what an actress she was.
Song as old as rhyme, Beauty and the Beast.
Just a fantastic career. Mame on Broadway, she owned this city. I mean, just owned every single soul there was. The part was supposed to go to Mary Martin. Mary Martin said, nah, maybe I don't want to do this. She gets the part, becomes this major, major star. There are all these twists and turns in her story where, so she does Mame. Hollywood says, let's make it into a movie. Do they cast her? They don't.
Wow. But she was the impetus behind it.
But when the movie comes out, it wasn't her. Movie goes like this, tanks. But I just think it's a great example of somebody with spine. She said, I am going to continue, and I'm going to be great, and despite what you don't like or what you don't like, just watch me.
Spine and a voice, right?
Yeah,
Just like his voice.
By the way, a beautiful face, but what a line there.
Yeah.
I'm just an actress, not a pretty face.
Not a pretty
Ding.
Oh my gosh. Harry Smith, as always, thank you.
Thanks for the serenade.
As always. All right, coming up, new data just out this morning about the state of our economy.
Yeah, we're going to break down what we're learning this morning and what it means for inflation and your wallet. Coming up next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free
now. A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with breaking news on the fight against inflation.
Yeah, the Producer Price Index, which measures inflation based on the prices companies and producers pay for goods and services, rose 0.4% in the month of September. That is double what the experts were expecting, and that's up 8.5% year over year. So joining us now to break down those numbers and what they mean for you is Caleb Silver. He's the editor-in-chief of Investopia. Caleb, good morning. What is your take on this report? Is this a sign that inflation hasn't yet peaked?
Yeah, it hasn't, apparently. This is persistently high. We're looking at producer prices. This is like looking in the rearview mirror because we're looking at September numbers. The thing about producer prices, guys, is that they forecast consumer prices because this is demand at the wholesale level, which then retailers and stores pass on to us as consumers. So this shows that it's persistently high. When you strip out food and energy, like you need to do sometimes because those prices are volatile, it rose at a 5.4% annual rate, but not cooling enough to change the Fed's mind about what it's going to do with interest rates.
Caleb, always good to see you. It's Savannah. So tomorrow we're going to get another important read on this, on inflation, where we're at. Consumer Price Index. That measures the cost regular consumers have to pay for those services and goods. As Scotty just said, we're talking more companies, producers, that kind of thing. But now, just what does it mean for our wallet? So give us some insight on what we could see tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to get the Consumer Price Index. That does measure what we pay on the consumer level for the past month. And we're at a 40-year high still at about 8.1%. I don't expect we're going to come down too far from that. That said, if you look what's happening inside the commodity complex, I'm talking about oil prices, which have drifted a little bit higher lately, but look at copper. Look at timber, look at lumber, some of these other commodities. They've come way down. Oil prices are starting to peak again, and they did for the past few weeks. So you're going to feel that in the Consumer Price Index. We're definitely continuing to pay more. Now folks are worried about gas prices drifting a little bit higher, and they have been. But look at those other prices. What about food? What about rent? What about utilities? All of those have been very high for the past several months, and that is starting to make consumers pull back a little bit.
And what about rate hikes, right? So Caleb, how important are these numbers to the Federal Reserve as they're trying to ease inflation? What's it going to take to convince the Fed to maybe slow down some of those rate hikes?
Yeah, well, consider this. The Fed's target rate for inflation is around 2%. We're looking at about 8.1% right now, so we're very far away from that. And until the Fed sees that number come down, consumer inflation and the PCE, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, come down closer to 2%, they're going to keep hiking rates. So expect another rate hike in November, expect another rate hike in December to end out the year. The Fed wants that prime rate, that federal funds rate, to be around 4.5%. We're at about 3.25% right now. So we got a ways to go, and none of these reports are going to change its mind.
Yeah. All right, Caleb, quickly, also, what about Wall Street? What impact is this going to have, especially with the weakness we've seen in the stock market in the past few days?
Yeah, the stock market has been back and forth on this. It's really listening closely to earnings. Investors are listening to what companies are saying. We're in that report card period of the year. PepsiCo reported this morning pretty robust results, but when companies are missing or taking their guidance lower for the rest of the year, that continues to scare off investors. That's the drumbeat we've heard so far. We're going to see choppiness in the stock market for the rest of the year at least.
Caleb Silver over at Investopedia. Thanks so very much.
Thanks, Caleb. Let's stay on financial news now, and Twitter's user banning policies are under review.
Yeah, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now for this and more financial headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Hi, good morning, guys. Well, Twitter is reviewing its policies around permanently banning users. That would potentially bring its content moderation more in line with Elon Musk's vision for the platform, whether or not he buys the company. The Financial Times reports Twitter has been considering other tools that could replace a permanent ban for violating certain rules, such as repeatedly spreading misinformation. However, removing a ban for inciting violence is not being considered, so it's unlikely former President Trump's lifetime ban will be lifted. Intel reportedly plans to cut thousands of jobs as the chip maker faces a slowdown in the PC market. Bloomberg reports the layoffs will be announced as soon as this month, and some of Intel's divisions, including sales and marketing, could see cuts of up to 20%. Intel had more than 113,000 employees as of this summer. High inflation and the reopening of offices and schools have led consumers to spend less on computers than they did during COVID lockdowns. And Snapchat has launched a new set of lenses to help you find the perfect Halloween costume. The augmented reality lenses will let you virtually try on costumes from popular shows and movies such as Squid Game, Stranger Things, and Hocus Pocus, and buy them from within the app. You only need to take a full-body photo, and Snapchat will overlay the product image. Snapchat says a study found shopping is the top reason why people use AR. I know that's what I would use it for, yeah. I avoid dressing rooms at all costs.
Me too. Oh, it's miserable waiting in the line.
Yes.
No,
how many use it to put you in a Squid Game?
And then what I do is I buy the clothes, and then I don't return them when even if I try, you know, it's just horrible.
I end up having to give it away because it stays there. Yeah.
Silvana, thanks as always.
You got it.
All right, coming up, coronation plans are in the works for King Charles.
Yeah, we now know when it's going to happen and what it could look like, and we're going to look at everything we know about it this morning, including the traditions the king plans on keeping and the ones he's going to modernize. That's coming up next.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods. Flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We've got some massive news for all you pop punk fans out there. Blink-182 is back. With their classic lineup, the Legends of Lude return with a bang, announcing a highly anticipated world tour and a new album on social media yesterday, with original frontman Tom DeLonge reuniting with his bandmates, bassist Mark Hoppus and drummer Travis Barker for the first time in 7 years. Fans can expect their first taste of new music this Friday already, and their world tour's first date is on March 11th of next year in Tijuana, Mexico. That's pretty exciting. You a fan?
It ain't so, I will not go.
I guess that's
Turn the lights off. Carry me home. Yeah, right? See you in Tijuana?
That sounds fun. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, there we go. All right, Buckingham Palace has announced that the coronation of King Charles III will take place on May 6th next year.
Yeah, the palace said the ceremony will be, quote, rooted in long-standing traditions, but will reflect the monarch's role today and look towards the future. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Westminster Abbey with more. Molly, good morning. What does this mean?
Hey, Gotti, Savannah, good morning to you guys. So coronations have been happening at Westminster Abbey for 900 years. There are going to be some new things, and some things will stay the same. Now, Queen Elizabeth in 1953 had more than 8,000 guests at hers. We're expecting, something a little bit more scaled back for King Charles. Take a look.
With his reign already officially underway, a date has now been set for the symbolic start of the King Charles era. The palace announcing that his coronation will reflect the monarch's role today and look towards the future. The date, Saturday, May 6th, a departure from tradition. Queen Elizabeth's coronation was held on a weekday, a Tuesday back in 1953. The first televised coronation in history, and Charles, just 4 years old at the time, was among the thousands of guests watching his mother crowned queen. Her presence will be strongly felt. Last month, Charles's first public address as king paid tribute to his beloved mother.
Throughout her life, Her Majesty the Queen, my beloved mother, was an inspiration, an example to me and to all my family.
The Archbishop of Canterbury will preside over the anointing, blessing, and consecration of King Charles, but there are likely to be a few changes. For example, Queen Elizabeth's coronation was nearly 3 hours long. Charles's expected to be smaller and simpler. Queen Elizabeth had some 8,000 guests inside the Abbey, but the capacity is only about 2,000, and guests may have a slightly more relaxed dress code compared to 70 years ago. Queen consort Camilla will also be crowned as part of the ceremony, reportedly wearing a crown created for the Queen Mother for the 1937 coronation of King George VI, featuring the famous 105-carat Koh-i-Noor diamond.
Now, I am excited to see that crown on the Queen Consort's head, but a lot of questions like what roles will King Charles's children play? We don't know if the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, Harry and Meghan, of course, will be involved. We know that the Prince and Princess of Wales, Kate and Will, of course, will have prominent roles, but lots more details, all of those coming in the next few months. Gotti, Savannah.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much. We'll be watching. Now, we end this hour with an emotional goodbye for thousands of Dodgers fans in Los Angeles.
Yeah, Jaime Jarrín announcing he will be retiring after 64 seasons of baseball. I took a look back at the Hall of Fame broadcaster's legacy and his lasting impact on the sport.
Watson no tiene hits en 4 turnos al bate. Steve Howe está listo.
Imagine listening to the excitement of a baseball game in another language, not understanding all the words,
Está sacando batazo elevado al jardín central.
but feeling its electricity.
Espera, 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 y los Dodgers son campeones mundiales.
And that is exactly what Jaime Jarrín felt when he moved here from Ecuador and went to his first Dodgers game in 1958.
And I have never seen 80,000 people in one place. And the roar of the people really shook me up. And I said, my goodness, this is baseball.
And over the next 64 years, listeners all over grew to love the sound of Jaime Jarrín's voice explaining America's favorite pastime to a Spanish-speaking audience when the Dodgers offered him a job calling games above home plate.
Jaime, what kind of change have you seen when it comes to the fans from when you started to today?
At the beginning, you know, most Latinos will go to the bleachers there, right field or left field. But now I see Latinos everywhere.
In fact, when he first started, only 8% of Dodger fans were Latino. And now every other fan that comes into Dodger Stadium is Hispanic.
Dad and I, we grew up watching baseball. Baseball was our lives. And the translator between that, him and I, was Jaime Jarrín.
And then came the season when the man with the golden voice met a pitcher from Mexico with a screwball for the ages, Fernando Valenzuela.
He was the magic arm, but you were the magic voice.
Well, I helped him, and also he helped me.
Suddenly, Fernando Mania swept the country, and they would find themselves bringing Spanish and the MLB closer than ever before.
And we saw so many extra Latinos coming to the ballpark.
This month, familiar faces like Valenzuela, Yasiel Puig, and Hollywood icons like Edward James Olmos paid tribute to Jarrín.
Y vamos a despedirlo con un beso.
And while his last day was set to be October 5th, the Dodgers could be headed to the World Series.
You were supposed to retire this weekend. It looks like the Dodgers want to keep you around a little bit longer.
I am like a Rocky Marciano. I am in my corner waiting for the bell to sound for the last round.
He says after that, he'll hang up his headset and focus on raising funds for his foundation.
My goal will be to give 30, 40, 50 scholarships every year.
That doesn't sound like retirement. It sounds like you're going to work to help the community.
Oh, yes. It will be work. It will be work, but not baseball. I say that stopping baseball is like closing 64 years of vacation.
A decades-long vacation that so many Spanish-speaking Dodgers fans will surely grow to miss.
Right?
Yeah.
That golden
What a
voice. I can
voice.
listen to
Yeah.
it forever. And the Dodgers got off to a pretty good start last night on their journey to the World Series, taking Game 1 against the San Diego Padres. Sorry about that. By a score of 5-3. So what do you think about that?
I'm not really a sports fan, but I do have San Diego pride.
Yeah, San Diego, Los Angeles, you know. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Gotti Schwartz in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, calls for help. Ukraine is pushing for more assistance from Western allies as Russia launches more attacks far from the front lines, the latest on the ground in Ukraine. Plus, why some Western officials believe Russia's new attacks are actually a sign of weakness from Vladimir Putin. NBC News exclusive. Pennsylvania Senate candidate John Fetterman sits down for his first interview since suffering a stroke, telling our Dasha Burns about his recovery and his fight to defeat GOP candidate Dr. Oz.
I feel like we have been very transparent in a lot of different ways. When our doctor has already given a letter saying that I'm able to serve and to be running.
Why Fetterman says his health would not get in the way of his ability to serve on Capitol Hill. Finding the signs. Experts are now calling on pediatricians to start screening kids for anxiety and depression as early as 8 years old. Why experts say early intervention is key and the reason some doctors aren't on board with that idea. Plus, remembering Angela Lansbury, the actress who entertained generations in movies, on TV, and on the stage. She's died at the age of 96. We're taking a look back at her legacy this morning, from her roles as a murderous baker to a novelist turned detective to a singing teapot. She will be so missed.
Absolutely, and that's a little legacy we're going to hear about from Harry Smith. So, of course, it's going to be a good one.
Looking forward to it.
Later this hour.
But we're going to begin this hour with the war in Ukraine. This morning, NATO defense ministers are gathering for the first time since Russia annexed 4 regions and announced a partial military mobilization.
Now, the meeting comes after President Biden appeared to downplay concerns of nuclear war, telling CNN he doesn't think President Putin will use nuclear weapons in Ukraine. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from southern Ukraine.
We're now in the southern city of Mykolaiv, and this was the region's administrative headquarters, destroyed by a Russian cruise missile earlier in the conflict. Earlier today, I spoke with the region's most senior Ukrainian official, and he said that after increased Russian nuclear threats, that they are now dusting off old Soviet-era, Cold War-era nuclear preparation plans for evacuations and shelters. And this all comes after harsh comments by President Biden overnight against Vladimir Putin. As Russia widens its assault against Ukraine, firing missiles far from the front lines at cities including Zaporizhia, Kyiv, and Lviv, President Biden, speaking to CNN, accused President Vladimir Putin of putting the world at risk by threatening to use nuclear weapons.
I don't think he will, but I think it's irresponsible of him to talk about it.
U.S. and NATO officials say they do not see evidence Russia has deployed or plans to use nuclear weapons. The president calling Putin a rational actor, saying he'd misjudged Ukrainian resistance to Russia before the invasion.
I think he is a rational actor who's miscalculated significantly.
But President Biden accused Putin of playing with fire on a level not seen since the Cuban Missile Crisis 60 years ago this month.
He, in fact, cannot continue with impunity to talk about the use of a tactical nuclear weapon as if that's a rational thing to do. The mistakes get made. And the miscalculation could occur. No one can be sure what would happen, and it could end in Armageddon.
Russia is arguably at its weakest point in the war. Low on troops, it has implemented a partial draft and is even offering pardons to convicted prisoners in exchange for combat tours. Low on weapons, Russia is increasingly reliant on Iranian drones, with Russian arms production squeezed by sanctions. In rare public statements, the head of the British intelligence service, GCHQ, says Russia's military position is increasingly desperate.
Russia's forces are exhausted. The use of prisoners as reinforcements and now the mobilization of tens of thousands of inexperienced conscripts speaks of a really desperate situation.
And little can be more dangerous than a desperate nuclear power led by an unchecked leader who promised a quick victory, but may be facing a slow and humiliating defeat. In addition to updating and modernizing those Soviet-era nuclear preparation plans, Ukrainian officials say they urgently need from the United States and other allies air defense systems, primarily to counter those Iranian-made drones that Russia is increasingly using.
Richard Engel, thanks so much.
Let's now bring in our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, for the latest out of Moscow. Keir, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. So President Putin was addressing the Russian Energy Week conference just earlier this morning. What were some of the biggest takeaways from his speech?
Yeah. You know, Savannah, I think the biggest takeaway is not what President Putin said, but what he didn't say. So he was speaking just a short distance away from me here in central Moscow. He spoke for about 30 minutes. Now, that's very unusual at a forum like this. Folks will remember that President Putin is kind of famous for talking for hours, and he didn't take any questions. Normally, there would be a moderator. He would be questioned. He would be prepared to talk about anything in international politics, in geopolitics, and in Russian domestic affairs. He didn't do that. He came on the stage. There was a lot of rhetoric, a lot of accusations. He he said that the explosion at the Nord Stream 2 pipeline was terrorism. He said the bridge explosion, that bridge between Russia and Crimea was terrorism. So he had a lot of bombastic things to say, if you like, but didn't speak for very long. And in a sense, I think that reflects something about his state of mind.
Absolutely. Keir, Russia's security service has also released some details from their investigation into that bridge explosion in Crimea on Saturday. What are Russian investigators alleging?
Well, this is the FSB, the successor to the KGB, and just in the past few hours, they've put out this extraordinarily detailed statement talking about explosives wrapped in plastic in a truck that went from Crimea around the Black Sea through various countries into Russia. The FSB saying that it has arrested 8 people, including 5 Russians, and as well as Ukrainians and Armenians before that were involved in getting that truck, if you like, they say, to the bridge. Now, a Ukrainian official on Ukrainian television is describing that description by Russian security services as a nonsense. And Ukraine, Savannah, has not taken responsibility for that explosion. I think it's notable that Russian intelligence have come to this conclusion so quickly, and there may be questions about the conclusions they've reached so fast.
Definitely. Keir, many Russian nationalist commentators and pro-Kremlin pundits have been praising Moscow's response over the last few days to that bridge blast, this air raid that we've seen since then. Is President Putin under pressure to maintain that level of intensity going forward? Could we see that as a new military strategy from Russia?
I think it's a good question, in that I think that what we have seen from Russia is a response by President Putin, not just to what he says are terrorist attacks, but also to the hardliners here in Russia who've been calling for that kind of a response, that kind of a push, if you like. There are certainly questions by Western commentators about whether or not Russia can sustain that kind of level of air bombardment, if you like, missile bombardment. Richard Engel was talking about that. Well, of course, here, the Kremlin would not accept any of those kinds of questions. But, in the end, some of the facts on the ground, not in the air, really are the ones that speak most volumes about exactly what is happening. The trouble is, Savannah, and I've asked Russian officials what their plan is if their strategy doesn't work throughout this conflict, going back to February. They haven't had an answer, and they still don't seem to have an answer.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you so much for your reporting. And turning now to the latest on the high-stakes Senate race in Pennsylvania, NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns sat down with the Democratic candidate John Fetterman for his first in-person interview since his stroke back in May.
Now, NBC News agreed to let Fetterman use transcription technology during the interview since he's still experiencing side effects from his stroke, but he says it won't prevent him from doing the job if elected. And NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Pittsburgh with more. Dasha, good morning.
Hey, Savannah Gotti, good morning. Our exclusive with Fetterman comes at a crucial time for the candidate. His lead against his Republican opponent, Dr. Mehmet Oz, is shrinking, and it's just 1 month until Election Day in a pivotal race that could determine the balance of power in the Senate.
Everything about it has changed. Basically having a conversation with your wife to having a conversation with your children.
Pennsylvania Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman explaining how he's coping with the after effects of the stroke he suffered in May, just days before the primary. NBC News agreed to Fetterman's request to use a transcription program during this interview because he's still experiencing auditory processing issues from the stroke, meaning he can't always understand what he's hearing. Walk me through why we need the closed captioning, how it works.
It's really just how things happen, because I sometimes will hear things in a way that's not perfectly clear. So I use captioning, so I'm able to see what you're saying in captioning.
Stroke experts say it's not a cognitive issue, and Fetterman says he's still fit to serve if elected.
I always thought I was pretty empathetic, emphatic. I think I was very, empathetic. That's an example of the stroke, empathetic. I always thought I was very empathetic before having a stroke. But now, after having that stroke, I really understand, much more kind of the challenges that Americans have day in and day out.
I mean, when you have moments like you had just now, what's that experience like of just not quite being able to get the words out in the way that you want them to?
No, I don't think it was hard. It was just about having to be thinking more slower to just understand. And sometimes that's kind of the processing that happens.
Aside from releasing a letter from his cardiologist on June 3rd, the campaign has denied requests for his medical records. Don't voters deserve to know your status now?
As I said, being in front of thousands and thousands of people and having interviews and getting around all across Pennsylvania, that gives everybody and the voters decide, if they think that it's really the issue.
Fetterman's opponent, Trump-endorsed celebrity Dr. Mehmet Oz, has called his health into question.
John Fetterman is either healthy, and he's dodging the debates because he does not want to answer for his radical left positions, or he's too sick.
But Fetterman hoping it's another health issue that will turn voters out in his favor.
Dr. Oz likes to make fun of me that I might miss a word, but he's missed 2 words, and that is a yes or no on the national abortion ban.
While Oz is focusing on crime, hitting Fetterman on his record as head of Pennsylvania's Board of Pardons, where he advocated for the early release of some convicted murderers. For voters who say, I'd rather prioritize the safety of me and of my kids in and around Philadelphia than prioritizing clemency or lower sentences for criminals. What do you say to those voters?
Well, I actually have a record in fighting crime. As mayor of Braddock here during 4 terms.
And guys, our team did find that in small talk before the interview, without the captioning, it wasn't clear that Fetterman was understanding our conversation. But to be clear, we did speak with stroke experts who say this is not a cognitive issue. It doesn't mean that he has an impaired memory or impaired decision-making skills, and this is something that he can recover from. Once the captioning was fully up and running, he could understand my questions for the entirety of the 25-minute interview that is now up online if folks want to watch the entire thing, guys.
Dasha Burns, such a strong exclusive interview in such an important race. Thank you so much.
Now to the critical midterm election and a closer look at that key Senate race in Georgia. Republican candidate Herschel Walker is on defense, again denying claims that he paid for an ex-girlfriend's abortion. The story, which was first reported by the Daily Beast, has not been independently verified by NBC News. Walker has campaigned as being staunchly opposed to abortion rights, and in an interview with ABC News, once again denied the accusations against him. And for more, we're going to bring in NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber in Atlanta. Ellison, good morning.
Hey, Gotti. This interview was an interesting one in part because we have previously heard Herschel Walker very early on when those allegations about him allegedly funding an abortion first were reported by the Daily Beast. He immediately denied them, calling them a flat-out lie. But in this interview, we heard him not only deny them, but aggressively so. He repeatedly said that there is no truth to this. He also said the woman who he acknowledged is the mother of one of his children is lying. He said that not once, but multiple times throughout this interview. He was asked at one point by the anchor here whether or not there was any chance that he could have forgotten this instance. In the past, he's talked about his mental health issues and how at times he had kind of lost time and had periodic blackouts where he didn't remember things that he had done in the past. He said, no, that was 20 plus years ago. I haven't had anything like that recently. This, he says, never happened. Here's more of that interview.
Are you saying a flat-out denial to any knowledge of an abortion, or is it possible it happened and you don't remember?
Flat-out denial, lie. Lie. And you know what's sad about it, he had, what was it, a receipt and had a check and had all that. He hadn't shown anything. He hadn't shown me saying something about an abortion, and that's what's terrible.
Earlier in the campaign, Walker had said he supported an all-out ban on abortion, no exceptions in the case of rape, incest, or in the life of the mother. He walked that back a little bit last night, saying that he supports Georgia's heartbeat bill that does include some provisions for exceptions in those particular cases. Gotti?
And Ellison, you touched briefly on this, but Walker has been open about his past struggles with dissociative identity disorder, right? So how is he addressing those concerns?
Yeah, I mean, he wrote a book about this years ago, a book that I recently just finished reading, actually, where he goes through and talks about his struggles with this, how he came to realize he had these mental health issues, and some of the steps he said he took to address it. One of the questions that has been sort of outstanding throughout this campaign is what type of treatment does he receive now to deal with it? And in the past, he has said that this is something that he dealt with previously, that it is dealt with, and it is a part of his history, not his present. But last night, he acknowledged that mental health issues like this one in particular are something that you deal with throughout your life. He said that he is not cured in that sense, but he says, and was adamant on this, that he no longer has any symptoms related to it. It's been brought up in something that he has talked about in reference to previous instances of violence, allegations of domestic abuse, that he has at times talked openly about and has attributed to his struggle with mental health issues. But it is something that was an issue early in the Republican primary, and it remains one now as we head towards the general election. And a big day for the Georgia Senate race, the debate on Friday between Herschel Walker and incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock. Gotti?
And now, in Georgia, I imagine this is all over the headlines every single day, this controversy. Does it appear to be making a difference in the voters? Have you talked to independent voters or Republican voters, and is this swaying how they're looking at the midterms?
Yeah, I mean, look, time will always tell when it comes to this. In the past, there's been this idea discussed in Georgia of maybe there being sort of an independent split voter, somebody that plans to vote for Governor Brian Kemp in the gubernatorial race, a Republican, but then is maybe not entirely comfortable with voting for Herschel Walker and is leaning towards someone like Senator Raphael Warnock. I've spoken to one or two people who identify as that. They never want to talk about that, at least publicly. So this is something that is making headlines, I think, on party lines. It divides where you think it would divide, but in terms of kind of those times seemingly elusive independent voters, this is stuff that people are paying attention to. They're talking about whether or not they feel like Herschel Walker has adequately answered for some of these questions in his past. I think the debate will maybe tell us a whole lot more, but it's certainly something that people are paying attention to, talking about and watching, but we are seeing it divide a lot of people along the standard party lines. Gotti?
Ellison Barber. in Atlanta for us. Thank you so much.
Yeah, great reporting. And look at her, such a pro battling those wind gusts, which is the perfect time to get to our morning news now weather.
And she looks so good.
I know. She always, I mean, she's
Totally
beautiful.
does, yeah.
Michelle Grosson's back in studio with us. Michelle, who's wearing pink.
Pink. Look, I mean, I've got my pin.
This is what he's
have my
saying.
pen, and I know it looks purple, but it writes in pink. So it's Wednesday.
What's going on?
Close enough. Joe has to have a tie back there in his office.
I know. You should have looked. Yeah.
Right? All right. Well, we are tracking some showers today, some storms, some gusty winds throughout the northern plains. We saw 80 degrees yesterday in Minneapolis. Today, only around 50, 51 with the winds blowing. It's going to feel really chilly there. So here's that cold front. Along this cold front, we're going to see showers and storms. Some could be strong to severe with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. This is going to take its time moving to the east, and we're going to see this into the northeast tomorrow. So back behind it, we do have a fire risk. I mentioned those winds, really gusty winds. It's dry in the northern plains, so we do have a fire risk. A few record highs in the northwest. Otherwise, we're quiet in portions of Southern California. Above average and ahead of this cold front, temperatures into the 70s once again. That's one last day before we start to cool it down. Back behind this front, there's that cold blast, and we're going to see those warmer temperatures to be swept out of here over the next 2 days. But today, near 90 degrees in Little Rock. That is 11 degrees above normal for this time of year. 73 in Detroit, 73 in Annapolis, 84 degrees in Nashville. It is warm also in Boston and D.C. We're looking at 73 degrees. And then we're going to have this cold front come through. That's going to bring us back to more seasonal temperatures. But look at the temperatures as we go throughout today in Minneapolis, 50 degrees. The wind's blowing. It's going to feel colder than that. In the 40s in Marquette, 59 in Des Moines, Chicago, 55 degrees, and Cincinnati, you're 3 degrees below normal at 66. So more seasonal to the northeast, but not bad this weekend. We're looking at temperatures in the 60s. There's October crisp. Would you say, Savannah?
I love that.
She loves it.
Yeah,
Chicago, we're looking at
October
temperatures. I know. Last weekend was great. We're going to see another good weekend. Chicago, we're looking at temperatures in the 50s. Cincinnati, 64 on Thursday, into the 70s on Friday. So there's that cold front. The setup is moving into warm, humid air. That's where we do have this chance for strong to severe storms. Gusty winds from Ohio to Texas. But I do want to mention this because tomorrow we do have the chance for a few brief spin-ups in the northeast. It's going to be a wet day, a dreary day in the northeast before it cleared out Friday. It'll pick a quick tornado is possible.
A quick tornado. That's my cue to go back to L.A., which I'm leaving.
When do you
See you
wake
guys
up
later.
tonight?
Yeah, tonight. Yeah, right in front of this cold front. I'll be flying right
Just
through
a quick
it.
one. Okay. All right, Michelle, thanks.
Take that back.
Let's get back to the good news. October crisp. All right, Michelle, thank you so
Thank you so
much.
much, Michelle. And coming up on Morning News Now, mission accomplished.
Yeah, NASA now says they were able to knock an asteroid out of orbit by crashing a small spacecraft into it. What they're learning from this and how this could help prevent a real-life Armageddon. Not to alarm you. That's next.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. An out of this world celebration is underway at NASA and Johns Hopkins University this morning.
Yeah, it's all because new data shows the small spacecraft they slammed into an asteroid worked better than they could have ever hoped, knocking it right off course. We've got NBC's Tom Costello, who's been covering this story for months. And Tom, does this mean we actually have a planet-saving plan that will work in real life?
Yeah, at least that's the hope. I mean, listen, this was a proof of concept test, and it worked, right? This asteroid never posed a risk. It was minding its own business, orbiting another asteroid up there. NASA wanted to see if it could push it off course so it might one day use that same strategy when an asteroid is heading our way. It all worked perfectly. Look closely. You're seeing the moment of impact 7 million miles away when NASA's DART spacecraft slammed into a harmless asteroid named Dimorphos orbiting an even bigger asteroid, kicking up a massive plume of dirt and rock stretching thousands of miles in space. Okay, here's the nose camera video taken from DART as it went into its fatal dive at 14,000 miles per hour. Scientists at Johns Hopkins and NASA celebrated the bullseye, but now they know their mission into the darkness of space worked. DART's shove cut the tiny asteroid's orbit time around the bigger asteroid by 32 minutes. NASA had hoped to cut it by just 10 minutes. And yes, that is a big deal.
Now, this is a watershed moment for planetary defense and a watershed moment for humanity.
Here's why. If NASA can push an asteroid off course, then it may be able to deflect big asteroids that one day do pose a risk to all of us here on planet Earth. For proof that we need some kind of defense, just look at all the dinosaur fossils sitting in the world's museums. They rule the Earth until they were wiped out by a massive meteor crashing into the planet 65 million years ago. Fast forward to today.
For the first time ever, humanity has changed the orbit of a planetary body.
And just maybe humanity has its first planetary defense system from a future mega meteor, if we get enough warning.
NASA and other space agencies can have decades of warning time, can track these things reliably for 100+ years.
A 100-year warning would hopefully be enough. The good news, so far NASA says it doesn't see any planet killers headed our way.
I believe that NASA has proven that we are serious as a defender of the planet.
All right, now, ideally, if NASA can push an asteroid off its course long before it gets to Earth, it would be the best option, right? Blowing up an asteroid or targeting it with a nuclear device, those are still options, but they would create massive debris fields and potentially even radiation issues in space. So again, this kind of a push really seen as the best option. But of course, the bigger the asteroid, the bigger the shove, and Earth's telescopes need to spot the asteroid in time to launch that kind of a coordinated defense. You guys, they're talking about the possibility of the United States and Russia and China and all of the countries that have those types of capabilities joining forces to deflect a mega asteroid at some point down the road. Let's hope that we have better relations with Russia by then.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We've got the nudge down.
Yeah, Tom.
Now we just have to worry about the warning system.
Tom, last hour we had Mike Massimino, former NASA astronaut, I'm sure you know, on with us, and he said, well, if that were to happen, we will go down swinging.
Go down swinging,
well,
exactly.
That's good to hear.
I was watching. I saw that. I thought he was absolutely right. You know, listen, we could ask the dinosaurs what it was like, and don't they wish that they had some kind of a warning system, but you know,
planetary
they're all dead.
defense. Yeah. Tom
They might have,
awesome.
and it just clearly didn't work, you know.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
All right, now, experts have said children as young as 8 years old should be screened for anxiety by pediatricians.
Yeah, those recommendations coming as healthcare workers warn of a growing mental health crisis among our young people. Board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma joins us now for more on this. Now, Doctor, let's start with the basics. Does this child need to be showing symptoms of anxiety or possibly depression to be screened?
No. So this is very interesting because this is going to be a routine screening. So age 8 and up for anxiety screening and age 12 and up for depression. And the idea is that if we can catch things early, we can prevent some of the adulthood anxiety, depression, substance abuse, and chronic medical illnesses like diabetes and obesity that are often the result of untreated childhood mental health problems.
I mean, this just seems amazing to me in the sense that, you know, we screen for so many health issues and we keep on saying mental health is health. So, but let's talk through kind of some of the details, or if parents might have questions. It's not meant, the task force says, to diagnose children, but just to identify if somebody needs extra support. What does it mean if they are identified as that? Is that care then going to be provided?
Yeah, so this here, look, these are the pros and cons. We want to be able to identify symptoms if the grades are slipping, if people are getting, children are getting unexplained headaches or stomach aches, or they're socially withdrawing, or their hygiene isn't good, and their mood is low, or they become more irritable. So we want to be able to pick this up, but the screening basically just says you're at risk. Then you need to see, hopefully, a behavioral health specialist. The problem is that there aren't that many available. So there's long waiting lists, and oftentimes kids end up in the emergency room. But that's what we are hoping to prevent, is that they don't need to go to the emergency room if they're screened. And if you can't get an appointment with a behavioral health specialist soon enough, I would recommend asking the pediatrician, can I come back just for my mental health visit for my child? A lot of times the pediatricians are screening in their annual health visit everything else, like hearing and vision and all of that. So just say, can we book a 10-minute appointment just for me to further discuss this anxiety or this depression that you might be picking up?
Now, as parents know, you know, childhood is hard when they're looking at their kids, and sometimes a kid's going through a rough patch. What's the difference between going through a rough patch and maybe dealing with a school bully in a isolated incident, as opposed to something that is a little bit more clinical and long-term, like anxiety or depression?
Absolutely. Great question. And it's always important to understand what is the root cause, because a lot of times transitions, new school, new town, you've moved someplace, any of these medical illnesses in the family, shifts, a divorce or separation. So stress can manifest a lot of these symptoms. So you really want to keep an eye on it, try to understand the underlying cause, try to rule out any medical causes if they're having unexplained headaches or things like that, and get them help early. So even if they were to see a specialist, a behavioral health specialist for therapy, it basically just introduces you to the system, it decreases the stigma, and it says, hey, I have a place to go to should I not feel well again.
Decreasing this stigma is so important.
Dr. Varma, thank you. Just your vibe and your soothing voice. It makes it helps me just in general. We're so happy to have you for these segments. Really important conversation. Thank you so much. Thanks. And coming up, early voting begins today in one critical swing state.
Yeah, we're going to take you to Arizona next and show you how the decisions voters make there could impact the rest of the country.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. We're still weeks away from the November midterm elections, but in one part of the country, voting actually starts today.
That's right. Early voting has begun in Arizona, a key state in the control of Congress. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from Phoenix. Vaughn, good morning. You look like you're in some sort of giant warehouse there. Where are you? What are you doing? And what does it have to do with today's early voting?
Yeah, good morning, guys. This is go time in the state of Arizona. Well, Election Day may be 27 days away. Early voting begins. And to put into context here, in 2020, in the first 12 days of mail ballots going out to voters, 1/3 of Maricopa County voters had already sent their ballots back. That's why this is so significant. And it's this morning that these ballots are leaving this very warehouse. And that's where I want to introduce everybody to Jeff Ellington. You're the CEO of Runback Election Services. You're the heart and soul of this. You're sending out mail ballots from here to 9 of the 15 counties, which represents 96% of voters here. Can you kind of walk me through the process?
Yeah, so we're kind of at the tail end of the process. Everything it gets inserted. So the ballot, the envelope, the return envelope, the I voted sticker, all gets inserted at this point, and then it comes over here to be sorted. It'll get sorted here for the post office. We'll take a picture of the envelope. We'll make sure that it's the right dimensions, everything, nothing is double inserted, no 2 I voted stickers, anything like that. But this is where it all gets sorted down to zip code for the post office.
And then we come over here.
Yeah, this is just being trayed up. So as it goes through the sorter, it's getting the barcodes being read for the zip code, being checked to make sure that voter is accounted for. It gets sorted into the mail trays, and then it's trayed up and it's put on skids to get ready to go out to the post office.
Could you tell me real fast the imaging that takes place?
Yeah, so every one of these envelopes, we take an image of it, we check the barcodes, we validate it against the database to make sure that it is accounted for, that those voters are accounted for from the list.
So you would be able to go back theoretically and confirm that a voter did in fact have a ballot, an envelope sent out to them.
Correct.
And then you come over this way here, and then this is where...
Yeah, so at this point, once it's done being sorted for zip code, we put the skids on it, we put a postal sleeve around the tray to keep everything secure. We put tray tags in them to know what zip code they're going to. They're banded, they're scanned for the post office, and then they'll go out over here, and the post office will start picking those up at about sunrise today.
It's only about 5:30 a.m. here in Phoenix, and sunrise we're looking at about an hour from now. So voters here in Arizona can expect their ballots to be received today or tomorrow. It's go time here in Arizona.
Correct.
Jeff, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gotti?
All right, Vaughn. Hey, Vaughn, it's Savannah. Thank you, Vaughn. I mean, fascinating look there, walking through that. Okay, I do want to ask you, though, something you've been covering a lot, race for governor. There was supposed to be a debate tonight. Now it's not happening. You know all the ins and outs of this. What's happening there?
Right, this was supposed to be the sole debate here, the one debate, and it was going to be happening on October 12th, the day that mail ballots go out. But Katie Hobbs, the Democrat in this race, she has declined to appear on stage with Kari Lake at any forum or debate here, and so Kari Lake is going to take the stage all by herself. And there's been a lot of pushback to the Democrats' decision not to partake. Kari Lake has been an election denier who has espoused several conspiracy theories. And Katie Hobbs, I had the chance to talk to her over the weekend, and she told me that she doesn't want to be part of the spectacle that Kari Lake presents. At the same time, there's been a lot of frustration in conversations with Democrats that feel that she's missing out on an opportunity to go before voters and push back against Kari Lake. polling indicates that this is neck and neck. This is a major race here in the final month.
Sure is Vaughn's home state, and we know you'll keep bringing it to us. Vaughn, thank you, as always. Fabulous reporting.
There may not be a debate, but we've got Vaughn there pressing and asking questions.
We will have news. All right, this morning we're remembering Angela Lansbury. She died yesterday, just days before her 97th birthday.
Yeah, Hollywood icon Lansbury was best known for the range of roles she played on TV, Broadway, and the big screen. We've got NBC News correspondent Harry Smith joining us now with a look back at her 8-decade career. Harry?
Talk about chops. I mean, this woman really could do anything. She had incredible range from Broadway to Murder, She Wrote to the beloved Mrs. Potts in Beauty and the Beast. Beauty and the Beast. And though she made a name for herself early as a talented character actress, Lansbury was just getting started on a remarkable journey.
Hello.
For years, she owned Sunday nights on CBS. Angela Lansbury as Jessica Fletcher, amateur sleuth, on Murder, She Wrote.
Could she take the books with her and just report back to you?
From supporting star to leading lady, Angela Lansbury had a specialty, reinventing herself on screen and on stage. Born in England in 1925, Lansbury and her family left for the United States during World War II. She quickly shot to fame as a teenager in Hollywood. Oscar nominations followed 2 early supporting roles in Gaslight and The Picture of Dorian Gray.
I was a young character actress, and these days that word is a dirty word in our business.
A third nomination for her unapologetically evil Eleanor Island in 1962's The Manchurian Candidate.
I want the nominee to be dead about 2 minutes after he begins his acceptance speech.
But the powerful performance also showed the typecasting Lansbury was already facing. She played the mother of Lawrence Harvey, though she was just 3 years older than he was.
Light the candle.
Lansbury next conquered the Broadway stage, starring in the musical Mame.
I'm not like Mame at all, but I love playing her because for the first time in my life, I was admired as a woman.
The role earned her the first of 6 Tony Awards. More followed for roles in Gypsy and Stephen Sondheim's Sweeney Todd.
Did you come in for a pie, sir?
Then came television. Murder, She Wrote ran for 12 years.
What happened?
Earning Lansbury 12 Emmy nominations for each of the years it aired, though like the Oscars, never a win. In 2013, her career was celebrated with an honorary Academy Award for creating, quote, some of cinema's most memorable characters. She was made a dame by Queen Elizabeth in 2014. We especially enjoyed Angela Lansbury as Mrs. Potts in Beauty and the Beast.
True as it can be.
Lansbury, a beloved Today Show guest, told us in 2011 she was hesitant to take the role.
Because we think we're moving out of our comfort range.
Yes.
And I thought, well, I'm not that kind of singer. Tale as old as time, true as it can be.
But we were smitten yet again by the actor who said, I was primarily an actress, not a pretty face. And oh, what an actress she was.
Song as old as rhyme, Beauty and the Beast.
Just a fantastic career. Mame on Broadway, she owned this city. I mean, just owned every single soul there was. The part was supposed to go to Mary Martin. Mary Martin said, nah, maybe I don't want to do this. She gets the part, becomes this major, major star. There are all these twists and turns in her story where, so she does Mame. Hollywood says, let's make it into a movie. Do they cast her? They don't.
Wow. But she was the impetus behind it.
But when the movie comes out, it wasn't her. Movie goes like this, tanks. But I just think it's a great example of somebody with spine. She said, I am going to continue, and I'm going to be great, and despite what you don't like or what you don't like,
Just watch me. Spine and a voice, right?
Yeah,
Just like his voice.
By the way, a beautiful face, but what a line there.
Yeah.
I'm just an actress, not a pretty face.
Not a pretty
Ding.
Oh my gosh. Harry Smith, as always, thank you.
Thanks for the serenade.
As always. All right, coming up, new data just out this morning about the state of our economy.
Yeah, we're going to break down what we're learning this morning and what it means for inflation and your wallet. Coming up next.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News. Streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with breaking news on the fight against inflation.
Yeah, the Producer Price Index, which measures inflation based on the prices companies and producers pay for goods and services, rose 0.4% in the month of September. That is double what the experts were expecting, and that's up 8.5% year over year. So joining us now to break down those numbers and what they mean for you is Caleb Silver. He is the editor-in-chief of Investopia. Caleb, good morning. What is your take on this report? Is this a sign that inflation hasn't yet peaked?
Yeah, it hasn't, apparently. This is persistently high. We're looking at producer prices. This is like looking in the rearview mirror because we're looking at September numbers. The thing about producer prices, guys, is that they forecast consumer prices because this is demand at the wholesale level, which then retailers and stores pass on to us as consumers. So this shows that it's persistently high. When you strip out food and energy, like you need to do sometimes because those prices are volatile, it rose at a 5.4% annual rate, but not cooling enough to change the Fed's mind about what it's going to do with interest rates.
Caleb, always good to see you. It's Savannah. So tomorrow we're going to get another important read on this, on inflation, where we're at. Consumer Price Index. That measures the cost regular consumers have to pay for those services and goods. As Gotti just said, we're talking more companies, producers, that kind of thing. But now, just what does it mean for our wallet? So give us some insight on what we could see tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to get the consumer price index. That does measure what we pay on the consumer level for the past month. And we're at a 40-year high still at about 8.1%. I don't expect we're going to come down too far from that. That said, if you look what's happening inside the commodity complex, I'm talking about oil prices, which have drifted a little bit higher lately, but look at copper. Look at timber, look at lumber, some of these other commodities. They've come way down. Oil prices are starting to peak again, and they did for the past few weeks. So you're going to feel that in the consumer price index. We're definitely continuing to pay more. Now folks are worried about gas prices drifting a little bit higher, and they have been. But look at those other prices. What about food? What about rent? What about utilities? All of those have been very high for the past several months, and that is starting to make consumers pull back a little bit.
And what about rate hikes, right? So Caleb, how important are these numbers to the Federal Reserve as they're trying to ease inflation? What's it going to take to convince the Fed to maybe slow down some of those rate hikes?
Yeah, well, consider this. The Fed's target rate for inflation is around 2%. We're looking at about 8.1% right now, so we're very far away from that. And until the Fed sees that number come down, consumer inflation and the PCE, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, come down closer to 2%, they're going to keep hiking rates. So expect another rate hike in November, expect another rate hike in December to end out the year. The Fed wants that prime rate, that federal funds rate, to be around 4.5%. We're at about 3.25% right now. So we got a ways to go, and none of these reports are going to change its mind.
Yeah. All right, Caleb, quickly, also, what about Wall Street? What impact is this going to have, especially with the weakness we've seen in the stock market in the past few days?
Yeah, the stock market has been back and forth on this. It's really listening closely to earnings. Investors are listening to what companies are saying. We're in that report card period of the year. PepsiCo reported this morning pretty robust results, but when companies are missing or taking their guidance lower for the rest of the year, that continues to scare off investors. That's the drumbeat we've heard so far. We're going to see choppiness in the stock market for the rest of the year at least.
Caleb Silver over at Investopedia, thanks so very much.
Thanks, Caleb. Let's stay on financial news now, and Twitter's user banning policies are under review.
Yeah, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now for this and more financial headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Hi, good morning, guys. Well, Twitter is reviewing its policies around permanently banning users that would potentially bring its content moderation more in line with Elon Musk's vision for the platform, whether or not he buys the company. The Financial Times reports Twitter has been considering other tools that could replace a permanent ban for violating certain rules, such as repeatedly spreading misinformation. However, removing a ban for inciting violence is not being considered, so it's unlikely former President Trump's lifetime ban will be lifted. Intel reportedly plans to cut thousands of jobs as the chip maker faces a slowdown in the PC market. Bloomberg reports the layoffs will be announced as soon as this month, and some of Intel's divisions, including sales and marketing, could see cuts of up to 20%. Intel had more than 113,000 employees as of this summer. High inflation and the reopening of offices and schools have led consumers to spend less on computers than they did during COVID lockdowns. And Snapchat has launched a new set of lenses to help you find the perfect Halloween costume. The augmented reality lenses will let you virtually try on costumes from popular shows and movies such as Squid Game, Stranger Things, and Hocus Pocus, and buy them from within the app. You only need to take a full body photo, and Snapchat will overlay the product image. Snapchat says a study found shopping is the top reason why people use AR. I know that's what I would use it for. Yeah. I avoid dressing rooms at all costs.
Me too. Oh, it's miserable waiting in the line.
Yes.
I'm going to use it to put you in a Squid Game.
And then what I do is I buy the clothes and then I don't return them when even if I try, it's just horrible.
I end up having to give it away because it stays there. Yeah.
Silvana, thanks as always.
You got it.
All right, coming up, coronation plans are in the works for King Charles.
Yeah, we now know when it's going to happen and what it could look like, and we're going to look at everything we know about it this morning, including the traditions the king plans on keeping and the ones he's going to modernize. That's coming up next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. back. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. We've got some massive news for all you pop punk fans out there. Blink-182 is back with their classic lineup. The Legends of Lude return with a bang, announcing a highly anticipated world tour and a new album on social media yesterday, with original frontman Tom DeLonge reuniting with his bandmates, bassist Mark Hoppus and drummer Travis Barker for the first time in 7 years. Fans can expect their first taste of new music this Friday already, and their world tour's first date is on March 11th of next year in Tijuana, Mexico. That's pretty exciting. You a fan?
It ain't so, I will not go.
I guess that's
Turn
a yes.
the lights off, carry me home. Yeah, right? See you in
Okay, yeah,
Tijuana?
that sounds fun. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, there we go. All right, Buckingham Palace has announced that the coronation of King Charles III will take place on May 6th next year.
Yeah, the palace said the ceremony will be, quote, rooted in long-standing traditions, but will reflect the monarch's role today and look towards the future. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Westminster Abbey with more. Molly, good morning. What does this mean?
Hey, Gotti, Savannah, good morning to you guys. So coronations have been happening at Westminster Abbey for 900 years. There are going to be some new things, and some things will stay the same. Now, Queen Elizabeth in 1953 had more than 8,000 guests at hers. We're expecting, something a little bit more scaled back for King Charles. Take a look.
With his reign already officially underway, a date has now been set for the symbolic start of the King Charles era. The palace announcing that his coronation will reflect the monarch's role today and look towards the future. The date, Saturday, May 6th, a departure from tradition. Queen Elizabeth's coronation was held on a weekday, a Tuesday back in 1953. The first televised coronation in history, and Charles, just 4 years old at the time, was among the thousands of guests watching his mother crowned queen. Her presence will be strongly felt. Last month, Charles's first public address as king paid tribute to his beloved mother.
Throughout her life, Her Majesty the Queen, my beloved mother, was an inspiration, an example to me and to all my family.
The Archbishop of Canterbury will preside over the anointing, blessing, and consecration of King Charles, but there are likely to be a few changes. For example, Queen Elizabeth's coronation was nearly 3 hours long. Charles's expected to be smaller and simpler. Queen Elizabeth had some 8,000 guests inside the Abbey, but the capacity is only about 2,000, and guests may have a slightly more relaxed dress code compared to 70 years ago. Queen consort Camilla will also be crowned as part of the ceremony, reportedly wearing a crown created for the Queen Mother for the 1937 coronation of King George VI, featuring the famous 105-carat Koh-i-Noor diamond.
Now, I am excited to see that crown on the Queen Consort's head, but a lot of questions like what roles will King Charles's children play? We don't know if the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, Harry and Meghan, of course, will be involved. We know that the Prince and Princess of Wales, Kate and Will, of course, will have prominent roles, but lots more details, all of those coming in the next few months. Gotti, Savannah.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much. We'll be watching. Now, we end this hour with an emotional goodbye for thousands of Dodgers fans in Los Angeles.
Yeah, Jaime Jarrín announcing he will be retiring after 64 seasons of baseball. I took a look back at the Hall of Fame broadcaster's legacy and his lasting impact on the sport.
Watson no tiene hits en 4 turnos al bate. Steve Howe está listo.
Imagine listening to the excitement of a baseball game in another language, not understanding all the words,
Está sacando batazo elevado al jardín central.
but feeling its electricity.
Espera y los Dodgers son campeones mundiales.
And that is exactly what Jaime Jarrín felt when he moved here from Ecuador and went to his first Dodgers game in 1958.
And I have never seen 80,000 people in one place. And the roar of the people really shook me up. And I said, my goodness, this is baseball.
And over the next 64 years, listeners all over grew to love the sound of Jaime Jarin's voice explaining America's favorite pastime to a Spanish-speaking audience when the Dodgers offered him a job calling games above home plate.
Jaime, what kind of change have you seen when it comes to the fans from when you started to today?
At the beginning, you know, most Latinos will go to the bleachers there, right field or left field. But now I see Latinos everywhere.
In fact, when he first started, only 8% of Dodger fans were Latino. And now every other fan that comes into Dodger Stadium is Hispanic.
Dad and I, we grew up watching baseball. Baseball was our lives. And the translator between that, him and I, was Jaime Jarin.
And then came the season when the man with the golden voice met a pitcher from Mexico with a screwball for the ages, Fernando Valenzuela.
He was the magic arm, but you were the magic voice.
Well, I helped him, and also he helped me.
Suddenly, Fernando Mania swept the country, and they would find themselves bringing Spanish and the MLB closer than ever before.
And we saw so many extra Latinos coming to the ballpark.
This month, familiar faces like Valenzuela, Yasiel Puig, and Hollywood icons like Edward James Olmos paid tribute to Jarin.
Y vamos a despedirlo con un beso.
And while his last day was set to be October 5th, the Dodgers could be headed to the World Series.
You were supposed to retire this weekend. It looks like the Dodgers want to keep you around a little bit longer.
I am like a Rocky Marciano. I am in my corner waiting for the bell to sound for the last round.
He says after that, he'll hang up his headset and focus on raising funds for his foundation.
My goal will be to give 30, 40, 50 scholarships every year.
That doesn't sound like retirement. It sounds like you're going to work to help the community.
Oh, yes. It will be work. It will be work, but not baseball. I say that stopping baseball is like closing 64 years of vacation.
A decades-long vacation that so many Spanish-speaking Dodgers fans will surely grow to miss.
I mean,
right? Yeah.
That golden
What a
voice, I can
voice,
listen to
yeah.
it forever. And the Dodgers got off to a pretty good start last night on their journey to the World Series, taking Game 1 against the San Diego Padres. Sorry about that. By a score of 5-3. So what do you think about that?
Not really a sports fan, but I do have San Diego pride.
Yeah, San Diego, Los Angeles, you know. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us.
Hey there, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, October 12th, a very slight recession. Those are the words from President Biden about a possible economic downturn come just weeks before the midterm elections. This as new inflation numbers show prices continue to climb.
Partial admission. Georgia Senate candidate Herschel Walker admits he does know the woman who came forward with claims Walker paid for her abortion. Why he still says she's lying, and new poll numbers showing where the Georgia Senate race stands.
Borrower beware. The website to apply for federal student debt relief is set to go live any day now, creating a new target for scammers. We'll tell you what you need to know to protect yourself.
Legal reckoning. We'll talk to a Jewish woman from Kentucky who is suing the state over its abortion laws, saying it violates her religious rights.
Thanks so much for joining us here on NBC News Daily. We start this hour with those looming fears of an economic downturn. Less than 4 weeks before the midterm elections, President Biden is now warning that America could be in for a slight recession.
In an interview with CNN last night, Biden tried to play down the threat, saying he doesn't anticipate a recession, but it was possible. The warning comes as Americans are buckling under decades-high inflation.
We're going to talk to NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung in just a brief moment, but let's go ahead and begin with NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Look, Kelly, we know that President Biden, he sort of downplayed the possibility of a recession in the past. This obviously would not be a politically beneficial moment for this to happen for him and his party, but now he is warning that there could be a recession in the, frankly, near future. So what is the White House saying about that today?
Well, one of the things that we've just seen is the president put out a tweet that showed him meeting with his top economic council advisor to show that he is engaged on the economy and getting the latest information on a daily basis. And the White House is not gaming out the president's comments specifically. They have certainly had a lot of questions put to them over how they answered the inflation question in the first year of the administration. And so now that recession is one of the buzzwords that they are being asked to comment about, the president was leaving open the door that could be something that could happen. And at the same time, wanting to reinforce that fundamental things in the economy are still strong, the job picture being one of those. And of course, all of this matters so much because how people feel about the economy, their own daily experience of do they have enough money to pay the bills? Do they feel confident in their job? That can affect how they vote. And we're so close to the midterm elections. So presidents get judged, good or bad, about how the economy is doing. And certainly when it comes to gas prices, this administration has tried to take some of the credit for falling gas prices at a time when now some of the actions taken by OPEC are seeing gas prices tick up a bit again.
Kelly, the president was also asked about the war in Ukraine and Vladimir Putin's threats to use nuclear weapons. What did he say about the United States red line and our potential response?
Well, the president has said that he and allies like the other G7 leaders have things they are looking at and ways that they would respond. But they also, he doesn't want to talk about that publicly, but he does say that Vladimir Putin should not be talking about the use of nuclear weapons in any form. And here's how the president described it.
I don't think he will, but I think it's irresponsible of him to talk about it. The idea that a world leader of one of the largest nuclear powers in the world says he may use a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine, and the whole point I was making was it could lead to just a horrible outcome. I think he is a rational actor who's miscalculated significantly.
And the president was asked there about his use of the word Armageddon and the fact that the country has not been this close to a potential nuclear threat since the Kennedy administration and the Cuban Missile Crisis. So that's what he was reacting to there.
NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, thank you.
Back to the economy now. New data showing today that inflation is staying red hot.
In September, wholesale prices jumped 8.5% from last year, coming in higher than economists actually expected. And this is giving new fuel to those recession fears. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now. So, Brian, okay, break down this report for us. What exactly is wholesale inflation, and what does it mean for the price that we as consumers pay?
Yeah, so producer price index, it's a measure of essentially how much a manufacturer of goods or food is selling it to a retailer who then sells it ultimately to us. So the price changes that we see in this report isn't necessarily emblematic of what you pay at the actual cash register. But look, at the end of the day, it still gives us some insight into different categories. Fresh and dry vegetables, these are month-over-month changes between August and September, by the way, up 16%. There's a drought in California that might be behind some of the production of those vegetables that have led to those price increases. But check this out. Crude petroleum down 3.4%. And Americans have noticed that at the pump over the last few weeks, although that may have been changing as of late. Prices have broadly come down for fuel that you put inside your car. But look, this is one measure of inflation. It's not good because it shows that those price pressures are still there. But what we actually pay at the register doesn't get reflected until the consumer price index report. That comes out tomorrow morning at 8:30, so we'll take a look at those numbers tomorrow.
You talk about that being one measure of the decisions, but what about the Fed's future rate decisions? How could this impact that? And really, what does that mean for everyday consumers?
Yeah, the Federal Reserve, the steward of the nation's economy, watching these types of data releases very closely. But even prior to this report, Morgan, the expectation was for the Fed to raise interest rates in their next meeting in the first week of November anyway. Translation, that's going to mean, again, more pressures on the rate that you pay on your credit cards, mortgage rates above 7% likely to go higher because the Fed is still going to raise interest rates to try to take some steam out of this economy to hopefully lower inflation.
Brian, help us out here. Realistically speaking, what are some ways that we as consumers can maybe insulate ourselves from some of these price hikes? What are some techniques that we can use?
Well, I mean, the simplest solution is just to try to pare back on spending wherever you can to try to save those dollars. And we had New York Fed data from yesterday showing that there was the steepest drop in planned spending over the next year horizon among U.S. households that they've seen in at least the last 10 years. Now, for what it's worth, that's going to be tough heading into retail season, especially the holidays, right? But if you're baking, for example, right, it's a hot baking season, but we know that eggs, flour, butter have gotten more expensive. Maybe you could try to substitute, go from butter maybe into margarine, which is a lot cheaper. We've actually seen that type of trade-off inside of economic reports. Maybe that's what's happening in the economy.
Oh, wow. So not as many baked goods this holiday season, Mo.
At least not with butter.
Not coming from us, at
butter,
least.
so.
All right, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung for us. Brian, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Brad. Well, Georgia Senate Republican candidate Herschel Walker now says he knows the identity of the woman alleging he reimbursed her for the cost of an abortion procedure more than a decade ago. In an interview with ABC News, Walker still denies the allegations that he paid for his ex-girlfriend to have the procedure.
Now, that woman is now telling the Washington Post that she had to repeatedly ask Walker for the money, saying, quote, "You need to send. I cannot afford to pay for this." NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Atlanta. Ellison, what else did Walker say specifically about this woman? Because the story seems to change day by day, whether he knew her, whether he didn't know her, whether it was a girlfriend, married. Where do we stand today?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of incremental changes on his answers, some half answers. This interview with ABC, we didn't necessarily get any new major revelations within it, but what we did get is arguably Herschel Walker's clearest, most extensive denial of these allegations. He repeatedly denied the allegations. He also repeatedly accused the woman who he has a child with of lying. Listen to some of it.
I know initially last week you were saying you weren't even sure who the woman was. But
which is true.
But at this point, you now know who she is.
Yes.
Did you ever have a conversation with this woman at any time about an abortion?
No.
Did you ever, to your knowledge, give money to pay for the cost of an abortion?
No.
Is she lying?
Yes, she's lying. Yeah, she's lying. Yes, she's lying.
So you hear him there say she is lying not once, but I believe 3 times today. Shortly after that interview came out, there is a new article you mentioned with the Washington Post that talks about the reporter with the Washington Post and the Post team seeing some of the evidence that has been previously reported in other stories about this alleged abortion that this woman claims Herschel Walker paid for. And it is notable because it is the 3rd news outlet to report on these specific details. The Washington Post says that they have seen an image of the $700 check Walker sent to this woman. They said it was sent about a week after her abortion procedure. They say that they have also viewed a check that was printed on an ATM slip with Walker's name, his signature, and an address that was associated with him at that time. Again, NBC News has not independently verified those details, but that is notable because that is the 3rd news outlet from the Daily Beast, New York Times, now the Washington Post, to say that they have seen those items.
Ellison, let's get to the big question here, which is these allegations. Are they affecting the way voters feel about Walker there in Georgia? This race with Raphael Warnock, has it tightened up? Where does it stand now?
Yeah, I mean, people are definitely talking about it and paying attention to it, but this is still an incredibly close race. You look at the most recent poll that we have today from UGA and the AJC, and you see that Warnock is a little bit ahead of Herschel Walker, but still within the margin of error, the two of them. They're basically in a statistical tie, and neither candidate currently has a percentage that is above 50%, which is a threshold they must hit in order to avoid a runoff. So the debate that's going to happen on Friday, going to be a very big deal, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber for us in Georgia. Thank you, Ellison.
Let's turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. And the hot question is, are you one of the 426 million people who uses PayPal?
Yes, I am.
I am too.
The federal government is now saying it's going to be taking a closer look at the policies at PayPal and other payment companies. Joining us now is CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, why are the feds getting involved here?
Well, first, let me tell you what happened. Last week, PayPal told users they could be fined $2,500 for promoting misinformation. Then it quickly backtracked, saying it is not fining anyone and never intended to say it would. But the head of the government's Financial Federal Protection Bureau is making it clear PayPal would have trouble if it did try to collect fines from users for legally expressing themselves. He tells CNBC that would be what he calls new territory, and his agency is looking into it. Also today, Major League Baseball has a multi-year exclusive deal with the CBD company Charlotte's Web. The MLB logo will appear on its new product called Daily Edge, a tincture that a supplements watchdog has certified for use by athletes. And many Americans, they are returning to the office and finding the dress code is much more casual than before the pandemic. CNBC.com has 4 low-cost recommendations for the new business comfort look, they call it. Neutral t-shirts, low-top sneakers, an oversized blazer, and a durable backpack. Guys, I'm in San Francisco, so this has pretty much been the dress code for years here.
It's the
Everyone's
central casting uniform.
Totally. I was going to say, I think we both have all 4 of those items. I feel pretty good about that casual return to work outfit.
All right, CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, as always, thank you so much.
Cashing in on President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan could actually cost you money. The scams you need to know about coming up. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Yeah, I love you too.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Well, vaping among teens is on the rise again. A new CDC and FDA study found a 3% rise in e-cigarette use.
That's right. That's the equivalent of about 2.5 million middle and high schoolers. Joining us now is NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. Dr. Syal, we've all known that, when it comes to tobacco, when it comes to e-cigarettes, this is something that we generally do not want people, especially young people, to use. But give us some context for this particular study, because when you look at sort of school use, kids were out of school largely for the last, at least outside of classrooms for the last few years.
Yeah, so taking a step back, kids were outside of school, and that's actually where this survey happened, was in school. So yes, there was a rise between this year and last year, but the researchers caution there's a little bit of nuance here. But the good news is that back when vaping was in the news, back in 2019, 2018, those rates were 29%. So now we're down to 14% of high schoolers. So it's an improvement, but it's... Yeah, exactly. And it's still a little bit higher than we like to see, but it is an improvement from where it was.
We've done a lot of reporting on this, the rise of e-cigarette use in teens. As a parent of a teenager myself, give us a sense of how do you spot the signs that your teen may be vaping, and how do you help them get off of it? Because it's very addictive, right?
Yeah, so the obvious signs, if you see any new cartridges or devices, that thing labeled candy apple or sour apple is probably not an essential oil. You dig a little bit deeper. But, some other things, a lot of reasons that kids give for using e-cigarettes are anxiety. And we talked about, now the task force recommending we screen kids. So if your kid is keeping to themselves, maybe mindlessly scrolling on the phone or just not acting themselves, investigate a little bit further. There may be a link to vaping.
Can I ask the obvious question? Why is this bad? Why are e-cigarettes bad for teens? Spell it out for us.
So, the reason I think it's really bad is nicotine. There's actually data that most kids don't know that there is nicotine in vapes, and nicotine is very, very addictive, especially to the developing brain. Every time we learn new things, we form synapses, little connections in the brain, and if you're using nicotine, it can actually affect those synapses.
Making them move slower or making them not happen?
Well, we don't know exactly yet what the long-term consequences are because it's so new, unfortunately.
Wow, a lot to unpack there. Dr. Akshay Sayal, as always. Dr. Sayal, we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Applications for one-time student debt forgiveness will be posted this month. And the application looks simple, but it may not prevent scammers from preying on borrowers.
CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins us now. And
Sharon, exactly how do these scams work? I mean, what are some tips for people to essentially avoid losing their money to people who are trying to prey on them?
Absolutely. Well, you may get an offer from someone who says they're affiliated with the Department of Education or your loan servicer asking you for personal information, whether that's your federal student aid ID, your FSA ID, or other personal details. They're really just trying to figure out more about you and your loan. They may even tell you that they can give you a debt relief application that's actually a power of attorney or direct deposit form to get into your money. So here's what you need to do. Make sure you only use the Department of Education website to apply for debt relief. Go to studentaid.gov, sign up for updates to find out when the application will actually be launched for this one-time student debt cancellation. By going to ed.gov/subscriptions, never give out your FSA ID to anyone, and also make sure that you don't give anyone any money who says that they're going to be able to do this process for you. It is completely free, should be very simple once it's actually launched, and you need to go to the Department of Education website to do it.
Really good advice for how to avoid being scammed, Sharon. And quickly, while we still have you, if you are a victim, what can you do?
Go to some of the government agencies and report it. Go to the FTC, go to the Better Business Bureau, and of course go to the student government website, student aid website as well, to let them know that you think you've been a victim of a scam like this.
All right, that's CNBC's Sharon Epperson. Sharon, as always, we appreciate you. Thanks so much.
All right, straight ahead, not everyone will be heading to the polls in next month's midterm elections. How non-voters could be the tipping point in deciding who controls Congress and the Senate. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
We turn now to the midterm elections and the crucial Senate battle that's playing out right now in Pennsylvania. Democratic nominee John Fetterman is locked in a tight race with Republican nominee Dr. Mehmet Oz. Fetterman sat down exclusively with NBC in his first sit-down interview since he suffered a stroke back in May. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Pittsburgh. Hey, Dasha.
Hey, Vicki, the Fetterman campaign has been open about the fact that their candidate does need closed captioning technology to conduct interviews like this, to essentially read our questions as we ask them because of some of the lingering side effects of his stroke. NBC News did agree to that accommodation. And look, this is a critical time for Fetterman. He has seen his lead against his Republican rival, Dr. Mehmet Oz, shrink over the last several weeks. And this is a pivotal race that could determine the balance of power in the Senate.
Everything about it has changed. Basically having a conversation with your wife to having a conversation with your children.
Pennsylvania Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman explaining how he's coping with the after effects of the stroke he suffered in May, just days before the primary. NBC News agreed to Fetterman's request to use a transcription program during this interview because he's still experiencing auditory processing issues from the stroke, meaning he can't always understand what he's hearing.
Walk me through why we need the closed captioning, how it works.
Yeah, it's really just how things happen, because I sometimes will hear things in a way that's not perfectly clear. So I use captioning. So I'm able to see what you're saying on in captioning.
Stroke experts say it's not a cognitive issue, and Fetterman says he's still fit to serve if elected.
I always thought I was pretty empathetic. Emphatic. I think I was very, empathetic. That's an example of the stroke, empathetic. I always thought I was very empathetic before having a stroke. But now after having that stroke, I really understand, much more kind of the challenges that Americans have day in and day out.
I mean, when you have moments like you had just now, what's that experience like of just not quite being able to get the words out in the way that you want them to?
No, I don't think it was hard. It was just about having to be thinking more slower to just understand. And sometimes that's kind of the processing that happens.
Aside from releasing a letter from his cardiologist on June 3rd, the campaign has denied requests for his medical records.
Don't voters deserve to know your status now?
As I said, being in front of thousands and thousands of people and having interviews and getting around all across Pennsylvania, that gives everybody and the voters decide, if they think that it's really the issue.
Fetterman's opponent, Trump-endorsed celebrity Dr. Mehmet Oz, has called his health into question.
John Fetterman is either healthy, and he's dodging the debates because he does not want to answer for his radical left positions, or he's too sick.
But Fetterman hoping it's another health issue that will turn voters out in his favor.
Dr. Oz likes to make fun of me that I might miss a word, but he's missed 2 words, and that is a yes or no on the national abortion ban.
while Oz is focusing on crime, hitting Fetterman on his record as head of Pennsylvania's Board of Pardons, where he advocated for the early release of some convicted murderers.
For voters who say, I'd rather prioritize the safety of me and of my kids in and around Philadelphia than prioritizing clemency or lower sentences for criminals. What do you say to those voters?
Well, I actually have a record in fighting crime. As mayor of Braddock here during 4 terms.
Dasha, that was a really insightful interview. Obviously, you explained the closed captioning, and Fetterman, frankly, he seems to be recovering well from his stroke, and he says he's fit to serve. Do you have a sense of whether the voters there agree and whether his health is going to play a role in their decision come November?
Well, look, Vicki, that's something we're going to see play out over the coming weeks. As I've been talking to voters, many of them are just now starting to tune in. You know, at the network, we often think that this is all folks are paying attention to, but between, you know, high gas prices, education, healthcare, people have a lot on their plate. So folks are going to be watching that debate on October 25th, where he will debate his Republican rival, Dr. Mehmet Oz. I think that's going to be a pretty critical moment for a lot of folks that haven't yet made up their minds, Vicki.
All right, NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. Thank you so much, Dasha. The CDC says the monkeypox.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Welcome back to NBC News Daily. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn, making news right now. The former San Antonio police officer who shot a teen in a McDonald's parking lot has been charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault. 25-year-old James Brennan confronted the teen while he was eating a hamburger in his car. That teen tried to drive away, and that is when Brennan opened fire. The 17-year-old is unconscious and on life support.
The FDA has authorized updated COVID booster shots for kids between 5 and 11. Pfizer's latest vaccine specifically target the Omicron variant for young kids. Those vaccinated at least 2 months ago are eligible to get the new shot. The CDC is expected to make a formal recommendation in the next few hours.
Thousands of Egyptians are demanding the Rosetta Stone be brought back home from the British Museum. The campaign to reclaim the stone, as well as 16 other artifacts, has already gathered more than 2,500 signatures online. The archaeologists who created the petition say the pieces are a key part of Egypt's national heritage.
Now, for some Americans, the question is not exactly who they will vote for in November. It's whether they'll vote at all.
Yeah, that's hard to believe, but the midterm elections, they are notorious for having a low voter turnout, which could make non-voters an even more powerful voting bloc if they did show up on Election Day. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster joins us now from West Allis, Wisconsin. That is just outside of Milwaukee.
Shaq, you're in a battleground state, obviously there in Wisconsin, where the races are tight. They're very critical, right, when you count every single vote. You would expect people there to be pretty motivated, you know, to go to the polls, given how slim the margin is, given how much their votes count. But you've spoken to people who, frankly, feel the opposite. Why?
I did, Morgan, and the numbers may surprise you. You know, every election we talk about elections in terms of these voting blocks. We talk about college-educated voters or working-class voters, but the largest swing voting block are those who vote in presidential years but stay home in the midterm elections. I want you to take a look at the power of those non-voters.
23-year-old Jake Jakehart will likely join the largest voting block of 2022.
Honestly, I didn't realize the midterm elections were coming up.
A mechanic and registered voter in battleground Wisconsin, 2 years ago casting his very first ballot only after seeing protests outside of a Biden campaign event in his small rural city. But in this year's midterm elections, he might stay home.
Do you plan on voting in November?
I would like to, but I can't guarantee that answer right now. I would like to learn a little bit more, but I really don't have the time.
Since 2000, 60% of eligible Americans cast a presidential ballot on average. During congressional midterm years, average turnout drops dramatically to just 42%. A majority, about 150 million Americans, remaining silent in our representative democracy.
Plan on voting in November? No. Why not? I don't want to.
I want to be an informed voter, and I don't always feel like I am, because the commercials don't help with that.
A 2020 Knight Foundation study of some 12,000 so-called chronic non-voters shows the group tilts only slightly toward Democrats, but includes more women and minorities, is younger, and has lower income levels than active voters.
Do you plan on voting in November?
Not necessarily. I don't see the direct effect that it has on the community that I live in.
Mujahid Green says he participates in presidential races to please his mother and grandparents who fought for his right, but he usually skips midterm years.
So my sister gave me the sign to promote.
His sister Tynetta recently helped lead a car parade through Milwaukee to register and activate voters.
It's harder now for me to convince people that it's important to vote when they see the decline in our community.
It's definitely easy to vote, you know. It's just when you check that box, man, it's just you really walk away feeling like nothing is going to change.
Non-voting citizens, a group that's large and powerful but not immovable. Our latest NBC News poll showing voter enthusiasm 2 months ahead of the midterms is at an all-time high.
You said you didn't vote in 2020,
no.
But you plan to vote this time around.
Yes.
What has shifted?
Being older, seeing how everything really impacts me.
So, Shaq, what are people telling you about what might actually convince them then to go out and vote?
Really good question, Morgan, because it's not as if these people don't care about the issues. In my conversations with voters, they mentioned abortion, they mentioned the economy, they mentioned jobs, but they really felt that their vote didn't have influence in changing those policies. But I will say Mujahid, who you saw at the end of that piece there, I called to check on him this morning, told him the piece was running. He said he might consider voting now that he had an extensive conversation about that decision not to vote. It's another sign that things may shift as we get closer to the election.
All right, NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster there on the ground in the battleground state of Wisconsin. Shaq, we appreciate you. Thank you.
3 Jewish women from Kentucky filed a lawsuit arguing their state's near-total abortion ban violates their religious rights. Under current Kentucky law, life begins at the moment of fertilization. That is a view held by many Christians. But these women say, as Jews, they don't believe that. In fact, their religion requires abortion if the pregnant mother is in danger. One of the women who filed the suit, Jessica Kalb, joins us now alongside her attorney, Ben Potash. Jessica, Ben, thank you for being here. Let's talk about this lawsuit. You're essentially flipping the script, right? This suit mirrors the legal tactic that conservative Christian groups have used for many years to argue that abortion should be illegal. How is it that Kentucky's law that we're looking at on the screen here, we're going to put it up, but how does it go against your faith as a Jewish woman?
So for me, life doesn't begin at the moment of conception. In the Jewish faith, we believe that life begins at the moment the child is born and takes their first independent breath. So this is in direct competition with that belief.
Ben, let me bring you in here. You know, Jessica is not the first person to challenge Kentucky's abortion laws after the Dobbs decision came down. But what makes this lawsuit different? I mean, the fact that it's focusing on infertility treatments like in vitro fertilization or IVF. Your client needs IVF to get pregnant, which means freezing her eggs, right? So what could happen under current Kentucky law if Jessica decides that she has to discard the frozen embryos that she doesn't end up needing?
That's the biggest problem with this law. No one really knows. IVF patients could be prosecuted. Miscarriages could be prosecuted. The major problem is that this law is vague. And the reason it's vague is it's drawn up by people, old men in the state capitol, who don't really know what a uterus is.
Jessica, let me ask you about this. It is very personal. You have a 2-year-old daughter. You want to have more children. You want to expand your family. Now you are the face of a legal fight. Are you worried about the risk of taking this on? And also, what are you ultimately hoping for? How are you hoping that this will change the law for families like yours?
Well, of course I'm worried about taking this on. I mean, there's obvious safety risks for me and my family in being the face of this. The question we have to ask ourselves is it worth it? And for me, it absolutely is. This law leaves me with no good options. I can either put my safety at risk or I can dispose of those embryos, because I actually have 9 currently in cryo storage. And right now in Kentucky, I'm forced to just continue paying storage fees with no option to expand my family. My hope is that by the time my daughter reaches the age of maturity, that she'll have laws in place that are more amenable to her freedoms.
Ben, if I could quickly ask you one more question, how long do you expect this to take as it plays out in court?
I wish I could give you a straight answer on that. The answer is it's going to go on until we've overturned this law.
Jessica Kalb and Ben Potash, we appreciate your time today. Thank you very much. We'll talk about world-saving solutions. NASA's Double Asteroid Redirection Test, or DART, you may remember, it was put to the test and it actually passed with flying colors.
That's right. Last month, the space agency intentionally crashed a DART probe into an asteroid to move the space rock off of its trajectory. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now to explain a little bit more. Tom, it's good to see you. It's been about 2 weeks since that impact. So what has NASA learned from that data? I mean, what does it all mean for the safety of our planet?
Could not have gone better. I mean, the bottom line here is that they, through mathematical precision that only NASA and Johns Hopkins can pull off like this, they targeted this asteroid traveling at 14,000 miles per hour, 7 million miles away, and they hit it dead on. As you see right there, that's the camera on the nose cone of DART. What that accomplished was even better than they'd hoped. They wanted to, in fact, budget, give it a little nudge and shove it off course, because then that would be proof that this could work. If we're facing an asteroid coming our way that could be a planet killer, not only did they give it a bit of a nudge, they actually gave it a good shove, and it moved more than they anticipated. This is precisely what they were hoping for, better than they could have hoped. And so you're right, this could now be the kind of planetary defense we need in the event that we have another, dinosaur killer kind of asteroid coming our way.
Tom, put it into some terms that we can sort of visualize and understand. So how big was the little thing that we fired up, and how much did it move the asteroid off of its path? How big was that asteroid?
All right, so the spacecraft called DART that we launched back in November, almost a year ago, was a little bigger than a refrigerator, somewhere between a refrigerator and a mega refrigerator, okay? And the asteroid was about 250 feet across. That's it. It wasn't that big. Again, kudos to NASA and Johns Hopkins for pinning that small of a target. But they managed to budget and move it off of its course. Now, I need to tell you this part that's important. That asteroid was actually orbiting a bigger asteroid, okay? And they wanted to kind of move it off of its orbit around that bigger asteroid by 10 minutes. In other words, shorten the orbit by 10 minutes. They shortened it by 32 minutes. So that was a hugely successful operation. And the thinking is, okay, if we can do it with this kind of a small asteroid, then maybe we now know what it will take if we're facing a big one coming our way.
And I guess the simple question, Tom, becomes, why push it? Why not, just blow it up?
Well, if it were, first of all, this is far away from Earth. It poses no risk whatsoever. And so it did create a bit of a debris field, but nothing that's of any concern. But if we were to one day have one of these getting closer to Earth, you don't want to create even more asteroids by blowing it up. At least that's their concern. Or by using a nuclear device that would then create a kind of a radiation environment up there. So if they can push something off its course while it's still far away from Earth, that would clearly be the best option.
All right, NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joining us live from D.C. Tom, thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right, so they were in the right place at a simply terrible time. How one couple became honeymoon heroes by saving babies from a burning nursery. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya. I love you too.
This is it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya. I love you too.
This is it.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya. I love you too.
This is it.
All right, so a new app aims to make it easier for people experiencing homelessness to get much-needed help. David Mattingly from our Louisville NBC affiliate Wave 3 shows us just how it works.
Download it to your phone. The app is called Samaritan, and so far, creators say the benefits to the homeless have been encouraging.
People have come back to us and said that Samaritan has played a life-changing part
in their journey out of homelessness. So maybe we've shortened their time on the streets from, 12 months to 6 months or 3 months to 1 month.
To make it work, creators are in Louisville right now looking for 100 of the city's homeless to sign up. They display their picture, their story, the amount of money they need, and why.
When we look at these people, these smiling faces, what should we take away from that?
That they're humans, that they have a story that's complex, much like our own.
Bryce Butler of Access Ventures is a Louisville partner with Samaritan. He believes the app could lead to more personal connections between Louisville's homeless and people who want to help. Case managers who monitor spending contribute to donor confidence.
Peace of mind, knowing that this person is working with a case manager and that those dollars are going to support the things that they need to really help them gain stability in their life.
Louisville becomes the 8th location nationally to launch the app since 2016. People behind it are looking to sign up 1,000 potential local donors. So far, most local requests are modest, $26 for bus fare, $30 for a housing application fee.
That was David Mattingly from our Louisville affiliate Wave 3 reporting.
Morgan, this is a honeymoon Rhode Island newlyweds will never forget. They saved more than a dozen babies from a burning nursery in Spain. Kate Benoit from our Providence affiliate WJAR talked to the honeymoon heroes.
Doran Smith and David Scalante had been waiting 2 years to go on their honeymoon because of the pandemic. And just like the last few years, their trip to Barcelona was anything but normal. The Bristol couple says they were heading to tour a park, phone in hand taking video, when they say they noticed a group of women panicking.
I saw a flame coming out of the doorway next to the door that these women had come out of. So I said, oh my God, there's a fire.
That's when David says he ran in, realizing he was in a nursery where no one spoke English.
Kind of just instinct took over. And I found myself looking at 15, 20 babies sleeping, and immediately just kind of lined everybody up, and we started grabbing them, putting them into the crib.
Doran and others started helping too, getting the kids to safety as they say smoke filled the room from what appeared to be an electrical fire.
We were just literally taking cribs with a few kids in it and rolling it across the street to the high school lobby.
It was just a crazy, and it probably only happened, it was probably 10 minutes, but it seemed, like an instant. But yeah, it turned out to be okay,
The couple says once the situation was under control and fire crews arrived, they continued walking to their tour like it was a normal day. Only it wasn't. And they had a heroic tale to tell back home.
It was wild.
That was Kate Benoit reporting from our Providence affiliate WJAR.
Well, 7-time Super Bowl winner Tom Brady is branching out to a new sport.
A popular one. Brady is now part of a Major League Pickleball ownership group. He is partnering with International Tennis Hall of Famer Kim Clijsters and other investors to buy a pickleball league expansion team. The team will be 50% female-owned, and it kicks off play next year. I really want to get into this, Morgan.
You want to get into
fun.
pickleball?
Yeah, it looks super fun.
Wow, party of one. Yes,
okay.
We love to see it. Well, there's also one side of the current housing crunch. A burned-out home in a prime area of San Francisco Bay is selling for almost $800,000. Can you believe that?
I can, because I used to live in the Bay Area, and the prices there are
Unreal.
wild. The 4-bedroom,
Burned
2-bathroom
out.
house. Look at it. I mean, yeah, it's charred, right? This is under 1,400 square feet. It's in the upper Laurel area of Oakland. The inside of the house, you see how rough of shape it is in right now. The realtor says, hey, this is a fixer-upper, guys. It's a fixer-upper. Some comparable homes in that same neighborhood are going for more than $1 million. So, hey, if you want to move to Oakland.
Or New York. I feel like these are New York prices, too. This is, wow, my word. Huh.
Thanks for staying with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Anne Hathaway has captivated audience throughout the years, from The Devil Wears Prada to her Oscar-winning role in Les Mis.
She sat down with Today anchor Savannah Guthrie this morning to talk about her newest role in the upcoming Armageddon Time. Take a look.
Anne Hathaway, good morning.
Good morning.
What a meaty role for you to sink your teeth into. This mother from 1980s Queens, New York. What drew you to this role?
Oh, James Gray.
The director.
Absolutely, absolutely. I've been with the people that I work with. I've worked with for a really long time. So my agent Josh called me up and he said, I read something and I think you're going to love it. And I said, who's the director? And he said it was James. And I had to remind myself that I should read the script before saying yes. But
he had you at hello.
I mean, oh my gosh, yeah, he had me at The Immigrant. He's an incredible director. And then when I found out what the script was about, how it's his personal story, it's based on his personal life, I thought, what an honor to be someone, and I'm playing the character based on his mom.
I was going to ask about that.
You know, the honor being trusted.
But also such a responsibility to play his mother, a character he knows presumably better than anyone else.
And you know it, you're a mom, you know that role is, it's so tender, it's so remarkable, and I know because I have a mother and I am a mother, it's so central to one's existence. So I found myself being not delicate, but just really sensitive when I was asking questions about his life and about what she was like, because you never want to presume within a relationship like that. You never want to take up too much room, but I still had to get information because I had to play a character, so it was always a balance. Being able to play something grounded, but also emotionally rich, dramatic, funny. That's the other thing about this family, is they're funny. You know, and this is a story that doesn't shy away from showing some of the ugly sides of family, so we'll go from goofy to violent in a blink of an eye. And it's a challenging film in that way.
Anthony Hopkins. First of all,
I mean,
okay, you've done a lot in your career, but
I've been very lucky,
yes.
and that was a high, absolutely.
So, I mean, how did you approach it? Like, was there kind of that intimidation factor?
Oh, yes. I tried not to be. But my first day acting with him, I was non-functional. Like, completely. When I say non-functional, I mean I couldn't speak. I couldn't get a line out. I had worked really hard at doing the accent. Nothing came out. And, like, you know, you're just jittery and nothing. And I'm really lucky. Like I said before, I've worked with legends. And in the past, I would have gone home, beaten myself up, and that kind of would have been the job. But this time I thought, okay, It was a day. Shake it off. He's a legend. Anybody would trip in front of Anthony Hopkins. It's okay. Go back tomorrow and just be a person and see what happens. And he's so lovely when you're just a person with him.
Well, I heard you kind of connected to the extent that now you're texting friends.
Yes, we are. We do text.
And I mean, like text from Anthony Hopkins.
They're beautiful.
Is it like prose or is it emojis? I mean, what?
It's a combination.
Oh, I love
It's a little bit of both, but he's, I hope this doesn't sound pretentious because I do mean it sincerely and literally. He's an illuminated soul. And he's so generous with his perspective and his life experiences. And so I obviously, how could you not learn so much from him?
Our thanks to Today anchor Savannah Guthrie for that interview.
Well, here's what's trending now. Reality star Khloe Kardashian reveals a recent health scare. In a series of Instagram stories, the 38-year-old star says she had a tumor removed from her face. Kardashian says she thought a bump on her face was simply a pimple, but when it didn't go away after 7 months, she had it biopsied. That's when doctors discovered the tumor, and Kardashian says she's going public to really encourage everyone to get their skin checked regularly.
True, that is important. Well, Netflix binge watchers cannot get enough of the controversial true crime series about serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story, it is now the streaming service's second biggest series ever, behind season 4 of Stranger Things. Since the Dahmer series premiered 3 weeks ago, more than 700 million hours.
Wow. And after a controversial cheating scandal, we now have a Fat Bear Week winner. Bear 747 is now a 2-time Bear Week champ, tipping the scales at a staggering 1,400 pounds. My word. 747 almost did not make it to the finals after losing out in a previous round. That bear was disqualified after thousands of online spam votes were discovered.
All right, congrats to Bear 747.
747, the winning number. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Nguyen. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations? The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, October 12th. Price hikes. A key inflation measure is now showing costs will jump at a higher than expected rate. And while President Biden acknowledges the possibility of a recession, he believes it should only be a slight dip.
Math problems. American kids are slipping when it comes to mathematics, with test scores dropping for the first time in decades. We'll talk to an expert about what parents can do to reverse that trend and really make math fun.
Fighting for change as ongoing women-led protests spread inside Iran with no end in sight. We'll talk to one prominent Iranian American about what these protests mean, how this time is different, and what we can do to help.
Barney Talks, the voice of the purple dinosaur that you either adore or perhaps hate, is speaking out in a new documentary titled I Love You, You Hate Me, about the darker side of the TV phenomenon.
That'll be a good one.
Yeah.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with a potentially bad sign for the economy.
That's right. New numbers show that inflation is staying high, despite the Federal Reserve's best efforts to wrangle it in. In fact, in September, wholesale prices increased 8.5% from last year. And wholesale prices reflect what U.S. businesses get for the goods and the services they create. And it's really a leading indicator for price changes that we, the consumer, might eventually pay.
Here to help us break it all down, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. So, Brian, first talk about what's keeping these prices on the wholesale side so high, and then also how closely is the wholesale price index tied to the consumer price index? Meaning, just because those prices are up, does it mean we're going to pay more?
And by the way, that consumer price index report, the big inflation report that people tend to care a little bit more about, comes out tomorrow morning. But as you mentioned, what we're talking about this morning or this afternoon is producer price index, which is essentially how much the creators of these goods and services are making for the money after they basically pass those goods on to a retailer, for example. So it's how much the farm is making when they sell it to Target or your local supermarket. So what we're seeing is fresh and dry vegetables, particularly increasing in prices, up about 16%. By the way, month over month between August and September. Some of that is due to the fact that there's a drought in California that has affected a lot of crops. But we've also just seen, by and large, all types of price categories remaining high as Americans continue to do this spending out there. Again, we'll see what the CPI report shows tomorrow. There is a bit of a difference between these two reports because PPI is really measuring what the producer of that is making versus what you're paying at the cash register. Think about healthcare, for example. You have insurance that takes on a lot of the costs, so there can be a big difference between what you pay and what the person providing those services is getting paid.
Okay.
Brian, to be extremely blunt here, this just ain't looking good. I mean, I don't know how else to put all the fancy words we want to put to it. It's not looking great. So what can consumers do to protect themselves from even future price hikes still to come?
Yeah, well, I mean, the simplest thing is just to pare back on your wallet right now, kind of tighten your belt. And we're seeing Americans do that already. We had New York Fed survey data yesterday showing that Americans registered the sharpest drop in expected spending over the next year because of these inflationary pressures. That's no surprise. But of course, retail spending is going to be very hot into this holiday season. Where Americans pare back on their wallet is going to be very interesting to watch. But, you know, you still want to go and buy those gifts or do those types of purchases.
Participate in the economy.
Participate in the economy. So how much do they pare back? That's going to be a very open question to that recessionary issue that we find ourselves facing possibly in the next year.
Yeah, it's hard to cut spending, especially when the extended holiday shopping season started in October this year.
Yep, early.
Right. Okay. NBC data and business reporter Brian Chung, thank you so much.
Well, as we mentioned, with inflation running rampant, President Biden is warning the U.S. could be in for a slight recession. Now, he made that comment in a wide-ranging interview with CNN on Tuesday, and Biden also expressed his anger at Saudi Arabia for its decision to slash oil production just 3 months after the president visited the kingdom. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now live from the White House to unpack all of this. Kelly, look, Saudi Arabia's decision to cut oil production will ultimately raise the cost of oil here, and that means that higher prices from gas to our cars, heating our homes as the winter months come, as we head, of course, into the midterm season. So how is the president now responding to that decision?
The president's very frustrated about this. You reduce the supply, that means prices go up. And in this case, the relationship of Saudi Arabia and Russia means that Vladimir Putin will have more money in his pocket to wage that war in Ukraine, something that, of course, the U.S. has been working very hard to try to prevent and stop. And so the president's incredibly frustrated with Saudi Arabia. He took a lot of political flack for going to the kingdom and trying to get support from the Crown prince there to do more in supply to try to make gas prices come down. He, of course, says that he went there for a number of reasons on issues relating to the Middle East beyond oil, and that's true. They did deal with a lot of issues. But the president is now saying that he believes that this act of taking this step with OPEC is something that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will need to have a penalty. He won't say exactly what that will be, but here's how the president described that there needs to be some kind of a response to Saudi Arabia.
When this House and Senate gets back, they're going to have to, there's going to be some consequences for what they've done with Russia.
What kind of consequences? Menendez says suspend all arms sales. Is that something you'd consider?
I'm not going to get into what I'd consider and what I have in mind, but there will be consequences.
And the U.S. sells a lot of our defense products to Saudi Arabia. We've got an 80-year relationship with the kingdom, and so making changes is diplomatically delicate, and of course it has ramifications in the energy sector, and there are lots of real-world, everyday consequences to that.
Well, speaking of those consequences, you mentioned the war in Ukraine, Kelly. In that same interview, Biden also addressed whether he would consider meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. So what did he have to say about that?
Well, the G20 conference would typically include Russia and the United States with a lot of other countries. And the president at this point is referring to Vladimir Putin as a war criminal who has done things that would not typically allow for a U.S. to Russia leader-to-leader level meeting. He did offer an exception, saying that if he wanted to talk about the release of Brittany Griner, Paul Whelan, that might be a reason for the president to be willing to talk to Vladimir Putin. But beyond that, he doesn't see a justified reason to have any direct communication. And typically, the leader of the United States giving time to another leader is considered a very valuable thing. And so President Biden says that's not something he wants Putin to have right now.
All right, NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell with the latest and greatest. Kelly, thank you.
We turn now to the Senate race in Georgia, where Republican candidate Herschel Walker says he knows the woman accusing him of paying for an abortion more than a decade ago. Walker, who is fiercely anti-abortion, says the ex-girlfriend is lying. In a new Washington Post report, the woman is now claiming she had to press Walker for the money, saying, quote, "You need to send. I can't afford to pay for this. We did this too." She says she had less than $600 in her bank account at the time. NBC News has not independently verified these claims. We've got Ellison Barber for us in Atlanta now to break this down for us. Every day it's a new allegation, Ellison. How is Walker responding to these latest claims?
Yeah, I mean, there is a long list. He hasn't specifically responded to the new reporting from the Washington Post. I will note that it's significant because those details that you just went through very clearly, those are details that we have already seen reported in two other news outlets, the Daily Beast and the New York Times. One other piece of the Washington Post reporting that was unique is they say that they also spoke to a second person, an unnamed individual, who says that the unnamed woman, Herschel Walker's former girlfriend, confided in her about this back and forth over getting him to pay her for the abortion procedure that she says the two of them decided on doing together. She says later on the relationship ended because she says Herschel Walker pressured her to have a second abortion. All that being said, you go to last night and you look at a big sit-down interview that Herschel Walker did with ABC News. It was probably his most extensive denial to date of these allegations. He has consistently said that they are not true, but last night he told ABC News that this woman, the mother of one of his children, is lying. Listen.
Christian says, though, that you're an absent father. Do you disagree?
Oh, I love Christian, and that's what's so funny. I love Christian, and I've always will love Christian. They know I've been with my son through everything, and that's what I'm saying. You know, Christian was someone that was in the same area where I was at, so I was with him every minute of the day that I could be.
So, and in that soundbite there, he is talking about a different son, the son that he had with his ex-wife, Cindy Christian Walker. It's an adult son. He is a very well-known conservative influencer online. Since these allegations have come out, he has publicly spoken out against his father, saying that he is a hypocrite, that he is not a family man, and that he is lying, and that Christian, as well as other members of the family, did not want Herschel Walker to run because they say they knew about a lot of these details, questionable details in his past.
Now, Christian has made a lot of videos about it, Ellison. Let's talk now the big question about, basically how is this all factoring into his race as he challenges the incumbent senator there, Raphael Warnock?
Well, I mean, time will tell, and I think Friday, the debate that's going to take place in Savannah, Georgia, will be a big test. It'll be something that people will closely watch to see how some of these issues are dealt with. But if you just look at the polls, there are two new polls out today, one from the AJC and the University of Georgia and another from Quinnipiac. And in both of those polls, we see the incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock inching slightly ahead. In one of the polls, the Quinnipiac poll, he's actually above the 50% threshold necessary to avoid a runoff. Vicki?
All right, NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber in Atlanta for us today. Thank you, Ellison. It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. United Airlines is planning another big flight increase for transatlantic travel next summer.
That's right. Now, the airline says it will fly to 37 international cities, which is more than all the other U.S. airlines combined. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, I have to ask, what is United hoping to get from this move? What do they think that adding more international destinations is actually going to do for them?
So more flights means that United thinks there's going to be strong demand for European travel, and it's seen this year, and that it's going to get even stronger. Americans made up for the lost time, I guess, during the pandemic, and United's peak demand this summer was up 20% from 2019. Aircraft delivery delays and staff shortages for airlines and airports made it challenging to meet that demand, but United says it's working hard to make sure it isn't being too ambitious. Starting today, you can link your Delta and Starbucks loyalty program accounts. Every $1 spent at a Starbucks will earn 1 Delta mile, and coffee drinkers will get double stars for purchases on days when they have a flight on Delta Airlines. And quarterback Tom Brady is joining tennis star Kim Clijsters as part of Major League Pickleball's newest ownership group. That will be buying an expansion team set to start playing this year. Both Brady and Clijsters enjoy playing pickleball, but they haven't yet competed against each other. Clijsters tells CNBC, "We can't wait to get a game in and see where everybody's levels are at."
Dom.
But a football goat and a tennis great. That could be some fun pickleball, guys.
Dom, they have an additional player ready for pickleball right
ready.
here. Vicky's
Sign
trying to sign up.
It's
join
growing in
Kim's team.
popularity.
Meanwhile, I'll be collecting Delta miles with my Starbucks chai.
All right, CNBC's Dominic Chu, as always, thanks for the news we can use. Ahead, falling behind in the classroom. New numbers reveal a historic drop in student test scores. We'll give you some tips on how you can help your child catch up. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, so in an alarming trend brought on by the pandemic, America's kids are falling behind in math. Recent research from the National Center for Education Statistics shows that, on average, math scores have dropped for the first time ever since the 1970s.
Wow, that's dramatic. The numbers also show that only 24% of 12th graders, seniors in high school, are at or above proficiency in math. Laura Overdeck joins us now. She's the founder of Bedtime Math. It is a nonprofit with a mission to help kids love numbers. First of all, thank you for being here. Thank you for what you do. It is so important, especially, I think, for young women who we don't see often represented in STEM careers, math included. Talk to us about why and what we can do to reverse this critical trend that, you know, math scores are spiraling down, and also parents. We're sort of the first line of defense after teachers. What can we do?
That's right. Well, as you say, math scores have fallen tremendously. Kids are 5 months behind, which is more than half a grade level. That's a big gap we have to catch up on from the pandemic. And the teacher can't do it all. The parents do have to be involved. The problem is a lot of parents are afraid of their kids' math homework. Like, this is a common refrain. It doesn't look familiar. Right. It's like, it's different.
They're teaching
drawings.
differently,
Right. So we're launching this campaign, Be Part of the Equation, which is all about letting parents know, you know what, you graduated from elementary school. You can do this with your kid, and you really are the first person who can help them catch up.
It's so fascinating hearing you say that, because now I'm remembering that my dad would read my math chapter ahead of me a night before just to help me. But the key was that we played games, and it became so fun. So what can parents do to make math, you know, fun for kids, especially if they're falling behind now?
It's really important to do that because research shows that if you're anxious about something, it blocks your working memory and makes it harder for you to do. So making math playful is key. And in this campaign, one thing we offer are these fun math checkups. And it's just casual questions you can throw in a conversation with your kid to see if they can do.
Where do we find this? This is online, Be the Math?
If you go to bepartoftheequation.org, we have resources to how to do this with your kid, and then if they seem behind, how to talk to your teacher, because parents are often intimidated about that.
Well, how do you bring that up?
Meaning, like in conversation.
Right, you just say, hey, we need to have a meeting about
an example would be like, you know, grandma is 68 years old. When was she born? You get to see if your kid can subtract, because that's from the 1900s, right? So it's that kind of thing. Like, make it easy and fun.
All right. Founder of Bedtime Math, Laura Overdeck. Laura, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate this.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me.
Thanks.
Thank you. Well, in a matter of days, Americans will be able to buy over-the-counter hearing aids for the first time. This will happen at pharmacies and stores across the country. It is a game changer for millions of people who are hearing impaired, but experts warn these over-the-counter devices, they're not for everyone. Top executive at the American Speech Language Hearing Association, Janice Trent, joins us now. Janice, can you talk to us about how this is going to help increase access and help people who need these devices?
Look, you know, the FDA has just set forth these new guidelines. They are for individuals with mild to moderate hearing loss, and they're supposed to be self-fit now, and they're only for adults, so people 18 years old or older. We are pleased with this new development. We think it's going to open the door for many, many more individuals to try hearing aids. We know that presently in our industry, we are fitting only, there are 38 million Americans with hearing loss, and maybe we're fitting about 30 to 38% of those individuals. So we're hoping that this will open the door for more individuals to try a hearing aid and see the benefits that they can gain.
Janice, what should people know about these over-the-counter products, and when should they actually go to a professional, a doctor, instead of buying it themselves?
Well, the first thing they need to know is that they're only for mild to moderate hearing loss. Also, they need to know that these hearing aids are intended for you to self-fit. So you have to do the evaluation, which is simply a questionnaire, and then you have to go to the store, and you can go to an open box store, the pharmacy, and get these hearing aids, and then you have to fit it yourself. Now, that may sound great, and I know there are a lot of smartphone people out here, but it could pose some problems with some individuals.
Wonderful.
So we really are recommending
Janice Trent
that you
from the
go.
American Speech Language Hearing Association, thank you. You're watching NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. Love you too.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We've got 26 days to go until the crucial midterm elections, where top voter issues like inflation, crime, abortion, all on the ballot. Meanwhile, early voting is already underway in Arizona and in Ohio, which are two key battleground states with neck-and-neck races. We have team coverage in those states. NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard is in Phoenix listening to voters there. But first, we go to NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch, who's live for us in Cleveland. Jesse, what kind of voter turnout is Ohio expecting for these midterms? What's it looking like?
Yeah, so Morgan, keyword there, midterm, right? We never are expecting turnout to be as high as it is in a presidential election. That said, here in Cuyahoga County in Cleveland, officials tell me that they are expecting mid to high 50s in terms of the percent of voters they expect to turn out here, which would trend closer to 2018 when we were talking about the blue wave and momentum there compared to 2014, a quieter election, if you will, here in Cuyahoga County. And obviously, one of the things that's going to be driving people in this state in Ohio is the fact that there are two key statewide races that are on the ballot for governor and an open Senate seat that we obviously have been covering nationally and has been getting a lot of attention across the country. So those types of races are possibly going to drive voters. And obviously people are voting on issues as well. And we've spoken with a few different Democratic voters here who said that they were specifically thinking about the Republican agenda. Abortion was one of the issues that came up, and that is something that is driving those voters to the polls here in Cleveland. Here's part of what an elections official told us earlier today.
I think this election will be well attended in Cuyahoga County. It's not going to reach presidential turnout numbers, which we would expect to be about 70%, but it will be 55% to the high 50s. We have over 90 issues on the ballot, depending on where you live. So there's a lot for people to come out and vote on.
And again, Morgan, we're not looking at presidential turnout, but this is going to be on the higher end of turnout for midterms.
Yeah, Jesse, just briefly here, you mentioned that Senate seat, that nationally we have all been watching. Tim Ryan, J.D. Vance, they squared off in a pretty heated debate just earlier in the week. What were the takeaways? And we know that Ohio is historically a purple state, so what kind of mixed messaging are you hearing from voters when it comes to who, how they're conflicted about who they want to vote for?
Yeah, a purple state that seems to be getting redder, frankly. Former President Donald Trump won this state handily twice by about 8 points in both the elections that he ran for president. But we are in a massively Democratic stronghold year in and year out. And so this is a place where you can see voters are going to be voting Democratic no matter how they might see the economy right now, for example. That's something we've heard from voters today, Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch for us. Jesse, thank you.
Vaughn, let's bring you in now. You're at the Maricopa County Elections Tabulation Center there in Phoenix, a very busy place as those mail-in ballots are getting ready to be shipped out all over the state, right? So let's talk about Arizona. It tends to lean Republican in many elections. What are you hearing when you talk to voters there?
Right, Vicki, we have seen over the last couple of years the state willingness to vote for Democrats here. And that is why the likes of Maricopa County, the entire state of Arizona, have received such heightened attention nationally. And of course, you can make the case that there was no county that received more attention over the last 2 years than Maricopa County. In large part, that was after the likes of Joe Biden and Mark Kelly pulling off victories here in this county in the 2020 election, much to the ire of the likes of Donald Trump and other Republicans who would question the integrity of the elections here in the county. But after audits, as well as one run by GOP forces, there was no such evidence that the election was actually rigged, which is why today is significant, because mail-in voting is starting here today. The elections are underway. And it's important to note in 2020, about 1/3 of Maricopa County voters actually turned in their early ballots on the front end in those first 2 weeks there back in the 2020 election. So that is why this is so much go time now.
Vaughn, what is the most contentious race to watch in Arizona next month?
You know, you're going to be looking at not only the Senate race, the governor's race, the Secretary of State, the Attorney General's race. And that's why I actually want to bring in real fast here Maricopa County reporter Stephen Richer. If you can kind of give us a sense here. And actually, I'm being told we got to go because there's some news we got to get to here. But I got to throw it back to you here, Vicki. But that is what is happening underway here in Arizona.
Okay, a lot of important races there. We know you'll be watching them for us. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much. You're watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
More shows about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
This is it. NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Welcome back. Thanks for being with us this Wednesday. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Making news right now, Penguin Random House is adding the Michelle Obama Award for Memoir to their Creative Writing Awards. The winner will receive a $10,000 scholarship for college. The award categories also honor several other prominent female writers, including Maya Angelou and Amanda Gorman.
A court in military-ruled Myanmar is convicting its ousted leader, Aung San Suu Kyi, of more than two more corruption charges, that extends her prison sentence to 26 years. She was detained in February of 2021, accused of receiving a $500,000 bribe from a drug trafficker. She denies those allegations.
And the Smithsonian is officially giving 29 Benin bronzes back to their home country of Nigeria following years of calls for their return. On Tuesday, museum officials held a ceremony to transfer the artifacts over to Nigeria's National Commission for Museums and Monuments. 9 bronzes will stay in Washington, D.C. alone.
We turn now to California, where the top cop is focusing on marijuana's black market and the human trafficking connected to it.
That's right. This week, the state's Attorney General Rob Bonta said that his department will start a new initiative that focuses on bringing justice to those victims and really capturing those traffickers. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff joins us now with this exclusive story. Jacob, first, just talk to us a little bit about what this initiative actually is.
It's good to see you guys. Well, this comes, in the wake of our exclusive NBC News reporting on human trafficking in the marijuana black market. And it turns out, at the time that we were investigating this, it wasn't widely known that this was a widespread phenomenon, that the illegal market, which continues to get bigger as the legal market grows, was a breeding ground for people to traffic human beings. It's disturbing, and now the Attorney General of California has taken action with this new initiative.
A major policy shift from California State Attorney General Rob Bonta, announcing he'll now be pursuing the eradication of illegal marijuana grows year-round, with an emphasis on investigating and prosecuting human trafficking cases and bringing justice to victims. It's a reflection, Bonta says, of the new realities his office is confronting.
Right now, the illicit marketplace is bigger than the regulated marketplace. We are hearing from our local law enforcement partners, and our own intelligence tells us that human trafficking is a significant part of the illicit marketplace for cannabis in California.
Sheriff's Department search warrant! And that's exactly what we've seen firsthand. NBC News met 9 Chinese workers during a raid of an illegal cannabis farm in San Bernardino, California, who, by all indications, were trafficking victims. Despite, they say, being promised a lucrative opportunity, they told us they'd not been paid and were living in squalor.
The person or people who brought you here, did they tell you the truth about what you were coming to do?
No, they didn't tell her that. If they told her it would be like this, she wouldn't have come.
As you know, it's extraordinarily difficult to get victims of human trafficking to come forward. Is this policy change going to help victims of human trafficking who are exploited at marijuana grows to come forward?
Absolutely. It's a focal point of our new initiative. We know how to support victims, how to liberate them from their abusers, how to provide them with justice.
This more sophisticated approach, which will also target environmental crime at grow sites, aims to open investigations to take down the international criminal organizations responsible.
These illicit cannabis grows often do have a transnational component, whether it be of Chinese influence or other countries.
But the challenge of getting victims to cooperate remains.
I wonder if you have a message to the victims of human trafficking who we met in San Bernardino, who were afraid to come forward.
It's simple. We care about you. We support you, the human traffickers who violated the law and committed crimes and abused you and turned you into victims, that they're held accountable and brought to justice under the full extent of the law and the full authority of my office.
An acknowledgement by California's top cop of an evolving illicit marketplace with workers toiling in the shadows. And now, a new push for justice.
Really incredible reporting by you, Jacob, and your producer, Arnie, in finding out, uncovering this aspect of the marijuana trade. So what did California know about human trafficking related to marijuana before this, and who did they suspect was involved?
Honestly, I don't think an incredible amount. It's always been that Mexican national criminal organizations, cartels, have been operating in California in the black market, but the thought was the legal marketplace was going to help eliminate that type of criminal activity. It turns out, because of a patchwork of rules and regulations, it's actually allowed the black market to thrive in illicit activity like this. And so that's what the Attorney General was saying. They're going to shift their enforcement priorities from a 3-month eradication cycle, just ripping out plants and basically sending people on their way, to finding the victims of the crimes that are associated with the illegal marijuana black market.
Smart.
And top of the list is obviously human trafficking, or I think one of the worst crimes you could possibly do to another human being.
For sure. Wow. All right. NBC News correspondent Jacob Sobroff for us. Jacob, thank you as always.
Thank you, guys.
We appreciate it.
Thank you, Jacob. Well, the Fifth Circuit Court of Federal Appeals has ruled that the 2012 memo responsible for creating the DACA program is unlawful, and that the case must be sent back down to the lower court. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson sat down with members of the immigrant community who are bracing for what comes next.
Can you speak? Speak.
Sagar Patagundi is a fighter. He's battled for everything he has in the United States, including these little moments of peace.
Good girl.
Now he fears he could lose it all.
I mean, if DACA was taken away, I mean, like, good cat. The whole life that I built myself this past, 20 years is going to be all taken away from me.
Sagar came to the U.S. from India at just 11 years old, hoping that his dad's work visa would be approved and extended to his family. It wasn't, and eventually both his parents had to go back, leaving Sagar and his 2 brothers undocumented in America, fending for themselves.
I mean, I was working, cleaning rooms, hotels, watching a 30-room hotel by myself, or with my older brother. We were just managing this.
All while the threat of deportation loomed over his life.
Was that scary? Oh, yeah, it was very scary, right? Like, I mean, even if I was trying to drive without a license or something, imagine I got caught in a minor traffic violation. I was subject for deportation.
Those fears somewhat eased in 2012, when pressure from undocumented youth pushed President Obama to create the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program through executive order.
Effective immediately, the Department of Homeland Security is taking steps to lift the shadow of deportation from these young people.
DACA has since shielded and offered work permit applications to more than 800,000 applicants, including Sagar.
DACA has just opened up a brand new door for me, you know? It's like, oh, with the social security number, I'm going to be able to do so many things across the board.
After being documented, Sagar graduated from college, established a scholarship for young immigrants, and is an executive at one of the largest tech companies in the world. But the rule is always under assault. President Trump closed DACA to new applicants, stopping just short of dismantling it altogether, thanks to a ruling from the Supreme Court. Last week, a 3-judge panel for the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals concluded the Obama administration did not have the legal authority to create DACA in 2012, but it stopped short from ordering the Biden administration of shutting it down. DACA, now 10 years old, is once more back in limbo.
We knew it wasn't enough then. It's still not enough now. But we're in a position where we're having to fight just to keep it alive.
Elizabeth Mateo, an undocumented immigration attorney from Mexico, is able to practice in California due to changes in the state's laws. Unlike many of her clients, she doesn't have DACA protections.
What would your advice be to clients who are worried about what happens next?
So we know that it's not going to immediately terminate their DACA status, that they should talk to an attorney to see if they have any other avenues for relief.
Mateo believes the program's fate will eventually rise to the Supreme Court, where she hopes, despite the court's conservative makeup, the young spirit that started DACA can save it.
That level of participation in organizing and activism that young people showed 10 years ago, that can be replicated again.
Steve Patterson, NBC News, Los Angeles.
The crisis in Iran is mounting as mass demonstrations led by women continue to break out across the country. The protests are largely in response to the death of 22-year-old woman who had been detained by the country's morality police. Now, that incident is drawing global attention and criticism to the theocracy's controversial treatment of women. Let's bring in Iranian-American scholar, producer, and author of the new book, An American Martyr in Persia, Reza Aslan. Reza, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time. But, you know, what's interesting for a lot of people who are not connected to the Iranian diaspora, what they're seeing are these videos go viral on social media of women, young and old, ages 6 to 96, cutting their hair in this act of defiance and in this act of unity. I mean, what are Iranian women asking for? What are they fighting for, and what are they telling us with these videos?
Well, first of all, I think we should all remember that Iranian women have been at the forefront of almost every revolution that has taken place in Iran, going all the way back to 1906. In 1979, the revolution that I witnessed as a child, women were literally in the front lines, daring the Shah's soldiers to shoot at them, protecting the men behind them. Iranian women have always been the foundation of Iranian society, but this particular regime has essentially dehumanized them, turn them into nothing but a canvas for its own sort of self-reflection of the state's morality. And I think the women, what they are saying is enough is enough. They've had enough. They want their rights and they want their freedoms, and they're not going to take it anymore.
You know, but I guess that also begs the question, you know, why is this movement happening now? I mean, you talk about the history of Iranian women, but there have not been a lot of revolutionary women movements where we see women at the forefront or we give women credit for being at the forefront. So tell us, why is this so unprecedented? Why do you think this is happening in this moment?
You said it right. We don't give them credit. Look, the death of Mahsa Amini was a kind of last straw. And it is important to understand that while this revolution that's currently taking place in Iran has brought in all kinds of sectors of society, including men, older and younger, conservative and progressive, it is still primarily a women's-led movement and a Gen Z women's-led movement. And I think that generation is really important because this is a generation that isn't going to be satisfied with the usual answers of, okay, well, we'll give you a little bit of freedom, just get off the streets, mind your own business, you can have your parties in private, and we'll leave you alone. Right. That's not going to cut it anymore for this generation, and they're making themselves heard. They want an end to the regime, not
They're saying
reform.
Enough is enough. You know, and Reza,
right.
my producer telling us we have to go, but I am not letting you go without asking you the question of what other people can do, because I can't tell you how many messages I've gotten from my own Persian friends who've said, yo, Morgan, everyone was up in arms about George Floyd. Everyone was up in arms about Ukraine. Why is the world so quiet when it comes to Iranians and what's happening to our women? So how can people who are not connected to the Iranian diaspora, how are people who are outside of Iran, outside of Tehran, what can people do to help?
The regime is telling its people, no one is watching you, we can do whatever we want. We can prove them wrong. Don't think that your tweets or your social media posts or your Facebook posts don't matter. I swear to you that they matter. The people on the streets in Iran need to know that we hear them, we see them, they're not alone. Believe it or not, that's a lot.
All right, scholar, producer, and author Reza Aslan. Reza, thanks so much for your time and your expertise. We appreciate it. Coming up next, the shockingly dark side of a beloved children's show, how the original voice of Barney the dinosaur handled all the hate. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. Mel, do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
If you're of a certain age, you definitely remember him, the friendly purple dinosaur, Barney. He remains an icon of children's television, known for teaching millions of kids about imagination, acceptance, and love.
But he also became the butt of everyone's joke, which turned into harsh anti-Barney humor online and ultimately death threats toward those who were involved with the show. Well, now former cast and crew members are speaking out about their experiences in the new 2-part Peacock original docuseries, I Love You, You Hate Me.
It's a great title, really. Joining us now is voice actor and creative director Bob West. Bob was the voice behind Barney from 1992 to 2000. Bob, thanks so much for being here. I want to first just sort of underscore that phenomenon. Barney, you know, during your time in the role, people bought 90 million VHS tapes about Barney. You sold out shows at Radio City Music Hall. You guys were even nominated for an Emmy. So, like, talk to us about what it was like for you to be a part of the Barney craze.
Well, it was really kind of surreal. I mean, at the time, we were very busy making the show, so we didn't see a lot of the hubbub around us at that time. But yeah, doing things like Radio City Music Hall, that was amazing. Being able to do shows like that and just getting out to meet the fans, all of that love just pouring at you. It was just amazing. It was a wonderful experience and a great honor to be able to be part of it.
Which is interesting because then, Bob, came the jokes. It started as poking fun through violence, like when NBA star Charles Barkley dunked on Barney repeatedly in a 1993 Saturday Night Live sketch. Then it turned much darker with online collectives like the Jihad to destroy Barney. So you also received death threats. I mean, how did this shift happen? Why do you think it happened? And frankly, how did you cope?
Well, I think there were a lot of factors involved. I think society in general was kind of shifting away from kinder, gentler days to things that were more edgy, you know, a little punkier. And I think that, you know, in the United States, we have a kind of this wish to have kids grow up quickly and almost be machismo and tough and everything. But so the death threats that I got were actually just from middle schoolers. I mean, these are kids who found my email address on a list of email addresses of the rich and famous. And they sent me emails. Most of them were great, very sweet. But a few of them were kind of disturbing. And so I wasn't really in fear for my life. I can't speak for anybody else in the cast or crew, but for me, the love was much more overwhelming than the hate.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, actually. I didn't realize it was so dark until we heard about the show. Barney was all about inclusivity, understanding. What are you hoping people are going to learn from this new iteration of Barney in this documentary?
I think it's important to examine this question. You know, what is it that makes us, as a society or a portion of our society, reject things that are innocent and sweet and caring? And I think that, you know, a lot of the times the people who were reacting negatively to the show, they just weren't familiar with that kind of affection, that kind of closeness with other people, maybe even with their families. And so they reacted in the only way that they knew how, and that was through anger and violence. And it's really about fear of the other, I think, something unfamiliar. So
you mentioned fear.
We really need to look at that.
You mentioned fear of the other, Bob, just very briefly. I mean, as online culture becomes more and more about memes, about trolling, and sometimes about hate, do you even think a show like Barney could exist today?
I think it definitely could exist today. I think that we have to remember that social media amplifies the negative and the trolling and such. And it tends to make us forget that the majority of the interactions online are very positive. And I think that was true at the time as well. We didn't have social media at the time, but still the majority of interactions between people are very positive. It's just that social media tends to push the negative in order to get eyeballs and clicks.
Wow. All right, Bob, we so appreciate you, former voice of Barney. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bob.
All right, thank you.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
One of Hollywood's longtime icons, Angela Lansbury, died yesterday, just a few days before her 97th birthday. She had an incredible range, starring in TV shows and movies and even on Broadway.
And off screen, she was a tireless advocate for human rights. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith looks back on her career and the monumental legacy she leaves behind.
Hello. For years, she owned Sunday nights on CBS. Angela Lansbury as Jessica Fletcher, amateur sleuth, on Murder, She Wrote.
Could she take the books with her and just report back to you?
From supporting star to leading lady, Angela Lansbury had a specialty, reinventing herself on screen and on stage. Born in England in 1925, Lansbury and her family left for the United States during World War II. She quickly shot to fame as a teenager in Hollywood. Oscar nominations followed 2 early supporting roles in Gaslight and The Picture of Dorian Gray.
I was a young character actress, and these days that word is a dirty word in our business.
A third nomination for her unapologetically evil Eleanor Island in 1962's The Manchurian Candidate.
I want the nominee to be dead about 2 minutes after he begins his acceptance speech.
But the powerful performance also showed the typecasting Lansbury was already facing. She played the though she was just 3 years older than he was.
Light the candle.
Lansbury next conquered the Broadway stage, starring in the musical Mame.
I'm not like Mame at all, but I love playing her because for the first time in my life, I was admired as a woman.
The role earned her the first of 6 Tony Awards. More followed for roles in Gypsy and Stephen Sondheim's Sweeney Todd.
Did you come in for a pie, sir?
Then came television. Murder, She Wrote ran for a dozen years.
What happened?
Earning Lansbury 12 Emmy nominations for each of the years it aired, though like the Oscars, never a win. In 2013, her career was celebrated with an honorary Academy Award for creating, quote, some of cinema's most memorable characters. She was made a dame by Queen Elizabeth in 2014. We especially enjoyed Angela Lansbury as Mrs. Potts in Beauty and the Beast.
True as it can be.
Lansbury, a beloved Today Show guest, told us in 2011 she was hesitant to take the role.
Because we think we're moving out of our comfort range. Yes. And I thought, well, I'm not that kind of singer. Taylor's oldest time. True as it can be.
But we were smitten yet again by the actor who said, I was primarily an actress, not a pretty face. And oh, what an actress she was.
Song as old as rhyme, Beauty and the Beast.
A beautiful look back there. Our thanks to
Absolutely.
NBC News correspondent Harry Smith for that report. All right, so here is what is trending now. The Voice is losing one of its original coaches. Country singer Blake Shelton says next season will be his last. Shelton's team has won the hit singing competition 8 times. And of course, he met his current wife, Gwen Stefani, while working on the show. For his final season, Shelton is in good coaching company. 3-time winning coach Kelly Clarkson will return, and she'll be joined by first-time coaches Chance the Rapper and One Direction's Niall Horan.
Convicted fraudster Anna Sorokin is stepping out in New York. The inspiration for the Netflix true crime series Inventing Anna was spotted heading to meet her probation officer on Tuesday. Now, Sorokin was released from federal immigration custody just last week and is currently under house arrest.
Major delays are hitting the Marvel multiverse. Disney is pushing back the release of several Marvel movies, such as Blade, Fantastic Four, and Avengers Secret Wars. That Avengers film will have loyal fans waiting until May 2026. By the way, the next Deadpool movie starring Ryan Reynolds, that's also among the list of movies getting bumped. That's now slated to open in November of 2024. Are you a big Marvel person?
Not quite, but I'm working on it.
All right,
Yeah.
there. Maybe if you have a little boy.
Maybe. All right.
All right, well, I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
we're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Wednesday, October 12th, 2022. Breaking news, the price of everything. New data revealing just how much inflation is costing you. We'll break down the numbers and tell you how the White House is responding.
In the jury's hands, deliberations underway right now in the sentencing of the Parkland school shooter. The evidence jurors are considering and the punishment the shooter could face.
The cannabis underground. NBC News uncovers the hidden world of human trafficking behind the marijuana trade. How one state is now taking action to help.
And block the vote. Why so many people are skipping this year's elections but may still have a ton of influence anyway. It is 11 a.m. in Reno, 1 p.m. in Little Rock, and 2 p.m. here in New York City. Welcome to NBC News Daily.
We begin with breaking news on the economy. New data confirming what we're all feeling. The price you pay for everything is going up. Here's the key number today. Wholesale prices in September rose 0.4%. That's twice as big an increase as economists were expecting.
Now, gas prices are also creeping up. The average price for regular unleaded now $3.92 per gallon. That's 20 cents more than a month ago. What may be most revealing, though, is this admission from President Biden.
I don't think there will be a recession. If it is, it'll be a very slight recession. That is, we'll move down slightly.
So let's bring in NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell as well. Brian, this new data released today is the Producer Price Index. Talk to us about what that is and why it's so significant.
Yeah, Aaron, essentially what that measures is the amount that the producers of goods and services get paid when they send them off to, for example, to a retailer. So it's not necessarily the price that you pay at the cash register. That's measured by the Consumer Price Index, which, by the way, we'll get tomorrow morning, which economists broadly feel is a better indicator of inflation. But looking at the report that we got from this morning, price pressures not at all easing, again, rising by 0.4% month over month. That's, by the way, 8.5% on a year-over-year basis, in part due to the increasing price of dry and fresh vegetables, up about 16% just month over month. Crude petroleum did fall in the month of September. We saw that as reflected by the prices at the pump about a month ago. But as you mentioned, prices coming back up now. So it's kind of remains to be seen whether or not those price pressures will remain through the end of this year, which is fueling a lot of that conversation over whether or not high prices or even a more aggressive Fed in response to those high prices tilts us into a recession.
All right, Brian, hold on a second. I want to go to Kelly at the White House. The economy, top of mind for voters. Kelly, take a look at this NBC News poll. More than a third of voters list economic issues as what matters the most to them. President Biden said he doesn't think there will be a recession, but then he said maybe a slight one. What's the White House message?
Well, he opened the door to that, and they have certainly been stung by the fact that they did not have the right sort of messaging when it came to inflation that we've experienced over the last couple of years. So they want to be cautious about how they talk about recession, not ruling it out, but at the same time acknowledging that it could happen. Here's how the president talked about it.
Should the American people prepare for a recession?
No. Look, they've been saying this now every 6 months they say this. Every 6 months, they look down the next 6 months and see what's going to happen. It hadn't happened yet.
But you just said that a slight recession is possible.
So it is possible. Look, it's possible. I don't anticipate it.
And the White House still points to a strong job market as a way to hedge against some of these concerns, but they acknowledge when people have to pay more for things, that is a real problem for the American people. Kate,
All right.
Aaron?
Kelly O'Donnell at the White House, Brian Chung for us as well. Thank you both.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is pledging more support for Ukraine as Russia steps up its attacks across the country there. The escalation is making life for Ukrainian civilians even more dangerous. Look at this new video from Ukraine's State Emergency Service. You can see rescuers pulling a family from underneath a pile of rubble after a rocket attack. Cal Perry's following all of it from Kyiv for us. Cal, what are Ukrainian leaders saying that they need right now?
Air defense systems, more ammunition for those air defense systems, and improved air defense systems. Take a look at the city behind me. Usually we have a brightly lit, beautiful church. It is pitch black behind me across most of this city because of the threat of airstrikes. People don't want to give away targets. Nobody wants to have their lights on. And this is a city that's trying to survey the damage. You can see that now on the left side of your screen. We spent a lot of time at a playground where children were coming, Kate, because they wanted to take selfies in front of the crater that now lies next to the places that they used to play. It just gives you an idea of how difficult life has become here. You're seeing that video here of how life has changed just in the 3 days in this capital. This was a capital that was on its way back. People were moving back here. And now you have, once again, people living in fear of these airstrikes. Across the country, more than 24 dead, more than 100 people wounded in 2 days of strikes, Kate.
Yeah, you feel for the kids there. Russia has arrested 8 people, Cal, in connection with the explosion a few days ago that damaged the only bridge connecting Russia to occupied Crimea. What have we learned about those they've arrested?
So 5 of them are Russian citizens. 3 of them were reportedly Ukrainian citizens. And I can tell you in talking to people here today, nothing is making people happier than the pictures that you're showing of this bridge on fire and the fact that Russia has made these arrests. Part of what happened here, this explosion, was it was so important, this target to Vladimir Putin. The government here has still not claimed responsibility, Kate, but that's very purposeful. They're celebrating it without claiming responsibility. And the idea that Russia has a problem from within makes people here very happy, Kate.
All right, Cal Perry, thank you.
The supreme leader of Iran is blaming the country's weeks-long protests on enemies of the state. That's according to a private Iranian news agency. Clashes with demonstrators are ongoing amid a growing anti-government movement. The protests erupted over the death of a 22-year-old woman. She died after 3 days after the country's so-called morality police arrested her, allegedly because she violated the strict religious dress code. Officials deny any wrongdoing and claim she died of a pre-existing condition.
Right now, jury deliberations are underway in the death penalty case of the Parkland school shooter. Nicholas Cruz has already pled guilty to the murders of 17 people inside Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School back in 2018. This trial is to determine his punishment. It's the deadliest mass shooting that has ever gone to trial in U.S. history. NBC senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders is at the courthouse in Fort Lauderdale for us. Kerry, what do we know about the makeup of the jury and the evidence they're weighing right now?
Well, the makeup of the jury is 7 men, 5 women. They are ethnically diverse. We have blacks, whites, Hispanics, and at least 1 West Indian on the jury. They have jobs like former military, immigration officer, legal secretary. One of them is actually pregnant. Right now, we can take you live into the courtroom where the jury is listening to readback of testimony from psychologists about Nicholas Cruz. As you'll remember, and as you noted, he went on campus 4 years ago, opened fire, killing 17. There were the students as well as the 3 staff members who were killed. Among the students was 15-year-old Luke Hoyer, whose mother is, like so many, waiting to find out whether he will get life in prison or the death penalty.
I favor the death penalty because in this case, you know, there was no mercy. He viciously killed 17 people. At first, you know, I was leaning more toward life, but when I heard how viciously and calculated he was and just continuously shot people, I don't think he deserves any mercy.
It will be up to the jury now to determine, but that could take some time because the readback of the testimony that took more than 2 days to deliver could take several days now for them to have read back to them. Kate?
All right, Carrie Sanders for us in Florida. Carrie, thank you.
And tomorrow, the House January 6th committee is set to hold what's expected to be its final public hearing. The panel was supposed to present its latest findings about 2 weeks ago, but members postponed that because of Hurricane Ian. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitali is joining us now. So, Ali, what do we know about tomorrow's agenda and what the panel really hopes to accomplish here?
Well, Aaron, this is going to be the last time that the American public sees the January 6th committee before Election Day. And this is likely, as you mentioned, their last investigative hearing, though we do expect them to come back sometime before the end of the year to present their final report, the thing that is the culmination of all of their work over the course of these past 18 some odd months. But tomorrow marks the 10th hearing that we've seen from this committee. They're going to be able to present some new information, including documentary footage of a close Trump ally, Roger Stone, talking about the plan that he had well before Election Day in November 2020 for Trump to just come out and say he'd won, regardless of what the vote counting said. It's the culmination, of course, of 1,000 interviews and depositions, more than 10,000 submissions to the committee's tip line, but also comes right after they had a deposition with Ginny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, but also a conservative activist who was in touch with many of the key players in the false elector scheme that the committee worked so painstakingly to tease out in detail over the course of its summer hearings. We wouldn't see Ginny Thomas if they were actually to use parts of her deposition because she wasn't videotaped on camera, but they would be able to show quotes and pieces of a transcript from their interview with her. I think the most important thing here, Aaron, is you have to think about this as a closing argument from the committee. They are likely to restate several of the key findings that they've already teased out at various points, but all of it is meant to drive back at the role of former President Donald Trump and the role that he played on January 6th, as the committee has reported, watching what was unfolding on the screen and doing nothing to stop it for many hours.
We will be watching tomorrow for this closing argument and grand finale of sorts. All right, Ali Vitali for us on the Hill. Thank you.
A new cancer vaccine is in the works, and 2 pro athletes are now the proud owners of pickleball teams.
Brian Sullivan joins us now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Brian.
Hey, guys, thanks very much. Yeah, get to that pickleball story in a moment, but here's something a little more important. Start with Moderna. Wall Street is very excited about Merck's decision to move ahead with plans to combine its Keytruda immunotherapy with a personalized cancer vaccine from Moderna that's based on their mRNA technology. Moderna, of course, the biotech company behind one of the COVID vaccines. It's only commercial available product so far. Moderna shares, though, up more than 11% on hopes for positive results later on this year from a new study of that treatment. In response to a big drop in demand for its PC processors, Intel is planning to cut thousands of jobs, that according to Bloomberg, which says an announcement may be coming later on this month. And as you noted, quarterback Tom Brady and tennis star Kim Clijsters are part of a group that is buying a Major League Pickleball expansion team. They join other high-profile owners in the increasingly popular sport. Drew Brees, LeBron James, all getting into pickleball. I am told it is the sport of the future. Move over football. Pickleball is here.
It must be.
I've played. Have you played?
I've never even seen anybody play it. No idea what it's about.
We'll talk more later.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Coming up, a controversy over a program allegedly targeting people of color at the nation's busiest airport. You're watching NBC News Daily.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. a daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Two comedians are teaming up, but it's not for laughs. They're challenging a drug program at one of the world's busiest airports.
Eric Andre and Clayton English say they were stopped by police at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International. They say this program violates constitutional rights. The allegations involve racial profiling and coercive searches. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from outside the airport there in Atlanta. So, Blaine, both of these men say they were singled out by Clayton County Police during separate stops months apart. How do they say the situation played out?
Well, Aaron, what they're saying in this lawsuit is they believe that it amounts to racial profiling. So in this lawsuit, they detail what they say happened on these two separate incidents. They say that essentially they were both caught in the same program, which is when they were walking through the jet bridge to board the airplane, you know, that little walkway that you walk down, that they were essentially intercepted by a couple of members of Clayton County Police Department. And they say that in the lawsuit, they're saying that the way the program works is that they're asked to show ID, they're asked several questions, their boarding pass is taken, and in some cases, their bags are searched as well. Now, they say that both of them had incredibly unfortunate situations with these incidents, and they believe that they were demeaned. They say that it was an embarrassing situation, and that's why they believe that they should be allowed some compensation.
Blaine, I don't completely understand why they were stopped. Can you explain, like, what was there a reasonable, I don't know, was there something the police thought was going on and they had to stop them?
Well, that's a fantastic question. You know, we reached out to Clayton County Police Department. I reached out to them today, in fact, and a spokesperson tells me that because this is pending litigation, they're not commenting on this. Not only are they not commenting on this specific case, Kate, but they're not commenting on the thing across the board on how the program works. But they did put out a statement back when this initial incident first happened, essentially saying that this was something that they agreed to and that he voluntarily spoke with officers. The gentleman alerted in the lawsuit that this is not the case. But I do want to point out some numbers that they really kind of bring forward in the lawsuit and why they believe this is racial profiling. There were about 400 or so of these stops in the period between August of 2020 and 2021. Almost all of those were broken down by race or so. And they say with that breakdown, about 56% of the people who were stopped were black and 68% of them were people of color. And they say that in very, very few cases, they found any sort of illegal drugs. But for the vast majority of them, nothing was found, guys.
All right, Blaine Alexander at ATL today. Blaine, thank you. Well, pressure is mounting for 3 Los Angeles City Council members to resign. They were part of a leaked audio recording that included racist remarks. Protesters
are gathering and chanting resignations now as council members meet for a second day in a row. NBC News Now correspondent Nayela Charles joins us now. Nayela, LA City Council President Nury Martinez did resign as president of the council, right? And is taking a leave of absence as a member. But it sounds like there's a lot of pressure now for her to resign altogether and the others.
Right, there is, Kate. The pressure is huge right now. We're in the 4th day of protests here in Los Angeles, and those protesters are calling for all of the council members in the leaked audio to resign. Right now, the protesters there at the LA City Council meeting are so loud, the meeting has paused and they haven't been able to start the meeting. There are 3 council members in that leaked audio. Here's what one of the protesters had to say.
Every decision that was made by this council has the opinion, the input, the desires, and the expressions that these council members were having as we were hearing these tapes. They were racist, they were classist, they were anti-tenant. The criminalization of our people is a consequence of a dialogue that happened with these people. So we think that every decision the city council has made is with Kevin De Leon, with Nuri Martinez, and Gil Cedillo is tainted.
The subject there in the leaked audio was the redistricting decision they were having. That protesters referring to especially the redistricting decisions that came out following that audio. So, yeah, a lot of anger still here in Los Angeles as those council members in that leaked audio still appear to refuse to resign.
Niall, a very quick process question. Can these members be kicked off council or do they have to resign?
Well, resigning would be the faster process here, but here in LA, the only people that could force them out would be the people of Los Angeles in a recall process that's actually quite lengthy, Aaron. To do that, there would have to be 15% of voters who would have to sign a petition and then go to the recall election.
All right, Naila Charles, thank you.
And still ahead, how California is cracking down on human trafficking in the underground world of cannabis. You're watching NBC News Daily.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
This is it. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, you know, apps on your phone collect all kinds of information.
And one company's buying this data, sharing it with the police. Here's Jake Ward.
When you download an app and it asks if it can use your location data, you probably understand that you're letting that company know where you are from now on.
What you probably didn't know is that you also gave the app the permission to sell that data to pretty much anyone.
And now a privacy group has discovered that dozens of law enforcement agencies across the country have been buying that data in a piece of software called Fog Reveal, which says it can give them the power to track the movements of 250 million Americans, often without a warrant. A 2019 user's manual from the company received from a police department under a Freedom of Information Act request promises that what used to require, quote, witness interviews and travel records can now be revealed in minutes.
Even if your local law enforcement agency didn't have a contract with FOG, it's likely that your data was caught up and is in FOG's database.
Here's the thing. You and I and anyone else walking around with a phone the last few years has already been inside a vast surveillance network. But the police didn't build it, the tech industry did. They did it so that they could follow our habits and predict our patterns and basically follow our location so they could sell us stuff. The police are just purchasing access to that system like anyone else. And here's what they're getting for their money.
There is no record of the San Francisco Police Department using Fog Reveal, but let's take a day in this city as an example. First, I went to the heart of the downtown waterfront, the Embarcadero, to meet Patrick Jackson, an expert in tracking technology.
What kinds of information can a data broker amass from all these different apps we've given permission to?
So they collect everything. They may collect your email. Another app, they may collect your phone number. But those pieces of data are tied together with something called an advertising identifier.
Does that include where you have been?
Yes.
A spokesperson for the company that makes Fog Reveal says it does not display personally identifying information to police.
So what Fog, as I understand, is serving up is just the identification of some devices that are in an area not tied to the actual person. So there are advertising related IDs for each device. However, they do not give who the person is, who the cell phone number is.
Jackson says that doesn't matter.
We're increasingly seeing that this data has been used to make this anonymous data no longer anonymous.
Even though I think I have an individual private relationship with each app, in fact, behind the scenes, it's all coming together and creating this portrait of me.
And there's buyers for this data. It could be private market, it could be governments, police stations. Anybody can access this data from these data brokers as long as they have a checkbook. And users have no idea it's happening.
When I buy something like the jacket I just purchased a moment ago, it gives data brokers the opportunity to combine my location data from the phone and my credit card purchase history from the credit card company. And together, you can put together a picture that allows a company and now the police to identify this phone as being specifically mine.
Internal police presentations obtained by the Electronic Frontier Foundation show that police have used Fog Reveal to do this. Because, as a Missouri Highway Patrol officer wrote, quote, if we are good at what we do, we should be able to figure out the owner.
So we're talking about a mass volume of data that is incredibly detailed and can give law enforcement an idea of anyone who is in a particular area, as well as retrace your steps back and basically reconstruct your entire life.
Here's the crucial thing to understand. It isn't that I have one app that knows where I am right now. It's that multiple apps have been watching me over time. And as a result, they know where I live, where I work, where I go to the grocery store, and can assemble a portrait of my life. This is why Fog Reveal says that it has access to 15 billion moments globally every day.
Emails from the company to police clients argue that they do not need court approval because the company doesn't give over names and because police are buying from a public marketplace. The blurring of these lines is why the few privacy oversight officials we have say we need a consumer data protection law in this country.
Corporations don't have police power. It's way different when there's somebody with, the authority of law and a badge and a gun that could take away your liberty and even potentially take away your life.
Meanwhile, Fog Reveal is still in use. The Electronic Frontier Foundation has so far confirmed 18 law enforcement agencies that have used Fog Reveal's service. Other records indicate the software has been used by as many as 60 agencies nationwide.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The FDA has now given the green light for children as young as 5 years old to get updated COVID booster shots. They're modified to target the contagious Omicron variant. The final okay came from the CDC director just hours after FDA approval. Health officials are urging people to get that extra dose of protection ahead of the holidays.
Police have arrested a South Carolina man for the deadly shooting of 3 of his family members. One of the victims was a member of the Atlantic Beach Town Council. Matthew Allen DeWitt was arrested on Monday after the bodies were found in 2 different counties. Authorities have not disclosed his exact relationship to the victims or motive.
And a literary prize will now carry the name of former First Lady Michelle Obama, honoring students memoir writers. Each year, the prize will provide a $10,000 college scholarship to a high school senior in public school. Obama's own memoir, Becoming, was published in 2018 and has sold more than 17 million copies worldwide.
Well, California is cracking down on human trafficking in the underground world of cannabis.
We first told you about this problem last month in an NBC News exclusive investigation. Well, now the state's attorney general has announced his office is launching a new initiative to bring justice for survivors of trafficking and hold the traffickers accountable.
And he spoke exclusively with NBC's Jacob Soboroff, and Jacob joins us now. So, Jacob, what'd you learn here?
Well, part of the problem, you guys, is that it's so hard to get victims of human trafficking to come forward, whether it's in the marijuana black market or any sort of part of the illegal underground economy. And that's exactly what the Attorney General of California is now going to focus on. Generally, they had been using only 3 months a year to go after illegal marijuana. Now they're going to do it for a year straight, all year round, and they're going to focus on the victims, most importantly.
A major policy shift from California State Attorney General Rob Bonta, announcing he'll now be pursuing the eradication of illegal marijuana grows year-round, with an emphasis on investigating and prosecuting human trafficking cases and bringing justice to victims. It's a reflection, Bonta says, of the new realities his office is confronting.
Right now, the illicit marketplace is bigger than the regulated marketplace. We are hearing from our local law enforcement partners, and our own intelligence tells us that human trafficking is a significant part of the illicit marketplace for cannabis in California.
Sheriff's Department search warrant! And that's exactly what we've seen firsthand. NBC News met 9 Chinese workers during a raid of an illegal cannabis farm in San Bernardino, California, who, by all indications, were trafficking victims. Despite, they say, being promised a lucrative opportunity, they told us they'd not been paid and were living in squalor.
The person or people who brought you here, did they tell you the truth about what you were coming to do?
No, they didn't tell her that. If they told her it would be like this, she wouldn't have come.
As you know, it's extraordinarily difficult to get victims of human trafficking to come forward. Is this policy change going to help victims of human trafficking who are exploited at marijuana grows to come forward?
Absolutely. It's a focal point of our new initiative. We know how to support victims, how to liberate them from their abusers, how to provide them with justice.
This more sophisticated approach, which will also target environmental crime at grow sites, aims to open investigations to take down the international criminal organizations responsible.
These illicit cannabis grows often do have a transnational component, whether it be of Chinese influence or other countries.
But the challenge of getting victims to cooperate remains.
I wonder if you have a message to the victims of human trafficking who we met in San Bernardino, who were afraid to come forward.
It's simple. We care about you. We support you. The human traffickers who violated the law and committed crimes and abused you and turned you into victims, that they're held accountable and brought to justice under the full extent of the law and the full authority of my office.
An acknowledgement by California's top cop of an evolving illicit marketplace with workers toiling in the shadows. And now, a new push for justice.
Jacob, what's interesting is you think of California as a place where this is legal, where marijuana is legal, weed's legal. So how does this happen?
Because of the patchwork of rules and regulations, not just in California, but nationwide with the legal cannabis market, the regulations are so strict that everything's become so expensive. And that's created a huge opening for the black market, for people to buy, sell, trade, do illegal activities like human trafficking, because to operate in the legal market is prohibitively expensive for anyone. And so it gives this big opening for all this stuff to happen. And that's what the Attorney General is now going to focus on, instead of just cutting down weed plants and moving on.
We'll see what sort of success he has. Jacob Soboroff, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
A former San Antonio police officer is now charged with aggravated assault 10 days after he shot a teenager in a fast food parking lot. That 17-year-old still on life support today. The former officer, James Brennan, surrendered to police Tuesday and was taken into custody. MSNBC anchor Corey Coffin is following this story for us. Corey, what do we know about Brennan and what happened the night of the shooting?
Kate, this incident took place on October 2nd. That is when then-officer James Brennan spotted a car that he believed had fled from him during an attempted stop the night before. Brennan opened the driver's door and ordered that driver, Eric Cantu, to get out. Well, a startled 17-year-old Cantu, who was eating a hamburger at the time, put his car in reverse and backed away. Now, Brennan claims that he was struck by the car's door, and that's when he pulled out his gun and opened fire.
This was a failure for one individual police officer. It had nothing to do with our policies. Our policies did not allow that. Our training does not teach that. So this was a fail for one particular police officer.
At the time of the shooting, Brennan had been with the San Antonio Police Department for just 7 months. He was fired 2 days after this incident, Kate.
And Corey, 17-year-old Eric Cantu, the victim in the shooting, how's he doing? Any word from his family?
Yes, we've heard from his family, and we know that Cantu suffered multiple gunshot wounds. He was placed on life support after being taken to the hospital. The Cantu family lawyer releasing this statement, reading in part, quote, "At this time, there is no improvement in his condition. He is still unconscious and is on life support. The last 2 days have been difficult, and we expect more difficulty ahead, but we remain hopeful." Okay, there was another person in the vehicle at the time of the shooting. We do not know this person's identity, but we do know that she was not hit. Kate?
All right, Corey Coffin watching that. Thank you.
27 days to go until the midterm elections, and now early in-person voting is underway in 2 battleground states.
We're talking about Arizona and Ohio. Both feature key races that could determine the balance of power in the Senate. And just like we say every single election, turnout is going to be crucial this year. So we'll be looking at non-voters, why they're not casting a ballot.
NBC's Shaquille Brewster will have some of those conversations in a bit. First, though, let's bring in Vaughn Hilliard and Jesse Kirsch. Vaughn, you're in Arizona for us now, Maricopa County in particular, the center of many of the legal challenges to the 2020 election results. How is the county preparing this time for the midterms?
Yeah, I mean, you can make the case that there was no county that received more scrutiny and attention after the 2020 election than Maricopa County. And that's because the races here in 2020, especially in Joe Biden and Donald Trump's race, was so exponentially close. I mean, we're talking about 10,500 votes that separated the two men. And that is where you saw Republicans push back, spreading the idea, conspiracy theories, that this election was somehow fraudulent here in the county. And yet you saw time after time, audit after audit, the results come back fair, and accurate. And that is where today, Maricopa County literally is mailing out 1.9 million ballots to early voters here in the county. And it's important to note when we're talking about the number of folks that vote early, we're talking about 1/3 of Maricopa County voters return their ballots in the first 12 days. And that is where you have seen these county officials insist this election will be free, fair, and accurate, and that those ballots are already heading to voters.
So, Jesse, let's bring you in here in Cleveland. You've been talking with some of the early voters there today. What's bringing folks to the polls today?
Yeah, so Aaron, we are obviously in a Democratic stronghold here in Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, and while they don't expect early voting to account for more than about 5% of the total vote, they are expecting high turnout as far as midterms go here in Cuyahoga County. The director of the Board of Elections here told me that we're looking at numbers that could be in the mid to high 50s in terms of percentage of voters turning out this fall, and that would be comparable to 2018. And one of the reasons for that, he said, would be the fact that you've got major statewide races, a governor's race and an open Senate seat that is up for grabs. We've talked with a few Democratic voters here, and they are focused on issues including abortion, obviously issues that are very much resonating with Democratic voters, Aaron.
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us in Cleveland, Vaughn Hilliard in Phoenix. Thank you both.
Let's head over to NBC's Shaq Brewster. He's in Wisconsin. We mentioned the power of the non-voters. Shaq, you took a closer look.
I did. And, you know, we often see candidates come to events and venues like these trying to rally their base, but also talk to those undecided voters. But it's not just candidates and voters who are deciding which candidate to support, but those who are deciding whether or not to cast a ballot. They're so-called non-voters, and they carry a lot of power.
23-year-old Jake Hart will likely join the largest voting bloc of 2022.
Honestly, I didn't realize the midterm elections were coming up.
A mechanic and registered voter in Battleground, Wisconsin, 2 years ago casting his very first ballot only after seeing protests outside of a Biden campaign event in his small rural city. But in this year's midterm elections, he might stay home.
Do you plan on voting in November?
I would like to, but I can't guarantee that answer right now. I would like to learn a little bit more, but I really don't have the time.
Since 2000, 60% of eligible Americans cast a presidential ballot on average. During congressional midterm years, average turnout drops dramatically to just 42%. A majority, about 150 million Americans, remaining silent in our representative democracy.
Plan on voting in November?
No.
Why not?
I don't want to.
I want to be an informed voter, and I don't always feel like I am, because the commercials don't help with that.
A 2020 Knight Foundation study of some 12,000 so-called chronic non-voters shows the group tilts only slightly toward Democrats, but includes more women and minorities, is younger, and has lower income levels than active voters.
Do you plan on voting in November?
Not necessarily. I don't see the direct effect that it has on the community that I live in.
Mujahid Green says he participates in presidential races to please his mother and grandparents who fought for his right. But he usually skips midterm years.
So my sister gave me the sign to promote.
His sister Tynetta recently helped lead a car parade through Milwaukee to register and activate voters.
It's harder now for me to convince people that it's important to vote when they see the decline in our community.
It's definitely easy to vote, you know. It's just when you check that box, man, it's just you really walk away feeling like nothing is going to change.
Non-voting citizens, a group that's large and powerful but not immovable. Our latest NBC News poll showing voter enthusiasm 2 months ahead of the midterms is at an all-time high.
You said you didn't vote in 2020,
No.
but you plan to vote this time around.
Yes.
What has shifted?
Being older, seeing how everything really impacts me.
Going back to that study referenced in the report, it also found that the emerging electorate, Generation Z, they are less informed and less interested in participating in elections. So it's somewhat of an alarming sign when you see these problems coming out.
Yeah, it's kind of disappointing. Shaq Brewster, thank you.
And coming up, new recommendations for when parents should begin anxiety screenings for young kids. More NBC News Daily right after this.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. a daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Time now for your mental health check. Anxiety screenings are being recommended for children as young as 8 years old.
It comes from an independent panel of experts. They say kids 12 and older should get screened for depression during routine visits to their pediatricians as well. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. We were talking during the break about all this because it's really interesting. So this is for kids who may or may not be showing symptoms to ask them some questions during their regular checkup?
Exactly. So it's for kids who don't have symptoms when you go in for a yearly checkup with your pediatrician, and it's really meant to identify this early because you don't want this to be an undiagnosed problem. So we talked to an expert on the ground about what she's seeing as far as how kids are dealing with anxiety. Take a listen to what she had to say.
I have patients who didn't want to leave their home during the pandemic because they were scared. I have patients who, once you had to go back to school, didn't want to go back to school. I have patients who couldn't sleep, who worried about their parents who were working on the front lines. We actually track our rates of anxiety over time, and in 2021, for 3 to 18-year-olds, we had a prevalence of 14% of anxiety in our patient population, which is huge. It's more than things like asthma.
More than things like asthma. And, you know, this is something we know that has been worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic with school closures, with kids not being in sports, seeing their friends. I mean, Kate, you're a mom. I don't have to tell you.
Yeah, you don't.
But what sorts of things should parents and doctors be looking for to know that something is anxiety or depression as opposed to just a bad day?
So there's actually specific screenings we use. One of them is called a PHQ-9. It's a questionnaire that doctors will run through. And, you know, the way it basically works is we ask the kids, over the last 30 days, how often have you been experiencing these things? And they include, you know, feelings of hopelessness, loss of appetite, loss of energy, loss of things of interest that you normally do. And it's really meant to identify how often they've been happening over 2 weeks as opposed to that day in particular. And it's not meant to diagnose anything. It's meant to really just flag people to send for further treatment and workup.
Dr. Syal, thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Well, eye-popping new numbers for how much it could cost to heat your home this winter.
If you're like nearly half the country and you use natural gas, you're going to see the biggest jump. Prices are expected to rise 28% from last year. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now to break down the numbers. Maggie, straight to the point, how much more is it going to cost us to heat our homes this winter?
Sure. So, Kate, Aaron, obviously a huge question. That number that you just hit on, that 28% spike, that's really the biggest yardstick that everyone is pointing to out of this new report that was just released in the last couple of hours. You take a look at kind of the average rates then, taking those hikes into account. It's $931, I believe, is the average for a monthly heating cost for Americans' homes heading into the winter, taking into account, again, that 28% spike. Year to year. You can also look at heating oil, that's up, electricity, that's up, propane, not up nearly as much, but also worth noting, again, just these spikes across the board that the feds are warning really could clobber Americans as temperatures drop heading into winter, guys. So stark numbers.
Yeah, so I think I know what you're going to say, but what factors are pushing these costs higher at this point?
Yeah, it's pretty predictable, but it's still worth kind of laying out for people because this could be really jarring, obviously. So kind of a perfect storm, experts say. Demand is frankly up. This is one of the big ones coming out of the summer because they note that a lot of our energy sources and sort of resources were depleted because of extreme heat during the summer. That drove up energy and electricity demands, air conditioning, and basically experts say we haven't been great. The U.S. hasn't been great at restoring those reserves. And then at the same time, heading into the winter, obviously energy and gas costs are just sky high, a number of factors fueling that as well. So kind of just, again, this perfect storm heading into winter that experts are warning Americans to brace for as these temperatures start to fall. Again, this report is new out in the last few hours. We're all still digging into it, but jarring numbers coming out later today, guys.
Yeah, Maggie Vespa, thank you.
And you can watch more of Maggie's report tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. There is much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big. When we're talking about November, how many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
President Biden is in Colorado this afternoon. He's designating his very first national monument at Camp Hale.
Yeah, this is a place once used as an Army training ground. This move also aims to protect Colorado's historic landscape. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is at that site near Vail, Colorado for us today. The president's expected to speak there shortly. Gary, talk to us about the significance of the event today for the administration and for that state.
Yeah, President Biden is going to be doing something today that he's actually never done before. He's going to be designating a national monument using the Antiquities Act, and this is where it is. This is Camp Hale, the beautiful, sprawling campsite. It's about 30 minutes south of Vail, Colorado, and it was used back before World War II as an Army training ground for members of the U.S. Army. They picked this spot because it looks a lot like the Italian Alps in terms of the weather conditions during the winters. And then members of the Army came back after they won the war and really built up this area in terms of the ski economy and the popularity of this area. So that's one reason he's here. The other reason he's here, and if you're in the middle of the country, you don't need me to tell you the historic drought that this part of the country is going through. He's going to be giving $4 billion, allocating that from the Inflation Reduction Act towards the Interior Department to really help out the community in this area get the resources they need, Aaron.
And Gary, it seems like there's some politics at play today as well. Colorado Democratic Senator Michael Bennet in a tight race to keep his seat. How's the president working to try to drum up support for Bennet and Colorado Democrats?
So yeah, it's a little 2-for-1 day here where he's doing the professional working of the office of the presidency and also campaigning, making sure Democrats win in November. And so what he's doing here is Michael Bennet has been a huge supporter of the CORE Act, which was going to get this designation happening. CORE Act is stuck in Congress, so that won't be happening through Congress. So he's coming here to do it through the Antiquities Act. And that's how it's all happening down here in Camp Hale, Colorado. Kate.
All right, Gary Grumbach for us today. Gary, thank you. Well, NASA says its mission to intentionally slam a spacecraft into an asteroid was a smashing success. The effort moved that asteroid off course.
DART sets this, that's what it's called. Yeah. DART sets the stage for a way to protect our planet if we ever need to. Here's NBC's Tom Costello.
Look closely. You're seeing the moment of impact 7 million miles away when NASA's DART spacecraft slammed into a harmless asteroid named Dimorphos orbiting an even bigger asteroid, kicking up a massive plume of dirt and rock stretching thousands of miles in space. Okay, here's the nose camera video taken from DART as it went into its fatal dive at 14,000 miles per hour. Scientists at Johns Hopkins and NASA celebrated the bullseye, but now they know their mission into the darkness of space worked. DART's shove cut the tiny asteroid's orbit time around the bigger asteroid by 32 minutes. NASA had hoped to cut it by just 10 minutes. And yes, that is a big deal.
Now, this is a watershed moment for planetary defense and a watershed moment for humanity.
Here's why. If NASA can push an asteroid off course, then it may be able to deflect big asteroids that one day do pose a risk to all of us here on planet Earth. For proof that we need some kind of defense, just look at all the dinosaur fossils sitting in the world's museums. They rule the Earth until they were wiped out by a massive meteor crashing into the planet 65 million years ago. Fast forward to today.
For the first time ever, humanity has changed the orbit of a planetary body.
And just maybe humanity has its first planetary defense system from a future mega meteor, if we get enough warning.
NASA and other space agencies can have decades of warning time, can track these things reliably for 100+ years.
A 100-year warning would hopefully be enough. The good news, so far NASA says it doesn't see any planet killers headed our way.
I believe that NASA has proven that we are serious as a defender of the planet.
Ideally, if NASA can push an asteroid off course long before it gets near Earth, that would be the best option. Blowing up an asteroid or targeting it with a nuclear device are still options, but that would also create massive debris fields and potentially even a radiation issue in space. So this kind of a push or a shove really seen as the best option. But of course, the bigger the asteroid, the bigger the shove, and Earth's telescopes need to spot the asteroid in time to launch that kind of defense, decades or even longer. Back to you.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Wednesday, October 12th, 2022. Feeling the pinch. New financial data is in about how much you're paying for just about everything. We'll break down what that means for your wallet.
Serious escalation. The head of NATO issues a stern warning about Russia's latest attack on Ukraine. How America's responding to Ukraine's call for more help.
A plot to kill. A man pleads guilty to planning to kill female college students. What prosecutors believe his motivation was.
And winning at losing. How you can help turn your child's setbacks into setups for success. We begin this hour with breaking news on the economy. New data confirming the price you pay for everything is going up.
So let's take a look at the key number here. Today, wholesale prices in September rose 0.4%. That's twice as much of an increase as economists were expecting.
Also, gas prices creeping up to an expensive milestone. The average price for a gallon of regular unleaded is now $3.92 on average. That's 20 cents more than a month ago. And President Biden was asked if we're headed to a recession. Here's what he said.
I don't think there will be a recession. If it is, it'll be a very slight recession. That is, we'll move down slightly.
Joining us now, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell's with us. Brian, I'll start with you. What exactly is the data that we got today? Why is it significant?
Kate, that measure that you're talking about is essentially the amount of money and the inflation that producers have seen for the goods and services that they provide to the intermediaries or the retailers that ultimately all of us as regular people end up going to. Now, when it comes to the number that we got, again, 0.4% on a month-over-month basis, a lot of that buoyed by high prices specifically for vegetables after drought conditions on the West Coast, natural gas prices also going up. Broadly speaking, the story for inflation does remain here, that at 8.5% higher than they were a year ago, the wholesalers that are providing a lot of these goods and services to these retailers and intermediaries are still seeing prices increase. Now, this is especially important because we're going to get another read on inflation, what most economists like to really hold their hat on tomorrow morning. It's called the Consumer Price Index, which measures ultimately the prices that we all pay at the actual checkout lanes at the stores. We'll be closely watching that tomorrow morning.
Well, Kelly, let me bring you in here. I think it's fairly apparent that the economy is top of mind for a lot of people heading into the midterms right now. There's a new NBC News poll that shows more than a third of voters list economic issues as what matters to them most as we look at the numbers on the screen here. We did hear the president say, a, quote, slight recession was possible. What's the White House saying about that and the messaging from the administration?
Well, the White House wants to emphasize the things that they think are strong in the economy, like the jobs picture, and that jobs have been resilient and jobs have been added. At the same time, they recognize that many American families are feeling the pinch with costs, and they know that that paycheck that is perhaps steady is valued at a much harder to kind of make it work in real life if prices keep going up. So the president was pressed on this issue of a recession and what it could mean and how likely is it. Here's how he responded.
Should the American people prepare for a recession?
No. Look, they've been saying this now. Every 6 months they say this. Every 6 months they look down the next 6 months and see what's going to happen. It hadn't happened yet.
But you just said that a slight recession is possible.
So it is possible. Look, it is possible. I don't anticipate it.
And the White House had gotten a lot of criticism for saying that inflation was transitory, and we've seen that inflation has hung in there for an extended period of time. And so measuring the president's words are very important when it comes to what people are experiencing at the grocery store and when they're filling up at the pump. Aaron?
All right,
Kate?
Kelly O'Donnell and Brian Chung for us today. Thank you both.
NATO is issuing a stern warning to Russia, saying a nuclear attack on Ukraine would draw a response from its allies and potentially members of the alliance. NATO defense ministers held a meeting today. It comes as Moscow launches a renewed round of attacks on Ukraine, killing more people and heavily damaging key infrastructure. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins me now from southern Ukraine. Richard, good to see you. NATO really seems to want to de-escalate tensions between Russia and Ukraine without getting directly involved and caught in the middle. What's their plan?
Well, the plan is to try and make it very clear to Vladimir Putin that if he decides to use a tactical nuclear weapon, and there are, by the way, no indications that any weapons have been mobilized, that any decisions have been taken, but there have been many threats, including from Vladimir Putin himself. And Russian nuclear doctrine does state that if Russian territory is severely threatened, that Russia could potentially use nuclear weapons. And now Vladimir Putin, with these annexations of Ukrainian territory that were carried out under what have widely been described as sham referendums, can make a case that Ukraine, backed by Western and NATO weapons, is attacking Russian territory. So if Putin decides to go down this path and claim that Russia is severely threatened by this war being launched to expel Russia from Ukrainian territory and defend its territory, then NATO is trying to make it very clear that there will be very severe consequences. It hasn't laid out what those consequences are, but they're talking about Russia being far more isolated and becoming a pariah on the world stage, even more than it is now.
Richard Engel in Ukraine for us. Richard, thank you.
The supreme leader of Iran is blaming the country's weeks-long protests on the enemies of the state. That's according to a private Iranian news agency. Clashes with demonstrators are ongoing amid a growing anti-government movement. Those protests erupted over the death of a 22-year-old woman. She died 3 days after the country's so-called morality police arrested her, allegedly because she violated the strict religious dress code. Officials deny any wrongdoing and claim she died of a pre-existing condition.
We're just weeks away from the midterm elections, and in Georgia, that Senate race is close, even as the Republican candidate faces growing controversy after he spoke out in a new interview. One of the two new polls in this race one of them comes from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. It shows incumbent Democrat Raphael Warnock slightly ahead of challenger Herschel Walker, but still within the margin of error. This single contest could, of course, determine the balance of power in the Senate for the next couple of years. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is following both campaigns. She's in Atlanta for us. Ellison, how are voters reacting to the messages? What are they telling you they want to hear about?
Well, there is a lot for voters to digest in this state. This is an incredibly tight race. It has been an incredibly tight race really since the beginning. It remains so now, even as one of the candidates, Herschel Walker, is dealing with barrage of criticisms, concerns, accusations regarding his past. Let me show you two polls that both came out today to give you a sense of just where things are. One of them, that poll from AJC and UGA that you mentioned, it has pretty much Walker and Warnock in a statistical tie. Another poll that came out today, a Quinnipiac poll, again within that margin of error, almost putting the two at a statistical tie. But what's notable in this poll is that incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock is above the 50% threshold that is required for a candidate to avoid a runoff in the Georgia election process. So one of the things, though, that is really taking up a lot of headlines is that ABC interview that you mentioned, where Herschel Walker sat down and really gave his clearest, most detailed denial of accusations that he paid for the abortion of a woman who he had previously been involved with, the mother of one of his children. Not only did he again double down and say that he did not do that, deny those accusations, he called that woman a liar. As he did that, new reporting came out in the Washington Post today that reflected reporting we've seen in two other outlets. The Washington Post, they say that they have seen a copy of a check that this woman received from Herschel Walker in the days after she had an abortion procedure. Kate.
All right, Ellison Barber, thank you.
Right now, jury deliberations are underway in the death penalty case of the Parkland school shooter. Nicholas Cruz has already pled guilty to the murders of 17 people inside Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School back in 2018. Now, this trial is to determine his punishment. This was the deadliest mass shooting that has ever gone to trial in this country. NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders is at the courthouse in Fort Lauderdale for us today, watching developments there. Kerry, so bring us up to speed on what we know is happening, what we know about the jury and the evidence it's weighing.
Well, the jury right now is deliberating. There are 7 men, 5 women on what is a ethnically diverse jury. They have been listening since July to testimony of the 17 who were killed. You can see their pictures here. It includes the students as well as 3 staff members. And they've been hearing about how Nicholas Cruz went to the campus with an AR-15 style weapon, took that weapon, and in 7 minutes killed 17 and attempted to kill 17 more. Among those who were killed that day was a 14-year-old girl, Gina Montalto. She was the love of her family, and her parents, who have been monitoring this trial, spoke about what they believe is the just punishment here.
Keeping in mind that he pressed the barrel of his weapon up against my daughter's chest the first time he shot her, and then he came back to her and many others and shot them again to make sure they were dead. I think we have to remember the full measure of the cruelty that was shown to the victims that day. And remember that he wasn't content to stop at the 17.
Tony Montalto, they're hoping that the jury comes back with a recommended death sentence. Again, the jury is out deliberating now. They could come back with a decision as early as today. Aaron?
Kerry Sanders for us in Florida today. Kerry, thank you. Major League Baseball is partnering with a CBD company, and New Zealand is fighting climate change in a pretty unusual way.
Christina Partsenevelos joins us now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Hi, so let's actually start with that Major League Baseball story. It's now the first of the 4 major U.S. professional sports leagues to be sponsored by a CBD company. MLB has a multi-year partnership with Charlotte's Web that includes putting baseball logo on a new tincture from the company that's designed to be used by athletes. Delta and Starbucks are also working together, creating a link between their loyalty programs. Coffee purchases can earn Delta miles, and Starbucks will double rewards for spending on the same day a customer is scheduled to fly on the airline. Oh. And lastly, as a part of its efforts to meet its climate goals, New Zealand plans to tax agricultural emissions. It says they are responsible for half of the country's greenhouse gases. Those emissions include urine, dung, and even burps from livestock like cows and sheep. Farmers are opposed, though, with one group saying the tax would rip the guts out of a small-town New Zealand. In case you guys are wondering, there are masks being made for cows to count and restrict the burps in the air. No, seriously, I was even making a joke with my producer saying we should quit CNBC and create masks, and, you know, it'll be a bull market. We're going to make so much money come 10 years from now.
A bull market!
Yeah. The burps aren't the problem, though. CNBC's Christina Partsenevelos. Christina, thank you.
Thanks.
Up ahead. Up ahead, why young kids are about to get a much-needed boost in the fight against COVID.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Morning, Al.
Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
NBC News, streaming free now.
New information in the death of a Navy SEAL trainee. Kyle Mullen died in February after the stretch of training known as Hell Week. He had known signs of breathing issues during the exercises meant to stimulate extreme stress. Rather simulate, I should say. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie is joining us now. She's been looking into this. So, Courtney, talk to us about the military investigation here into Mullen's death. What did it discover?
So it was an extensive investigation. The autopsy by the Armed Forces Medical Examiner found that Kyle died of a combination of acute pneumonia and of cardiac arrest. His heart stopped. But as you mentioned, when you dig further into this investigation done by Naval Special Warfare, essentially the SEALs Command, when you dig further into the investigation, it explains how over the last several days of Hell Week, what ended up being the last several days of Kyle Mullen's life, he suffered from a series of medical problems. He was spitting up fluids, often red-tinged fluids. He was having trouble breathing. He had such extreme swelling in his extremities, particularly his legs, that at the end of Hell Week, when he successfully completed it, he had to be put in a wheelchair and pushed back to the barracks to try to recover. Now, I should say the investigation interviews a bunch of people who are other Navy SEAL candidates, medical professionals who were there on site, people afterwards who looked into this case. And it is common for candidates at BUD/S, particularly during Hell Week, to experience a lot of medical problems, especially the kinds of things that Kyle was experiencing. But in many cases, according to a number of the people who were interviewed for the investigation, the SEAL candidates themselves don't want to go to medical because they don't want to leave the training and have to roll back and go to the next class.
One of the other things, Courtney, that this death investigation does is it puts a spotlight on the use of performance-enhancing drugs by SEAL trainees or the alleged use. Is anything being done to address that particular concern?
Absolutely. In the case of Kyle, it's not clear whether he was actually using performance-enhancing drugs. That's not clear from the autopsy, but it did show that his heart was enlarged to about 65% bigger than the normal heart size for someone his age and weight and everything. So, one of the possible causes of enlarged hearts can be the use of anabolic steroids, human growth hormone, the kinds of things that help you bulk up and build muscle mass. Because of Kyle Mullen's death and the investigation into it, there are now a number of new procedures in place at the SEAL training. Specifically, they now test the candidates more often, at least 5 times during their training for performance-enhancing drugs. And according to the U.S. Navy, just since they began this additional screening, they have found more than 50 people to have been potentially using performance-enhancing drugs, Aaron.
Yeah, kind of shocking details in some of this reporting. I encourage folks to go to NBCnews.com and read Courtney's full article. Courtney Cuby, thank you.
An Ohio man accused of plotting to slaughter women has pleaded guilty to an attempted hate crime. Trey Janko admitted to targeting women at a university in Ohio. He was arrested by federal agents back in July 2021. He's been in custody since. MSNBC anchor Corey Coffin is following this story for us. Corey, what do we know about Janko? Why did he plan to kill women?
Kate, Trey Janko is accused of planning to slaughter women and kill thousands of people in a mass shooting. Prosecutors say that he even attended basic training and conducted surveillance at a university to prepare for his plan. In addition, one of his internet searches included, quote, "When does preparing for a crime become an attempt?" Now, according to the prosecutor's office, Janko identified himself as an involuntary celibate, or an incel, a group of men who harbor hostility toward women for denying them, quote, sexual or romantic attention to which they believe they are entitled. Authorities searched his car in March of 2020 and found body armor, a gun with a bump stock, loaded magazines, and ammunition, according to the indictment. And inside a heating vent in Janko's home, authorities also found what the indictment describes as a machine gun, a Glock semi-automatic pistol with no serial number or identifying information. Janko pleaded guilty to an attempted hate crime. As part of his plea, he also admitted to possession of 2 firearms. Janko now faces a possible sentence of up to life in prison, Kate, and the sentencing date has not yet been set.
All right, Corey Coffin, thank you.
They were brought to America as children, but the fate of the so-called dreamers hangs in the balance yet again. We'll explain why. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now. A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Renewed focus on Florida's fight against climate change in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian.
The state's mangroves are crucial. They pull huge amounts of carbon right out of the atmosphere. Here's NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett.
Hurricane Ian, with its 150-mile-per-hour winds, ripping through Florida, killing more than 100 people in the state and endangering wildlife on the coastline, including 600,000 acres of mangroves, vital trees that grow along the coast where the tide comes in. Their dense tangle of exposed roots stabilize the coastline.
What we tend to think of is mangrove forests as being this beating heart. So as the tides come in and out, that's very much like the arteries carrying blood in and out of the heart.
Providing a buffer from extreme storms.
They're kind of the shock absorbers and giant sponges that can absorb that water and the shocks of wave energy and other things.
The mangroves remove carbon from the atmosphere, which is key in fighting climate change. While mangroves cover less than 1% of tropical forests worldwide, each year they remove more than 24 million metric tons of carbon from the atmosphere. Hurricane Irma in 2017 demolished 40% of the Everglades mangroves. Stagnant floodwater cut off their oxygen supply, killing off entire forests. But the wetlands and its mangrove forests actually fared well during Hurricane Ian. And it appears the storm helped clear out persistent algae that was impacting tree growth on the southern tip of Florida, according to the Miami Herald. More than 100 miles northwest, areas near the eye of Hurricane Ian produced preliminary storm surge of more than 15 feet. Causing extensive and costly damage. Meanwhile, just next door, Rookery Bay saw similar levels of storm surge. The mangroves protecting the coast, though, softened the blow. This footage, taken right after Hurricane Ian in Rookery Bay, shows a live example of why the Florida Department of Environmental Protection is working to keep these mangroves healthy, as a first line of defense against strong storms and to fight climate change.
When we talk about healthy mangroves, this is exactly what we're talking about. This is a very healthy mangrove ecosystem.
A week before Ian hit, our team traveled to Rookery Bay to see that restoration firsthand.
We restore a mangrove or wetland. Those can, in theory at least, restore carbon back to the land and sequester it, kind of put it away and lock it up away from the atmosphere and put it into nature.
If you have a weak system, a stress system, a non-healthy system, it is not going to be able to withstand those large impacts from storms such as hurricanes.
And with experts saying climate change is contributing to more intense hurricanes, mangroves are proving to be a key investment to keep that heart beating.
This isn't just about protecting nature for its own sake, the pretty trees and the birds. It's about us. It's about having more resilient and more secure kind of coastlines where a lot of people live in a world that's increasingly dangerous thanks to climate change.
And more of these projects could be on the horizon as coastal risks continue to rise. The Florida Department of Environment's new coastal restoration team is ready to fund the type of projects, investing in $640 million worth of these projects already. And in turn, these initiatives that restore mangroves are proven to prevent tens of thousands of dollars in damages during each one of these storms, according to the Nature Conservancy. We're talking about a very strong Category 4 hurricane, so anything to soften the effects of that goes a long way. These natural habitats will heal on their own and then be ready for the next major storm. Back to you.
All right, thank you.
Well, you've probably heard of it, or at least the calls to squash or smash those spotted lanternflies.
The insect that attacks fruit crops and trees is threatening an entire industry in California. Greg Bledsoe from our sister network LX News spoke with one winemaker about the impact.
So that's Zinfandel. It's typical Zinfandel with a wing. There are well over 550,000 acres of wine grapes in the state of California. We are by far the largest state.
So if something were to happen to grapes in California, the rest of the country would feel it?
Oh, absolutely. The rest of the world would feel it. I've been working in the wine grape industry since I was old enough to hold a shovel. And I don't remember another threat that was this scary to me. The spotted lanternfly is something that absolutely keeps me up at night. We don't know a whole lot about this insect yet on how to control it. So you've got this inch-long moth-looking thing that will be all over the plant here. This whole fruit zone area would be completely covered with honeydew, and then eventually it would just rot the fruit right there on the vine and make it completely unusable for winemaking. This is not a matter of, if this spotted lanternfly lands in California. It's a matter of when.
Greg Bledsoe there. What happens to the kids who age out of America's foster care system? You're watching NBC.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. Love you too.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The FDA has given the green light for children as young as 5 to get updated COVID booster shots. Those vaccines are modified to target today's contagious Omicron variant. The final okay came from the CDC director just hours after FDA approval. Health officials are urging people to get the extra dose of protection ahead of the holidays.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul has extended the state of emergency declared in response to the spread of polio in wastewater. That's after more sewage samples in Brooklyn and Queens tested positive for the virus. It's a way of tracking the virus. An unvaccinated adult from Rockland County is the only known case of paralysis in the U.S. so far. But state officials say the virus, polio, is likely circulating without symptoms.
And the man who became the world's first space tourist in 2001 says he wants to go back. Dennis Tito is now working with SpaceX to plan a flight around the moon with his wife. Talk about a honeymoon. The 82-year-old paid Russia to take a trip to the International Space Station more than 2 decades ago. Also, the moon is more than 900 times farther away from Earth than the space station.
You got any more facts for us?
I just wanted to throw that in.
Okay.
So no.
All right. The future for the so-called dreamers may be in doubt.
Last week, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled the 2012 memo that created DACA is unlawful. That's the Obama-era program that gives protections to undocumented immigrants brought to the U.S. as children. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson sat down with members of the immigrant community who are still waiting for answers, really. Steve?
Yeah, Aaron, Kate, if you can believe it, DACA is now more than 10 years old. So we've had this whole generation of dreamers in this country that really only know the U.S. as their home, graduating college here, raising families here, contributing to the workforce. And now this incredible amount of anxiety is rising that it could all be taken away.
Can you speak? Speak.
Sagar Paragundi is a fighter. He's battled for everything he has in the United States, including these little moments of peace.
Good girl.
Now he fears he could lose it all.
I mean, if DACA was taken away, I mean, like, the whole life that I built myself this past, 20 years is going to be all taken away from me.
Sagar came to the U.S. from India at just 11 years old, hoping that his dad's work visa would be approved and extended to his family. It wasn't, and eventually both his parents had to go back, leaving Sagar and his two brothers undocumented in America, fending for themselves.
I mean, I was working, cleaning rooms, hotels, watching a third-room hotel by myself, or with my older brother. We were just managing this.
All while the threat of deportation loomed over his life.
Was that scary? Oh, yeah, it was very scary, right? Like, I mean, even if I was trying to drive without a license or something, imagine I got caught in a minor traffic violation, I was subject for deportation.
Those fears somewhat eased in 2012, when pressure from undocumented youth pushed President Obama to create the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program through executive order.
Effective immediately, the Department of Homeland Security is taking steps to lift the shadow of deportation from these young people.
DACA has since shielded and offered work permit applications to more than 800,000 applicants, including Sagar.
DACA has just opened up a brand new door for me, you know? It's like, oh, with the social security number, I'm going to be able to do so many things across the board.
After being documented, Sagar graduated from college, established a scholarship for young immigrants, and is an executive at one of the largest tech companies in the world. But the rule is always under assault. President Trump closed DACA to new applicants, stopping just short of dismantling it altogether, thanks to a ruling from the Supreme Court. Last week, a three-judge panel for the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals concluded the Obama administration did not have the legal authority to create DACA in 2012, but it stopped short from ordering the Biden administration of shutting it down. DACA, now 10 years old, is once more back in limbo.
We knew it wasn't enough then. It's still not enough now. But we're in a position where we're having to fight just to keep it alive.
Elizabeth Mateo, an undocumented immigration attorney from Mexico, is able to practice in California due to changes in the state's laws. Unlike many of her clients, she doesn't have DACA protections.
What would your advice be to clients who are worried about what happens next?
So we know that it's not going to immediately terminate their DACA status, that they should talk to an attorney to see if they have any other avenues for relief.
Mateo believes the program's fate will eventually rise to the Supreme Court, where she hopes, despite the court's conservative makeup, the young spirit that started DACA can save it.
That level of participation in organizing and activism that young people showed 10 years ago, that can be replicated again.
So, Steve, are those who are currently under DACA still protected right now?
Yes, Aaron, the latest ruling will only block new applications, but will still allow protections to those currently living and working under DACA. But as many experts have said, the program is now basically hanging by a thread. So the case now goes back to the lower court to decide its fate. But the only real concrete protection would be through Congress, and it would take 10 Senate Republicans to get on board before the end of the year. Aaron?
Steve Patterson for us in L.A. Steve, thank you.
There are hundreds of thousands of children in the foster care system in the United States.
And every year, thousands of young people leave the system, sometimes because they've been adopted, but other times it's because of their age. Antonia Hilton is taking an in-depth look at this problem for an NBC News series, and she joins us now. So, Antonia, at what point do young people age out of the foster care system, and then what sort of challenges do they face after that?
Well, here in New York City, you age out of foster care at 21, and that's actually the case in most places around the country. In fact, just last year, 500 young adults aged out of the system in this city alone. And, you know, what we find in this story, which we chose to do, you know, an examination of the system through one young adult's experience. Her name's Christina Abraham. She entered foster care at 8 years old and never got out, never got adopted, never safely really reconnected permanently with family. And what we see in this piece is the ups and downs of, well, her entire sort of career in foster care. But ultimately, when she's reaching that 21st birthday, when other people are thinking about parties, the freedom that comes with being 21, she feels like she's reaching a dangerous cliff where there will be no more housing, no more resources. And now she needs to figure out how to get her first job, start paying bills, and pay, you know, expensive rent here in New York City. Yeah. Take a listen to some of my conversation with her.
How did that change you?
living with people who weren't caring for you, feeling that sense of instability all the time.
It made me feel terrible. It made me feel like I didn't matter. I struggled with my mental health. I struggled with depression. I was diagnosed with depression at 10 years old. To feel like, I could die tomorrow and nobody would know. Nobody cares about me. And that is a terrible feeling, to feel like you're in a world full of billions of people, but you are effectively alone and your life does not matter to anybody.
You can imagine, when you've been in the system for years, all the trauma and heartbreak that comes with that. And what we found in our reporting is that while the city does provide some resources like grants that you can buy your first bed, vouchers so you can get your first apartment, often the sums of money that they provide really aren't meeting this moment where we're all dealing with inflation, rising costs. It took her months to finally find a place to rest her head at night. And you can just imagine all the anxiety that fills someone with as they're trying to start their life anew.
Wow. Antonia, I'm so glad you're taking a deep look at this. It's really important. Thank you so much. You can see more of Antonia's full report. It's tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. It's part of a series. I'll bring you some more of my reporting tomorrow night.
Early in-person voting is underway this afternoon in Arizona and Ohio. The two battleground states both feature critical Senate races.
And with 27 days to go until midterms, new polling shows why some younger voters are going to skip the election.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondents Jesse Kirsch in Cleveland and Vaughn Hilliard in Arizona for us today. So, Jesse, first to you there. How is turnout looking so far on this first day of early voting there in Ohio?
Yeah, so Aaron, we've had a steady stream of people coming through here throughout the day in Cleveland. But what we're looking at with early voting here, according to the Board of Elections here in Cuyahoga County, is really just a small fraction of what you will see for total turnout at the end of the day. What we're looking at from early voting will account for about 5% of the vote. The officials here say that then about a third of the vote will come from mail-in and drop-off ballots. And then the bulk, the overwhelming majority of those votes will be on Election Day itself. That's what they're expecting here in Cuyahoga County. And as far as turnout goes, we're looking at the potential for mid to high 50%, so 55 to 60%, somewhere in that range potentially, the turnout. And that would be on par with what we saw in this county in 2018 as opposed to 2014, because what we're looking at this year is a governor's race with an incumbent, Governor Mike DeWine, on the ballot up against Nan Whaley, the Democrat. And then, of course, there's the Senate race here for an open seat between Republican J.D. Vance and Democrat Congressman Tim Ryan. That race is getting a lot of national attention, and that could drive more people to the polls, guys.
So, Vaughn, let me bring you in here in Phoenix. You've been speaking with election officials there in Maricopa County. What are they saying about preparing for midterm results in this election?
Right. There was nowhere, arguably, that had more scrutiny placed upon it than Maricopa County after Joe Biden's narrow victory by just over 10,000 votes in 2020. And yet we just talked with the Republican Maricopa County recorder who has defended the integrity of the elections here, along with the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. And they say they have everything in place to ensure a free, fair, and accurate election. We watched the ballots be mailed out from a warehouse just down the road here this morning. Every time a ballot comes back, it is image scanned, or I should say when the envelope comes back with a ballot in it, to confirm that in fact that an individual has or has not returned their ballot here. This is a situation in which we look at the leading Republican candidate here, Carrie Lake, for governor. She had suggested there were fraud or irregularities in her primary. As soon as she won, she dropped those allegations. But we are looking at what could be potentially very competitive races in a close election night just 27 days from now here in Arizona, Aaron.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard and Jesse Kirsch, thank you.
Let's bring in LX News national political editor Noah Pransky. Noah, you come with some, I think, pretty bad news. You're talking about people who just don't plan to vote.
Well, you can look at the cup half full or half empty. What we're doing here is we wanted to break down the reasons why some groups may not turn out this fall. Obviously, there's always going to be some disappointment, but we broke down the numbers. And this poll that we did this week with LX News and our partners at More in Common found that the reason some of these people may not turn out, break it here down by race groups, you can see a 23-point difference between potential white voters and potential black voters who say they will definitely vote this fall. One of the big reasons here, minorities often feel like they've kind of given up on the system and their vote doesn't matter. Looking at the generational splits here, you see huge differences between young voters and older voters. And when we ask millennials and Gen Z specifically, why are you unlikely to vote? Top reason, they said they weren't familiar with the candidates and the issues. That tells us that candidates aren't doing a good enough job reaching out to young voters. And other reasons on this list, many don't think their vote counts. They don't think they can make a big difference in the system. Also on there, look, no time. They don't know how to vote. These are indications that we aren't teaching teenagers, first-time eligible voters, how to get involved in democracy. We can do better.
There's an alarm there to be paying attention to for sure. Noah Pransky from LX News, we appreciate it.
Sure thing.
Well, we're making winners out of losers. How parents can set kids up for success after setbacks. More NBC News Daily right after this.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay? We have this circle of women that love each other. I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Well, in today's Modern Parenting, we're taking a look at how to help your child cope with losing.
You know, sports can be fun, right? They can get active, teach them about teamwork, but it also can bring out some pretty raw emotions, especially when you come out on the losing side. Family and clinical psychologist Dr. Jennifer Hartstein is joining us now to talk about this. Dr. Hartstein, good to have you. Losing is something everybody goes through, losing in life, right? How do we best prepare kids for that and talk to them about it when it happens?
Well, you know, I think we have to think about losing as a really great learning experience to start with. We can't learn how to do something different or problem solve or any of that without losing. So failure can be this really wonderful gift. And I think if we can kind of talk to our kids about that and also think about that for ourselves, because as parents, it's very easy to just be like, you must win at all costs. But if we start to talk about sportsmanship early and often, I think we can really get them ready for anything that comes their way.
So what can a parent do then to help kids cope with a loss? If they come home, and I've seen movies where you see kids are devastated by the idea of losing at something, what do you do to help them?
So I think first off, we want to talk about like the effort, and we want to praise the effort as much as we want to praise the outcome. I think all of us get wrapped up in what the outcome is, but we forget that maybe they had a great goal, or maybe they were just a great sportsman-like person and went over to the other player and helped them up when they fell down. So praise the effort. I think that's really important. Our words matter. So we want to let them know we're proud of whatever they did. So if they played a good game, let's let them know that we're proud of them. And then also just what observations did you notice? Did you notice that they were much more engaged in this game than they might have been in the other one, or that they really backed their teammate up when they did something great? What are they doing? Kind of really give feedback on what you observe so that they can take that in and recognize they're more than just the game itself.
With all that in mind, I know you told us that there's something, you have a word of advice about what parents should not do after a tough day on the court or on the field. What is it?
Yes, don't replay the game, right? It's so easy to go and really go back and like bring up the instant replay and let's talk about what we can do differently. Let your child feel their disappointment. Validate their disappointment, right? We don't want to invalidate, well, shake it off. You have a new game tomorrow. Don't invalidate that. Really validate that they're feeling disappointment. Let them sit in that a little bit. Avoid the replay and don't dissect every little move that they did and tell them how they could have done it better. Let them be disappointed. Let them move through that. And tomorrow you can have that conversation. But in that moment, just let them be and be supportive and kind of hold them up in that space.
And I think it, it applies outside of sports too. I think about things that I lost, public speaking competitions in high school. I wasn't an athlete, but I was in other spaces, and you lose things and it hurts just as much. I do want to ask you, though, while we have you, we've seen or maybe even know those parents who seem to take a loss worse than the kids do. Arguing and yelling and all sorts of scenes on the sidelines and such. What's your message to those parents?
You are not the athlete here, right? You have to let your child be the athlete. So give them that space. Don't relive your own athletic dreams or your public speaking dreams or any of that through your kids. So step back, notice if you're getting your own dysregulation, walk away, let the coach handle it. Give them that space to have their own experience.
I have to ask, too, Dr. Hartstein, because I think we wade into the territory of, like, everybody gets a trophy here. As a parent, I don't also want to just be constantly like, everything's okay, you're great. How do you avoid that?
We want to do both. So a lot of it is sandwiching it, right? We want to be able to say, hey, you lost today. That's a real big bummer. It's so disappointing. And tomorrow, let's talk about what you can do better. But I think we rush to kind of solve the problem, give the feedback without ever allowing someone to have a negative emotion. We want to kind of save them from the negativity. So I think we have to let them have the hard moment and then an hour, 2 hours the next day, talk about what you can do differently to make it better or improve and problem solve. But in the moment when they're feeling lousy, we don't need to try and pile it on because that doesn't help.
It's really interesting. I think about once giving a speech and saying, you're not the best. And I saw some parents grimace at the idea there.
You said that?
I said that in the speech, at a school. And so I guess I sort of wonder what you would say about that sort of messaging that there are people out there and we all sort of fall in different places at different times in what we can do and our ability to execute.
Well, if we're always telling someone they're the best, especially when they're younger, what are they learning for the disappointments they're going to encounter when they're older? And disappointment is part of life. Failure is part of our experience. We don't get the job. We don't get that opportunity. The boyfriend breaks up with us, whatever it might be. So we can't and kids kind of know when you're lying to them. So we want to be mindful of that too.
Yeah. She started with that. You said you got to have the disappointment to learn. Dr. Jennifer Hartstein, thank you. There's much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is it.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
This is it.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now. A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
This is it.
We're learning new details surrounding King Charles III's upcoming coronation. It's expected to be a bit different than what his mother, Queen Elizabeth, went through back in 1953.
King Charles will be crowned on May 6th next year inside Westminster Abbey in London. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has a look at what we can expect.
Now, for more than 900 years, coronations have been happening right there at Westminster Abbey. Now, while Queen Elizabeth had more than 8,000 guests in 1953, we're expecting something a little more scaled back, slimmed down for King Charles.
With his reign already officially underway, a date has now been set for the symbolic start of the King Charles era. The palace announcing that his coronation will reflect the monarch's role today and look towards the future. The date, Saturday, May 6th, a departure from tradition. Queen Elizabeth's coronation was held on a weekday, a Tuesday back in 1953. The first televised coronation in history, and Charles, just 4 years old at the time, was among the thousands of guests watching his mother crowned queen. Her presence will be strongly felt. Last month, Charles's first public address as king paid tribute to his beloved mother.
Throughout her life, Her Majesty the Queen, my beloved mother, was an inspiration, an example to me and to all my family.
The Archbishop of Canterbury will preside over the anointing, blessing, and consecration of King Charles, but there are likely to be a few changes. For example, Queen Elizabeth's coronation was nearly 3 hours long. Charles's expected to be smaller and simpler. Queen Elizabeth had some 8,000 guests inside the Abbey, but the capacity is only about 2,000, and guests may have a slightly more relaxed dress code compared to 70 years ago. Queen Consort Camilla will also be crowned as part of the ceremony, reportedly wearing a crown created for the Queen Mother for the 1937 coronation of King George VI, featuring the famous 105-carat Koh-i-Noor diamond.
Now, no word yet on what roles the new Prince and Princess of Wales, Kate and Will, will play, or if any of King Charles' siblings will have a role. Lots of details to come in the next few months. Molly Hunter, NBC News, London.
Some breaking news now out of Connecticut. The jury has just ordered Alex Jones to pay nearly $1 billion in damages in his latest defamation trial.
The InfoWars host was sued by parents of victims in the Sandy Hook school shooting. Jones had claimed for years that the shooting was a hoax. Let's get right to NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis, who's been following all of it. Rahema, this sounds like a huge number. We're talking about 8 families here, right? And it's almost $1 billion?
Yeah, Kate, it is a stunning verdict that these 6 jurors have returned in this particular case here in Connecticut. It looks like it's about $965 million, as you point out, nearly $1 billion. In the closing argument to the jury, the attorney for the families has suggested that they come in with at least $500 million in damages against Alex Jones and his InfoWars, but they did more than that. Each of these families was named in this particular verdict. There were 15 in all, 14 family members and an FBI agent who showed up on the scene 10 years ago at the time of the shooting, and each one of them was awarded damages in this particular case in reformation to defamation / slander, past and present, emotional distress, past and present, and this is all against Alex Jones and free speech systems. Again, a stunning turnaround. Some were suggesting that this might be enough to topple Alex Jones and his business, and he had been trying to put some of his assets into bankruptcy protection, suspecting that something like this could happen. But this is what the families had gone into court for. This is more than what they were expecting. Again, it is a stunning verdict coming from this Connecticut jury just 18 miles away from where the Sandy Hook Elementary School massacre happened in December of 2012. Aaron?
Rahima, I know it's very recent since this happened. Any reaction? Have we heard anything from Alex Jones?
We have not heard anything from Alex Jones, but what we saw from video that was coming from the courtroom, you could see family members with their head in their hands, and they were sobbing. Alex?
Rahima Ellis covering all of it for us. Rahima, thank you. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
If it's Wednesday, battleground brawls in Georgia and Pennsylvania as the candidates in two of the most important Senate contests fight for their political lives, facing challenges above and beyond the national political environment. Plus, Russia, arguably at its weakest point in the war, amid new warnings that Putin's forces are exhausted and increasingly desperate. Does it potentially push us to the brink of a nuclear confrontation? And inside the Cherokee Nation's historic campaign for a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives, as it pushes Congress to make good on a centuries-old treaty with the U.S. government. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd. So with less than a month until the midterm elections, what if I told you that suddenly control of the Senate may not be decided by any of these big national issues like the economy or abortion rights, or President Biden's job rating, or crime? Instead, the fate of control of the United States Senate could hinge on how two candidates in two very different races, face two very unique and individual challenges. The first is Georgia Senate Republican nominee Herschel Walker, who is facing accusations that he paid for an abortion for an ex-girlfriend in 2009, even as he campaigns on his support for banning access to the procedure. Walker again adamantly denied all the accusations in an interview yesterday, calling his accuser, who happens to be the mother of one of his children, a liar.
Did you ever have a conversation with this woman at any time about an abortion?
No.
Did you ever, to your knowledge, give money to pay for the cost of an abortion?
No.
Is she lying?
Yes, she's lying. Yeah, she's lying.
Are you saying a flat-out denial to any knowledge of an abortion, or is it possible it happened and you don't remember?
Flat-out denial, lie. Lie, lie, lie.
But then, after that interview was taped, the Washington Post published another story on the allegations, saying they had viewed an image of a check signed by Walker and sent to the accuser at the time in question. NBC News has not confirmed the story or reviewed the documentation ourselves. Despite the accusations, top Republicans are sticking by Walker. Georgia is a state they can't afford to lose if they want to flip the Senate. That brings us to the Senate race in Pennsylvania, which Democrats can't afford to lose if they want to hold the Senate, especially if they end up losing another seat around the country. Democrat John Fetterman is defending his campaign's decision to not release his medical records after he suffered a stroke in May that he says nearly killed him. The last the public has heard from his doctors was in a letter released at the time of his stroke. In Fetterman's first in-person sit-down interview since that stroke, my colleague, Dasha Burns, he relied on live closed captioning to help him deal with auditory processing issues he still faces as a result of the incident.
You've been called on by the Washington Post, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, the New York Times. There are a lot of folks asking for this, so why not release the records?
Well, as I said, I feel like, you know, I've been very transparent to the point of what voters could make the decision on whether I'm fit to run or fit to serve.
In what way do you think you've been transparent?
As I said, I put out an evaluation of my medical team, and I've been campaigning and going around everywhere, all across Pennsylvania, in front of thousands and thousands of people. And I think they're able to make their own their decision.
Fetterman plans on using a similar closed captioning system in the upcoming debate with Mehmet Oz, who has seized on Fetterman's health, painting him as unfit to serve. Here's how Fetterman responded to questions about his ability to do the job.
I feel like I'm going to get better and better every day. And by January, I'm going to be, you know, much better. And Dr. Oz is still going to be a fraud. You know, Dr. Oz likes to make fun of me that I might miss a word. But, you know, he's missed, you know, 2 words. And that is a yes or no on the national abortion ban. If you're going to be our next senator, you have to give the answer.
Dasha Burns is in Pittsburgh following her interview with John Fetterman. Ellison Barber is in Atlanta, where she's been following the Herschel Walker campaign. So, Dasha, let me start with your interview. And what we didn't get from John Fetterman was more access to his doctors or more access to his records. Are they at all having any second thoughts about doing the full release? I mean, I remember this became an issue in 2008 with John McCain and his health. And I think he released a pile of medical records that were like 3,000 pages, but he put it all out there. And it sort of stopped whatever questions there were. Have they thought about doing that?
Yeah, Chuck, you heard him pretty clear there. He believes that the campaign has been transparent, that it is enough to be out on stage in front of thousands of people to have released that letter back on June 3rd. I asked him, well, what if some voters don't think that's enough? And he said, well, they can make that decision on Election Day. It's up to them to decide when they cast their ballot. And look, as I've been out there talking to voters, you know, we've been talking about this election for many, many months now, but some people are just starting to tune tune back into politics, right? And what I'm hearing from folks, especially those who are still undecided because they've just seen so much come at them here in Pennsylvania. They've seen the ads from Republicans, from Oz, they've seen the ads from Fetterman, and they're just not sure what to do, how they're going to wade through this. They're waiting for that debate on October 25th. They want to hear directly from these candidates. And I asked John Fetterman about that debate. Take a listen to what he told me. Are you committed to showing up on October 25th, no matter what your opponent says or does?
Well, yeah, of course I'm going to show up on the 25th.
How has your prep for a moment like this changed from the primary? Considering the auditory processing issues, some of the issues with speech, what has the prep been like? And are you confident going into that debate?
It's going to be basically the same kind of prepping as it would be for any debate, except I'm just going to make sure that we have captioning included in all of it.
You know, it's interesting, Chuck, in one of the editorials from the New York Times calling on Fetterman to release his records, the writer said that for politicians, releasing just some information can sometimes be more harmful than just releasing all of it, because it perpetuates these questions, right? It perpetuates the theories. And so this is why we pressed so much in that interview. But so far, they're not planning to release those records. They feel like they've put it all out there.
Yeah, John McCain, they put everything out there, including the fact that he'd gotten an STD, I think, when he was after Vietnam. I mean, he put it all out there for that very reason. You put in some, then the question is, what else aren't you putting out? Very quickly, how are they going to make sure this campaign isn't about Fetterman in the last 3 weeks and his health and about issues that they want to run on?
It's a great question. I mean, perhaps releasing those medical records would help with that. But at the end of the day, we're going to see, I anticipate, on the airwaves a lot more ads about abortion, a lot more of the sort of memes that we've seen from the Fetterman campaign against his opponent, Oz. And we'll see what ultimately impacts voters, what actually hits home for folks.
All right. Well, from one candidate issue down to another one in Georgia. Allison, let's talk about the Herschel Walker campaign and sort of how they're trying to do this damage control. They clearly believe that he's got to be out there denying this straight up. This seems to be awfully risky. There's a lot of solid reporting that keeps coming on with receipts, and he keeps coming out there with full denials. They still comfortable standing by their denial?
Say someone asked me earlier this morning what was my biggest takeaway, if you will, from the sit-down interview with Herschel Walker last night that aired on ABC. And a lot of it was things that we have already heard, right? Since this allegation initially came out in reporting by the Daily Beast, you had Herschel Walker immediately come out saying that this was a lie. This was kind of the clearest, most definitive, aggressive, if you will, denial that we have heard from Herschel Walker, where he really left little to no room for his answer from "this is a lie" to change. There's kind of no gray area here. He went through a list of saying not only did he deny these accusations, he repeatedly said the woman, the mother of one of his children, is lying. He said that repeatedly. And then he also, when he was asked if there was any sort of possibility that issues he'd previously had with his mental health, issues he's had in the past of memory lapses, he says, when he has been dealing with his mental health struggles, if maybe something like that could be at play here. And he said, absolutely not. None of that's at play here. This did not happen. This is all a lie. But then on the heels of that, you have this new reporting from the Washington Post coming out where they say they have seen this $700 check from Herschel Walker that was allegedly given to this woman days after she had this procedure, and also other documents. And that is the third news outlet to report details about these documents. So yeah, I mean, this story isn't going away. It continues to dominate the headlines here. Herschel Walker, for his part, he's not backing down in his denials. And national Republicans absolutely seem to be standing by him, even though you have some state politicians like the lieutenant governor now sort of letting off the gas, if you will.
Allison, he didn't commit a crime on whatever the abortion situation is, whether he paid for it or not. No crime was committed there. There's been accusations that he held a gun to the head of 2 different women. How does he deal with that allegation?
Yeah, you know, that's one thing that I'm going to be very interested to see how or if it gets addressed on the debate stage in Savannah on Friday. Because one thing that you will hear Herschel Walker's campaign say publicly and in private conversations when you ask about some of those previous allegations of violence, they say he's addressed that had to do with his mental health issues, dissociative identity. He wrote an entire book about it. Go read the book. He's addressed it. I read that entire book. In terms of the specific allegations with his ex-wife, Cindy, who said in an interview that he was by her side for that he held a gun to her head and said, "I'm going to blow your brains out." That's not addressed in the book at all. Does he talk about his mental health issues, other instances of violence, things like that? Yes, but this really big specific allegation of domestic violence, that stuff hasn't been really addressed head on. He had an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal at some point where he sort of started to touch on it, but there are still a lot of unanswered questions there. And I think heading into this debate, I'm curious if Senator Raphael Warnock will bring it up, because his campaign has sort of stayed away from a lot of that stuff, or if some of the moderators will address it.
Yeah, look, I understand the abortion story is the sort of shiny metal object of the last week. I've felt that the other allegations, you know, that borders on actual law breaking and things like that. So it should be fascinating there. Dasha Burns, Ellison Barber, thank you both for getting us started. So joining me now, we're going to take a look at the larger issue here of the balance of power in the Senate and how these two individual states and what happens to those races could actually have a lot of impact there. Jessica, you're back by popular demand when we did this before. So here we are. We've got it narrowed down to 11. And you know what was interesting here? I went through the 11. I thought, okay, I want to get through the ones that I know you're going to be comfortable moving first. And I only had 3 in my head. So Colorado, I assume, Democrats, despite what Republicans have done, they seem to have not gotten where they needed to go there. And then the next one where I was feeling comfortable that I thought you'd be ready to move is Arizona. Are you ready to put that? You moved that to lean Democrat before.
Democratic, that's correct.
You know,
and now, the other one is New Hampshire. That we have lean Democratic.
You put that there. So let's go ahead and give that. So now the Democrats need 2. So let's move it there. They're looking for 50. They're behind in Florida. They're dead even in Ohio, but it feels like they're behind if they're even. You got Georgia, you got Pennsylvania, where polls show they're ahead in both. North Carolina feels like it's a dead heat. Utah is here for a different reason. We're going to talk about that in a minute. There's Nevada and Wisconsin. Let's go with Nevada first. Is this the closest race in the country right now?
I really think it is. It's sort of Nevada's unique. And it's a heavily transient state, new voters, but we've also seen a lot of new unaffiliated voters that are leaving Democratic voter rolls. And also, Catherine Cortez Masto, she's not sort of as well known as other figures. But Adam Laxalt, the former attorney general that's running, his grandfather was senator and governor. His father, we learned later on, was Senator Pete Domenici. But he's not been problematic in the ways that Herschel Walker or a Dr. Oz or a J.D. Vance have been. He's sort of a generic Republican. And, you know, gas prices are still incredibly high in Nevada. The economy is still struggling. That is by far Republicans' best pickup opportunity.
I was just going to say, so for now, if you had to move this today, would you move it, or would you keep it, frankly, in our unassigned category?
It's sort of like on the edge there, but for our addition purposes, we can always move it to Republicans if you need to.
I'm going to put it there for now because but I'm with you. everything here I'm uncomfortable moving super fast. But the next one I guess I put down is Florida. Rubio can't shake her, but it's the path. How does she take the lead, right?
It's just a state where we've seen, you know, Trump improved his margins in Florida from 2016 to 2020. I think a Democrat can get to 47, but those last 3 points there are just Herculean.
What's interesting is I have talked to some Republicans nervous about what's going down in Fort Myers, nervous about turnout down there. It's a lot of Republican vote. And in a 2-point race, that matters.
Yeah, I've talked to Democrats that they're like, you know, this is obviously a horrible thing that happened.
Correct.
But when you're looking at what the turnout looks like, absolutely.
All right, so let's go to these last 6 here. Let's go to Georgia. Because of the runoff situation, if we didn't have a runoff and 49 were a winning number, would you put this automatically? Would you be like, oh, Democrats are going to win this if there wasn't a runoff situation?
I mean, I still think it's a very close race. It's within the margin of error, but I see Warnock as far more likely to be ahead on Election Day than Walker is. And, you know, I can see a scenario where Warnock gets to 50 on Election Day. I can't see that for Walker. So even both party strategists I've talked to think this goes to a runoff. But, you know, Democrats feel like we have to win this one.
Is Walker ever a favorite even in the runoff? It's unlikely, is he?
I think it's just still very, very close.
Yeah.
I mean, it comes down to turnout and how these things get out. I mean, we do have this coming. It's no longer a January runoff. It's a December 6th runoff, a shorter time scenario. My question is this the deciding state in the Senate, though?
Right.
And we see sort of a deja vu. All resources get poured into there. Are we going to have, not Trump saying that the election was stolen, but he could be saying other states were stolen and other candidates not conceding. I mean, we could see a little bit of a rehash of that. I'm
going to go to Wisconsin next because we got some new polling out today from Marquette. I'm going to discuss it earlier. Has Ron Johnson now up 6? This is a poll 2 months ago that had Mandela Barnes up 7. Now, their likely voter model has him up 6. Among all registered voters, it's dead even. Where do you see the race?
I think it's one that I would put a pinky on the scale for Johnson at this point. We are evaluating our ratings this week. We'll have a couple of moves, I think, this Friday and next week, so to watch. But that's one where certainly the polling trend has moved toward Johnson. In polls, in fact, that underestimated him in 2016 when it looked like he was suddenly going to lose, and he did not. And again, Democrats are just very skeptical. They really feel like these attacks on Barnes have taken on a life.
It does feel like they have, and it feels like Barnes just didn't inoculate himself the way we saw other candidates do it. All right, this is where I struggle. First of all, the Utah situation. What's interesting about Utah is the math. If Evan McMullin has said he's not going to caucus with either state, so it means this doesn't matter to our math, does it?
In a way, but I guess I still remain skeptical of that because I think you get here to Washington. I mean, he's. You
think he'll pick a side?
Again.
And you think he picks that side, don't you?
I'm not sure.
Interesting.
He has a lot of Democratic consultants working for him.
So what do you do with that race? Where do you put it?
We have an unlikely Republican at this point, but like the races, because I still think Lee is a slight favorite. But it's one that, man, it's just hard to handicap this year because you do have, it's not like the Al Gross situation last cycle where he was running as an independent, but said he would caucus with Democrats.
All right, so now we're down to our last 4. Georgia, we're keeping there because of the runoff. North Carolina, it's just a state that just hasn't moved yet.
Yeah.
I know everybody thinks it'll tip Republican at the end. Are they right?
It's the most under the radar state. And again, you look at historically where they've struggled with Senate seats, particularly back to 2008. And when you look at what the environment should be this year, I still think it tilts slightly to Republicans, but it's another one we're watching in our ratings, certainly.
So look where we got. We got the Republicans sitting at 49. You got the Democrats at 48. So basically what we're saying is they got to win 2 of these 3. In this scenario, if we're assuming they lose Nevada, look what that does with our Georgia and Pennsylvania stories.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ohio goes to Republicans, too, eventually. I mean,
I know everybody says that eventually, but isn't this a case where Ryan's at 48? And it's not a winning number?
It could be, but it's an R+8 state still. I just have a really hard time. And the polls, again, showed that Biden and Democrats were being competitive there. I guess a lot of us have been burned by the polls, too, after the past few years.
Right. So, look, I'm going to put my pick in the scale here. I think Walker is unelectable. I just think he's crossed the Rubicon. Maybe I'm wrong, because it gets us to where I think we may be looking at. Is Pennsylvania the pivot state now?
It very well could be.
Well, there you go. Jessica Taylor.
I mean, I see a 51-49 margin either way, perhaps, or 50-50. Spent all this money, we still end up back at 50-50. It would be somewhat ironic.
It would be, and it would mean neither party would believe they lost. They would just assumed they came up a day short.
Yep.
All right, Jessica Taylor, as always, fine work at our friends at the Cook Political Report. Now we're going to turn to quick breaking news out of Connecticut, where a jury just ordered the conspiracy theorist Alex Jones to pay at least $965 million, yes, just under $1 billion, to the people who suffered from his false claims that the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting was a hoax. Today's verdict comes 2 months after a Texas jury awarded nearly $50 million to the parents of another child killed in the 2012 attack. Ben Collins is our reporter on this Alex Jones trial. And Ben, I think people probably don't realize how wealthy Alex Jones is from the whole supplemental business and all of this stuff. Obviously, this verdict is designed to bankrupt him permanently. Will it?
Maybe. Chuck, this is considerably larger than anything I think even people in that courtroom thought. There are people breaking down, crying at even the idea that individually each of these families was going to receive, 20 or 30 or 40 million dollars apiece in this verdict. The issue, of course, here with Alex is that he will, in fact, lawyer this to death. Maybe literally, he might appeal this for the rest of his life. This is a thing that he is fully committed to fighting against. He gave up on a real legal strategy a ways back, and he's been trying to use these trials to sell supplements, basically. But I don't know how many you can't sell $1 billion worth of supplements, Chuck. Chuck, I don't know who can. You would be the greatest salesman on earth, and he's pretty good at selling lies, but I don't think he can be this good.
How long can he tie this up, though, Ben? Is there a point where the system will say, you're out of appeals, sorry?
Yeah, there will be a point where that happens, absolutely. This is an interesting case because even the plaintiffs were not asking for this much. They were asking for about half this. So it is double the previous one. He was ordered to pay $50 million in damages in Texas. That's going to be capped to about $5 million. He's assuming, he's hoping that these caps will also somehow affect the Connecticut trial. It doesn't really appear that there's any mechanism for that, but that's what he's hoping for. But by the way, he said right after this, I was watching the live stream as it was happening. He was talking over the verdict, as he's wont to do. And he said he's not going to stop. They're trying to make you not question mass shootings, is what he said about Uvalde and Parkland. So he might just double down on this until the end of days.
Are these internet companies going to just continue to give him access to the airwaves? I mean, is there a point, how much money does he have to be fined? How much verdicts does he have? How many verdicts does he have to lose before he should be prevented from spouting off?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing stopping him. He's created his own world, right? He has a website that is branded as Banned Video that hosts all of these files because he can't really stay on YouTube. He still tries to put stuff up there, but it doesn't really work. Twitter he's been off Twitter for a very long time. There's no access for him there. So in terms of individual social media companies, he's not allowed on any of these places. He's got his own little empire there. But keeping that up, right? Keep it just paying for the server fees, right? That's going to be hard to do if you have to pay out $1 billion to these families over the course of the next few years.
Ben Collins, who's been on this beat for quite some time. Ben, thank you for your reporting. Coming up, winning at all costs. Republican leaders who have spoken out against lies about the 2020 election are now campaigning with election deniers in Arizona. Senator Mike Lee is pleading with fellow Utah Senator Mitt Romney to please endorse him, help him. And he did it in prime time on Tucker Carlson. Does he really want Mitt Romney's help? It's a weird place to ask for it. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. It's not just Georgia where Republicans are sticking by a flawed or embattled candidate. In Arizona, Governor Doug Ducey and former Vice President Mike Pence, both of whom have spoken out against former President Trump's lies about the 2020 election. Well, they hit the campaign trail for two election deniers in Arizona, gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake and Senate candidate Blake Masters. Vaughn Hilliard pressed Ducey on why he and the Republican Governors Association were backing Lake to be Arizona's chief executive. Take a listen to the exchange.
How are you squaring up the known threat that election denialism plays at the state level here with RGA support of Kari Lake?
In Arizona, border security is an incredibly important issue, along with school choice, along with lower taxes. Kari Lake is on the right side of all three of those issues.
Does it give you pause, knowing that the threat that denying and not certifying an election would pose? You stood there against the pressure and did not back down. Kari Lake has said that she would decertify the 2020 election.
The primary's over. I have every confidence that our elections will maintain their integrity going forward.
Let me go to Vaughn Hilliard really quick. He's on the ground for us in Phoenix, where early voting, by the way, began today. Look, Vaughn, you're an Arizona native. You've covered the state very thoroughly for us. Governor Ducey, he's not the easiest guy to get to talk on the record. You got him on this. He seemed uncomfortable with your questions. He seemed uncomfortable supporting Kari Lake.
Right. I mean, those are his first on-camera remarks about his support of Kari Lake. It was implicit through the RGA, which he chairs, which was funneling millions of dollars to boost the candidacy of Kari Lake. But largely those ads had been more so targeting the Democratic opponent, Katie Hobbs, and taking issue with her candidacy. But you just laid it out there. Doug Ducey tacitly backing Kari Lake's candidacy here. And I think this is the real issue, that when we're looking at this governor's race here, which we expect to remain competitive in these final weeks, is how many of those more independents, those conservative types that maybe the likes of Doug Ducey would have been cautious to support, and most folks would have expected him to be cautiously supportive of, how many of them ultimately get behind Kari Lake's candidacy? And in so many ways, Doug Ducey represents, if in the fact Kari Lake were to pull off this win, a marked note about those types of voters that ultimately got behind her, despite her election denialism and other propagation of conspiracy theories.
Look, his answer to you, when he says Kari Lake's on the right side of those issues, I could see that being clipped for an ad. And suddenly it looks like Doug Ducey supports Kari Lake. It might be enough there. Anyway, Vaughn Hilliard on the ground for us, where early voting begins today in Arizona. Vaughn, thank you. Joining me now on set, Nicholas Wu, congressional reporter for Politico, Stephanie Shriak, senior advisor for Strategic Victory Fund and the former president of Emily's List, and Stephen Hayes, the editor and CEO of The Dispatch, as well as an NBC News contributor. Let me give you guys a quote here from Mitch McConnell. He did a off-camera, on-the-record interview with our friends at Manu Raju over at CNN. And he said this about the Republican candidates, Nicholas. I don't have a litmus test. I'm for people that get the Republican nomination and for winning. Because if we win, we get to decide what the agenda is, and they don't. Win at all costs. Ends justify the means. Here we are. We're all worried about this. Mitch McConnell's embracing this strategy. Is this dangerous?
Well, at this point in the game, Republicans have to go all in on their candidates if they want any chance of taking the majority, which at the end of the day is Leader McConnell's goal. He wants to become majority leader again. And if it's with candidates that, might have their flaws, like Herschel Walker or J.D. Vance in Ohio, for McConnell, at the end of the day, those are people that'll be one more vote in his column.
Steve, I know that we got rid of the moral compass apparently a long time ago, and we threw it away. But really? I mean, you know, there's not a person in this town that thinks Herschel Walker's qualified to be a United States Senator or has the character to do this. And here we are. Let me show you something before we get there. Here's Tom Cotton, who wants to be President of the United States, campaigning with Herschel Walker. Take a listen. All right. Apparently we're having a hard time. And he said this when asked about his support. He said, Raphael Warnock and the Democrats want to make this about Herschel Walker's past. Walker wants to make this about Georgia's tomorrow. Just total forgiveness. Is that presidential material?
Look, this is what you hear from Republicans all the time to rationalize what they're doing in some cases. I mean, I can't imagine being in a position where, as a conservative or somebody who believes in the truth, you could justify backing an election denier. And like, we've seen what the dangers are. This is no longer theoretical. I mean, look at what happened on January 6th. We've seen what happens when you go along to get along. You know, is this reflective of the new Republican Party? I think there are very few Republicans who are willing to stand up and say, I'm not going to do this anymore. And the ones who are willing to say that are no longer, in many cases, Republicans.
No, they leave. Yeah. Or they walk away.
Or they're voted out.
Or they try to become president of the University of Florida. Stephanie?
I mean, it's so disappointing, and we've been working in around politics for, I dare say, many decades at this point, and it's just gotten so bad. And you listen to Mitch McConnell and what he's talking about. He's talking about building a caucus that he is not going to be able to control very well, that's going to pass an abortion ban, that has a whole slew of election deniers who, Lord knows what they're going to do in moving any kind of, or stopping any kind of legislation on voting rights. In fact, they could roll things back that we don't even know what they might roll back. Yeah. This is a very, very dangerous time. And that's not including some of the just race baiting that is just outright open at these rallies, and no one's calling them out in the party. Exactly. It's shocking.
It's doubly shocking because of what he did for a living. He was the leader of many African-American men at Auburn and at Cincinnati. I mean, there's a lot of moms and dads that are wondering why they gave their son that advice to go and take advice from that coach. Nicholas, let's move to Pennsylvania. You saw our little scenario there. It's amazing that here we go again. This whole thing could come down to Pennsylvania, and John Fetterman looks like this is an issue he hasn't fully resolved.
Yeah, I mean, this is something where, you know, we're entering the final months of the campaign, and both sides are figuring out how exactly they're going to compromise on both of their nominees, right? Mehmet Oz is someone who has many of his flaws, but we've seen Republicans coalesce around him. And Fetterman is someone who, you know, some Democrats certainly have expressed some misgivings about, but at the end of the day, he's still their nominee. You can't really replace him at this point. And, you know, it still is worth remembering that, you know, he's still on the mend from his stroke. And so we'll have to see. They still have one debate left, I believe. And, you know, if his performance is anything like that, you know, this could cause some issues.
Stephanie, you've been in these situations, and you have candidates that have some issues that, you know, it seems like they're just throw it all out there. I mean, I go back, Steve, you remember the John McCain medical records? You know, I mean, he put them all out there almost to overwhelm people. Then there's no more questions.
You know, I mean, this is a very personal decision, right? This is your health. He's a relatively young guy who is mending rapidly. I mean, I was actually talking earlier, and I'll be honest, I had a stroke 3 years ago myself, and it takes a little bit of time. I am amazed at how well he's doing. I think he's fantastic, and he's going to get better and better. But ultimately, the Democrats are coalesced, the Republicans are coalesced. This is going to be about the persuadables in those collar counties, as it always is. And we've got Oz, who has read the memo to not ever say anything about abortion now. So there you go. And you've got Fetterman, who actually does reach out to some folks in the middle of the state that we sometimes don't reach out to. So I think we've got a really good opportunity still here. It's Pennsylvania. It was going to get tight.
You know, it's interesting, Steve. So Fetterman may need the coattails of Shapiro. Right. And Walker may need the coattails of Kemp. I mean, the two governors' races could end up deciding the control of the Senate.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you talk to Republican consultants who are involved with or following Georgia very closely. That's what they're banking on. Herschel Walker will become a senator because Brian Kemp is going to win by 8 points, 10 points, figure it out. And that's the bank shot strategy.
Yeah, I think that's a tough strategy.
Is sort of the last refuge of a party in trouble.
I don't believe that's going to happen in Georgia.
All right, the Senate race that's always been the most intriguing to me all year, and it's like, is it going to be relevant? Is it not? And I'm not sure how much Evan McMullin is a threat to Mike Lee. I haven't been sure until I saw this last night. Here's Mike Lee with Tucker Carlson.
Here's the deal. I don't think Mitt Romney wants Chuck Schumer to continue to be the Senate Majority Leader. If I'm right on that, then he's get on board, because that's exactly what he will be producing. That's exactly what this will lead to. If Utah gets tricked into electing Evan McMullin, a closeted Democrat, into the United States Senate. And so as soon as Mitt Romney is ready to, I will eagerly accept his endorsement.
Wow. Steve, here's what this tells me. He's petrified that Evan McMullin is going to beat him because Evan McMullin has pledged not to caucus with either party. So it would technically make his math irrelevant this cycle because the Democrats would have the tiebreaker with the 50-50. That seemed like, I wasn't sure how nervous Lee was. Now I think he's super nervous.
Yeah, it makes his math irrelevant, but he's right that it would lead to Chuck Schumer.
It doesn't necessarily, by the way.
But why not?
Because it's only one seat. It's either 50-50 or 50-50 Democrats win, or it's 50-49 and he sits there, or it's, no matter what, this scenario, the math doesn't matter for this race.
I mean, you did not tell me we were going to be doing math live. I mean, this is like, I got into journalism to get away from math. So
I'm aware of this.
Yeah, look, I'm surprised by that as well. Nobody would have predicted this a month ago. If we would have had this conversation with this group of people, we would have never said Mike Lee would go on Fox News and say,
please, Mitt Romney.
Please, Mitt, jump on.
Nicholas, of all places to go woo Mitt Romney, you think using Tucker Carlson as your I mean, actually sounds like he just wants Mitt Romney to be harassed.
Yeah, I mean, look at that Chiron, right? It was dirty trickster Pierre Derelicto, which is, really kind of a deep cut on Mitt Romney. You have to know that's
you really got to know your,
right.
You got to know your Mitt Romney hatred.
You have to know this is, Mitt Romney's burner Twitter account, right? But, Mike Lee's always been kind of an iconoclast in the Senate, right? And that hasn't necessarily made him a lot of friends. And so, we see McMullin's kind of banking on, Utah voters looking for something a little different. But, this is surely a warning sign for his own campaign that he's going on.
Well, McMullin has run an extraordinary campaign. I mean, you got to give him a ton of credit here. This has been a smart campaign the entire way.
Did you hear Jessica's comment there? She said, she goes, I'm not as convinced that he couldn't be wooed by Schumer if they needed the vote.
Yeah.
If you're McMullin, do you need to shut that down, actually?
Probably.
Because I think
probably now.
Right.
Honestly, I mean, sure, he's made it clear what he's going to do, which is not caucus with either one.
Yeah.
And to your point, doing math in public, it doesn't matter this go around if we walk in with 50,
right?
And he's 1 and there's 49. Yeah. So,
all right.
Okay.
Nicholas, Stephen, and Stephanie, thank you. Thank you for humoring me on Utah. Sorry. The story, as I like to say in one of my old favorite movies, Fletch, the story is Utah, Steve. The story is Utah. You can catch even more of our breakdown of November's key races on today's episode of the Chuck Toddcast. Stephen Hayes and Adrian Elrod were my guests for that. Get it wherever you get your podcasts. Up next, we're live in Ukraine, where Russia's army may be pushed to the brink as Putin continues to threaten nuclear consequences.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility.
this. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Moments ago, the United Nations General Assembly voted on a resolution condemning Russia's annexation of 4 Ukrainian regions. Just 5 countries voted against that resolution. Russia, of course, Belarus, North Korea, Nicaragua, and Syria. 35 others abstained, including China and India and a whole lot of countries in Africa, if you're keeping score there. And at a gathering of NATO defense ministers 2 days after Russia's deadly bombardment of multiple Ukrainian cities, NATO Secretary General said providing Ukraine with additional air defense is now a top priority. And despite continued condemnation, Russia carried out more missile strikes today, targeting Zaporizhia and other cities in southern Ukraine, raising questions about how long Russia will sustain these air attacks and where Putin goes from here. Meanwhile, Russia's FSB says that they've made 8 arrests, including 5 Russian citizens and 3 citizens of Ukraine and Armenia, in connection with the bridge explosion in Crimea. Russia's intelligence service claims the explosion was organized by Ukraine's chief of defense intelligence. Despite praising the attack, Ukraine has not taken responsibility technically for the blast. I'm joined now by none other than Richard Engel, who's on the ground in Ukraine. And Richard, you and I were speaking earlier today, and we're in this precarious situation where the more successful Ukraine is, the more problems that Russia has with its military, the more dangerous this situation gets. Explain.
Well, if Russia's conventional army is broken, and so far it seems like the conventional army is not working because Russia's had to issue a partial draft. It is effectively gang pressing people into service, knocking on doors, in some cases sending conscripts right into battle. I spoke to a senior military official here who said that the day after the draft was announced in Russia, some conscripts started showing up on the battlefield, meaning they had no extra training. And wow. Ukrainians say for them, that's a positive because they are sending people here who are in some cases, to quote this official, drunks, alcoholics, looters who have no training. And he said they're easier to fight against, easier to kill than a well-trained, well-equipped army. But the more the conventional force breaks, the more that Vladimir Putin is tempted to resort to his unconventional force, which, as far as we understand, is still very capable and still very numerous. So if one force isn't working, he may resort to the other, and that is really the danger. And the other danger is these small nuclear weapons. We're talking about tactical nuclear weapons. And going back, Chuck, I know you're a student of history. Going back to the days of the Cold War, there was always a concern about these small nuclear weapons because they're easier to use. They're possible to use in a battlefield scenario, unlike giant thermonuclear devices that can destroy entire cities or more. These small tactical nukes are designed to be used against troop formations, lowering the bar for their potential use. And that has what so many officials in this country and in other NATO countries are very concerned.
Richard, what did your Ukrainian sources think of the president calling Putin a rational actor? And frankly, what that usually is code for is he's not going to be so stupid as to use a nuke. He didn't say it that way, but clearly the phrase rational actor is what he's trying to convey there. Perhaps Biden thinks that the message that NATO and America has sent has been received. How did Ukrainians hear that?
So Ukrainians believe he is rational in that he's pursuing an objective, and he's using the tools that he has. He's using his army, but they believe he's an angry actor, that he's an uncontrollable actor, that he is not necessarily bound by what we would consider rational behavior, that while he might not be insane, that he's being driven by a passion for imperialism. He's driven by a sense of revenge because Ukraine broke away from Russia's sphere of influence in 2014. So they share the assessment with the United States that Russia hasn't taken any steps to mobilize weapons, and U.S. intelligence officials say that they're not seeing any indication that these weapons are being moved or readied for use, or that the military apparatus in Russia has taken any concrete steps. No. It's the analysis that is slightly different. They think that it is possible, and President Zelensky, speaking to the BBC recently, just said that Putin is preparing the public, laying the groundwork, laying the ideological foundation for potentially using a tactical nuclear weapon, one of these small bombs.
Well, he's absolutely right. It's a fact. I mean, we heard Putin try to basically say the United States started this by using nuclear weapons in World War II. Anyway, Richard Engel on the ground for us in Ukraine with some tremendous reporting. Richard, as always, thank you, and please stay safe. Now, I want to get the reaction from a military perspective here. I'm joined now by retired Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, former Deputy Commander of U.S. European Command and an NBC News military analyst. You know, General, I want to start with the President calling Putin a rational actor and the message he was intending to send by using that phrase. What did you hear?
Yes, I heard what you said, heard calling him a rational actor. But here's what I will tell you, Chuck. In the great scheme of things, it doesn't matter whether he's rational or irrational. From a military perspective, and I have 40 years in the military is always going to plan for the worst case, expect the unexpected. And when we look at Russia, based on the saber rattling that he's done over the past couple of months, we have to expect the unexpected. So therefore, we have to plan for the unexpected. And I can guarantee you in the Pentagon, as well as NATO and in the administration, that's what they're doing. They're planning for the unexpected in the event that President Putin decides to use, whether it's chemical weapons, tactical weapons, and all-out nuclear weapons. What are those options? It may be military options, diplomatic, information, economic options, but what are those options and levers that the president and the Secretary General will have at their disposal?
Well, General, let me ask you this. Jake Sullivan used a phrase with me 2 weeks ago. They know that there'd be a catastrophic reaction if they used a nuke. Essentially, they know that the consequences would be catastrophic. He specifically used that word. What did you hear when you heard that word? What's that warning really mean to Russia?
Yeah. Well, I heard the same thing. If you're thinking that the U.S. would use nuclear weapons in kind, I don't see that happening. I don't see us using nuclear weapons to attack Putin because he used a nuclear weapon. What I do see as a viable option is to use conventional weapons. And the mass and the amount of firepower, not only the U.S., but 30, now soon to be 32 countries, can bring against Russia, if we had to do something, would just, in my mind, would devastate the already broken Russian military.
Let me ask you this. What can be done preemptively for Ukraine? If he has decided he wants to use a tactical nuke, is there anything we can do preemptively to help them?
Yeah, so there's a couple options. You hear President Zelensky, he's asking for essentially an air defense umbrella. And so it's very important that we focus on air defense for his country. As you can see, that the Russians are able to strike from the Black Sea. They're able to strike from Russia proper. In many cases, the Ukrainians do not know whether those missiles or rockets are coming in because they're pretty far away. So we got to get radars in there. We have to field more Stinger air defense systems in there. We got to help them with their ammunitions in terms of the S-300 air defense system that they have. The Germans have pledged air defense system that's pretty good air defense system called the IRST. We got to get that in there and get that umbrella up to be able to protect most of the critical infrastructure, but to also be able to give indicators and warnings of different missiles and rockets that the Russians are firing.
General, it seems pretty obvious to me that the biggest mistake Putin could make would be trying to use a tactical nuke. He's not this unintelligent, is he?
I don't think he is, and you're correct. That would be the biggest mistake. He's already isolated. His country is already isolated. He goes into further isolation. And he stands a chance for the U.S. and NATO to strike back at him. And there's just so many disadvantage for him and his country to go this route. Condemnation from across the world would occur. And so I just don't see this happening, although I have been wrong in the past. We'll see, but we do have to plan for the unexpected when it comes to Russia.
We don't want you to be wrong about this, General. Anyway, General Twitty, always good to get your expertise on this program, so thank you. Still to come, members of the Cherokee Nation are pushing Congress to live up to an obligation that this country made to the Cherokee Nation nearly 200 years ago. It was for a seat in Congress. I'm going to speak to the delegate, hoping to make history, Kimberly Teehee, next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Cherokee Nation is calling on the United States government to make good on a nearly 200-year-old promise. That's right, 200 years, invoking their ability to send a delegate to Congress. This delegate agreement was part of the 1835 treaty that forced thousands of Cherokee off their lands, but later became known as the Trail of Tears. In exchange, the Cherokee Nation would receive money and a delegate in Congress. A quarter of the Cherokee died during that move, and the U.S. never fulfilled the promise of a voice in government. Former Obama administration advisor Kim Teehee was nominated as delegate back in 2019. But that process was delayed by COVID. Now the nation is redoubling their efforts. Cherokee Nation Principal Chief Chuck Hoskins wrote in an op-ed last month, quote, "We have waited nearly 200 years for the United States to uphold the commitments it made in the Treaty of New Eshota. It was essential to our ancestors to negotiate this right, and as the calendar year winds down and the midterm elections approach, it's critical that the House not wait a single day longer." So I'm joined now by Kim Teehee, the delegate designate for the Cherokee Nation. She is also the nation's Director of Government Relations. Madam Delegate, let me start with this. I'm really sort of frustrated here watching this story because it seems as if there's largely agreement that this should be upheld, that this should happen. There seems to be bipartisan efforts to make this happen, and yet it's not happened. What is the impediment? What are the hurdles here? Is it bureaucratic? Is it just a lack of effort? What is it?
I think part of the delay has been sort of the unknown. How do we seat a delegate that is authorized by treaty that is the supreme law of the land? The process is actually quite simple. The House Rules Committee has jurisdiction. We've asked for a hearing in the House Rules. We've also asked for a vote this year. We've waited 200 years. It's time.
If you do get seated as a delegate, is it the equivalent of D.C.'s delegate, the same kind of voting power, or is it something different?
We're asking for the Cherokee Nation delegate to be treated similar to U.S. territory delegates. That, you know, and the distinction being that you don't have a vote on final passage on the floor, but you do have the ability to sit in committee, to vote in committee, to introduce legislation. We believe that the Cherokee Nation delegate should have the same kinds of authorities that delegates of U.S. territories receive because, as I mentioned earlier, and as you well stated too, the law created Cherokee Nation's delegate, just like a law created U.S. territory delegates.
Do you anticipate that this is something that can get done essentially in what is referred to around here as the lame duck session, the post-election before the new Congress comes in, that this promise gets fulfilled?
Absolutely. I think the stars are aligned in our favor. You know, it's coming down to the end of the year, but we're prepared to move full force. Let's keep in mind, too, you know, November would be a wonderful time to get the delegates seated, right? It is, after all, Native American Heritage Month. And so we're asking for a hearing. We're asking for a vote straight up and down. Only the House has to vote. The Senate doesn't have to. Keep in mind, because our removal treaty was ratified by the Senate and signed by the President of the United States, albeit almost 200 years ago, but it is still the supreme law of the land.
Other than inertia, what is the argument against this?
I don't have an argument against it. You know, I don't want to. No,
I'm not trying to. But has anybody
out there?
All right, let me put it this way: Is there an opposition in Congress to this, or is it just simply not getting it on the agenda? That this needs to be. That this is on Pelosi and Hoyer.
Right. I think that, you know, we waited for a very long time to get some questions asked and answered. We've gone back to the Federalist Papers to go back and to talk about the delegate. I'm appointed, not elected. Well, guess what? The early republic, you know, the House was filled with delegates who were appointed, right? So we know that is a permissible way of making a selection for who represents that nation. You know, double representation. No, it's not dual representation because delegates don't get votes on the final passage of bills. Right. We know that this no equal protection issues either. Because why? Because we know that a treaty is a contract between two sovereigns. And because of that, you know, there are specific commitments between the two sovereigns that must be fulfilled. And in this case, you know, we're asking the United States to fulfill its part of the bargain. All
right. If you get this seat in Congress and get on some committees, what is the committee you want on, number one? And what's the first thing you'd like to see, bill you'd like to shape that could be beneficial to the Cherokee Nation?
Well, obviously appropriations, right? There, we've highlighted probably no more than the pandemic has highlighted the lack of resources to Indian country and the great needs and the gaps that still exist. So getting the appropriate resources deployed out to Cherokee Nation, but also the rest of Indian country too. But in addition to that, addressing healthcare access, connectivity, housing, infrastructure, public safety, those are all hugely important to us. And so taking on those things. But I don't want to forget fundamentally who we are either, Chuck, which is Cherokee Nation, which is also taking efforts to protect our language. We have massive revitalization efforts underway, and we certainly want to make sure that we get the resources necessary in order to preserve our language.
Well, let's see us fulfill our treaty commitments. Delegate-designate Kim Teehee, really appreciate you coming on, explaining this situation and making our viewers a little smarter about all of this. And thank you all for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news from a courtroom in Connecticut and the absolutely staggering amount of money that conspiracy theorist Alex Jones is now going to have to pay, about $1 billion, to 8 Sandy Hook families and an FBI agent because of Jones's years of lies about the massacre. The reaction we're getting from those families and from Jones, whose legal issues are not even close to being over yet. Plus, President Biden out west doing some policy, doing some politics as voters start voting, including in Arizona, with election deniers at the top of the Republican ticket. We'll take you there live. We're also bringing you an exclusive interview with one of Vladimir Putin's right-hand men, what he's telling our team about whether his boss is a rational actor, like President Biden says. Plus, tonight's forecast, it's calling for purple rain. How a case involving the artist formerly known as Prince and the artist still known as Andy Warhol is giving us a rare fanboy moment at the Supreme Court. And with the business world worried about a recession, we pull back the curtain on how business leaders navigate tricky moments like these, specifically women leaders. And one of our reporters joins us in the backstory with what happens when women lead later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and right before we came on the air, we saw a jury deciding that conspiracy theorist Alex Jones will have to pay nearly $1 billion to families connected to the Sandy Hook school shooting because of Jones' lies about the horrific massacre there in 2012. Jones has since acknowledged it's not true that the shooting was a hoax. Obviously, it was not. And you can see here, I want to show you, look at this, families of those victims who have been through hell, obviously emotional, understandably, as this verdict is read. It's been a long journey for them. With the trial, including testimony from families of 8 of the Sandy Hook victims, describing how Jones's lies made the nightmare they were already living that much worse. Here's what they had to say outside court after the verdict.
Everybody that took the stand told the truth except for one.
And in this big moment, like in every big moment, since the shooting, I wish I could just call my mom and tell her about it.
People like Alex Jones will have to rethink what they say.
This is sending the right message that people are good and that good does prevail.
This decision comes after a 3-week trial in Waterbury, Connecticut, less than 20 miles from Newtown, where the shooting happened, where 20 kids and 6 staff members were murdered. Jones was actually on the air. He was on his show when this verdict came in. He was learning about how much you'd have to pay in real time, telling his viewers, they want to scare us away. He says, we're not going to stop. The verdict came after 17 hours of deliberations. Ever since closing arguments wrapped up last week, lawyers for the families said Jones and his company cashed in on lies about the shooting, while families had to face years of harassment and death threats from his followers. Rahima Ellis is joining us now. And Rahima, it is a $965 million, is a ton of money. Our reporting, and from colleagues and experts we've talked to, Jones probably doesn't have it, right? It is significant, it is extraordinary, it is potentially historic here.
Yeah, and potentially crippling to Alex Jones. And he always said that that was the intention of these families, to put him off the air and to silence him. But they said that was not their intention. That was to, they say their intention was to make him, to hold him responsible for the lies that he told about what happened at Sandy Hook, lies that they say began the very day that the massacre took place. You pointed out that there was more than 17 hours of deliberation. This verdict came on the 3rd day of deliberation. It was a unanimous verdict by the jurors, the 6-member panel, 3 men, 3 women, who had a tough time, it seemed. They had several questions for the court about how do we decide a dollar value here. They wanted to hear testimony read back to them or played back to them of one of the family members in this particular case. And all of that happened over, we said, like the last 3 days. So when they came back today, this afternoon, it was a time of relief. You saw in the video leading up to this, some family members literally shoulders shaking as they're sobbing in relief of what has been a long journey from the day that their loved ones died to this day when they're asking for someone, Alex Jones, to be responsible for lying about it.
Talk to us more about that emotion, Rahima, because it was so compelling, I think, watching these family members. You know, they're obviously never going to... They would never, I'm sure every single one of them would give up every penny and more to get their family members back, right? Incredibly emotional moment. And to center them is really important here.
Absolutely, Hallie. They would give it all back to be able to put their arms around their children and their ones that they loved. And one of the things we heard in the courtroom was from people talking about how damaging this was to them over these years. This has gone on for years. Remember, Sandy Hook happened in December of 2012. So we're talking about 3 years of torment for these families. I'm struck by one father who got on the stand and talked about followers of Alex Jones were going to his son's gravesite and threatening to dig up the gravesite to prove that there was no child in the coffin. And the father talking about, you can hardly imagine what it's like for me. And for him, he said, I almost have no words to explain what that means. Others talking about how close they were to their children, and one woman talking about her sister who was a teacher who was killed, that they were the best of friends, and how heartbreaking it is to her that she can no longer communicate with her. This was a very difficult trial to hear all of this. We should mention that Alex Jones did not sit through it. He didn't want to hear all of it. In fact, he even left Connecticut before deliberations began, and his side didn't put on a defense. They called no witnesses, including Alex Jones. He appeared on the stand one time, and that was when he was being directly questioned by the plaintiffs, by the attorney for the families, and he then left. He didn't want to hear what these families had to say. So when one of the families in the clip that you played coming out of the courtroom said everyone on that who took the witness stand told the truth except one, he was referring to Alex Jones. He said Alex Jones was not telling the truth.
You know, Jones's attorney has promised to appeal here. They say they're going to keep fighting this, but Jones also has a third trial coming up. We covered the one that was about 6 weeks ago. There was this one, huge number. And now there's another trial coming up in just really a few weeks from now in Texas.
Yeah, it is. This will be the third trial of this nature, and Alex Jones has a lot of legal trouble against him. You mentioned Texas, now this one, and the one coming up. There's appeals expected in all of these, no matter what. His troubles are far from over as far as legal troubles are concerned. Hallie?
Rahema Ellis, live for us with the story, breaking again in just the last hour or so. Rahema, thank you so much. Right now, President Biden is heading to Los Angeles. The next stop on his swing through the West. He's out on the campaign trail here less than 4 weeks ahead of the midterms. I want to show you him just an hour or so ago in Colorado to celebrate his first national monument. But he's also there in Colorado to stand with Senator Michael Bennet, who's up for re-election. And you may be thinking, well, wait a second. He's in Colorado. Okay. But Senator Bennet, look at this polling, doesn't need all that much help. He's leading his competitor there, the Republican in this race, by something like 9 points. You might be thinking, would the president go somewhere where there's a closer Senate race, like perhaps maybe Arizona? Well, look at the president's approval rating there. It is 39%. That's lower than the national average. And when you talk about Arizona, mail-in ballots go out today. Voters are getting ready to vote, people. It's happening. Keep in mind, this is a state that historically votes by mail and votes early. It is also a state with 3 Republican election deniers on the ballot, including Kari Lake right here. She's on the right. Lake was supposed to debate her Democratic opponent, Katie Hobbs, tonight, but Hobbs says she's not down with this. She's telling our Andrea Mitchell why in just the last few hours. Watch.
How do you debate someone who refuses to accept the truth, who doesn't live in facts?
We're going to talk about what the president's up to with Kelly O'Donnell in just a second, but let's go live to Phoenix first with Vaughn Hilliard. And Vaughn, you are, I believe, at the Maricopa County Elections Department where those mail-in ballots will be counting. You've got some new reporting on Katie Hobbs and her supporters. Tell us about it.
Right, there's frustration among folks who are supportive of Katie Hobbs here. Not only Democratic activists, but also the likes of folks that even including a former John McCain advisor here, who said that he was looking to support Hobbs and was looking to help how he could, but was waiting for her, in his words, to lead, and that she had not here. I think the skipping of the debate is just one example. I mean, we have had, this is just one example and an anecdote, but over the course of the last week, we have had multiple Kari Lake events, opportunities to cover these events here. Katie Hobbs' schedule has been light, and it's been noticed by those folks who have been closest to her here. But you also don't see the likes of Mark Kelly or Kirsten Sinema on the campaign trail with her. She's not even running on the campaign trail with the Secretary of State, Adriana Fontes, the Democrat who is running to take the seat that she currently holds here. There are questions as she is going to be slated to be outspent by the Republicans backing Kari Lake here in this race. There are a lot of question marks around Katie Hobbs while the polling is still yet close. They feel like there's a missed opportunity here.
Arizona has really close races here, right? You've got the latest polling averages. You talked about it with Mark Kelly, for example, a slim lead on Blake Masters. You said Lake and Hobbs. They're basically 50-50. I mean, they're in the margin of error. And this is driving the conversation you had with Arizona's current governor, Doug Ducey, who now supports both Blake and Masters, which is different from what he did in the primary election. Help us understand that.
Right, he endorsed and helped and stumped for her primary opponent there. And ultimately, Kari Lake won that primary. And he is the chairman of the Republican Governors Association and sort of tacitly endorsed her by okaying the funneling of millions of dollars to back her candidacy. But it was finally was able to get him on camera yesterday where I put the question directly to him because he came under the ire of not only her, but Donald Trump for certifying the 2020 election. And she has called for the decertification of it. Take a listen to our exchange.
Doesn't it give you pause knowing that the threat that denying and not certifying an election would pose? You stood there against the pressure and did not back down. Kari Lake has said that she would decertify the 2020 election.
The primary's over. I have every confidence that our elections will maintain their integrity going forward.
And Hallie, I already told you about the Democrats' lack of campaigning together. Compare that to the Republican side. Not only does she have Doug Ducey on her side, but you also see her campaigning with the likes of Senate candidate Blake Masters, who's taking on Mark Kelly, as well as the Republican candidates for Secretary of State and Attorney General. This is a Republican Party that is coalesced around this slate of Donald Trump-endorsed candidates here in the state.
Vaughn Hilliard live for us there in Phoenix. Vaughn, thank you. Let's turn to Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. And what's interesting, Kelly, as Vaughn talks about the landscape in Arizona, President Biden has frequently cast the upcoming elections as a fight to protect and preserve democratic norms and ideals. He's talked about it as a fight to protect, for example, access to reproductive rights. He has cast this in sort of big, sweepy terms, saying how, like, the onus is on the voter here to go out and make what he believes are good decisions at the ballot box. And now, while he's out in Colorado, yeah, he's doing some policy, Kelly, but he's also doing some politicking. He's trying to show support for Senator Bennett as Democrats are looking to keep control of the Senate.
He is, and yet it is sort of an eye of the beholder moment, because as you will understand, this was an official visit, meaning White House business, going to Colorado, where he named the first national monument of his presidency. And it has the political benefit of allowing space for Senator Michael Bennet, who's also been a proponent of making Camp Hale in the Continental Divide this special national monument, to have sort of the reflected attention of the president visiting. And so that does carry political benefit, but it's not a campaign event in terms of who pays for it and how is it structured.
He's not going out there for a fundraising rally,
Exactly.
that kind of thing. Right.
Fundraising is part of the West Coast swing, however, and when you have a president whose approval rating, as you pointed out, is not as strong as Democrats would like, one way he can be helpful is to get into the room with big dollar donors, because they have the ability to help the party, and the president is always popular in those settings. And so he can do some of that in a way that really fortifies the party by bringing out the biggest donors who want to have that direct personal access with the president. And we know that the president speaks his mind in these settings, because we heard about those comments he made in New York last week about Armageddon and Putin and the nuclear threat. So it can be worth someone's money if they want to have that exposure to the president. In addition, he is doing some overtly political events. We'll see him with the New York mayoral candidate Karen Bass during his time in California. But a West Coast swing for this president is something we haven't seen a lot of, and it will have the benefit of some good politics, some fundraising, and some official White House business along the way. Hallie?
Kelly O'Donnell covering it all for us tonight from the White House, North Lawn. Kelly, good to see you. Thank you. We know that the economy, cost of living, jobs are a big reason why voters go to vote in the first place. And today we're getting some key pieces of info on the economy today, after President Biden suggested he doesn't think a recession is coming, but if it does, it will be very slight. He said that on CNN, and it's kind of a different tone from what we've been hearing from other experts about what could come next in the broader American economic picture. One key piece of data we're getting now is the Producer Price Index. If you don't know what that is, join the club. It's basically this thing that measures what wholesalers get paid. Okay, it went up by about 0.4%. That was more than expected. We're also finding out it's going to cost more, probably, to heat your home this winter. Almost 30% more to heat your home if you have natural gas, according to the Energy Information Administration. One woman telling our Maggie Vespa that with these kind of prices, it'll take the temperature falling below zero for her to turn on the heat on her second floor.
If the weather outside
is like below 0 or something, then I have to use the heat on the second floor. They're separate, 2 different units. If the temperature is not that bad, I don't.
She's going to bundle up, right? A lot of people are making those choices with the home heating price so expensive. Everybody also has their eye on what's going to happen tomorrow when this really key inflation indicator comes out called the Consumer Price Index. We talked about it before. It comes out every so often. It's this time the very last inflation report before the midterms, and it's going to tell us how expensive have things really gotten. Brian Chung is joining us now. And Brian, like, it's the storyline, right? The connective tissue here, high prices on multiple fronts. You've got the midterms right around the corner. There's a lot that is colliding right now as it relates to the economy and politics.
Yeah, well, I mean, the reports that we're seeing today and the report that we'll get tomorrow morning, we don't have the numbers yet, are likely going to tell us something that Americans don't need to be told from the data perspective, which is that things remain very expensive. The question is whether or not, in tandem with the hopefully depressurizing economy alongside the Federal Reserve's efforts to make borrowing costs more expensive, whether or not that picture could be changing soon. It's not going to change by the time we get to the midterms, but as you mentioned, the Producer Price Index telling us that in the month of September, prices remain 8.5% higher than they were a year ago. And that's from the wholesaler's perspective. It's not necessarily reflective of the prices that you pay at the actual cash register. That's going to come from the CPI report that we get tomorrow morning. But broadly speaking, inflation pressures not yet abating. They might be a bit slower than they were in the middle of this summer. But again, nowhere close to the price increases that we saw prior to the pandemic. Not yet.
Let me play just a little bit for you from what the president had to say about the idea of a potential recession. Watch.
I don't think there will be a recession. If it is, it'll be a very slight recession. That is, we'll move down slightly. It's possible. I don't anticipate it.
There is space between that, right, and what we are hearing from some in the business community, some of whom suggest we are probably already in a recession, right? How are we supposed to think about squaring that? What are we supposed to take away from these sort of two differing schools of thoughts here?
Well, it seems like the consensus is that a recession is around the corner if we're not already in one. Now, again, if you take a look at the labor market right now, and this is a talking point we've heard from the administration as well, the labor market with 3.5% unemployment, I mean, that is near over 50-year lows, which tells us that people are still getting jobs. So on that side of the coin, we're not quite in a recession. But of course, what you're seeing at the store, price increases outpacing any sort of wage increases, that's not good for Americans, especially as they head towards the polls in a few weeks.
Brian Chung, thank you. Good to see you. To an NBC News exclusive now, where Russia's deputy prime minister is telling us all of President Putin's decisions are made for the good of the Russian people. He talked with our Keir Simmons in Moscow, where he's also responding to President Biden calling Putin a, quote, rational actor. Watch.
President Biden describes President Putin as a rational actor.
Our president makes decisions that are necessary for development and security of our country. And the support for his decisions from the people who live in our country is very high.
The comments coming after President Biden said on CNN that Putin totally miscalculated the conflict with Ukraine.
I think he thought, Jake, he was going to be welcomed with open arms, that this has been the home of Mother Russia in Kyiv, and he was going to be welcomed. And I think he just totally miscalculated.
What we're hearing from the Russian government today is just the latest in this escalating rhetoric between the U.S. and Russia right now. Because Putin today, speaking at an energy forum in Moscow, said the U.S. was most likely behind the Nord Stream pipeline explosions that caused a huge gas leak, allegations that, of course, the U.S. has previously rejected. Keir Simmons is joining us now with his exclusive with the Deputy Prime Minister. And Keir, you know, it would have been perhaps it would have been shocking if the Deputy Prime Minister said Putin was not doing a good job, right? So, of course, he's going to say that Putin is doing a good job here. But it is access to Russian officials right now in Moscow. Tell us more.
Well, that's right, Hallie. You know, in the end, too, it doesn't take a genius to figure out, does it, that President Putin is under a little bit of pressure right now. Just at that forum today, by the way, he spoke for 30 minutes, uncharacteristically short, didn't take any questions. And again, probably not a surprise that the Deputy Prime Minister wasn't giving very much away when I asked him about exactly how President Putin seems to him during these times.
How would you describe his frame of mind right now?
The president, first of all, thinks about the interest of our country and about the interest of people who live in our country.
So no surprise there, Hallie, but he does speak to President Putin very often, so he does know.
Oh, that's a fair point here. You know, one of the things that's also interesting is the discussion right now and the focus right now on the relationship between Russia and Saudi Arabia, especially because, as we've reported here on this show, OPEC Plus recently decided to cut oil production. We know that the White House didn't want that to happen. The president had been trying to make sure that that didn't happen. Talk about how Russia is thinking about building up its relationship with the Saudis when there's this huge concern in the West about what this means for gas prices.
Well, it's interesting that Deputy Prime Minister Alexander Novak, he's in the room when those negotiations happen. He was the energy minister. He was just recently in the last few years promoted by President Putin, so he knows the Saudis very well. He knows how those decisions are made, and that decision has really rocked many lawmakers in the U.S., including the president. That decision to cut by OPEC Plus, to cut the production of oil just when there are challenges with inflation, the possibility of gas prices rising. I wanted to ask him about that too. Take a listen.
President Biden thinks there's an alliance between you and Saudi Arabia. He says there's going to be consequences for Saudi Arabia for what they've done with Russia.
Both Saudi Arabia and Russia are biggest oil producers and exporters in the world. But I want to make it clear that all decisions that are considered and taken in the framework of our cooperation with the 23 countries are taken in a consolidated manner.
Again, Hallie, probably not a surprise that he would not want to get drawn into whether there was politics involved in that decision. But certainly for Saudi Arabia and for Russia, a higher oil price means they make more money.
Keir Simmons, it's great reporting that you're doing there in Moscow. Thank you for being on the ground. Coming up here on the show, a new poll showing Georgia's Senate race pretty close. We're on the ground in Atlanta. We'll talk about how big of an issue abortion is in this election, considering the scandal surrounding Herschel Walker. Plus, why some people say they're ditching Duncan. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the 5 Things.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Yeah, I love you too.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, we're learning more about the Navy SEAL trainee who died back in February, Kyle Mullen, who died from acute pneumonia and cardiac arrest, according to a military investigation obtained by NBC News. It happened at the end of a really intense part of training known as Hell Week. The investigation detailed how a lack of medical attention delayed Mullen from getting the care he needed after the training. Number 2, Malala Yousafzai visited areas of Pakistan devastated by intense flooding today. It was the second time that Malala, the education activist, Nobel Peace Prize winner, went back to her home country since she was shot by the Taliban a decade ago. She met with victims staying in camps and stressed the need for education and humanitarian help. Number 3, workers at an Amazon fulfillment center in upstate New York started voting today on whether to join the Amazon Labor Union. They can vote through Monday. If they approve it, if workers vote for it, it's going to be the second Amazon facility in this country to unionize. You remember the first one was on Staten Island back in April. Number 4, kids as young as 5 years old can now get updated COVID boosters that target the Omicron variant. The CDC signed off on that today, not too long after the FDA gave the okay. The agency authorized the Pfizer vaccine for kids 5 to 11, Moderna for kids 6 to 17. Kids can get the shot if it's been at least 2 months since their last COVID vaccine. Number 5, some people running on Dunkin' are not too happy about its new rewards program. People used to get any drink they wanted for free after spending $40. Now it's going to take $70 to earn like an espresso or a cold brew or a crafted drink. And you don't get a free birthday drink anymore. Reddit is ticked off about it. People on the Dunkin' subreddit are saying they're going to ditch the brand now. In a statement to NBC News, Dunkin's president said the change is made for a more dynamic reward system, letting people use their points on more food and drink options. We will see how Dunkin' does. Back here in Washington now, the 9th and potentially last January 6th committee hearing is set for tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern time. Over the summer, the hearings led to some really explosive revelations. And if you're asking yourself, well, wait a minute, I don't quite remember that. Summer feels like an eternity ago, right? How did we get here? Here's your context check. The first and maybe only fall January 6th committee hearing set to begin tomorrow after some big revelations over the summer. On June 9th, the committee kicked things off with shocking footage of the attack on the Capitol. Congresswoman Liz Cheney stepping into the spotlight as one of only 2 Republicans on the panel.
There will come a day when Donald Trump is gone, but your dishonor will remain.
Depositions revealing staff close to former President Trump didn't believe his election fraud lies.
I made it clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bullshit.
I respect Attorney General Barr, so I accepted what he was saying.
The committee highlighting just how much danger former Vice President Mike Pence was in after he refused to halt the certification of the election. Rioters coming within 40 feet of him as he evacuated. Then Mr. Trump's pressure campaign on government officials taking center stage.
And I said, look, you are asking me to do something that is counter to my oath.
With Mr. Trump allegedly telling Justice Department officials,
what I'm just asking you to do is just say it was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman.
In late June, bombshell testimony from Cassidy Hutchinson describing a confrontation in Mr. Trump's limo the day of the insurrection. She says she heard about it from another White House staffer.
The president said something to the effect of, I'm the effing president, take me up to the Capitol now. The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel.
Mr. Trump, in response, posting on his social media platform that the story was fake and denouncing the committee. In September, the committee interviewed Ginny Thomas, the conservative activist and wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. She had communicated with the White House about efforts to overturn the election, according to copies of messages obtained by the Washington Post. Tomorrow's hearing may be the last before the release of the committee's full report. The hearing is expected to touch on the more than 1 million newly secured Secret Service documents and how former President Trump was alerted of the growing riot that day and did nothing. Sahil Kapoor is joining us now from Capitol Hill. So, Sahil, let's talk about expectations for tomorrow's hearing, because I understand that the committee, some folks close to the committee, don't want it to be framed as a closing argument because they expect that there may be more to come. Not hearings, but information or like revelations.
That's exactly right, Hallie. This is expected to be a broad hearing, unlike previous hearings that were kind of narrow to, specific to a topic or two where 1 or 2 members generally led the panel. This one's going to be different. It's going to be broad. It's going to be a mix of, synthesizing previous information, a lot of what you just played in that excellent package, as well as new information that has come to light to the committee over the last couple of months since it held its hearing. Now, committee aides say that part of the hearing tomorrow is going to be this, kind of broad, big picture focus. One of the things that they're going to zero in on is what a committee aide called Trump's state of mind. What they talked about is his involvement in these events as they unfolded and his, quote, centrality to the scheme, unquote. So they're going to weave together a lot of what they brought in, a lot of new information that they gained. And we also expect them to play some new footage from an upcoming documentary involving Roger Stone, where he appeared to predict the violence. As you mentioned, Ginny Thomas, the conservative activist, recently spoke to this panel, and they may discuss some of her testimony, although it's not quite clear how relevant committee members believe her testimony was to their investigation, given that she stuck by her story of a stolen election. Some members I spoke to after that called it a kooky theory, and that described her as kind of delusional, but that she had a First Amendment right to believe what she wanted to. So we expect the committee to tie up some loose ends, present some new information, and offer this kind of big picture view.
Pull on that thread more about the Secret Service communications, right, and how much that's going to be a factor and the reporting that we have on that, because there's a lot of documents, right? There's a ton of info out there, but it's not exactly info that the committee is, the specific info that the committee wants to see.
Hundreds of thousands of them, in fact. Committee aides say that they've received lots of new information from the Secret Service as part of their investigation, but it's not likely to be those deleted text messages, or rather erased text messages from January 5th and January 6th, which the committee had been very eager to get its hands on. But the Secret Service, as you know, said that was part of a pre-planned migration to a new system, and those messages are gone, cannot be recovered. So the committee is likely to talk about the information that it gained from the Secret Service. Apart from that, which they don't look likely to get their hands on, but could still help put together, a series of, the sequence of events leading up to January 6th and perhaps after January 6th as well.
Sahil Kapoor live for us there on the Hill. I know you're going to have a long and busy day tomorrow, Sahil. Thank you. We will also have a long and busy day, and we hope you join us. I'll see you tomorrow when NBC News Now and NBC News Network have special coverage of the hearing starting at 12:30 Eastern. Do not miss it. When we come back, pop culture icons at the center of a Supreme Court case today, and the outcome could have major copyright implications for anybody who does anything creative, basically. We're going to explain Prince, Andy Warhol, the whole 9 yards. Stay with us.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. if you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Andy Warhol's portraits of Prince getting more than their 15 minutes of fame today at the Supreme Court. It's a rare moment for the court, right, where two pop culture icons, the photos, the images you see here, were the focus of arguments in a copyright infringement case. You even had one of the justices, Clarence Thomas, saying in court he was a huge Prince fan back in the 80s. Who wasn't, right? So while he's fanning out over Prince, the court's weighing whether Warhol, an artist, infringed on the copyright of a photographer's image of Prince when making his series of signature silkscreen prints, P-R-I-N-T-S here. I know. You saw them on screen. The decision here could maybe affect the value of intellectual property held not just by artists, but movie studios, record labels, book publishers. Ken Delanian is joining us now. And again, this has really big implications for anybody who does anything creative. And the arguments today were interesting. It talked about artists as diverse as Da Vinci, but also Two Live Crew, you know, the rappers, basically. This goes beyond Andy Warhol. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie, far beyond. Here's the backstory. Back in 1981, a famous photographer shot a series of portraits of Prince for Newsweek magazine. And then 2 years later, Vanity Fair magazine hired Andy Warhol to use one of the photos as a reference point for an illustration of Prince to be used in an article. Warhol actually created a set of 16 Prince silkscreens, which he then copyrighted. And the Warhol Foundation has earned hundreds of millions of dollars in profits from these images. And in 2016, Vanity Fair's owner paid the foundation about $10,000 to run one of the images from the Prince series in an issue commemorating the artist's death without giving the photographer any money or credit. So the photographer sued, and a federal district court found that the Warhol series falls under the fair use provision of the copyright law because it conveys a different message from the original image. But the appeals court disagreed, saying that judges, quote, should not assume the role of art critic and seek to ascertain the meaning of the works at issue. So bottom line, if the Supreme Court agrees with the appeals court, the Warhol Foundation will have to pay royalties and possibly damages to the original creator. But as you said, this case goes far, far beyond a money dispute between two artists. Either way, this ruling will have implications for freedom of expression, and some say for the nature of art itself. There's a long history of appropriation in art, and a ruling in favor of the photographer will make doing that more dangerous, Hallie.
This is a really big deal, I think, in the art and creative world. You've had 36 in front of the court briefs that have been filed. Like, tons of people have come in saying, here's my argument for why I agree with this side or the other side, right? So, big spotlight. Do we think this is one of those cases that we'll get, like, in June when the justices make that decision, maybe sooner? I know we have no idea. It's a black box, but I'm curious.
I'm told by the experts the ruling could come anywhere from a few months from now to early next year, Hallie.
Awesome. I love the specificity. Ken Delanian, it's a fascinating story. We're showing some of the images now. You know, it's a thorny issue, so we're curious to see what the justices will do. Thank you.
You bet.
Coming up here on the show, breaking news just into us on that L.A. City Council president who has now stepped down after making some racist comments. We'll talk more about the news we're just learning in the last couple of minutes. Plus, the Ohio State Board of Education meeting on proposed federal Title IX guidance. We'll break down what that means for transgender students. And police say a New York woman sold a $10 sweatshirt for $5,000. How? She's accused of running a huge counterfeit scheme and making millions. More on that in the local.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff, and let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Some breaking news into us on a story we've covered here on this show this week. Nury Martinez, she is resigning her seat on the Los Angeles City Council after leaked audio revealed she made racist remarks about the black son of one of her now former colleagues. Martinez had stepped down from her leadership post after these comments became public, reported on by the Los Angeles Times. And it's a local controversy that went national, even reaching President Biden, who said that Martinez should step down. In a statement, she says she's had the honor of helping to uplift working communities in L.A., and is asking for space and privacy. Politics further east now, with the new poll out today showing Senator Raphael Warnock and his Republican opponent, Herschel Walker, are kind of neck and neck in this really important, closely watched Senate race in Georgia. This is according to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution and Georgia News, has Warnock at 46%, Walker at 43%, still inside the margin of error. Now, only a handful of these responses were taken after allegations that Walker, who's running on an anti-abortion platform, paid for an ex-girlfriend's abortion. He has denied those allegations. That, plus a Q poll that is recently out, too, tells us that Walker's standing with female, black, and independent voters was slipping even before this whole controversy started going down. Although, again, fairly flat in the overall race. I think that's what the Q poll showed. Warnock at 52, Walker at 45. If neither candidate ends up pushing above the majority vote mark, we may be looking at a runoff come January. It comes as President Biden is talking about this whole thing, this whole controversy that's going on. Watch.
For the Herschel Walker controversy in Georgia, do you think Democrats can hold that seat?
Negative and yes.
Ellison Barber is live for us covering this in Atlanta. It's a really important race, Ellison. We've laid it out on the show before. It's one of the races that will help decide control of the Senate come next Congress, right? The polling is interesting because until this point, we really haven't seen hard numbers to quantify how much of an impact this was having on voters. We know it's getting a lot of national attention because Walker has run on an anti-abortion platform. And now these allegations that he paid for an abortion, these allegations that keep coming out, that he denies, have been making these headlines. Tell me more about the impact on the ground there.
Look,
Look, I mean, it's certainly something that people are paying attention to, people are talking about, right? Like you said, it is in the headlines everywhere, all across the state. There's no question that this is an enormous political story here. That being said, what we see, I think, in a lot of the polls, even coming out post this allegation initially being reported on in the Daily Beast, those two new polls you mentioned today, and even an internal poll that Walker's campaign just acknowledged late this afternoon, where they said they have in their internal polling Walker up, but it was only by about 2%, 2 to 3%, so it's still within that margin of error. But you see just how close this race is, and it doesn't really seem like these allegations, the questions that are being brought up, are moving people who are already decided. One of the big questions throughout this entire election has been this idea of whether or not there are some voters in Georgia who are maybe in the gubernatorial side, somebody who would identify as a Republican, somebody who would plan to vote for Governor Kemp, the Republican incumbent, but then maybe felt uncomfortable about some of the allegations, even before this one related to the abortion, about Walker's past as it related to mental health issues and domestic violence allegations, whether or not they might say, I don't know if they'll feel comfortable here, so I'll lean left, at least for this election. That being said, I mean, I've talked to maybe like two people who identify as one of those split voters, if you will. Most people don't really want to talk about it. So I think what we're seeing in the polling right now reflects how divided this state is. This is a purple state. I grew up here. It was never a purple state when I was a kid, but it very much is now. That being said, I think we've seen a lot of people kind of coalesce around party lines. It has been interesting because you've had the lieutenant governor here sort of back off the gas on Herschel Walker with these latest allegations and say, wait, I have some concerns. But then you have people like national Republicans like Tom Cotton, Lindsey Graham, Rick Scott, who all came down to campaign on his behalf. And Walker's campaign now saying that after all three of those senators came down and tried to help out, vocally voice their support for him, et cetera, that they had their biggest fundraising day to date, their biggest online fundraising day. They say they raised $450,000 in one day because of that. So it's hard to see where this goes. I do think it's going to be a big issue come Friday when we see Warnock and Walker on the debate stage in Savannah for the first time and probably the only time.
First and only. Here's what Walker said before the debate over on ABC overnight. Watch.
So in this current situation, are you saying a flat-out denial to any knowledge of an abortion, or is it possible it happened and you don't remember?
Flat-out denial, lie. Lie.
You know, I think it's important to note here, NBC has not independently confirmed the allegations sort of at the core of this, but there are receipts, basically, literally, actually, that the Daily Beast that first reported this has, a check, a copy of a check that the woman at the center of these allegations said that Herschel Walker gave her, a note, etc. Tell us more.
Yeah, I mean, what's significant to me about this Washington Post article, there are some allegations or details that are new within it. Like she says that she had multiple conversations with Herschel Walker trying to make him pay her what she says was the money for the abortion that she says they agreed, both of them together, to have. But one of the things that was most interesting to me about this is just the fact that this is the third national news outlet publication saying that they have seen evidence from this woman, the mother of one of Walker's children, as it relates to that check, receipt slips, things like that, that they say confirm aspects of her story. And it's three different news outlets now saying this. So even though you had Walker last night adamantly denying it, you still have the story not going away and what appears to be evidence that other outlets are continuing to see, and this woman is continuing to present to people, or at least to reporters. Allie.
Ellis and Barbara live for us there in Atlanta. I'm sure we'll be talking again, Ellison, for sure on Friday, I would think. Thanks. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southeast Bureau, San Antonio police say a former officer who shot a teenager while he was sitting in his car eating a burger in a McDonald's parking lot has been arrested and charged on 2 counts of assault. The 17-year-old victim is still on life support. An attorney for his family says he was shot multiple times. The officer was fired last week, just a couple days after the shooting. From our West Coast Bureau, Las Vegas Raiders wide receiver Davante Adams has been charged with misdemeanor assault after an image that I think a lot of people have seen, shoving a man to the ground after losing to the Kansas City Chiefs on Monday night. The guy was working as a freelance photographer, filed a police report after, saying he had minor injuries. Adams apologized after the game. He's due in court next month. From our Northeast Bureau, police on Long Island, New York, say a woman's been arrested in an alleged counterfeit scheme. She's accused of making fake Gucci bags, fake Chanel, fake Prada out of this boutique that she owns. She put these labels on cheap clothes and then sold the stuff for something like $40 million. It's a lot of money. She faces a charge of second-degree trademark counterfeiting and could face 3 years behind prison. The boutique was closed yesterday. Our NBC affiliate has reached out for comment. Right now, proposed federal protections for LGBTQ+ students in their schools are being threatened in places like Ohio, where the Board of Education is set to vote on a resolution that declares a person's sex an unchangeable fact, saying that denying the reality of biological sex destroys foundational truths upon which education rests and irreparably damages children. This resolution asks school districts not to comply with some proposed new federal regulations under Title IX that would give more protections to trans students. Like, it would require students to be addressed by their preferred pronouns. It would let them use bathrooms that match their gender identity. Sam Brock is joining us here now. And Sam, this is a very sort of visible push by a school board. We talk a lot about sort of school board politics, what it means on the local level. Again, something that the federal administration, the Biden administration, is trying to do.
You have to think that the Biden administration knew going into this, Hallie, that they were going to change the classifications and the protections under Title IX to include LGBTQ students and transgender students in this political climate, that it would ignite a firestorm. And that is exactly what has played out. That includes in the state of Ohio right now. We've seen for hours there were comments, I'm told some of them pretty difficult to digest, about why those students should not be protected. But the reality is, what's this actually going to achieve, assuming this resolution is passed? And the answer is a few things. It's really symbolic. Basically, they're going to send out a letter to all of the schools throughout the state of Ohio, be it elementary, middle, or high school, to tell them, you don't need to abide by these protections. They're out there, but you are not obligated to actually follow them. It's also going to lend its support to the 21 state attorneys general plus Ohio that has filed a class action against the Biden administration to say changing these classifications for Title IX, which protects against sex discrimination, is unconstitutional. So you have that element as well. And then the state is also asking legislators to backstop funding for those schools who choose not to abide by these new standards, that they will at least have funding, federal funding, for things like subsidized meals, so that money continues to flow, even though they are trying to essentially contradict the federal order here.
It's not just Ohio, Sam, as you point out, right? This is happening everywhere. And I want to play a piece of video from Arkansas, because what we saw in the last 24 hours was a school board there just last night voting unanimously to put new regulations on bathroom use, overnight school trips. And somebody at this meeting said that LGBTQ+ students deserve death, it sounded like. I want to play this.
God gave them over to a depraved mind so that they do what they should not be done, that those who do such things deserve death.
The extreme, even dangerous rhetoric here is happening, and we're seeing it in places like Texas and Florida, where you are school districts taking a federal issue, or I should say the conflict between the local and federal sort of entities here on what's best for kids in schools.
We sat here a month ago, I think, and you and I talked about the book bans in Texas.
That's right.
The issues here in Florida as well, one of the first states to ban transgender athletes from participating in sports where they identify with that particular gender. And look, I'm looking at the original copy of this Ohio resolution right now, Hallie. It mentions religion. That's striked out in lines. They went through a bunch of different revisions on this document, but God and religion were at the front and center of the official document from the state. What you're seeing right now at the school board level throughout the country is this sort of culture clash going on that incorporates all of these different themes, and it's playing out in real time in Florida, in Texas, in Arkansas, primarily all throughout the state and all throughout the South, but it's happening across the country, Hallie.
Sam Brock, thank you so much for that reporting. Appreciate it. Still to come here on the show, what happens when women lead, and what can we learn from it? We're getting into it with our friend Julia Borston, whose new book about it is out in our backstory tonight. That's next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us. We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Time now to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And, you know, earlier in the show, we talked about what inflation means, not just on